Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 236, Start of September. I'll leave all notes towards the end. Peace, enjoy the chapter. They will be important, so check it out if you do have the time. Later. After a lengthy discussion, Phew. They're gone. Sophia mumbled to herself as she touched the top of her head. My sister. And that guy. What an odd combination. After talking with Silver and Emma for the past hour, it was only when they left that Sophia realized just how tense she actually was. Despite how recent Silver was as an adventurer, he rose to fame at an incredible pace, getting on the same stage as the likes of the Loki familia before many had the time to realize who he was. It was an extreme feeling to be at the other end of a table next to him, especially when, for a moment, she might have been seen as an enemy. But at the same time, she felt light. Because something she had always kept tucked away in a corner of her heart had been finally resolved. Speaking the words she always wanted to hear, she could now focus entirely on the future without a shred of hesitation. I'll go take a shower, she said slowly as she let her hair loose. I'm sure this matter isn't entirely over yet. But for now, I can let my stress wash away. Slowly taking her shirt off, she made her way to a side room, a large bathroom. Splash. Soon enough, the sounds of water echoed from within. Schwa, step. While water splashed within Sophia's shower, someone walked inside the training room. The newcomer looked around but found no disturbances as the hole in the wall had been patched, causing the person to question if what she heard was true at all. Yet the table still remained there, confusing the person that had just arrived. Not here. Weird, she's always training. Barely ever saw her doing anything but that. They told me she was having guests, have they left already? I imagine this table is due to that. A shame, I wanted to meet them too. She looked around, searching for Sophia. It was a girl with green eyes and long black hair which covered one of her eyes. She wore a green-centric outfit that exposes her stomach, with green flower decorations on her skirt. Image. So here's where she is. Hearing the water splash, the girl made her way to the bathroom with a smile on her face. Step. Meanwhile, inside the shower, Sophia opened her eyes warily. Is someone here? It's still too soon for the daily training of the girls. Did someone forget something in their lockers again? Hearing the faint footsteps echo outside of her shower stall, Sophia took a peek beyond it to see the girl slowly approach her with a thin smile on her face. Am I interrupting you? She asked as she looked at Sophia. Not at all, Dia-sama. Sophia replied formally, going back to washing the shampoo out of her hair. So it was her, I got a bit worried there. I'm too tired to order people around now, those girls are too serious for me to handle. Then why don't I take some of your time? She asked with a small smile as she sat on a bench while Sophia continued her bath. I heard quite a few things on my way here, would you mind sharing? They said the wall was broken, but I saw not even a crack on it. I'm very interested. So they told you what happened? Sigh. I wouldn't be bothered at all. She replied with a helpless smile. Schwa. And under the faint steam, a story was told to the ears of a goddess. A few minutes of storytelling later, Oh. Hestia, you say? I've heard quite a bit about her recently. Dia said with a smile as memories passed through her mind. Hestia. Silver. Interesting. It's been a while, to think her children would meet mine first, the fate of the mortal world is rather peculiar. I should have visited her sooner. This surprised Sophia, but not much. She already knew that Dia and Hestia were acquainted with each other as they hailed from the same region within heaven. It hasn't been the first time they talked about her together, as Dia loved sharing stories with her from her time in heaven. From all of her experiences, she tried to teach everyone how to be better people and to learn from their mistakes, being seen as a big sister to many. But despite their long history together, now wasn't a good time to visit Hestia. You don't mean? Of course, not now, it wouldn't be proper considering how busy she is. Dia replied slowly as she cut the tip of her finger, allowing a small drop of blood to fall onto Sophia's back. Once she finishes her recruitment, we'll go there to congratulate her. We. Who else? Am I supposed to go alone? She asked with a small chuckle. And don't try to hide it, I know you want to visit your sister too. Also. Raise your hair, I can't quite see your back if you let them like this. Mum. We'll go together when the opportunity arises. Oh. As she updated Sophia's status, Dia smiled. I knew it. As the divine hieroglyphs flashed on her eyes, the truth of her emotions was laid bare for her to witness. Was it really that heavy of a weight? Is something wrong? No, not at all. In fact, how about we eat some ice cream after this? Dia asked as she put her finger on her own lips. So sudden. There's much to do. Come on, it'll be fun, you need to let loose from time to time. Dia said as she rested her head on Sophia's shoulder. Fine, but only ice cream, I don't have time to go around the place with you again. Deal. One smiling and the other exhaling, the two soon left to do their own things. While on the other side of the city, another two made their way back home. With a lot left to do and accomplish, each went to perform their responsibilities, as time waited for no one. Be it the people that lived inside a castle, dreaming of conquering the world below. The people that lived within a temple, admiring the divine. Or the people that lived below, scheming the end of the world. The sun rose and fell, and the people went to sleep as the moon overtook the skies. And like that, the weeks rolled by. 3 weeks later, As the moon descended back onto the earth, the sun overtook the skies, indicating the start of a new day, the first of a new month, September. As the festivities started and ended, Horario moved on along with time. Together with the birds as they stretched their wings and the insects left their burrows, Horario also woke up as the citizens left their homes. They welcomed the start of a new day, praying for health and wealth as the golden light fell onto them from beyond the heavens. A blue sky above them and white clouds in the distance, it was a beautiful day to start a new month of their, hopefully, long lives. Chatter. Back in the Hearth Manor, dozens of people could be seen running around like worker ants in a hive. Or like headless chickens, it depended on who you watched and at what time, because some seemed more lost than others. Some carried boxes from one room to another, while a few others moved around in circles. They all wore similar outfits, a white shirt with blue details, the official uniform of the Hestia Familia. It looked casual but firm, it had been idealized by Hestia herself, albeit silver and the poor tailors were left to design it into existence amidst her idealistic intricacies and descriptions. Still, with this uniform, they now looked like a proper working familia that had been established for many years. But only in looks, not in performance. Chatter. Amidst the chaotic traffic of people coming and going, holding a long list of tasks several pages long, Daphne slowly wrote with a pen as she every so often raised her head to talk with the people around her, inquiring and ordering, trying her best to fulfill the role she had been forced into. Oi. Is everything done in the main hall? She asked out loud as she looked at an Amazon run by her. Yes, ma'am. What about the weapon racks? Have they been moved to the training grounds? We need them on standby for the physical examination. Although, due to the number of applicants, we may have to leave it for tomorrow. Thankfully, this time, it seems Captain was more prepared for this than when we joined. Not to say the cause. I'm not enjoying this at all. Daphne still remembered having to wait a few hours for things to go by when she came to apply to join. It was a pretty tedious process. Although she definitely not pictured herself on the other side of the recruiting. At least not this soon. Not yet, Laver was in charge of that. Check up on her and report to me, those need to be ready within half an hour, we can't delay on those. Understood. Okay. So far so good. There have been no problems so far. At least nothing significant. All papers are in order, all equipment arrived on time, and we already prepared for this long ago, we only need to put everything together. No one's missing, Hestia is currently putting on her clothes upstairs. Vice Captain, the Takamikazuchi Familia just arrived. Someone said from the side as they interrupted Daphne's thoughts. Huh. They're early. URG. Where's Cassandra? She just went to welcome Leto and her children. Well, I mean, alright, have someone welcome them inside and lead them to where Cassandra is. And please send someone to check up on Hestia, we need her here. As soon as damn possible. Poor Cassandra won't be able to handle it at this rate. Vice Captain, the Mayak Familia has arrived. Daphne froze in place. What? Sigh. Why are there so many gods arriving? This isn't a party. Daphne complained as her forehead grew tense. Just how many people did she invite this time? I knew Hestia had invited some friends to help her this time, since we are indeed in need of help, but why so many? That's already. Frowning, Daphne relayed orders perfectly, massaging her temples as she went into deep thoughts. Hey. Has the captain arrived yet? Not yet, everyone's been keeping an eye out but he's nowhere to be seen. Hashtag. Damn, that guy. He always vanishes during these times. And he's always there when you don't need him. Just where are you? Slash at the same time, slash. Slash slash, slash. Slash pierce, slash. Slash roar, slash. Hup. Deep in the dungeon, a one-armed man faced wave after wave of monsters in the center of a massive circular stony arena. Slash crunch, slash. He slashed, pierced, punched, slammed, and kicked while the monsters did the same, wielding weapons of their own. They swarmed him from all sides with seemingly no end. They knew no fear and no tact, as their sole purpose was to fight and kill anything in sight, starting off with the adventurer that dared enter their arena. 10 monsters quickly became 100, and then 1,000 as their bodies piled up around, only to be shattered and destroyed as the fight grew intense. Even as the ground split and cracked, the dungeon quickly repaired it with a speed unlike anything most had ever seen, as if it had always been able of doing so, that its slow healing speed on the other floors was nothing but its holding back. Slash boom, slash. Explosions rang, bodies vanished, cinders splattered all around, gore painted the walls red, and all monsters vanished as the one-armed man fought barbarically, ripping everything apart, even if it meant using his teeth and nails. Slash crack, slash. Slash roar, slash. Even then, the dungeon kept creating more and more monsters. It was truly a brutal arena, one where the only winners were the monsters, as they were endless. Slash clang, slash. Slash cling, slash. Huff. As his weapons clashed, Silver's arm started to grow weak as he grew tired. How long had he fought? He didn't quite remember. This time, he may have gone a bit overboard. Slash clang, slash. But where was he? Well. This place was the famed Colosseum, a unique room of the dungeon located on the 37th floor in the eastern section of the Warrior's Ring of the White Palace. N1. It was normally an area avoided by all, no matter who they were, as in this place, even level 6 adventurers would fall given the characteristics of the room. And if they were too stupid to remain. Otherwise, it would be pretty hard for one to fall. The Colosseum was located within a massive room, being surrounded on all sides by an abyss 50 meters deep and several dozen meters wide, full of massive sharp stones so dense it would be impossible to survive were they to fall inside. There were 4 gates located in the north, south, east, and west, each with a thin bridge a few meters wide to allow access to this terrific zone. Just wide enough for a pack of monsters to rush and push anything on its path aside. But why was this place so feared? Well, if it wasn't enough that this area was within the deep floors, being full of monsters not even adults would mention to scare their children, the room itself spawned monsters non-stop until a certain amount was reached, which is quickly replenished whenever it decreases if even by a single entity, turning this place into an endless supply of monsters. Thankfully, the monsters did not leave the arena, because they were fueled by the desire to fight each other and kill themselves on sight. Only when someone approached them would they stop to pursue them to the ends of the earth. If a place like this were to appear on the upper floors, then an area like this might have been used to make quick money, but this was far from the surface. The very idea of using this place for that purpose would be seen as foolish by anyone that ever witnessed the horrors of the dungeon. If Finn had to choose between risking the lives of some of his companions by traversing it so they could cut time to save the lives of others, he would think twice. And then thrice. Because traversing this place wasn't something so easily done. Even if he sent Ace together with Gareth and the group to cross it, they would definitely be able to reach the other side. But they might not be able to save the lives of the injured. Slash slash, slash. Even to Silver, as he fought wave after wave with great momentum, he eventually grew tired as he was constantly being slashed and pierced by the monsters' weapons, his flesh being torn and ripped as they mobbed him without fear. It was possible to evade and defend against 5 pairs of claws, but when they became a dozen or two then 1 or 2 would end up scratching his body. For him, it wasn't a problem. For other adventurers, however, that may be their end. Slash pierce, slash. Moo. Slash crash, slash. Ga. Slash bam, slash. With each second, Silver saw himself being overwhelmed by their endless numbers, being eventually caught off guard by a raging bull that broke free from the ground beneath his foot, slamming its head on his chest before crashing against the walls of the arena. Sh it. Bleeding from his lips, Silver's right hand turned black as he shoved his fist inside the bull's skull, killing it in one go. Slash whoosh, slash. He was given no time to heal himself as the moment he raised his head, he saw 3 blades slashing the air in front of his face. Slash blink, slash. Slash crack, slash. Vanishing from his position, Silver reappeared on the other side of the Colosseum, but he barely drew a single breath. 5 pairs of hands rose from the walls and ground around him, grasping at his body. Slash slash, slash. He moved his halberd, cutting them all as he once again dove towards the center where a large crowd of angry monsters awaited. Ha! It may look like madness to jump once more into the fray. But as he fought, he had no regrets, because this was his call, the cry of the dungeon. As his body burned into flames, he drew from every reserve he had to end this once and for all. Slash boom, slash. And with a mighty exposition, he completely blew off most of the Colosseum, leaving only the ground intact. Slash crunk, slash. And as the rocks fell onto the abyss, he raised his head, proclaiming victory. Notes. N. For those that forgot, the White Palace is an entire massive floor where each section of the caverns is contained within massive rings where different creatures and challenges are contained within. Now, time for the real notes. So, recently, the schedule of things has been a bit iffy and I won't lie, I'm a bit tired. The last time I took a break was months ago during Mother's Day, and before that it was during the New Year. Some of you might even remember the extra chapters one released during that time, good times. But now, I need a rest, for real, not just a rest, but time for me to get things together with all of my work. There's no other way of saying this, I won't sugarcoat it, I have been rather lazy with my time and not writing as much as I should, and this ended up with me getting late with many projects despite me once being rather cool with it. This is called being unprofessional, and I don't want people to come and say it's okay to take it easy, because I know myself too damn well, I deserve this because I dug this hole myself. However, I'm not proud or arrogant enough to say that I can recover from this without some sacrifices. I need some time, I really do, otherwise, I'll burn through my entire stash of chapters and then we'll fall into the same state of Zero Fate schedule, and I'm sure you guys don't want that. Sorry for the Zero Fate fans, I'll touch on that soon. As such, I'll take a break with this chapter since I feel it's a nice place to do so. I'll likely leave for a week, mayhaps two, but if I stay out for so long I may drop one chapter every Sunday so you guys can have some updates while also making this simpler for me. I'll do the same thing with Zero Fate, albeit don't worry, I plan on posting the next chapter, it should completely start this arc that I was building towards, if not, I'll leave you guys at a damn terrible cliffhanger. It's safe to say I'll also be taking a break with that series, likewise, 2 weeks. I never took a break with Zero Fate, I did stop posting chapters once, but that was long ago, so long most of you may not even forget it. For the past 30 to 40 chapters if not 50 I post exactly one chapter every week, although I need to post one more to be even now. My objective with this break is to at least recover most chapters of my stash of Danmachi and start building my long-lost stash of Zero Fate chapters, while also getting back to university. Honestly speaking, this is between you all and me, but with the way Azimuth is going, if it grows more than what it already is and it stays stable, I may as well even consider taking a break from university to focus on that. Because I may as well be working on something that I like rather than studying for something I have no concrete vision of doing. Safe to say I may be in need of some father-to-son talk in the future. Cough. Regardless, I hope you all like the chapter, thank you very much for being here, I mean it. If you read all of these damn chapters, I can't really question that anymore, either that, or you're one of those guys that jump to the end of the novel to ask me if this is harem or not, I saw that many times and honestly, I'm even a little tired. In short, if you were too bothered to read what was said above, I need some time to settle things, so yeah. As if there was an author out there that communicated with its readers. Whoa. Just kidding. That's about it, peace, I'm out. Chapter 237, Recruitment Ceremony 2 Part. Hey. Yeah, you're not dreaming, this is a normal, 3K word long chapter. Whoa. As I said before, normal releases from today onwards. For this novel. I was thinking about releasing Zero Fate today as well, but I went against it. I'll return definitively next week, together with image creation. For those that forgot or want a quick recap, things went like this. End of July dash. Silver went to the dungeon to fight a strong monster as one of his accomplishments for a level up, meeting with the returning Loki familia from their most recent expedition. They climbed back up, fought Amphis Bane, and went on their way, with Silver returning first to have Haruheim transferred to the Hestia familia while Ishtar was dead drunk. It worked perfectly. At this time, Silver's curiosity led him to Phryne's basement where he saw what he did to a child, leading him to become somewhat emotional. He decided that it was time to do something about Phryne's behavior, and he wanted it to be a direct method. The war game happened and we jumped a month that contained many interesting events. It's now the start of September and the first day of their recruitment that will introduce many characters as we finish the preparations for the next arc that will involve Silver's activities outside of Orario. There is a lot I would like to say and clarify, but if I did so, this would turn from around 300 words to 1,000 plus, so let's stop here. I hope you're all enjoying the story, and I would like to say, welcome back. We'll likely not stop anytime soon, so put on your belts, we're about to cruise. Peace. Crack. Fall, As the cavern around him crumbled, stone fragments rained around him. Opening his eyes, Silver straightened his back, looking at the destruction around him, exhaling as he took in a strong but short breath. I overdid myself on that one. He mumbled as he opened and closed his hands. I'm still far from reaching the destructive power of 9 hells, but I'll get there eventually. This isn't bad though, as the stone in the deep floors is extremely resistant, this degree of power for my level is already absurd. But not enough. Silence. So. No more monsters? He asked as he raised an eyebrow, looking at the bodies on the ground. It seems even the Colosseum has a limit. Slash crack. Boom, slash. Slash tremble, slash. As he said that, a large rock in the ceiling cracked, falling onto the ground with a loud thud, making the ground shake around him. It was clear to him that the dungeon would take some time to fix this place to its former glory. Until then. There goes my training spot. I guess I'll take a few days off and let the dungeon fix itself in the meantime. Well, I do have some things to do this week, including finishing healing my arm. As he thought of that, Silver looked at his left arm. It had been healed all the way to his elbow, but no more than that. As he said before, he fully focused on healing one arm at a time to maximize the efficiency of the process, so he started with his dominant one. Having one fully capable arm was quite the strengthening for him, especially since he was unable to fully replicate his real strength through plasmids alone. He was more confident in his flesh than he was in his abilities. Though weren't they one and the same? Sigh. Had I actually just focused on healing it, I would have been done by now. He said with some slight disappointment as he kicked a rock on the ground. I underestimated the strengthening of my own abilities due to the level up, had I put faith in it. But still. Staying put would have been a bit too monotonous. It's the difference between 3 weeks of pure boredom and a regular month. Slash grab, slash. Crouching on the ground and grabbing one of the translucent magic stones, Silver gazed at the faint magical power it held. The lights within flickered like faint stars in the night sky, ephemeral and distant, beautiful and mysterious, elegant even. He couldn't help but be amazed at the sight of such a distinctive material. Silver proceeded to store all drop items in his pocket space before materializing a door in front of him. Time to go. In fact, what time is it? I'm pretty sure I've been here for a bit over a day, but what I feel and how long has actually passed are two completely different things. They say time is processed differently depending on what you're doing and how you feel while doing it. They're right. Taking a small pocket watch from the same place he stored his loot, Silver quickly read the time, only to have his eyes pop out as a bead of sweat fell from his forehead. Oh no. I'm late. Very, very late. I've been here for 2 whole days. I was planning to leave around the night of the day before the start of the recruitment so that I could stay with everyone and help them organize everything, including welcoming all of the guests, helping Hestia practice her lines, seeing what Daphne wants to lessen her workload. That's only a part of it. But he didn't rush into his magical door yet. Instead, he looked at his ragged and deplorable body. If I arrive like this, they'll kill me for real this time. As such, slash light, slash. Faint light covered his body, and when it vanished, all of his dirt and injuries had vanished. Appearance. Half done. After that, Silver took out some fancy clothes he had bought a few weeks ago. Using his plasmids to put them on in an instant, he used his powers to also make his hair, and trim his very faint beard. Albeit he didn't have that much hair growing on his face, it did accumulate over time. He was supposed to be 18 after all. Sometimes he envied Palams for how effortlessly they can keep their faces clean, while he also felt sorry for the dwarves as most of them just gave up on such tasks altogether, even if they wanted to give their beards a certain unique style. Clearing my beard is easy peasy at the end of the day anyway. He said lightly as hair fell on the ground, only for it to be brushed off by the wind. Like that, in the blink of an eye, Silver looked incredibly gallant. He also quickly brushed his teeth and made his hair shiny by passing something on it. In fact, go take a shower and brush your teeth. Again. There was only one thing left. Slash flash, slash. Golden light was released from the end of his left arm, reaching for the stone on the ground, and slowly, it took the shape of a forearm and a hand. The light then eventually lost its sheen and the stone underneath it became smoother as it turned into another material. Done. Silver said out loud as he finished making a false arm. It'll do the trick, for now. As he opened and clenched his fist, he nodded in satisfaction as he felt the wind run through his fingers. It wasn't exactly the same he felt on his other hand, but it was close enough. Checking himself in a mirror made of ice, Silver went through a series of checkups one last time before turning around and saying, "Dungeon, I'll come back soon, so make sure to prepare some juicy enemies for me." Silver didn't know if the dungeon could understand him, but he had already figured out that it was indeed possible to provoke the dungeon into doing something. The dungeon was already shown to be capable of reacting to certain stimuli, such as when adventurers were in peril, it would try to finish them off by sending monsters around them or even leading them into traps. Or even how it reacted whenever a god's aura was released inside it. And if its hate for the gods wasn't enough, within this area, if he screamed loud enough, then the dungeon would reply by sending more vicious and violent beasts for him to kill. Well, that certainly wasn't the dungeon's intention, it was the contrary in fact. Unfortunately, Silver wasn't that easy to kill. In simple terms, by acting like a gladiator in the Colosseum, the dungeon would reply in kind. If you lasted long enough. Most avoided this place like the plague exactly due to this. As a consequence, little was known about this place and none knew why the dungeon made such a place. Perhaps some god knew why, but they would never share it. Yet, Silver liked it. Because in here, he didn't need to seek enemies, they made their way to him on their own. It was the perfect training grounds he had been testing himself on for the past few weeks, gathering money and materials for the big influx of newcomers that would arrive in the next few days. Step. With that, finally, without stopping for anything else, he opened the door and went to the manor, taking a step through the translucent layer of the door. Chatter. Only to be met with the hysterical screams of multiple girls, all very much unpleased with his disappearance at such critical time. But after fighting for his life, he managed to live through them, or better put, he threw the problem to someone else. Himself. A problem for the him of the future to worry about. Because he was certain that after this recruitment was over, he would be hearing an earful. Or if he was lucky, they would forget about it. For now, he needed to go meet his goddess and see if she was ready for today. Hestia would always end up getting herself tangled in something, be it her hair, her clothes, or her own tongue as she tried to memorize what to say. This time, he wouldn't be giving a speech, it would be her together with Daphne. He would only be there to look cool and imposing. Maybe that was why Daphne didn't murder him the moment she saw him, as she either had too much going on in her head for now. Or she couldn't really bother to argue with someone whose sole job was to stay put, being too tired to think of anything else apart from her own lines. Silver doubted Daphne was that tired, but he wouldn't question her. So as to help her a little, he used his plasmids to soothe her mind greatly, and albeit she appreciated his help, that didn't seem to invoke even a single smile from her lips. Dropping his head in slight defeat, after asking a few questions and chatting for a minute or two, Silver went to meet Hestia, greeting whoever was on his way the same way he did with Daphne, by giving them an energy boost. That seemed to calm them down, at least that way, he slowly softened them up, that way, once this was over, he would reward them all with some good sweets, and hopefully, their complaints would magically vanish into thin air. It was at that time that he thought. Shouldn't I have just used clones to do all of this work? A few weeks ago, Silver offered to help Daphne in her work by doing all of the paperwork for the Familia. Of course, at the start, he did the job easily, sitting down and grabbing a fancy writing pen, he signed and signed, stamping the seal of the Familia on more papers than he could remember. But midway through that, he realized how inefficient that truly was, so he made use of the tool he knew most. Plasmids. There were many ways of automating the process of signing papers, but only one was actually viable. To employ clones. However, creating a clone to do his job wasn't as easy as it sounded. There were a handful of problems he had to overcome if he wanted to even remotely succeed in achieving what he sought through them in the first place. But with the help of multiple articles on the use of magic stones, Silver found a way to use one as a power source for a clone, allowing him to go far away and leave it behind even after going well beyond their usual connection range. Of course, it wasn't really efficient, nor was the clone powerful, but it was more than enough for the simple task of signing papers or chatting with whoever appeared by his office. And of everyone, only Hestia and Daphne know of this ability of his, the latter learning about it when he came back through his portal at an inopportune time, making Daphne witness the bizarre sight of two Silvers in the same room. Still, she took it all rather quickly, not being surprised. Perhaps a clone was the least of her worries regarding her captain's abilities. Even then, when Silver proposed using his clones to just do the heavy work of the recruitment event, she refused. For the same reason she refused his help several other times before. A Familia helps each other stand, we should not rely on the shoulders of one to do so. Daphne's answer was rather robotic, as if she had trained multiple times. But it wasn't lifeless. Despite her clear practice to say this, she seemed to believe in her own words. At least now she did. Perhaps before, she had been trained to say that time and time again, not really believing in those words. But now, she had been given a reason to trust them. She and many others have changed. Daphne, in particular, was a proud woman, having refused help not only from him but others too. That was only who she was, a habit she created by not trusting anyone apart from Cassandra for many years on end. Yet recently, her stubbornness has slowly been chipped away at the warmth within the Hearth Manor. Because if there was one thing more stubborn than her pride, then it would be the comradeship these girls have. And above all, having a dozen Silvers moving around wouldn't exactly convey a good image for the others. It may even lead to complacency. So Silver's idea of running the Familia with clones would have to be unfortunately discarded, though his clones would always be ready if the situation permitted. And no, stop your ridiculous thoughts. The narrator said with a sharp gaze as he looked at the reader doing a funny expression. I'll give you a vacation after this is over. You and everyone else. So as he looked at her vanish in the long hallways of the manor, Silver could only faintly smile. This time, for real, he went to meet with Hestia. Inside a guest room somewhere on the first floor, chatter. Silver approached the room Hestia supposedly was in. but by the looks of it, she wasn't alone. I hear quite a few familiar voices, creak, Silver opened the door, and everyone inside the room stopped talking to look at him. It's certainly stuffy. Just how many people did Hestia invite this time? I knew there were quite a few, but isn't this quite the increase from last time? 6 gods. Mayak, Takamikazuchi, Hestia, Leto, Artemis, and another goddess he hadn't seen before were in the room. Together with their children. Albeit it seemed not all were inside this room. Each god had one of their children by their side, including Hestia. It was Emma, the timid but kind girl who had already become a key part of the familia, just like anyone else. And at the corner of the room, serving tea and sweets was Haruheim, looking as formal and polite as ever. This made Silver think of Lily. Just where did the little girl run to? But he quickly shook these thoughts from his head, because he clearly had something bigger to deal with in front of him. They all looked at Silver in silence, waiting for him to say something. Sorry, wrong room, he said with a small smile as he closed the door. Hey. And while everyone smiled lightly at his own little joke, Hestia jumped from her seat with impressive agility. Her lack of care for herself forced Silver to open the door again to prevent her from falling. Oi, your dress is expensive, please be careful of any sudden large and quick movements, Silver said slowly as he caught her in the air, putting her on the ground. Isn't she embarrassed? Of course not. That's just who she is. Humph. You're late. Yeah, he said as he raised his head to look at everyone. Apologies for being late, I'm happy you're all here. As the mood lightened, Silver and Hestia made their way to their own seats, greeting and laughing with the others as the clock spun slowly above their heads. Soon enough, the welcoming ceremony would start. Notes. Well, that's it, a very light-hearted chapter. Most of the next few chapters will be like that. I was thinking of making more fighting/serious chapters, but that may have to wait for him to return from the outside. To explore the deep floors, fight the monsters Rexes, and reach the unknown while dealing with Evelys, this is likely what that arc will be about. As for this one, it's about Silver dealing with the aftermaths of the war game, preparations for what I just said, and his desire to go outside. This will be enforced quite a few times lol. For now, I'll be posting a chapter of Zero Fate on my Patreon and also another chapter of Danmachi in it. I hope you all have a phenomenal day, until we meet again. Your writer, the lazy-ass me. Peace. Chapter 238, Recruitment Ceremony 2-part. Around half an hour later, muttering, Okay. With this. It's finished. Daphne said out loud as she crossed the last thing on her to-do list, putting it aside as she let out a relieved but tired sigh. She looked around, seeing many girls sitting around or plopping on the ground, drinking water as they relaxed, still tired from all the work. This sight caused her to remember the past when she was still part of Apollo's familia. They never performed recruitment days like this. Instead, they were all personally chosen by Apollo whenever he saw someone interesting around. That was how it went. Arg. Just how does the Loki familia does this every year? Is this why they only do it once? Not only them but all of those familias. We did seek help but, step. As she went into deep thought, another girl entered the main hall where Daphne and the other girls were currently sitting. It was a small girl with chestnut hair and cat ears, wearing a shirt that was a mix of white and light blue, the colors being used as the main theme of the familia. They weren't fancy or anything, another way of representing what the familia was aiming towards. N1. Lily, you're back, Daphne said as she looked at the newcomer. But Lily didn't reply. Poof. Just like everyone, the first thing Lily did was plummet to a sofa and bury her head in the fluffiness of the stuffing before her body went still for a little while. See. Oi, if you stay like that your hair will get all mumbled up. I don't care. Let me stay put. For a few minutes, she said slowly without raising her head. Pat. A few girls approached her, patting her back as they gave her a small snack and a bottle of cold water. Did you do it? Were there any problems? Daphne asked as she also took a seat, letting her stiff shoulders rest a little. As always. Adventurers are a rude bunch. Lily replied with some anguish in her tone as she took a proper seat next to the other girls who were now all paying attention to her. Perhaps I should have just grabbed my end of the cut and left that day. Converting Lily to the Hestia familia was easy. Silver just had Soma remove his blessing from her. It was actually rather simple, just go there and ask. Soma was a much simpler man than most might think, however, that didn't mean he was a good guy. Albeit, if one were to compare, if Hermes was a good guy, then Soma would be an angel. He's just someone that wishes to make good wine. The problem was the lack of his will when dealing with anything else. Especially people. But Silver cared little about that. He had no time to give him a lesson, so he only went there to have him remove his blessing from her back. Although, even if he didn't wish to change him, someone else did. Hestia, upon witnessing the state of his familia, kicked him in the face while screaming, "What do you think you're doing, you drunkard?" Together with Lily's honest words and what she felt about him and the familia, Soma has been quite silent ever since then. There was no need to go over a long drama. With his abilities and influence, it was simple to deal with such problems on the fly. He didn't know if the Soma familia would change with this, but even if it did not, he wouldn't care, since right now, he had already finished all of his matters with them. And that is how Lily was converted into the Hestia familia. Without many problems, Silver got a very capable commander and manager. The only thing he had to do now was to bloom her talents and train her into a state where she could be respected and carry herself as an adventurer, even if she were to never fight in the front lines. Over time, he would push her into the position of an assistant so Daphne's work would decrease, but that was for the future once more. With that out of the way, in these past few weeks, Lily had grown rather close to everyone, something she never thought possible. To enjoy being in a familia, surrounded by adventurers that once scorned her and humiliated her. But the longer she stood with them all, the more she realized that her previous outlook of things was extremely narrow-minded. No, she already knew, she just couldn't take it facing the truth, because she needed something to vent on. Adventurers are people too, and not everyone is bad-intentioned. This was something she had to face now, and albeit it hurts facing what she left behind, she could now smile as she had people to help bandage her wounds. She may have been unlucky in the past, but now she finally had a group where she belonged, and everyone was very keen on constantly remembering her of that. So much so there wouldn't be a day where she wouldn't end up leaving a room blushing. It had almost become a game for these girls, making poor Lily blush in embarrassment. All members of the Hestia familia were rather close to each other, some more than others, but that was normal. That would be especially so since they would be increasing their size by a few times in the course of the next few days. Lily was particularly close to the other Palom girls who were somewhat used to the many prejudices people of their race had to face on a daily basis. But that didn't mean her relation with others was anywhere bad. Albeit she did find the red-haired elf a bit weird and distasteful. What happened? One of them asked as she ate a small sweet pudding she found on the fridge. Midway through Lily's inner complaints of her workload, a girl holding a pudding sat next to her. The girl didn't know who the pudding belonged to, as in the Hestia familia, there were strict rules about the usage of the fridge. But she needed a sugar injection to let go of this stress, so she grabbed the first thing that appeared in front of her and went on with it. It was very tasty either way, so she was happy. For now. What do you think? Not everyone was happy with the way things were handled. Lily replied as she rolled on the sofa, causing her hair to get messy. And what did you do? I told them to shut up and leave. Chuckles. The girls all laughed together, they seemed to expect this of her. Even Daphne smiled a little because sometimes, that was indeed the simplest solution. If only she could use this method to solve all of her problems. Lily's job was simple. While everyone was inside the manor, working to finish the preparations, Lily worked outside. Firstly, she made a rough estimation of how many applicants they would be having so they could prepare appropriately. And after she relayed this to Daphne, she proceeded to give Lily her next task. She was supposed to go outside and hand in tickets, which would then be used to call in people in an orderly manner once they were inside the manor. Even if there are people who are rude, no one in their right mind would go out of their way to cause trouble in the middle of the Hestia familia home. It was supposed to be an easy task: go outside, ask people to get in line, hand in the tickets, and the rest would be done based on that. Simple. However, problems always arise from the simplest of situations. Be it people fighting to be on the front of the line or people just downright arguing with each other, Lily had a hard time having everyone calm down, especially considering her pitiful size as a member of the Palom race. In the end, she managed to do what she was told, handing in close to 1.3 thousand tickets given the number of her now thin booklet. According to the pamphlets, they would be handing tickets every morning for the next 3 days, while also conducting interviews until all of the people with tickets had been processed. Now that Daphne knew how many people to expect, they would be going at a rate of around 500 people per day, which was less than what they did in their first round of recruitment. There was no need to rush things, they had all the time in the world to go through with their plans, but they couldn't remain still either and allow people to do as they wished. They had a reputation to uphold, and people would conform to their rules, not the other way around. That was why there was a time limit of 3 days. Those who were unable to get a ticket could come tomorrow, and those who still failed to do so could also come on the day after. After that, they will close their doors to all apart from those that possessed a ticket. No redos, only one chance per candidate, any troublemaker would be dealt with in kind. And they better pray it would be Daphne and not Silver. This system would obviously create further issues such as people possibly selling tickets, but they would deal with those as they rose. Aside from a few other miscellaneous things, that's about it. How much longer until the ceremony? Cassandra asked from the side, finally saying something after watching everyone for the past half hour. Even after relaxing and considering herself as part of the familia, Cassandra never really altered her way of speaking, always being silent and overall shy. Her smiles became more frequent, but they were still rarer than Daphne's. They came and went like rare creatures in the night. But compared to Daphne, she was much more approachable. It was only that her personality made her more of a secluded owl than the lynx that is Daphne. About 10 minutes. Daphne replied as she stretched her neck. Time sure flies. I still can't believe it has only been a few months since that happened. Despite being overworked, I feel better than before. If only there was less work to do. Seeing everyone suddenly grow silent, Daphne took her chance to speak. All right, everyone, you all already know the drill. We practiced for it. Cassandra, do me a favor and go call the goddess and the captain. As for the rest, go take your positions. She said as she got up from her seat. Nothing much changes from when you all joined. You all still remember that, right? Nod. They all nodded in succession. It was a memorable day for them after all. Let's rock. Someone exclaimed on the side as she raised her hands to the air. We'll show them what we can do. It's time to show off. We must bend together to suppress all boys. Someone exclaimed all of a sudden. Yeah. Chatter. Seeing the girls revolt with their arms up, the triplets cowered on the corner, trying to remain invisible as they looked at each other with trembling eyes. They could only pray that another boy joined. They had enough of being the target of all the bullying of these girls. And this didn't come solely from their prayers, as they had already raised this issue not only to Daphne, but to Silver and Hestia as well. They really needed someone to draw in the attention of these girls. Oops, to diversify the ratio a little. Daphne on the other hand let out a sigh as she saw the girls rile up, taking a sip of her cold water as she let her gorgeous red hair fall on her shoulder. Like always, the Hestia familia was a tad too loud for her. But it wasn't that bad. She preferred it that way. Several minutes later, Eventually, the gates of the Hearth Manor were opened and a crowd of people rushed inside in a disorderly, orderly way. 1,000 people stood in the front gardens, almost like soldiers parading, all waiting for Hestia to speak. This was because of the pressure they felt, as being in the presence of several gods at once did impact them a little. At least, instead of being rowdy, they tried to remain silent and not gossip much. As for Hestia herself, her dress wasn't anything fancy. There was no need for that. Even Loki didn't wear anything special whenever she recruited new blood. But she was Loki. Who would complain or question her? It would be strange if she did wear anything different at all. Considering her personality, it would be weird if she even attended the recruitment. Okay, that's a bit much. She would definitely attend, but more like a distant observer than anything. Loki was very caring about her children, albeit in her own weird way. Hestia's dress was more of a white blouse than a dress. It made her look jovial and relaxed, especially when her hair was released in the wind. The entrance ceremony was quick and direct. She introduced herself and the people around her while also incentivizing both her current children and the people in front of her who would likely be joining them soon enough. From the perspective of the people joining the Hestia familia, seeing multiple gods together was quite impressive. It didn't matter if they were famous or not, it was just unusual to see them all together like that. Mayak and Takamikazuchi, two handsome gods that made many girls blush. Followed by Hestia herself, Leto, Artemis, Dia, and Demeter who appeared not that long ago to support her friend once more. Hestia was very happy with the way things went, seeing several of her friends stand next to her as she stood there, proudly smiling. It made her feel very accomplished, a strange feeling that's for sure. Albeit she was very surprised nonetheless, as she didn't expect to see so many people here today. She had invited everyone of course, but Dia's appearance was a surprise, not that she was against it. Learning how their children met was quite the surprise, albeit it made her frown a little. Still, today wasn't the day to choose such rough subjects. It was a day that would build hers and many others' futures. And she was glad to be surrounded by people she could trust. Demeter also came to her a surprise, since she invited her to be here not for her help, but more for spiritual support. As a goddess with vastly more experience than her, she called her there to just exchange a few words and be done with it. Her help came as a surprise, but a welcomed one. Of course, this didn't mean everything went by smoothly. Notes. N1 in case what I did before did not work. In a sense, the anime can't really represent these changes very well, but even other familias like Loki's and Freya's have such thematic clothes. It's just that it's hard to make several models for one character when there are 36 being used in the same season. So that is why we always see Ace wearing the same armor or dress, or Bet with his open coat, or the twins with their revealing clothes. Even if it's in character for them to not have that many clothes to use, it's not like they only have that to wear. This is it for today. These chapters will have a lot of small interactions between everyone and a bit of exposition into things we don't usually see in ordinary chapters. My biggest incentive for this arc is the introduction of several strong members for the Familia and hopefully develop them into likable characters that will make more appearances as we go. That's about it from me, peace. Chapter 239, Recruitment Ceremony 2 Part. Here it is, chapter. After this, for those that are itching in their chairs, I'll be immediately updating Zero Fate, and not only that, there will be images. Yes, I'll bringing back images. You all should see 2 to 3 image spots throughout the chapter, so check it out if you're interested. This will likely make the post take a bit longer, but it is what it is. After this, I'll be updating Patreon for both novels. Thank you for your patience. Anyway, that was all from me. Enjoy the chapter. Midway through the recruitment, Thank you all for being here. Silver said as he looked at a group of people. I'm sorry Hestia can't see you out, but you know. There's no need to explain yourself, we understand. Mayak replied in his smooth tone of voice as he shook his head, interrupting Silver. I know how it feels. Back in the Far East, I also had to constantly deal with those annoying clan heads whenever they passed by our shrines. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Takamikazuchi added as he touched his head. Around half an hour after the recruitment started, Silver saw himself in front of the now empty gates of the Hearth Manor. By now, the 500 selected candidates were in the party hall being interviewed by the goddesses, leaving the entrance clear for him to pass through. Next to him were 3 gods and their children, together with Leto's and Artemis' children, Yilfi, the blue-haired elven girl, and Riffusa, the red-haired human girl. Both of them had accompanied their gods in their visit, but since they were now helping Hestia in sorting through the candidates, they had nothing to do. And it would be too much to have them wait multiple hours for all to be done. So they would leave first and maybe return later. Demeter on the other hand came alone by surprise, so no one would be waiting for her. As for the other guests, Mayak, the potion-making god that had taught him greatly in the past few weeks, helping him in making many of his visions a reality while also helping Silver improve his own potion-making skills. Together, they had released a few big hits in the market, such as the deodorant that was in high demand everywhere. They had to be careful with their recipes, since in Orario, there were no such things as patents, secret recipes, and methods had to be kept secure behind tight bars. Though that didn't mean it was morally accepted. If someone were to do that, it could result in severe conflicts, sometimes even escalating into fights between familias. Yet, even if their biggest competitor, the Dien Sech Familia, were to replicate it, Silver did not believe they would be able to improve their recipe. Because he himself still had a lot in his head left to explore. Next to him was Takamikazuchi, who he had been training with intensively in the past few months every time he took a break from dungeon diving and his other responsibilities. It was a good pastime, learning martial arts from him in his garden. It was oddly therapeutical even. Take confirmed that martial arts training was a form of meditation if done right. Silver couldn't really deny it. If God said so, then perhaps there was some truth to it. Despite it all, albeit Silver felt that there was still a lot to learn, Take himself praised him for his progress. Silver was still far from being like him, a god that despite his feeble strength no better than a mortal, he's still capable of taking down level 3 adventurer, perhaps even a level 4. And albeit he's usually humble, he said that he might be able to throw down a level 5 adventurer if conditions align and he sacrifices his body for it. Silver couldn't tell if he was undermining his own abilities, or if he was being serious with that statement, but he was fully aware Take would never overglorify his own abilities. He could only dream that one day, he would reach a level of mastery close to his. In any case, those two were followed by Jia, a goddess he had met for the first time today. She was a beautiful goddess with a simple dress that usually walked around with half of her hair covering one of her eyes, and she was also the one that gave Emma's sister, Sophia, her blessing. Image. She wasn't very well known because she had no familia of her own, being mostly a goddess tied to a mortal family instead. The Ward family, a massive banking family that existed for generations, and incredibly wealthy also, probably way more than even the Ishtar familia as a whole. She may look humble, given the way she speaks like an older sister, constantly giving advice and being mature, but she was actually quite the affluent figure. If only she ever did anything fancy, as she preferred to enjoy her luxury by doing small things, such as walking in the street singing or helping the poor if she had the chance. In a sense, Silver could understand how a goddess like her was a friend of Hestia, albeit that was likely a fact given they were from the same area within heaven. As from Silver's perspective, from the depths of his memories, Dia was another name for the goddess Hebe, who didn't seem to exist even when Silver asked Hestia about it. On that note, she said Hebe used to be a nickname Dia used to be known for. But that was long, long ago. So long in fact Hestia barely remembered. They say gods rarely ever change, especially in heaven, but in truth, they do, it's just that it takes way too long for anything substantial to happen. So long that by the time they do realize they changed, they wouldn't even be able to remember how they used to be. As gods themselves rarely count time, it would have taken eras from them to show even the slightest of a change. Hestia was once known as a strict woman whose temper was fiercer than fire and more ruthless towards perversion than even Artemis, given what she used to do. But she ended up becoming a neat of some sort when the flame of heaven was stolen and sent into the mortal plane by Prometheus long ago. And Freya was also once known as a goddess of purity that stood within her garden all the time doing who knew what. That is, until she grew bored of it and decided to try something more exciting. Eventually growing entranced with the feeling that came with it, and from Loki's own words, addicted. Gods change, it just takes an unreal amount of time. As such, meeting Dia came as a surprise, but not a bad one. She even brought Sophia with her, which allowed him to grow a bit closer to her, but that's it. Take and Mayak also brought their own children, including Leto and Artemis, but since today is only about interviews conducted by the goddesses, they only passed by to greet everyone and congratulate them for their progress. There wasn't much for them to do after that, and since everyone was busy doing something, they couldn't stay here either to talk and chat. It's not like these familias are only tied to the Hestia familia through him and Hestia. After getting to know each other over these past few months, relationships between them started to form. Some good, some bad. That was the natural way of things. That was why Silver was here, seeing them off. It was never bad to know new people, after all, even the Loki familia had little to no alliances. Even if these familias had few level 3 adventurers of their own, one day, they would. And albeit he would never admit it, having a connection with the Ward family might come in handy as money held quite a bit of power in the world. A few minutes of talking later, visit us again soon. Silver said with a smile as everyone departed on their ways. Exhale, phew. As everyone left, Silver's expression relaxed as he exhaled slightly. Dealing with one of them on their own is fine, but when you have a group of 3 or more gods all talking with you at the same time together with their children, it can get quite overwhelming. In any case, I'm glad they visited. That shows they care, at least they didn't seem too bothered to be here. Or have any second intentions. Apart from Sophia, though I guess that's her personality given what I learned from her sister. I expected Mayak as we grew quite close with all of our experiments, and Takamikazuchi has also grown quite close to me since he, despite not showing it very much, needs me to help his children grow. He came here to send money back to his shrine where other gods live with many orphans, and I'm sure he doesn't feel well by dragging his children around to fight in one of the most dangerous places in the world. No. I'm sure he feels tense all the time. So by having me train with them and guide them a little, at the very least, he can let go of some of the weight on his shoulders. As he must feel quite stressed. Well. Gods are actually pretty terrible at relaxing. Since their way of thinking normally goes many steps ahead of what mortals can tolerate, they usually find themselves trapped in their own thoughts. In simple terms, they are overthinking all the time. Of course, gods are different from each other, treating and seeing their children and their surroundings in a different way, dealing with grief and partying in their own ways. But that doesn't change the fact they see things from a different perspective. At least Mayak and Dia don't have to deal with this, but they obviously have their own worries to think about. Take on the other hand simply wants his children to be safe and grow healthy and strong. That's one of the reasons he accepted to train me. One because he is kind, the other because by building a connection with me, it is expected his children will be safer if the situation does ever arrive. I never thought of them as tools for me to grow stronger, however. Though it's also true I grew closer to them with that and Haruheim on my mind. Cough. The sun's killing me, he said as he looked up. He looked around and eventually made his way back inside. Speaking of her, she has grown quite proficient in the months she's been with us. Her stats are almost surpassing the I grade, while her magic has already reached C. Hestia even said she was getting close to a level up. She may only need a great deed to rise past the barrier. But honestly speaking, I have no intention of having her level up yet, even if her deed is accomplished. She's not ready yet as her mentality is too soft, and she's not yet mature enough for the responsibilities. Most importantly, she can still raise her stats further. Albeit her growth in all other stats are unusually slow, they're still rising. I would say that's due to her upbringing as a person, and also due to her constitution due to her inheritance over the generations. Her body is fragile and no amount of training is going to make it a warrior's. But I can at least make her akin to a mage's body. Since, if her stats are not within a certain margin, then she may not even be able to react when she reaches the lower floors. It has to be within a certain stage, or else she'll truly be cursed to be at the backlands and do nothing but chant. Which isn't entirely bad, but even mages can run and reposition, at least they should. When I first met Haruheim, she barely even raised any resistance when I kidnapped her. Aside from that, I'm interested to see how much her magic will grow. I would say she can still push it past B, but beyond A might be hard. She has definitely mastered some degree of quick chanting, but it'll take quite a bit of time before she can master concurrent chanting. And until she has grown a bit more, I won't be giving her a grimoire. I still have a few left to hand over, one of them is bound to be effective on her. Until then, she won't be able to train chant connection, unlike Cassandra who has achieved quite some progress in that regard, even if negligible, but that's for later. On that line of thought, there is a woman I think about from time to time. I wonder what happened to Aisha. She kind of vanished after the war game, with many familiars interested in her outcome. But I have an inkling of suspicion as to where she went. Obviously, looking at her abilities, she had nearly endless choices. For once I thought she might have joined the Loki Familia, she would have fitted rather well in there. Or perhaps not. Either way, she's been rather silent recently and Haruheim has started to ask me how she's doing since I'm her only reliable way of contacting her when she's not around. Sigh. The problems of a society that has little to no ways of long-distance communication. Once this is done, if she doesn't make an appearance by then, I'll be forced to go after her. I have nothing against Aisha, and albeit my relationship with her only goes to Haruheim, I wouldn't feel exactly good if something bad ended up happening to her. She's not someone I would like to see suffering, neither is she a girl that deserves it. I would prefer if she grew stronger and became an ally. Even though I would also like if she stood far away from my familia members. As he thought of this, opened the doors to the manor, making his way back to the main hall. Albeit he had no real task, he could give everyone a hand and severely unburden their minds. Even if they wanted to stand for themselves, he was still, at the end of the day, their captain. Later, exhale, yawn. Was that the last batch? Hestia asked as she looked at Artemis, yawning in the process due to her tiredness. Yup. She replied as she adjusted her office glasses. Exactly 500 people, of which 73 passed to the next phase. A bit more than I expected. At this rate, they'll have over 200 people to evaluate in total. I wonder how many will Hestia accept. All of these candidates are quite good. Meanwhile, Hestia looked at her with a confused expression. Why was Artemis using glasses again? Actually, why was she wearing those secretary clothes? Image. But before she could continue with her thoughts, she was interrupted. You're truly famous, Hestia, having so many people apply. Leto said on the side as she clapped her hands. I still can't believe the number, it still feels like yesterday when I came here to help you sort through applicants as well. Demeter added with a gentle smile as she thought of the past. Hestia was so confused back then. And nervous. That nervousness of hers ended up with her sending back many good children. A pity. Haha. Thank you all for being here, it would have taken a few times longer if I was here by myself. Hestia said as she looked at the pile on the side, shivers running through her spine as she did so. Silver can't really help me either. No, I won't let him. This is something only a goddess like me can do. Cough. Exceptions do happen from time to time though. She thought as she remembered the time Silver recommended Cassandra and Daphne. Only now after so long does she truly realize their worth to the Familia as a whole, albeit she never saw them in only that way, to begin with. No worries, Hestia, it was somewhat fun, seeing all of these exotic children telling us their dreams and aspirations. Leto said as she looked at the papers. It's only a shame we have to turn some of those down, even if they're eager to embark on their journey. She said in a disappointed tone as she shook her head. Not all of them are ready to walk down such a path. Some could not be suitable to be with Hestia, while a few others would be better off seeking another journey, somewhere else. Artemis added as she took her glasses off. I should have used those fake glasses, why did I buy these ones? My eyes hurt. On that note, why don't you recruit some of them, Leto? Some of these children would likely fit with yours. Demeter said as she turned her head. Era. Well. They surely would, but it's not yet time. She replied as she looked away, reveling in her own thoughts. How come? You've been with only a small group ever since you descended, don't you think it's time to grow a bit? Hestia said as she stretched her back. Look at me, even though I have a familia with over 40 children, and albeit I'm a little tired from time to time, it wouldn't be hard for you to manage 10. But Leto shook her head. That's not the issue. What they need now is each other. Once the time comes they can't move forward on their own, then I'll introduce them to the people that will help them on their way forward. It would be too much of me to push new things into their lives in such a sensitive period of their growth. It may be even intrusive, as they built what is now the Leto Familia, and I don't wish to break the adventure they're building together. We may be small, but I have confidence they have what it takes to achieve great things. Leto said with a wide smile as she looked away. The goddesses all nodded at the same time since they all thought the same for their own children, even if in their own ways. After all, Demeter wasn't a goddess that had a lot of action in the dungeon, yet she still desired for her children to go after whatever they desired and that they achieved success in it. Artemis also wished their children strived for their own justice and goals, that they grew and learned more, especially now that she herself was starting to realize what it meant to do so. Seeing that things were about to end, Hestia raised her hand to grab her cup of water. She had worked hard, several hours sitting on her chair, going after 100 different roles of people. Many questions were asked, so much so she could still feel them at the tip of her tongue, ready to burst whenever she wanted to say something. She deserved some rest. Since we're on the topic of our children. Spill it out, Hestia, how far have you gone with your captain? Leto asked all of a sudden as she touched her right cheek with a small smile. Pffffffffft. Erama. Hestia immediately spilled all of the water on her mouth out in a grand waterfall, but thankfully, Artemis was fast enough to pull the stack of papers out of harm's way while Demeter smiled teasingly on the side. After checking the papers were okay, Artemis let out a sigh of relief as she looked at Hestia sneakingly. She wouldn't admit it, but she was also kind of interested. They had talked about this from time to time, but every time she tried to go into the topic, Hestia would always go somewhere else. It was a shame, but Artemis was unaware of the secret social techniques to loosen people up, such as the classic wine bottle, that was a timeless piece. WHWH, where did that C come from? Hestia exclaimed as she cleaned her face. My arcanum almost came out. Hestia. Do you really think no one would have noticed it by now? Leto continued as she smiled sweetly. WHWH, what do you mean? Hestia retorted as her eyes trembled. I am possible. Still denying it. Well, why not talk a little bit about it? Everyone's been speculating about your relationship with him, you know. Since you're being oddly silent about it. Several dates here and there, being in romantic places, buying clothes together, feeding each other sweets. How do they know about those? I swear I never saw anyone whenever I fed him food. He never complained either. Wait. It's impossible for him to not have realized that there were others. Unless. Don't tell me. Why? Why did he let me do those embarrassing things if there were people watching? Hestia started to create many situations in her head, perhaps some were right, perhaps none were, it was impossible to tell. Demeter thought it was cute to see Hestia's eyes wander around in desperation, she was so obvious. It's almost confirmed at this point, you don't even hide it that well, the way you speak about him and defend him whenever he's the topic of the conversation. Many were surprised at your aggressive stance in every Donatus, did you know that? They even affirmed that the goddess of fire was back and she wouldn't let anyone steal her fire now. Wow. Am I that obvious? Wait. That's not the problem here. We thought it was because he was your first child, but now that you have so many, the discrepancy is obvious, The only thing that has gone through the minds of the others is just. How far? The other two goddesses looked at Hestia, all very much curious. Even Artemis, who looked away most of the time, was oddly silent. Leto found her behavior to be super cute, although she didn't say anything nor did she point her behavior out. Neither did Demeter. What they didn't know was that Artemis was trying her hardest to keep a straight face. Because just like Hestia, she had also done her fair share of embarrassing things with Silver. To summarize, she loved to lay in his lap as he fed her grapes, especially out in the open. They usually relaxed by the ruins where it was the most calm. If someone were to have seen her like that. Her dignity. She had the urge to throw herself in a hole just thinking about it. We are not like that. Hestia stuttered as she looked away in shame. Is that so? How unfortunate. In that case, I'll tell the others he's free for the taking, he has quite a few admirers you see. Leto said with a teasing expression. My. I'm sure they'll all. Demeter added as she threw wood into the fire. Slam, slash. Who? Hestia said authoritatively as she slammed her hand on the table, her face cold and heavy. Who dares? But seeing that she'd been had, Hestia quickly got up from her seat, exclaiming. It's not like that. And then she bolted outside, screaming something like, you're meanies, like a child that had been bullied. My. She's really cute. Demeter said as she saw her run away. It seems she's under quite the spell. The mortal world is surely full of wonders. Leto said as she also got up. She's much livelier compared to her time in heaven, it's such a blessing to see her this happy. And also to us, since most of us considered her to be a lost cause. Because even if she fell in love. Leto stopped thinking, not because she didn't want to, but out of respect for Hestia. Because it would be best to face the current Hestia rather than her past self. Artemis. Is something wrong? And no, I was just thinking about some things. Oh. Are you also curious about Hestia's love life? I thought you hated such things. I do. I was just thinking about it, that's all. Artemis replied as her lips trembled. Demeter and Leto looked at each other for a moment, a lot seemed to be exchanged with one gaze. And seeing the situation she had caused, Artemis also excused herself as she turned around and left in hurried steps. Oh my. It seems the spell ended up affecting some of the bystanders. Leto said with a sweet smile as she looked at Demeter. Era, you talk as if you were immune to it. Demeter said as she also got up from her seat as well. My. You're making me blush. Leto replied as she moved from one side to the other, slightly embarrassed as her dress moved in the wind. Demeter exhaled slightly, it seemed things would get heated soon. If they haven't already. As she grabbed the pile of papers, she looked at the first few pages, all people that had been approved to pass the first stage. They'll fit right in. She thought to herself as she left the room, followed by Leto who had already recovered from her previous embarrassment. The first day of the recruitment was almost over, 2 more to go. Notes. I'll try to make images more frequent every chapter from now on, and if anyone wants an image, now's the best part to tell me what you want to see. I normally would love to try and make images for every character's outfit every chapter, but that's impossible, but I can try to make them if someone is particularly interested in it. Peace. P.S. Here is Hestia dress image from last chap. Image. Chapter 240, Recruitment Ceremony 2-part. Sorry for the delay, I actually forgot to post a chap today skull. / a few hours later, / Around 2 hours after the start of the recruitment's first day, 2 girls made their way outside after they passed through their own exams. Pleased and happy with themselves, they talked with each other nonchalantly. Stretch, MMMNN. Phew, it's finally over. One of them said as she raised her arms up high. While it took some time, the wait will be worth it, just a few more days and one more examination and we're done. The other replied with a small smile as she looked around. They're giving us time to prepare for the next exam, I couldn't ask for more. Albeit it makes me feel stretched out. Part of me kind of wanted things to end right there and then. I do feel a bit stressed out after being there for almost 2 hours. As they talked, they took their time to appreciate their surroundings by looking at the beautiful gardens managed by the Hestia Familia. Many things had changed over the months ever since they acquired the manor following the war game, with many layout changes having already been done throughout almost the entirety of the manor, both internally and externally. From expansions and reforms in the basement floors to new buildings being added in the back area of the land surrounding a training area. Apollo prioritized beauty over practicality, so he didn't possess many facilities to boost his familia's career options and abilities as he preferred extensive gardens and other superfluous things like a garden maze. Including even an area where many stone statues used to be gathered, telling old stories related to him. They were definitely all true as Apollo wasn't someone to lie, but they might have been a tad exaggerated. Silver had it all torn down, much to Hestia's appreciation. She didn't like those either. Of course, Silver still kept the statues, he plans on selling them one day. Perhaps to their original owner no less. He was out there, one day he might achieve success. And he would take every single penny he made, if he valued his old things that is. Otherwise, he would just sell them all outside. Some sucker noble would definitely enjoy these. Cough. I'm still not used to the weather down here. One of them said as she grabbed a handkerchief, putting it over her nose. She's always so ladylike. Even though. Forget it. They were certainly 2 very unusual girls. From their foreign clothes to the strange dialect they spoke. One had long bunny ears popping out of her head, while the other one also had 2 large ears in a triangle shape, exactly like those of a fox. An uncommon Hume bunny and an equally rare renard. Image. Still. It was an exciting experience. It wasn't as tiresome as I had imagined. And what else but a walk amidst a field of flowers to end the day? Cough. The renard girl replied in an overly formal tone as her tail moved slowly in the wind. Well. The flowers are pretty. I guess. There are certainly many unique flowers I've never seen before, but I'll be able to see them once I join. I'm more focused on the adventurers of the Familia. This girl, on the other hand, seemed more interested in looking around rather than paying attention to her surroundings. She really does take this a field trip rather than a Familia recruitment. If only I had her confidence. In any case, they were really professional. This must be the standard down here in Orario. As we sat down in the hall, many girls approached us with smiles on their faces, asking us for information in a very systematic manner. We didn't think much of it at first, but given how few questions were asked of us when we were in the direct presence of the gods, I imagine that was, in fact, the interview. They collected information on us from the outside and then sent us to meet the gods, likely to have them judge us also and pick up those they believed were fitting. It's a rude way of thinking, but not entirely incorrect. Even in the Far East, gods would be picky with who they choose as their followers. Can't see how they wouldn't be all the way down here. Most of them at the very least, the ones I know of. Let's go back and rest. Warming up for the examination 2 days later wouldn't be bad either. /chatter, /twitch, It was at that moment the 2 of them stopped moving. As they turned the corner of the manor, making their way to the front gates, they saw 2 people striking a conversation as they sat on a stone bench by the shade of a small tree. A human, and a girl with golden hair. Oh. It's a Renard. Giggles, /. Hearing the sounds of faint laughter and small talk, their sensitive ears twitched as they approached the two. Albeit human in appearance, beast humans still retained animalistic instincts and behaviors from time to time. It varied from individual to individual. That was why a beast human's ears would twitch whenever someone approached them from outside their view. Likewise, the golden Renard turned her face to the two as her ears twitched. Stunned, /. And they were immediately stunned by the girl's beauty. Don't misunderstand, they were gorgeous too, but their beauty was, in short words, simpler. Hers was almost supernatural in nature, making them feel as if they had stepped into a fairy tale. Smooth golden hair that went down her legs together with a pair of emerald eyes. A fluffy tail that rested atop her lap where she elegantly put her hands as she talked with her partner. She seemed to have a grace that reminded them of their homeland, from the way she tilted her head to the way she smiled at them. Yes, indeed, it made the black-haired Renard understand she was also like her. While she was a priestess of a shrine, this girl must have been a princess. Albeit, from the many ruling households of the Far East, which one did she belong to? From the moment she saw her, she assumed her to be from the Far East, as only someone that grew there would have the dignified aura. At least, that was what she believed. Exclamation point. See cute. Swale, /. The moment the golden-haired Renard saw her, her tail also started to move as well. In a sense, they found her incredibly cute as her emotions looked simple and pure. She was the picturesque depiction of a noble lady. The man beside her was also not one to be ignored. He stood there silently, smiling at them also. His shoulders were wide, but not unusually so, his facial expression was sharp, but not too much. He was muscular, stronger than most male adventurers they had seen around, but not enough to compare with those strange men in underwear they saw one of these days. His hair was the standard black, nothing strange there, apart from the fact it seemed to have been cut recently. But his eyes. They seemed to shine even under the golden light of the sun, or perhaps, they shone even brighter when in its presence. A pair of platinum eyes like the bright moon in the sky. What an unusual pair. They thought as they observed them. Yet, strangely enough, they seemed to fit. For the Renard, it made her remember the stories she heard from her goddess back in her shrine, fables forgotten by most. Of those, her favorite was by far the tale of the sun and the moon and their forbidden love. Excuse me. Haruheim interjected as she saw the two of them approach. It's been so long. It would be a lie to say Haruheim had fully forgotten her homeland. The years she spent there to how she ended up departing, those many months she spent in a dark cellar of a boat as they made their way to the main continent. From the betrayal of her family to the disown from her father for unjust causes, her past might have been a gloomy one overall, but she still couldn't forget the beauty of the land she hailed from and the short moments of happiness she spent there as a child. Upon seeing a girl just like her wearing clothes whose origins she couldn't mistake, a slight seed of curiosity set its roots inside her heart. To hear tales of that land. Would it be possible for her to share them? Hello, said the Hume bunny as she looked at the two. I've heard a few stories of some of the people of the Hestia Familia, but I don't quite record hearing about a girl like her. Unless she's taking the exams like us. But from her clothes, that doesn't seem to be the case, they seem very much like those made clothes I've heard about. Well, it's not like it would have been possible for me to know all of them, but someone this distinctive. How come there are no stories about her? I do know that there are many beautiful ladies in the Familia, but that's enchanted to meet you, said the other Renard as she struck an elegant and formal greeting pose. Eh? I instinctively made a shrine greeting. Hi. I'm MNN. Seeing that Haruheim was having difficulty striking a conversation with the two girls, Silver decided to interject and give her a helping hand. Nice to meet you too, he said with a smile as he raised his hand, interrupting her. He felt like teasing Haruheim a little by patting her head, but that might have been too much. Schwa schwa schwa, /. The nice little tree in front of them slowly danced in the wind, and its roots gradually moved from the ground, taking the shape of a seat just like theirs. Shock, /. This display greatly shocked them, because even in the Far East, magic still followed the basic rules everyone knew of. Yet now, they saw the tree move without even a single warning. I imagine you two just came from the party hall, why not take a seat and relax a little? Silver added as things started to calm down. The name of this pretty lady on my side is Haruheim, while everyone just calls me Silver. It's not hard to tell why, he said with a smile. It may be better to not share Haruheim's family name as she's part of one of the 8 ruling houses, even though by now, as you can see, she couldn't help but notice your attires. Pinch, /. While Silver spoke, Haruheim pinched his side as she blushed slightly. Ha ha. Well, the thing is, she's also from the Far East, would you two mind sharing a bit about yourselves? He asked with a smile. The two of them looked at each other in wonder, until one of them realized. Wait. The Hestia familia is known as a familia of mostly girls. There aren't that many boys in it. Amidst those that are, one of them is extremely well known. A man with silvery white eyes that. Oh. The captain of the Hestia familia. The bunny girl replied as her eyes widened. Exclamation point. This also came as a shock to the Renard, whose eyes opened wide. Was this man truly a being capable of defeating a mighty level 6? Once again, even in the Far East, level 3 was the level of heroes, the few level 4s usually appeared once per age, while level 5 adventurers were immortalized as they all achieved legendary tales passed down through time. As far as she could remember, even in the Emperor's Guards, there were only a few level 4s, and all of them were old dojo masters. There used to be a level 5, but he died of old age before they were born. He lived the life of a hero, a true myth in the flesh whose tale was immortalized by the death of another legend, but in the shape of a catastrophe. A monster. But here, such a hero. How long would he last? That might be a better question. Kid, are you implying this handsome man is the same one on everyone's lips? She asked as she whispered to her quickly. But literally everyone heard her. Of the four, 3 were beast humans that excelled at hearing while the last one was a level 4 adventurer with slightly inflated stats. Still, while Silver ignored her remarks, being even a bit proud, Haruheim flushed even further, while the bunny girl's expression became ashen. This pampered brat. She doesn't know when it's proper to speak or not. Can't she realize who she's dealing with? I know she's not used to how things flow in Orario, but still. That's what happens when you're raised in a protected environment. Ah. The embarrassment. Seeing the two of them react to his words, Silver smiled. They look quite unique, I'm sure they passed the first phase of the assessment. Their eyes are clear, even as they talk with me, they seem like good people. Hestia told me she would be decreasing the requirements for her to accept children, but I don't really expect much given how many people applied. Given the weapons on their waists, they'll likely pass the second phase too, at least, those don't look like toys to me. They're practically family by this point. It seems Haruheim will finally welcome some friends from her homeland. She had always been a little isolated on that note, especially now that Aisha is nowhere to be seen. Good for her. Now then, she's still a bit shy, so I'll try to direct things a little. The day is quite long, and I have a lot of time to spare. For the next few moments, Silver stood there with the 3 of them, hearing their stories as they laughed from time to time. And although things became a bit awkward when the duo asked how the 2 of them met, they managed to persevere somewhat. Haruheim was unable to share the story as of now, although she would still do it at a later date, exaggerating all of the details while twisting everything. Because in a sense, she was a princess, one that had been saved. And she would be forever happy for that. Notes. Phew, I really didn't expect this chapter to end up with only this interaction, 2.5k words just flew by huh. In any case, that is it from me today, peace. And sorry for the delay. Chapter 241, Recruitment Ceremony 2-part. This chapter is mostly narration, so I'm sorry for those who dislike walls of text. I tried to reduce it as much as possible, but without expanding this arc too much with more POVs, I just tried to compress everything and release it at once. That's about it, enjoy. Time passed, and the moon overtook the sun. Again and again, As Silver woke up from his peaceful dream where he did nothing but fish, the second day of the recruitment started as a crowd of people once again formed in front of the gates of the Hearth Manor. Like the first day, the Hestia Familia continued to conduct their daily examinations without any change while Lily, this time assisted by others, handed a few more tickets for those that were unable to participate yesterday. This raised the total number of applicants from around 1.3 thousand to around 1.8 thousand, a massive decrease compared to before, but expected considering there weren't many that failed to appear on time on the first day. Like before, Artemis and Leto helped them greatly in making the process smoother and faster, something Hestia would be grateful for many months if not years to come. This favor would also be something that would come back to bite her, but that was a story for another time. Although, unfortunately, Demeter was a busy goddess, not being able to stay put for too long, as such, she was unable to participate in the subsequent recruitment days. This was due to the fact fall had pretty much just started, so it was important that she, as the goddess of the biggest farming familia of Orario, was next to her children as they planted the crops that would feed Orario through winter. Still, it wasn't like the Hestia familia had no other help. As on this day, they were visited by 2 very unusual gods. A certain blonde-haired mischievous god, Hermes himself, made a quick appearance in their home to discuss something with Silver. He didn't stay for long though, leaving even before Hestia learned of his visit. And albeit no one knew for certain what they talked about, they didn't really think much about it. Hestia would later bother Silver about it though, only for him to avoid the topic smoothly. Hestia would obviously frown at this, but she allowed him to slip by unpunished. Later that day, Silver would give her a reward for this benevolence. Thankfully, this was done in the old church, otherwise, all of the girls in the Hearth Manor would have been unable to sleep that night. With that, in a paradoxical way, Hestia woke up with 200% energy and motivation, perfectly doing her job during the recruitment of the third day, much to the other goddesses' confusion and suspicion. They obviously played cards all night long, don't misunderstand. Apart from this event, the other visit came in the form of a small goddess with dark hair and a bright personality akin to the sun. A hyperactive goddess from overseas that loved to run around and make others laugh. Kichijoten, the goddess that helped Silver experience what it meant to be charmed. Albeit they haven't talked much since that day, she and her children had visited the familia more than once, and in a sense, some of the girls were more acquainted with them than even Silver himself. Albeit Kijo would often say he was avoiding her with a pout, the truth was much simpler, as it was just that in those times, Silver wasn't at home. But as planned by her overflowing intellect, on that day, they met again. It was safe to say Silver got quite overworked from running after her for a few hours. She was like a child, but more prudent, although, if that was better or not he couldn't tell. What he could say was that if you took your eyes off her for even a moment, she would seemingly vanish. There was one interesting thing that happened during her stay though. A certain rivalry between her and Hestia. Although that was more one-sided than anything. And all of this issue sprouted from jealousy. As ever since they first met, Kijo had shown great fondness for Silver, from the way she talked to the way she interacted with him, such as how she liked to sit on his lap whenever she felt the need to without a care for who was around her. Of course, this didn't bode well for Hestia and a certain blue-haired goddess. Thankfully, the recruitment had already been finished by the time Kijo and some of her children had come to visit, so no outsiders bore witness to Hestia running around her while screaming around. Silver also got somewhat upset on this day because after the recruitment was over, he could only cry in distress as he learned someone had raided his sweets on the fridge he shared with Hestia. It wasn't shared very often since it was taken as a hidden rule, but the Hestia familia had strict codes of conduct as to the usage of the fridges in particular. In order to make sure the funds for food weren't abused, Silver had one storage area repurposed to store solely food. In there, food for everyone was stored and people could eat whatever they wished from there without a care, such every morning whenever breakfast was made, the girls could go there to grab eggs and other ingredients for their own use, even if they wished to play around and make a cake in the afternoon, it was all allowed as long as they replenished the materials later on. On that note, people were also tasked with buying more food whenever something was shown to be on the low end of things. People could do this by being tasked or out of their own volition, and for that they had a community fund where people could grab the money and buy things with it, but everything had to be recorded. It was easy to track considering there were only 40 members, albeit that might have to be reconsidered now that many more would join, but that was something for the future. Knowing that they had a single storage to all, it was important to share that they also had a side kitchen where several magical fridges were located. These were meant for a few people to store their own food or whatever they bought that needed to be kept refrigerated. Each fridge was meant for a small group, normally their own squad, in an attempt to make them closer. They even had their names on it so no one would mistake who each fridge belonged to. People were also allowed to buy their own if they were interested, as magic fridges were powered by magic stones so they could be moved to their own rooms if they wished, with Silver himself having helped many girls move furniture around whenever they bought something, one of the reasons everyone had good impressions of him. Despite some of the things he did. In any case, somehow, someone opened his fridge and ate all of his sweets as he was distracted due to the first and second days of the recruitment. Above all, they somehow managed to not eat any of Hestia's sweets. Obviously, his first suspect was his goddess, but she pleaded innocence after a relentless tickling torture that lasted no more than half a minute. As such, he continued, questioning every girl in his own methods. Some were quick to reply, such as Daphne, who just replied with a straight no, and Cassandra, who shook her head earnestly. He didn't really suspect them to begin with. The triplets didn't even know a third of the names of the sweets that were devoured, making Silver feel guilty as he thought them to be rather pitiful. He promised to buy them some sweets after the recruitment was over. They didn't know where that had come from, but they welcomed it earnestly with large smiles. Still, it didn't take long for Silver to find out who it was, as he caught the little thief walking around holding a half-empty plate of orange cake, his favorite and the one he bought after waiting half an hour in a cake shop a few districts away. What he did then is better not shared. And that was it for the second day. On the third day, things continued as normal without any changes, the same process from before had been repeated, and the number of candidates rose from 1.8 to 2,000, the expected number of applicants, even though that number would likely rise by 300 or a bit more in the following days. Like before, they were once again visited by a few gods. 2 goddesses with red hair appeared, each with their own agendas. As planned a few days before, Hephaestus visited the familia with her cynical gaze and serious aura. She took this chance to continue her conversation with Silver, telling him old stories she remembered, some from heaven, others from the mortal plane. Officially, she was there to check a few things related to their contract, but in truth, she was just there to say hi and collapse on the couch as she drank tea. Or in other words, relax. Hephaestus didn't have many friends, even within her own familia, so such moments were unusually rare. That was why she treasured these moments, despite not showing it that often. Many people misunderstood her, or perhaps they did understand her, as she is indeed a girl that preferred to stay away from many meaningless relationships. Either way, she enjoyed her stay, talked with Silver about the items he commissioned, such as the possibility of making a matching pair of boots for his unique gloves, and left as she had a lot to do back home. As usual, she was a woman full of work left to finish. Silver felt a little regretful, as he had planned on showing her his progress with his own magical weapon, magic sword for Malawian Quachas, but ended up losing the opportunity to show it to her. His design had massively changed due to the many books he had read and the knowledge passed down from Hephaestus, and it was even possible to say he had skipped 4 Malawian Quachas and gone to 5 Malawian Quachas or 6, but considering he never even finished those, he just called it 4 Malawian Quachas. He wanted to finish this project, as doing so would mean leaving his own little mark in the world in a way that wasn't just being known as someone that was good at murdering monsters. Although he did not care at how such things ended up being recorded, he indeed liked to make things. It was what led him to where he was after all. Even if his desires led him in a different direction. Still, as he saw her leave the manor, he felt it was for the better, as next time he had the chance, he might be able to show her a complete product instead of a half-assed creation. Although, from her perspective, aren't all works half-assed? Well, she isn't that strict. She was actually very soft. Silver thought to himself as he looked at her walk down the street. The second god that visited them on that day was, surprisingly enough, Loki. She came alone and with her usual grin on her face, much to Hestia's annoyance. She kept provoking her all the way through her stay, and Silver almost thought she had been there just to mess with her. It wasn't unusual for Loki to go around town bothering others when she was bored, seeking interesting things to watch. And wasn't the recruitment day of her arch-nemesis a good place to cause trouble? But this time, she had a serious goal in mind. She wanted to talk with Silver in private and ask him something, albeit she refused to elaborate on the why. This clearly pissed off Hestia, who didn't allow it even till the end. But eventually, when Hestia wasn't looking, Loki pulled Silver's collar. "Hey big guy, once you have the time, pass by the Twilight Manor, I have something to ask ya," she said in a sweet tone as she whispered lightly. "Between you and me, so don't bring the milkers with you, Kay?" she asked with a smirk as she pushed him away. As she let him go, as he looked at her expression and smile, Silver pondered over her reasons. Because he couldn't tell when she was being serious from when she was joking around. Though, the truth was, it was much easier to assume Loki was constantly joking rather than trying to pull out the truths from the exaggerations and innuendos hidden between her words. If figuring out a woman's intent was hard, Loki was that but cubed. What a weird way of inviting someone over. Silver joked as well as he shook his head. "Oh ho. Is that how it sounded to you? Well." She turned around with a small teasing smile, not opening her eyes as always. "I'll be waiting for you, hi," she said as she left in a weirdly melodic tone, not even waiting for Hestia to be back to say her goodbyes to her. In a sense, Silver was relieved she did so. Hestia was already past her tolerance zone after being played around by her for a few minutes. Both of them really couldn't stay in the same room for long. I'm glad she left just as abruptly as she came. But what did she come here for, in the first place? Silver knew he could just go to her to figure that one out, but he couldn't proceed without putting some thought into it at the very least. There aren't that many things I've been doing that impacted the Loki familia in any substantial way. The fall of the Ishtar familia and the fluctuation of the prices of things is something she could use to cuss at me, but she wouldn't waste her time on that. Unless they want to ask me again about my abilities, but I already told them enough last time. There are a few things though. As we do share some work environments. Around now, they might be planning another expedition. It's been a few weeks since their last one already, so she could be here to invite me to go with them. I wouldn't mind, in fact, I would accept it. For many reasons. If possible, I would like to be present if they were to arrive on the 59th floor, but that may be hard. Expectations are that I'll reach there before them. Aside from that, could it be she has started to sniff something out? It is true many things have been happening in the dark, and Loki isn't someone to just listen to the guild's excuses. She's someone who seeks her own answers, so she might have dug around a bit, especially after Ishtar vanished. No, she definitely did, just like what she did with Ito's. If she learned something regarding Ishtar, it wouldn't be difficult for her to put her sights on me to see what I know. Hermes did visit me yesterday to talk about a few things, and considering he didn't mention her yet, it must mean Loki has yet to resort to Hermes for information. Because doing so would be revealing what she is doing, and Loki isn't someone to give away information for free like that. She'll only approach others in these situations when she's ready to either coerce something from them or propose something else. Albeit most of the time, it's the former. if she believes them to be allies as well. Lastly, the only thing I can think about is the Xenos. However, despite meeting with them frequently to train, they have not mentioned anything about meeting other adventurers in the past few weeks. Well, had it been that, I'm sure I would have been notified long ago, and had Loki figured out my connection with them, I'm sure she would have been a bit more direct. So I can't tell for certain if there's any connection in this. Either way, I don't have much time right now, so I'll have to visit her once the recruitment ends. It'll be a nice last visit before my trip outside of Orario. I'm a bit sad she didn't bring the others with her though. I've had the urge to punch Bet for once, show him how much I've grown. But they pretty much vanished. All executives of the Loki Familia have been kind of low-key in these past few weeks, as if they were on an expedition. Perhaps what Loki wants to talk with me has to do with that. It's certainly nothing extreme, nor should it be a request of any sort. Because, don't they have many other people to rely on if shit hits the gutter? Though, if it really that, I would be honored. And a bit worried too. Regardless, the truth will be revealed eventually. Where is that cricket bat? Hestia exclaimed from deep in the manor, rushing to his current position with something in her hand. I'll think about those later, for now. I have to calm down a goddess raging flame. Notes. So. I jumped the first 3 days, now I'll just jump the second phase and then jump to the grand welcoming ceremony for the new recruits, showing some of their stats and why they are meaningful to the story. These last few chaps have been quite wordy, so I wanted to end this soon. At most 3 more chapters on this arc before we start the next one. Peace. P.S. I'll be trying to add some images for Kichijoten down here. In case you have any characters that you would like made as well, just hit me up, but for now, I'll be eating something so it may take a while until they appear. That's all from me, until Sunday. Images. Chapter 242, Recruitment Ceremony 2-part. The next day, After the first 3 days of the recruitment came the day where the second part of the examination would be conducted in tandem with the first one. Unfortunately, for those that were too late, the Hestia Familia stopped handling the examination tickets, so only those that still had one would be allowed to be interviewed in the first phase in the so-called Goddesses Evaluation. Without Silver knowing, that was how people started to call the first phase of their testing, to be face-to-face with several goddesses, to answer truthfully to their questions and have your true nature exposed. This was how they felt when they sat in front of that table. Those of true hearts and intentions would be allowed to proceed, while those of dark hearts and impure thoughts would be sent back to crawl in the shadows. As time goes by, the Hestia Familia would be known for this method of examination, which would be copied by others in the future. It wasn't anything special, but the fact it was done by multiple goddesses at the same time was unseen, hence giving this simple process a rather grandiose name. While those that had yet to be interviewed waited within the party hall, the candidates that passed the first phase would be tested in the training grounds. However, this time, instead of 500 examinees per day, only 250 out of the remaining 500 tickets were called to the hall. As they had no time limit to conduct these, the Hestia Familia decided to have the load into 2 days, especially since this time, Hestia would be alone without much help to evaluate others. Or so was the plan, since midway through, Kichijoten appeared together with Dia, and the two ended up participating in the rumored goddess evaluation, shocking Hestia. She hadn't expected people to give a title to this simple procedure. But she liked it. It rolled off the tongue well. The goddess evaluation of the Hestia Familia. She kept grinning from ear to ear just from learning about it. It wasn't hard to figure out, but Hestia was an easy one to please, something Silver exploited quite frequently. As for the second exam, 230 candidates passed the first exam out of 1,500 examinees, a rate surprisingly higher than before but an understandable one since Silver specially asked Hestia to be a tad less demanding. This was so they could have more guys. They needed some of them. The reason why Hestia sent back many guys before was due to the first impression they gave her when she met them during the interview. Which wasn't a good one. But it was obvious that most guys would have impure thoughts. It wasn't easy for them to keep a steady mind in the presence of multiple gorgeous goddesses looking at them with different expressions. As such, that shouldn't be enough to prevent them from advancing. They couldn't just recruit children that had little libido or weird and unique individuals that were unaffected by their beauty, otherwise, at this rate, the Hestia Familia might indeed be demoted to a harem of sorts, and even if they denied it, others would always make the joke. And when a joke is repeated multiple times for long enough, it'll become a truth of some sorts. Silver sweated quite a bit to convince Hestia of this, but thankfully, she seemed to have taken it to heart as more males than before passed the first stage. Silver could only pray to the heavens that they would pass the next assortment. It was one thing for guys to pass the personality check, but it was another for them to pass the competency test. Silver wished to increase the ratio of men to women to that of at least 10 guys to 90 girls, a terrific rate but one big enough for those kinds of jokes to vanish. Some rumors would still rise, such as the Hestia Familia being the heaven of male adventurers. But those are much healthier than the previous ones. This ratio would also help with one of the problems Hestia had always kept at the back of her head. Perversion. The bad kind. In a situation where one gender overpowers another, problems arise as in numbers people often let go of their reason, even for the most mundane of tasks. Silver wasn't someone that would bat an eye to girls abusing boys, but given how society worked it sure as hell was easy to ignore whenever that happened. Especially if the cause of such abuse came from a well-adorned, pretty elf. Either way, if they were to balance out the distribution of the genders, such problems would likely decrease, albeit if an individual or a group passed the line, Silver was more than ready to just discipline them. Or just thoroughly exiling them from the familia. He had no qualms about that, and he had all the means to force someone to confess the truth as long as even the slightest bit of a plea for help came to his ears or the signs of such struggles were to pass through his eyes. But that was only one end of the spectrum. Because while the chances of non-consensual situations happening are low, the contrary would certainly happen with time. And Silver kind of agreed with Hestia's worries about the rise of romance and whatnot. The fact that having two people being intimate within his manor wasn't pleasant. No one wanted two friends to have sex right next to their bedroom when they were pretty much renting in their own home. But he had to give in that people would just end up loving each other. If they denied every male to prevent romance within the manor, then they'll only create another bigger issue. Of course. This wouldn't prevent girls from loving themselves. Something Silver was definitely not against. The hypocrisy. Still, such problems could be solved with rules. After all, Orario was massive with many places for people to become intimate. And adventurers like them would have no problem renting a house or outright buying one. Something that should help to reduce such instances to zero is how every room has more than two people sleeping within at any given moment, so unless there is a girl that is really kinky, or a man that has way with his words, it would be impossible for such scenarios even to happen. N1. N1.2. As for the woods surrounding the manor, to be brazen enough to do it there, Silver might even commend them for such courage. Of course, he would still heavily punish them if he somehow found out about it. The first would have to become the example so none happened after. Though he was ready for when it happened, since it's only a matter of time. If the vast majority of their members are in their late teens, what is he supposed to even do? Most schools pass through the same problem. It's the kind of thing parents think about as they see their kids grow up. Aside from his desire to have more guys enter his familia, different from the first recruitment, this time, the Hestia familia wouldn't be testing their recruits based solely on the combat potential they showed, but based on what exactly they applied for. Previously, they welcomed everyone regardless of what they wished to be. They had to be capable of fighting. This was because as a runner-up familia, they needed people to build the basis, the foundation of their strength. They couldn't have accepted 40 members only for half of them to be craftsmen, not when they registered as an explorer-type familia. It was also true that craftsmen were usually not profitable whenever they were learning. Not that it would be a problem, but the Hestia familia isn't a charity where people can come to learn and grow by feeding on their money. Either way, like before, some were here to join as smiths and alchemists, hearing about the many changes Silver was performing with the manor and the creation of the forges and the main street leading to it. It wasn't a secret that Silver was planning on opening a smith fully dedicated to the Hestia familia, a place where their smiths can grow by repairing and making small jobs for the familia. This wasn't a breach of contract with the Hephaestus familia, and in a sense, it was expected. They couldn't attend to their every needs. The Hestia familia would need specialized smiths during their future expeditions and people to perform simple repairs and produce equipment as well. The good thing about this is that they would never lack work and as such, food on their table, but the bad thing about this is that their clientele ends up limited by the people of their familia. Of course, with the Hestia smithy, they should be able to sell items to outsiders. If they get anyone to buy there, that is. There are already enough competitors as it is, and Hestia isn't a hammering god. If a smith wishes to pick up the hammer to reach the apex of his craft and be famous, then they'll eventually go to a place that can allow them to do so. Which may very well be what their smiths will end up doing. They might have entered the Hestia familia to rise with them but will eventually depart to reach the pinnacle of their craft. Can they really be scorned then? The others were here to join as alchemists or even other professions. For reasons similar to the previous one. This came with many challenges, of course, but Silver was confident that as a first-class adventurer, together with his unique abilities, he had more than enough resources to support all during their first steps. But in essence, not all were here to fight as their main goal, perhaps none were. What led someone to join a familia was highly individual. Even if for a god, their tale might be just a repetition of another. But from time to time, something unique and singular happened. Adventurers that succeeded in their adventures, people meant to become something greater. Crack. Aha. Finally some action. A girl with red hair said with a smile as she cracked her knuckles, a large grin forming on her face as her eyes burned with a fiery passion. Try to keep it in your pants, your expression is scaring the onlookers. An Amazon with black hair muttered on the side as she covered her face. If they can't deal with this, then they're better off leaving. Different from the aspiring alchemists and smith, perhaps a few were indeed just here to fight. From this group of excited people, the next generation of members would be chosen. Those that would gloriously pave the path of the future. Or fall following it. It was time to bring them into the limelight. Clap. When the time for the test arrived and the gates to the manor were closed, Daphne clapped her hands loudly, gathering the attention of all to her as she stepped into a small but elegant stand made of wood and rock, obviously created with Silver's magic. In fact, many of the items being used in this recruitment had been made or influenced by him, and in a sense, that was what made the Hestia Familia what they were, it was their symbol even. Like many things done differently this time, Silver wasn't here to make a speech, albeit he was observing the exam from the windows of his office. Sometimes, Daphne would see his face and his annoying smirk, causing her poker face to break momentarily as she twitched her lips. But she focused, remembering the lengthy speech she had memorized, most of it having been written by the bastard watching her on the third floor. For her speech, she held a magic item in her hand, a simple megaphone to amplify her voice to all. After clearing her throat, she said loudly, "Now, everyone. We'll proceed with the second phase of the examination." Cheers. The people cheered and Daphne waited. After giving them enough time to settle down, she proceeded. As shared previously through the pamphlets and word of mouth, this time, we won't be looking solely for those that show promise as hunters that know how to fight or have the will to be on the front lines. Today, each and every one of you can and should show us the best of your abilities. She said as she pointed at them all with a smirk so rare even Silver's eyes opened wide with surprise. If you wish to become a smith, then prove it to us in the forge, hold the hammer. If you wish to become an alchemist, then we have the materials, brew anything. If you wish to fight monsters, then we have the blades, you just have to slash it. Step forth and show us your will to improve and to strength to go after your dreams. Because if you do so, then we'll help you achieve it. She said deeply as she turned to the side. Phew. First part done. Next. She raised her right hand, pointing towards someone standing like a statue in the side due to nervousness. Now, in an orderly fashion, my friend Cassandra shall name several tests we've prepared accordingly for today. If the test you came here for is called, then follow the instructions. Then, like a machine, she started to repeat several lines in a near-robotic manner. All of the excitement and eagerness she showed previously had seemingly vanished. Daphne had likely trained these so many times she grew tired of it. Each of you will be given 2 tries but you may only partake in a trial once, meaning, you can choose 2 trials to participate but not the same one. Your score in both tests won't add up, and we'll prioritize only one of the 2, so make sure to do your best and choose the vocation you're most confident at. In case you aren't feeling well or due to an unforeseen injury or complications, we will provide you with the necessary facilities for recovery so you may test again, but in case the examinee is truly unable to proceed, then they may continue on another day for as long as the recruitment is being held or if they possess a try left. Be warned that trying to cheat these values will lead to immediate disqualification and darkening of your relationship with the Familia. If it is learned you have passed your ticket number to someone else, the same shall apply. Daphne proceeded to say a few more things until she let out a small sigh, color returning to her face as she smiled once more. Remember to be true to yourselves and to do what you can do. Pushing yourselves can lead to better results, but overdoing is not always the right option. Consider different solutions to your problems and be creative. There is no need to feel pressured as we plan on greatly increasing our numbers. All of you have a chance. Daphne had a weird smile on her face. Most may not notice it but Cassandra and Silver who knew her personally did. She was definitely forcing herself to smile there. Like a businesswoman doing a speech. And of course, good luck. She said as she turned around to leave, tapping Cassandra's shoulder as a signal for her to step up. Clap. Meanwhile, everyone clapped, including Silver who smiled from his perfect view. Following that, trying her best to not stumble, Cassandra took her place in front of the podium, placing a small piece of paper on the stand in front of her as she started to read what it said. Not trying to diminish her efforts, Cassandra did memorize a lot of what she was meant to say, but she was so nervous she forgot everything and even her name. So as a last resort of having her say the lines, she was given a piece of paper with everything in it. The reason why she was chosen for this speech was because Silver was grooming Cassandra to be one of the faces of the Familia as she was the sole high-potential healer they had and will likely ever have. She was very pretty too, if only she was more confident and stood up with pride like Daphne. Then. Starting with the combat exam. Cough. Please. Follow the lady holding the red flag to the. Following her words, dozens of people started to move in sync with her words as everything flowed smoothly according to their wishes. The examinations went well and everyone managed to do their part, be it in making something or bashing a training dummy to pieces. There were also many talented newcomers, putting quite the pressure on the previous members. It seemed the Hestia Familia would be quite heated for a while. And the days passed as the other examinees were processed. 4 days later, The welcoming ceremony for all that passed was starting. Notes. This is it, the recruitment is over and only the ceremony is pending. After that, a few events before Silver departs from Orario. That's about it everyone, peace. Chapter 243, Recruitment Ceremony 2 End. /chatter, / Is it starting? Someone asked in a low tone as they looked at the side. It should be, everyone has already arrived, we're only a bit late though. A girl replied as she looked back towards the manor where a large circular clock hung, a new addition and Silver's idea. Thankfully we're not under the sun, it's rather pleasant even. Nod, / Agreed. The girl replied with a nod. In the large training field behind the manor, a large crowd of people gathered, a festive mood in the air. Many chairs had been layered into many lines, a small part occupied by people wearing uniform, the first batch of children to join the Hestia Familia. The girls that composed the Familia and the 3 bald boys that spent most of their time training and going to the dungeon. But they were just a quarter of the total present. Next were the newcomers, those that, out of 2,000, were accepted into the Familia as worthy to be trained and that had the desire to accomplish more than just fame and wealth. Most of them at least. Almost the entire size of the previous Apollo Familia, a total of 120 individuals had been added to their ranks. 109 girls and 11 boys, changing the ratio from 49 girls/4 boys to 158 girls/15 boys, or to be more precise, 10 girls and a little bit more to 1 boy. Actually, the ratio hadn't changed that much. Not including Emma and Lily, recent additions to the Familia and likely one of the many future cases where Silver would pull someone into the Familia outside of the rules. Though if someone were to raise the subject to him, he would only laugh and say, I made the rules, I'll follow them, but they weren't meant for me. Of course, he would say that as a joke, but he wasn't lying either, the rules he imposed into the Familia were more to stop others rather than himself. If there comes a day one of the members wishes to bring someone into the Familia outside of recruitments, Silver may accept it if they pass Hestia's or his tests. Otherwise, if he did not impose any rules and limitations, people would find ways to get displeased by themselves. Because if he can bring others into the Familia, why can't the others? He needed to set boundaries, and he wanted them to be of respect and not fear and power. It's okay if they respect him for his power, but he doesn't wish to manage the Familia through fear like Apollo once did. Either way, from aspiring individuals that knew little of the dungeon to already established adventurers, all kinds of people had been gathered into this crowd here today. With the rise of their popularity and prestige, including the rumors from their resources to the capabilities of its captain, the Hestia Familia managed to recruit several adventurers and strong people from outside of Orario. Level 1 and even a few Level 2 adventurers. But as to be expected, no Level 3 and above adventurers joined them, more so because there were none available. Unless a pretty strong Familia were to be vanquished, where would those Level 3 adventurers even come from? Oh wait. It just so happened that one Familia had indeed been disbanded. And to be expected from that, there were a few Amazons from the Ishtar Familia that tried to join them, girls that hadn't found a Familia they liked amidst the sea of gods within Orario. It was hard to find a home. But only 2 managed to pass the selection and stay here with them. This was because most of these Amazons weren't really serious or even willing for that matter, they only wanted to give it a shot because they were attracted to Silver. Most Amazons seek a strong partner, and it had to be one that fits their criteria, their type. And Silver was a guy that was very easy to accept simply due to his personality, different from guys like Bet who were too angry and rude to guys like Belle who were too passive and innocent to even face a naked girl. As expected, Hestia kicked them all away with a red expression, and even if their intentions were pure and rather straightforward, she accepted nothing except a no for an answer. So in the end, only 2 Amazons passed the training. Why? Because Silver wasn't their type, a rather superfluous answer that seemingly satisfied Hestia. They liked younger boys. 2 Level 2 Amazons that had been waiting all this while to join. Previously, they were just Berbera candidates that focused most of their time training to become stronger, so they weren't prostitutes. Though didn't mean they were inexperienced. Either way, if they were pure or not that wasn't of Silver's concern, not that he would have liked to know anyway as such information might have been more dangerous than useful. 2 beautiful girls like any other Amazon, girls that would be welcomed into the Familia with open arms. Silver's only fear was the possible influence those girls would have on the young girls and boys, but maybe, things weren't as severe as he thought. He couldn't act as their father all the time, these children could do whatever they wished with their lives. So was what he thought. He raised many rules exactly in expectation of such scenarios to happen, at least he wouldn't be having these thirsty Amazons taking advantage of anyone while within manor grounds. Outside. His power wanes. But eventually, they would all have to return. In front of them, a wide stage had been raised where all of the executives of the Hestia Familia stood, all Level 2 adventurers. Their uniforms were slightly different from the others, with Cassandra's and Daphne's being unique due to their positions as a healer and vice captain respectively. Cassandra's clothes were mostly a thing due to Silver pushing it forward by using several excuses that everyone just couldn't refuse. It was an elegant and sleek dress that covered all of her body, parting up around her knees. It wasn't really that much different from her usual more reserved fashion, but it highlighted her beauty and matureness despite her lack of self-confidence. Everyone seemed to like it. Image. Silver wanted her to be different since he was raising her as a healer who would contest with the world's very best, such as the DEA Saint. As such, her appearance had to be significant enough so people could remember her whenever they saw her. She didn't quite like to gather attention to herself, but the clothes were comfortable to wear and they looked good too. Cassandra was still a girl at the end of the day. And since everyone was happy, and the fact she also liked the clothes, she ended up adopting the style for herself as well. In a sense, wasn't this a gift to her? The thought alone caused her to be unable to sleep sometimes. Apart from them, there were 3 more standing side by side on the left side of the podium in the middle of the stage. A short-haired Amazon with a cold expression, though she seemed a bit nervous. A red-haired elf with a sharp expression, she may try to look tough but behind her back, she was constantly fidgeting her fingers. And a blonde human with a cool and serene gaze, she was actually the calmest of the bunch. The 3 executives of the Familia who had recently leveled up, Igva, Fernan, and Laver. But to complete this scene, 2 more people were needed. Well, a few more to be exact. Since on the side, a small group of people waited, those were the children and their respective goddesses that helped them during the recruitment week. They sat on a separate row of seats, watching the event unfold with smiles. Goddess Artemis, serious as always, and some of her children, they helped during the second part of the examination as sparring partners. Goddess Leto, charming and elegant, and her children, they helped a bit less this time, they were mostly here to accompany their goddess and a certain blue-haired elf. Also due to the food, they heard rumors that there would be a large feast after the ceremony. Goddess Kichijoten, unable to contain her excitement. Together with some of her children, here to thank Silver for saving them one more time as they failed to do it in person a few times. They were also here because they made many friends in the Familia. As such, this was more than a simple ceremony of a friendly Familia, they were seeing their friends succeed in life. And they were also here because they were worried about their goddess. She couldn't leave their home unattended. Goddess Dia, calm and composed, together with Sophia, Emma's sister. And the 2 male gods no one really cared for. Mayak and Takamikazuchi. Together with Naza and the children of the Far East. Unfortunately, like always, Hephaestus was unable to be present due to her job and Demeter was still busy planting and harvesting crops in the near-infinite fields of her home outside of Orario. She did send a letter, wishing Hestia and everyone their regards together with a basket of the best quality fruits her fields had produced. She was indeed a very likable person. Silver was still thinking of what to give to her once they meet again. After all, friends should give each other things, one should not expect to only receive in life. Still, everyone waited patiently for the ceremony to start, chattering and whispering silently. Where was their goddess? Many thought in unison, meanwhile, Bua. My dress isn't closing. Hestia exclaimed loudly as she tried to zip her dress. Unfortunately, her chest was a tad too big, whoever bought this piece had missed her proportions by 1 size. I did it with no problem last week when we went to buy it. Why is it not fitting now? You unless. Did I? Get weight. In truth, it was nothing of the sort, it was mostly her own mistake as when they went to buy the dress, she asked the cashier for a model 1 size lower because she felt the one she tried on was hanging a little bit. And in the end, she hadn't tried the new size on, leading to this catastrophic discovery. With tears in her eyes, Hestia started to expect the worst, losing the strength to continue. Brush. Brush, So dramatic. Meanwhile behind her, Silver brushed her long dark hair without a care in the world, even yawning a little as he saw her go through all stages of grief, stopping in anger. Don't you have even a tiny bit of urgency? We're late. She said out loud as she looked at his face through the reflection in the mirror. No, not late, it's called being fashionable. Fashionably late. Silver replied as he corrected Hestia, making her expression grow serene without the urge to even give him a snarky reply. Relax, the more you lose your cool the harder it'll be for you to zip that in place. He said as he stopped brushing her hair. If he wanted to, Silver could easily solve all of their problems, from their clothes to makeup and even their smells, he could control it all with a snap of his fingers. But most of the time, Silver preferred to follow a more organic way of living, otherwise, he would always teleport around and convert matter into food while also not wasting any time taking baths. He was certainly capable of such but he preferred to enjoy the little things, how else would he be able to brush the hair of Goddess and feel the sweetness within life? Here, perfect, you look incredible. Silver said as he touched her waist lightly, instantly adjusting the size of her clothes to fit her. It wasn't anything impressive, he just stretched the fibers of her clothes, allowing the zip to pass through her chest, the most dangerous area of all. And then, it became just right. Thank you. She said as she watched herself in the mirror. Silver is really handy. Sigh, I should stop being so prickly about these things. Feeling a bit disappointed with herself, she looked at her expression in the mirror. Hestia wore a simple white dress with red strips to symbolize her rule over fire together with red ribbons on her head together with a pair of black sandals. She had no makeup on, that was because she didn't need it and also because, in this situation, wearing lipstick and so on wouldn't be fitting. Instead, it might make her look forceful, or even desperate for attention. Ishtar was a good example. If she was a goddess of beauty and proud to be the prettiest girl in both heaven and earth, why wear makeup in the first place? Then again, what was beauty? Especially to a god. Was there really a face that could charm all of heaven and earth alike, or was beauty a more subjective idea? Hestia's look was much more formal compared to her usual one-piece dress, twin tails, and slippers she tended to walk around in. And of course, her infamous blue strip that defied logic. She looked gorgeous nonetheless, not that she never did. Image. Well then, shall we? They must be waiting for us by now. Silver said as he gave her his arm. Nervous. How couldn't I? Before I knew. But Silver pressed his finger against her lips. We already talked about this before, you don't need to work extra hard to be the perfect goddess for them all. Although I may pull at your feet from time to time so you don't go too far, don't let it take over your head, be yourself and smile. We mortals don't really expect all gods to act almighty and to be serene. If that were to be the case, Naza wouldn't complain about Mike burning half of his ingredients all the time and causing quite the smell in his familiar home. Silver joked as he tapped her shoulders. I gave you the lines, but it's up to you to say what you wish and in what order. You aren't going to pinch my waist like you did last time? She asked as she remembered the last recruitment. I will not. At that time, I needed you to be a bit serious. Because there's a time and place for everything. Silver said as a bead of sweat fell from the side of his forehead. That just sounds like an excuse. She added as her eyes sharpened. Because it is. Smiling awkwardly, Silver scratched his chin while Hestia exhaled. I got it, you won't be seeing this side of me any longer. She said with enthusiasm as she pumped her fist high. A shame, I like to give you bits of advice like this. He replied with a smile as he touched her cheeks, making her blush. Later. She replied as she tapped his chest. That's a promise. Silver teased as he turned to the wall. Let's give them a ceremony they won't forget easily. And then I'll give you a night worth remembering. Haha. Not that it's any different from the usual. He raised his right hand, and with a snap of their fingers, they vanished as fire enveloped them. Notes. That's it, the end of the recruitment ceremony. Now, I don't remember when the statuses were revealed, but it should be soon anyway. After that and a few interactions like I said last chap, we'll start putting all of Aurario's matter in a bag and go away into the next arc. Also, I hope you like the images. I tried to make them look good but I also didn't want to spend too long in it. After all, I have another novel to edit about now. That's about it, peace. Chapter 244, Closing Chapter. Enjoy. Hopefully. On Patreon we have already started the next arc, so if you're interested, go check it out. That's about it, peace. /embers. /. As the people waited for the ceremony to start, flames suddenly flared in the middle of the stage between the executives. /commotion. This caused many to grow wary and fearful that something had gone wrong as they stumbled back slightly, but as they noticed the expressions of those around them, they instead grew confused at their calmness. Since all of the executives remained in place, unbothered by this situation. While the normal members of the Familia, the original 40-ish members all remained stoic. They were all too used to this kind of scene. In a sense, it wouldn't be their captain if he didn't squander his powers once or twice. He might affirm that he's low profile, but the thing he loved doing the most was showing off his abilities and watching their reactions. That's why they all grew numb at it, not that they got immune to it. Silver still has many tricks on his sleeve. /step, / gasp, / From within the flames, two people stepped into the stage, dressed elegantly yet not ostentatiously. A man and a woman, mortal and immortal. The captain of the Hestia Familia and the goddess herself. /gasps, / Indeed. He was quite impressive up close. Was what many thought as they gazed at Silver. To half of the people in this courtyard, this was the first day they were actually seeing the men in the flesh. Aside from newspaper journals and the war games themselves. Some hadn't even seen his face, the more unbelievable that may be, although those were a very selective minority. But they all agreed that his entrance was quite phenomenal. How many can pull forth such a thing? To step from within the flames that sprung from nothing. This would leave even the gods jealous, many of them would desire to look cool, it was a motto many lived by. Silver's magic grew more absurd by the day, and as his body strengthened, the closer he got to his full potential. Though as he said before, in some ways, he already went beyond what his previous life once accomplished. Still, for most, they could only gasp in awe as he kept revealing more and more magical abilities, making them wonder. What was his magic truly about? But only a few could reply to that. Nice to meet you all. Again and for the first time. Silver said with a smile as he let go of Hestia's hand, taking a step forward onto the podium. He pulled a small microphone near his face, saying, "Sorry to make you all wait, let us start this ceremony, we have quite the day ahead of us." With those words, complete silence came to the area as even those that whispered amidst each other stopped, eager to hear his words. And thus, Silver started speaking. "Firstly, I would like to later, and once again. Welcome to the Hestia Familia." Hestia exclaimed loudly as she beamed the sunniest smile she could muster, a natural one at that. Cheers, claps, After a small but plentiful ceremony, both Silver and Hestia had their time to speak, thanking those who helped them, sharing encouraging words to those who had walked alongside them and with those who would also follow in their footsteps from now on. They also introduced the executives, albeit that number was soon to increase. A little bit about their past, and their expectations for the future, the usual you would imagine to hear. But that was pretty much the extent of what they talked about their familia matters. This wasn't a ceremony meant to teach and welcome. Yes, they were welcoming everyone, but it was mostly a party, to thank all that were here and to also crack a little bit of the ice between everyone. Once this was over, then they would teach the newcomers the rules and what to expect from the future, just like he did when the familia was only he and Hestia. It was something they were already prepared for. In short, it was a rather light speech, but such was the mood and theme of the Hestia Familia. To be more than just a group, a true family, not tied to any major responsibilities or hurdles. They also had no greater goals like the Loki Familia, so there was no need to speak overly formally or to inspire others to achieve the greatness beyond. Not even Finn did that. He spoke truthy and rather bluntly, but it seemed that people preferred it that way, to hear true words rather than empty promises. He wasn't here to give a lecture or a presentation to a bunch of shareholders. In fact, he was the boss in this situation. He just wished to convey his emotions to them all in a way that would look strange. Because over time, as they grew closer and more used to each other, then that would be the time to speak in a more emotional way, he wouldn't want to overwhelm others. Regardless, seeing everyone smile, Silver also smiled as he turned to look at the executives, giving them a nod as he raised his right hand. Snap tremble. Silver snapped his fingers, the sound of it echoing throughout the training area, causing all to stop cheering at once. Enough words. Let's enjoy this moment a little. He said with a chuckle as the stage started to tremble. Move. An invisible force slowly pushed the entire stage back, opening a large area where all could stand without a problem. Crack. The ground parted open, and many large tables 30 meters long and 3 meters wide rose from the depths of the earth. Atop them, dozens of different kinds of foods could be seen for all kinds of palates. This was the true ceremony. A proper party where they could feast and enjoy their time a little without much thought. Of course, alcohol had been kept at a bare minimum. Silver still wanted everyone to be in good shape for the rest of the day. It wouldn't be good to party up and then collapse. That wasn't the image he wished to convey to the world. Enjoy. We have a lot of food but no alcohol, at most a little bit of it. The day is still a long one and we still have much awaiting us, so don't fatten yourself to the point you can't stand. I've warned you. Silver said with a smirk as he manifested a small silvery cup in his hand, matching his eyes. He turned to the guests, raising his cup to them. Albeit I can only speak for those of the Hestia Familia. You'll find some drinks on the far left. His eyes then sharpened. If I see anyone from our side there taking a sip, I'll be taking note of your face. Drink it at your own risk. Don't you think it's unfair for you to be able to drink? Hestia asked out loud as she looked at Silver with a gaze full of irony. Silence. They all awaited his response. This is grape juice, it's safe. He said as an excuse as he took a light sip from it, causing the watchers to laugh. It was clearly a lie, what a shameless captain. Though truthy, the alcoholic content of that wine was extremely low, it wasn't that far from being grape juice. Chatter. Either way, as he proclaimed those words, the mood was set. Welcome to the Hestia Familia. Silver, Hestia, and the executives said in unison they had trained for this. With that, the first few to break the ice made their way with hurried steps to the tables, ready to snatch away the food while the slow ones stood in the back, too embarrassed to walk forward. These people included a group of 3 bald kids, 1 small cat girl with a smirk on her face, and even 2 of the executives, the Amazon and the red-haired elf, much to their companions' judgmental gazes. They were meant to be an example, not join them. But Silver could not care less, as he was happy for as long everyone was smiling, especially his little goddess. Those guys. He said as he looked at them run. There's no need to rush it, there's enough for everyone. You'll make them think I starve you all. You all deserve it, go have some fun. Silver looked at the side, noticing a friend staring at him from further away. He was resting his back on a tree, trying to look cool but failing miserably at so, he just looked like a creep. It was a certain elf with a pair of thick glasses. So you managed to come. Welcome home, Loiju. Enjoy the food. The party had just started, it wouldn't last long, but it didn't have to. Good memories were like that, raveling too much in them can cause incomprehensible happiness, but getting too drunk on it isn't healthy. Or so was what Silver thought. A minute or so later, while the people gathered around the table, striking conversations with each other. Why are you looking at me? Silver asked as he looked at Hestia. Aren't you going to join them? She asked as she fidgeted with her hair. I wanted to brag to the others. But I lost my enthusiasm. Plainly speaking, I had the urge to declare our relationship. Now that we're at this stage. But I know that such things are meant to be discussed, that C-couples must overcome their problems together. Still, I can't move on alone. Not now, I'm a bit eager but I have to wait a bit. Why? She asked with a confused expression. Because I'm their captain, I can fool around, I can play with them, I can make jokes with them, smile and the like. But I must be a receptacle of their trust. To do that, I must maintain some level of self-control and matureness, because if I cross this line, then getting the respect and trust one desire may prove difficult. I'm not trying to inspire others like Argonaut. It would be like treading on a thin line. And since everyone is different and the future has endless possibilities, being on good terms with everyone would be impossible. There are many kinds of respect others can give me, but I must aim at the whole. At least if I wish to do my job. I don't really mind what others think of me, but can I say the same to those I care about? I won't be forced to be what I don't want to become, so I'm making my choice right here and now. It may change, my tastes may alter, people will get displeased regardless. But this is the style I wish to convey to others, or at least, the first impression. We can always grow closer together, then things might change again. It's just that being overly friendly, or even overly distant will have their own repercussions. I'm tilting to the left, but until we grow closer together, I won't let myself loose. That makes it sound like I'm some sort of caged beast. I'm just making the more stabler choice, as that is. Responsibility. He lightly touched her shoulder. You don't need to feel pity for me, it's nothing, a minute or two looking cool atop the stage, that's all I need to do. Once everyone starts talking to each other and forgets I'm here. Then I'll go down and have some fun too, I still haven't had breakfast so I'm itching for something right now. Either way, you should go on, can you see how awkward Take and the others are? They need you there to break the ice, just say whatever. Alright. But Silver, don't forget. Just like you told me to be the goddess I wish to become, then I'll ask of you the same. Don't force yourself to be the captain you don't wish to be, otherwise, this familia will stop being your home to something like a job. Or even a chore. Just think about Hephaestus and her terrible living antics. She said as she puffed her cheeks. Puffed. Alright, I got it, don't need to remind me of my own words. Silver said as he chuckled. But thank you, I do appreciate it. Guess I've grown a bit stiffer over the last few days without me knowing. He said as he touched his own neck. Why do you think that? Hestia asked as she tilted her head. Well. Because if things have reached a point where you're giving me advice, then I. Pout. As he spoke, Hestia's eyebrows twitched as she pouted, and for a moment, Silver felt a slight spike prickle his skin. Divinity. Looks like he had poked her a tad too much. The two smiled, welcoming the start of a new chapter of their lives. Or would it be just another page? Well, that would be for the scholars of the future to decide. Notes. I've just checked, and I thought the blessings would be shown in this chat but I was wrong, there are still some chapters left before that. Oops. Since that's the case, here is a bit of a preview. Emma Flores. Level. Strength I. Vitality I 2-. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic I. Physical resistance I. Magic. Skills. Rain Amour. Hemer Grasp. To be expected from a girl that became an adventurer about a week in the timeline LOL. Or maybe not. This isn't the status of a level 1. Chapter 245, Blessings. Sorry for the delay, today was my birthday so I took a little bit of a time off to enjoy the day, here's the chat piece. Around 2 hours later, I'll be visiting again soon. Kitcha Jotun exclaimed as she left through the front gates, excited as ever. Phew. Her children were behind her, tired and helpless looks on their faces as they exhaled, but they weren't unhappy. Be free to do so, though I won't promise to be here. Silver replied with a chuckle. Then it won't be fun. Well, then you'll have to send a letter. But that breaks the surprise. Guess there's no satisfying answer for her. After filling their bellies with food and drinks, the ceremony finally came to an end. Some of the guests stayed until the end like Take, who loved the food, definitely not because he was poor. Despite the complaints of his children who were embarrassed by his antics. Others left early like Mayak who was buried up to his neck in commissions. Even Naza wanted to leave as she needed rest. Cleaning up after Mayak wasn't easy and it left her drained. But they all agreed that they had a good time. During the party, Silver had the opportunity to talk with many. He thanked Take for training him in martial arts, and that he hoped for both of their familias to grow close to each other. Although there was still much to learn until he became a martial master, Silver could already see the difference practicing them made as a form of both mental and physical exercises. He thanked Mayak for tolerating his stupid ideas and making them reality, telling him he still had many left in his sketches. The idea of studying his body was one Silver left at the back of his head ever since he awakened his powers, but the thought of actually pursuing it crossed his mind only once before he scratched it away. The infrastructure necessary to even start and the time it would take to achieve meaningful progress which may result in completely inconclusive or just useless data was too much for him to bear. But maybe through alchemy, he could induce something to happen, something bigger beyond his previous achievements. And even if not, there were many alchemical products he could create with the help of a god. He talked with Artemis about his plans to leave Orario for a while and if she would be willing to go with him, even if just for a few days. And against his expectations, she accepted almost immediately, and he suspected that had to do with the words of her captain. Though he could not confirm if that was the case. Whatever she had been feeding Artemis these past few months has slowly turned her into a rather understandable girl who was willing to put some time into herself rather than protecting others all the time. Artemis never neglected herself, she just never saw the point in caring for herself with anything other than proper manners in mind. But now, things were different. Artemis was as busy of a woman as Hephaestus was, so Silver did not expect much from that department, especially given her just nature of protecting the weak. Pastime and relaxing on a field trip doesn't quite fulfill those agendas, on the contrary, it makes her sound uncaring even. As hypocritical as that may sound. Though of course, only through the eyes of someone that does not know her, or someone that is too self-centered. And although they would still have to plan a bit more, Silver was thankful she would participate. He did not know how long he would stay outside, but his list of things to do shouldn't take over a week to be completed even if he takes his sweet time doing them. Not counting travel time, though it would have to be seen if they would teleport around or if they would try to enjoy the road. And not counting any side trips. Who knew what would pop up while on the road? Maybe he would decide to travel very far and see how the world outside looked like. From the extreme northern mountains to the country of Amazons on the southeast, there was much to visit. Regardless, they would have to teleport one way or another, otherwise their trip would take forever. As for Leto and Dia, this time, he focused his attention on their children. He learned of the progress of Leto's children and congratulated them all for the speedy growth while also learning more about the goddesses in the process, something he did not mind in the slightest. Talking and learning more about pretty women that weren't egocentric wasn't that bad at all. Because it was rather pleasurable to talk with someone that knew how to actually do so, regardless of their appearance, it was just a bonus that they were eye candies. It was a bit awkward that due to his height, he was always looking down on others, but that was mostly a small detail. Leto's captain said she would catch up to him, only to cause all others to promise that as well, breaking her emotional moment. Silver believed she had the potential to do so since reaching level 4 within a year wasn't an impossibility. And since he didn't know how long he would remain as a level 4 as well. His training was bearing fruit, but there was still much to accomplish, his body could be pushed to greater heights, he knew it, he just had to go out there and bleed a little. Break a few bones. Lose a limb or two again. The stronger they got, the more reliable partners they would have, and Silver would use as many resources as needed to have that come into being. If it'll take a few years for his own familia to acquire some level 4 adventurers, then it would be wise to grom some level 3 adventurers on the outside. As for his greatest partner, the dumb elf eating in the corner, he was currently talking with an Amazon girl with quite the enthusiasm. Loiju had never been awkward with his words, on the contrary, he was rather good at it. The problem was his previous antics, most of which he had outgrown. Gambling. His money problems. His grumbling personality. And his attitude towards work. Having put all of that away made him quite attractive since now he wasn't the gloomy elf sitting behind the guild counter but the confident elf male with a rather charming appearance. But to accomplish his full potential, they would have to train his demeanor a little, and remove those eye bags too. If only he realized he was being hit on by the Amazon. Though honestly, she was terrible at it too, watching it from afar made Silver chuckle. He took a few photos of the occasion in secret, he would use them to their full extent in the future to annoy them both. But alas, for now, he'll leave them to figure out things for themselves. The ceremony itself lasted only an hour, enough to give people time to drink, eat, and get to know each other, but once it was over, Silver rose to the stage and called its end with a closing speech. With that, the people dispersed, with the guests leaving after exchanging their farewells, and everyone else departing to the manor, the boys first because they were fewer in number. There were only 11 boys that joined them. One of them was a level 2 adventurer, a hunter from outside of Orario, having decided to join the Hestia Familia due to his desire to improve his archery skills. Previously a member of a small familia that had recently disbanded due to its god's desire to travel the world, he who could not abandon his home stayed, parting away with the people he once called family, and still will if they ever meet again. 5 were already level 1 adventurers, joining for similar reasons the previous executives did, problems with their original familias or maybe a desire to pursue greater things, but nothing extreme. There were many familias that took simpler positions regarding the world, not all were like Leto, Artemis, Hermes, and the like, they instead lived life day by day, and to many, that wasn't enough. The rest were aspiring boys that wished to grow. More on them over time, they'll be recurrent characters like the triplets. Transferring the blessing to them all was pretty fast, they just gathered all of the boys in one room and had them in a line, they would then lift their shirts and Hestia would inscribe her blessing on their backs with a droplet of her blood. Following that, she would transcribe the divine hieroglyphs into the common language so others could read it. Once that was done, the updated statuses were all handed to Silver who inspected it all to understand the level of the guys that joined. Of course, all of them saw their own statuses, some of them even had skills right off the bat. And 2 of them showed potential for being mages. Nothing could go wrong with this extremely simple scenario, it would be hard for problems to even rise. Yet, there was Silver, with his arms crossed, observing the boys with a solemn gaze almost like a statue, he was silently warning them, no chit-chat with the goddess. For the boys, he was mostly doing his job as the captain by staying near Hestia while also trying to avoid problematic relationships from budding too early. This was done in other familias as well since their members would normally try not to romance their patron, though of course, gods were like people and they could fall in love with whoever they wanted. But she knew the truth. Silver was being cautious, and not of danger. She found it cute, especially when he denied it when she was done, she had found something to tease him about fiercely as it was something she didn't know about him. It seemed he was much more conscious of her than she had ever imagined. And she liked it. Though it did make her pout a little because that might come from concern and a bit of jealousy, yet it also implied that he did not put much trust in her. And on that note, she did not exactly know how Silver felt. Lastly, she also took this opportunity to update the status of the triplets who had grown immensely. They were still far from level 2, but Hestia actually believed that if they were given another half year, they may reach the next stage, being on par with the growth speed shown by other top-class adventurers. Though, what rank they would achieve amidst them after that would depend on how much their stats grew in that time frame. To achieve a status of B or A, or maybe even S. How high was their potential? Now. The girls were a tad more complicated. With close to 100 girls joining, there was no room aside from the main hall and the party hall that could encompass all of them at the same time, at least in an orderly way. And Silver couldn't have them do the update in the central garden, it was simply too exposed to many windows, and even if he prevented any boys from peeking, he could not prevent the girls from getting anxious, they may even get estranged and stressed from taking out their shirts amidst themselves, much less if they thought they were being spied on. But, like before, they were already prepared for this. With a snap of his fingers, Silver raised the makeshift room in the garden, for long dark cloths were raised to form a room, and all of the girls, including the 49 girls that joined before gathered within. Silver expected mayhem to ensue, but he underestimated their orderliness. All girls stood in line without problem, meanwhile, the previous members of the Hestia Familia stood as guards, preventing any boys from intruding. Though that was hardly necessary. Of the 15 boys, the triplets were uninterested in these matters as of now, mayhaps because puberty hormones had yet to catch up to them or merely because they weren't really interested in it. Silver could watch them from afar if he was interested, though doing so would only be digging a grave for himself, as later down the line Hestia would eventually learn about it from conversing with him. Everything that it would take would be one single question. And if lied, she would know, if he told the truth, he was dead. As for the other 11 boys that just joined, there were only 3 that seemed somewhat interested in peeking, not that the others were gay, they definitely wanted to see, but as society requires, they just turned a blind eye to what was happening around them. Even then, it was not like all girls inside were to their eyes. After all, there were some 20-year-old beauties that's for sure, but there were also children growing. And even if it was somewhat more acceptable for younger girls to pursue older boys, the preference was still for the age gap to not be daunting. They wouldn't risk their lives to see a 13-year-old girl. Even if she looked 16. They very much preferred to see the vice captain Daphne because sheesh. Still, those 3 would not dare to cause trouble, not on the first day. They had just been blessed, meaning they were now stuck with them for an entire year. Why would they cause trouble for trying to sneak in a closed room with 150 girls surrounded by close to 10 level 2 adventurers and a goddess? Yeah, not really a smart choice. To top it all off, Silver had been assigned as a guard as well. If the coffin had already been closed before, it was now buried 100 feet under. There was no way they could dig it up now. There was only problem though, Silver could not comprehend why they would assign him such a role, but there he was, sitting on a chair outside of the cloth room with a tired expression. Behind him, dozens of beauties took off their bras as they received their blessings, yet he was told to sit outside in the sun like a guard dog. He was 100% sure this was a form of revenge from all the executives and his goddess. But fine, he said, I'll play along, he thought. And he wouldn't fall into their trap, since he knew Hestia would try to dig up something from him when this was over. So he sat down and relaxed before erecting a barrier around the cloth, almost sleeping as the peaceful sounds of nature washed over his ears. Notes. A little bit of an exposition together with a conclusive ending to the previous event. Hope you had fun, until next chap. Chapter 246, A Man's Paradise. This and the next chapter are pretty big. Following that, starting next week, we'll be following through with Loki's request, which should end pretty fast, about a week's worth of chapters before starting the next arc. All of this in total should be about 10 or so chapters. I've been trying to reduce the number of details in every chapter, but remember I have 25 advanced chapters, so we'll only be seeing the effects of this around chapter 15 to 20 plus, so for now, I can only try to make the already written chapters feel more dynamic. This isn't a problem to most, but I can understand those who feel we're slow as well, because I agree. In any case, that was all. Enjoy today's chapter. P.S. Zero Fate will likely be delayed for tomorrow due to my yearly Minecraft obsession. I apologize. /later, / chatter, / Are they finally done? Hearing the sounds of chattering coming from within the cloth, Silver stretched his arms as he yawned slightly. I haven't had the chance to properly rest after spending a few days in the dungeon. These last few days I have been in my office going through all of the paperwork that accumulated due to my negligence and also due to Daphne being occupied with the preparations for the recruitment. I took up doing her part of the job, and so I did. That resulted in me getting fewer hours of sleep, especially since I sneaked into the dungeon once or twice. Sigh, I should have contained myself a bit more. My original idea wasn't to spend so much time there at once, but you kind of lose your perception of time while down there, which can be even harder to track when you're being besieged by dozens of monsters every minute. I wanted to climb back and rest, but I was dragged to the preparations of the recruitment, something I've yet to recover from even after many days have passed. I wonder how Daphne and even some of the busier people like Hephaestus last through this. I can't even think about Asphi running all of Hermes' shenanigans. Still, they really got me this time. It's taking me quite an effort to just stay awake. Not because I'm tired per se. Although that certainly helps. It's mostly due to the environment. When I'm sitting here with little to do, my body just dozes off on its own. I'm also using my plasmids at all times, not only to maintain many effects throughout the area, but also as a form of training, and also to heal my remaining left arm, which contributes to my tiredness. It's almost done, and I'll be back in action once it's back to me. Not that I wasn't, though I'll be more confident with my physical arm rather than one made of my plasmids abilities. Nonetheless, after this, I'll take a nap somewhere. After all, I have a rather important meeting tonight. Smiling slightly, Silver turned his head slightly, asking, "You guys done?" /whoosh/. Not long after he spoke, a small hand poked from the cloth, pulling it aside slightly. A small elf, no more than a child, appeared, with long blonde hair and a thin body that had yet to grow any muscle of any kind. A pair of sapphire purple eyes stared down at him amidst a pair of sharp ears. Image again. It's the elven child I saw her before during the examination. Silver thought as he looked at the girl. She was a strange girl that had left an impression on him due to her confidence and way of speaking and acting, a girl that wished to become the best mage as she believed herself to be a genius of magic. She also seemed to admire Reveria despite not admitting to it, but due to how frequently she tended to mention her as she kept comparing herself to her, even Silver, who did not speak with her directly, knew of her admiration. And despite her childish antics, she did have the groundwork of a mage as she cast magic in her performance, though Silver did not know if it was old elvish ritualistic magic or Falna magic. "Nice to meet you," she said with a very formal expression. She was so serious it even gave Silver a slight shock. He did not expect such a performance from a child. It was a reflection of the burden she placed on herself, to try and reach for a world beyond her age to make up or prove something. Normally done by those who had lost something and wished to stay tall despite being unprepared for it. "I could say the same," Silver replied with a slight delay. "I'm called Primo Libera, sir. I'll be in your care," she said with a slight bow. Despite her appearance, Silver saw honesty and eagerness in her. She was ready to move forward, though he was afraid she was trying to cover too much ground at once. It would be too bad if she were to fall. "This girl, she's too tense." "Me too, Primo," Silver replied with a smile. "From now on we're together. Let's work hard and level up a few more times." Why yes sir. She said with a smile as she opened her arms to salute, accidentally opening the cloth. Ah. This girl. She did it on purpose. With a cheeky smile on her face, Primo opened the cloth, revealing the inside to Silver to see. Most of the girls had already finished their updates, but some were still in line, including the likes of Daphne, Haruheim, Lily, Cassandra. Pretty much all of the girls that joined first as they were left for last. Silence, Mfyun. Cassandra. Just as he looked at their semi-naked bodies, their reactions started to appear as Cassandra was the first one to fall unconscious, followed by Haruheim who rushed behind someone else, her tail between her legs. Lily's face was flushed, but she only covered herself slightly, even turning around a little, though it didn't seem she was trying to show herself but more of trying to cover her chest, unknowingly doing something a bit devious. While Daphne was definitely embarrassed, still, she was mature enough to know it was an accident and not an act of perversion. Though she was afraid some might have liked it if that were to be the case. Of course, before anyone could say anything, Silver closed the cloth, leaving Primo flabbergasted at his lack of a reaction. Or at least the one she expected. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Silver asked as he looked at Primo. Don't give me that look, I'm not that naive. Silver said with a chuckle as he crossed his arms. You don't need to worry about others hearing us, there's a barrier around. I'll overlook it this time and treat it as an accident, but if I were you, I would start preparing my lines. Daphne will definitely come charging in for your ears soon enough. He said as he pointed backward. Ugh. Primo covered her ears, fearful for what was about to happen. Though she may act as an adult, she still possessed some childish antics, which was good, it meant some of her purity as a child had yet to completely vanish. One of the saddest things that could happen to a child was for it to lose its innocence too soon and grow without a proper childhood. Primo was considered to be young even here in Orario, where children tend to grow faster in an already cruel world that expected much of them. Hey, there's no guilt in being playful as long as you're skillful enough to pass it out as an accident, though good luck convincing her as she's quite stiff. All my sentiments to you. He said with a nod. The little elf turned around as a bead of sweat fell from her forehead, realizing the weight of her little prank as she gazed at the cloth. She had come to learn of this fearsome beast known as Vice Captain Daphne, and right now, she came to know of this equally fearsome creature known as Captain Silver. The latter proved to be calm and collected, not punishing her, definitely a plus in her books, despite his lack of a reaction, which was boring. But better that then. It was then that a thought came to her. Turn around. Primo bolted out like a flash. Whoosh. And not long after, someone opened the cloth. Daphne. Where is she? She asked deeply as she looked around. She just ran away. For a mage, she has quite the legs, guess children just know how to run. She vanished into the manor before I even had the time to finish my chuckle. He said innocently as he moved his hands around. You. Captain. You should have at least tried to stop her. Daphne replied with an annoyed face. I did try. But my hand slipped. You know. I was stunned. Silver said as he exaggerated his expression as he pleaded innocence. He's doing it again. I must say. You got some taste. He added with a nod as he remembered Daphne's appearance. A mature lady with a mature body and refined tastes. Stab. Cough. With a slightly flushed expression, Daphne stabbed her elbow at his sides, walking after Primo menacingly without turning back. Cough. A fully powered elbow strike from a level 2 adventurer. She held nothing back on that one. He said as he took in a deep breath. Oh well, she has quite the fashion sense, red for hair, red for underwear. Heh. I already saw her once before, and her reaction now and then has changed a little. I'm a bit sorry for her, she was once displayed due to her own carelessness and it was now due to someone else. Maybe that was why she didn't hold back this time. Though. Come on Daphne, how could I punish the person that gave me such a sight? I'm not that evil, I repay the favors given to me tenfold. Or whatever they say. Smiling, Silver rested his head on his chair. Smash. Gah. Until a pile of papers came crashing down on his head like a brick. Look at you. All pleased with yourself. Did you enjoy the show that much? Hestia asked with a sharp gaze as she looked at him as she took a step out of the makeshift room. From behind him, Hestia appeared from the cloth, a displeased look on her face as she crossed her arms. She looked rather cute, like a small chimney oozing smoke. At least she closed the cloth behind her, it would have been embarrassing to have shown everyone this side of him. Also, it was important to say Silver allowed himself to get hit. He had heard Hestia approach from the moment she got up from her seat, although he found it surprising she did so. She's already here. Did she finish updating everyone in that short amount of time? She really is petty towards some things. Can I choose to remain silent? I'll hit you again, she said as her expression grew dark. That's harassment. So is peeking at them, she replied as she gnashed her teeth. That was an accident. You watched for a rather long while for it to be an accident, she said with a sharp gaze. Hestia was on the verge of pulling his hair. I was checking to see if everyone was okay and well, and thank the heavens, they were. You'll really not admit to anything, will you? You know what'll happen if I do. Instead, how about we just throw that under the carpet and move on? Sigh, fine, I'm too tired to continue arguing, Hestia said as she exhaled, too tired to get angry. She wasn't even angry, just jealous. She ended up falling for the same spell that had befallen Silver without even realizing, and thus, her only chances of getting the upper hand on him had vanished. Though it was just like her to set herself like this. Here, take them, I'm sure you've been waiting for this. She gave him the stack of papers, the statuses of all the girls, old and new. Silver had been waiting for them, to add them to the archive on his subspace. It would also be a good time to check on the progress of the others. He needed to know them all if he wished to try and guide them somewhat, either by putting groups together or merely by giving advice. It would be harder to care for close to 200 members, but he would try his best. Now. I'll take a rest, my fingers numb after getting prickled by a nail all day long. I also feel a bit anemic, she said with a yawn, although that was an excuse. It would take a lot of effort to actually kill a god through bleeding them out, though it would be possible. After all, it is known that gods have extremely high degrees of resilience for all kinds of damage and stimuli. Although that varies from god to god, Hestia and Loki can get drunk very easily while Demeter's tolerance for wine is so damn high it puts even Soma to shame. Hermes is a god that is very used to being punched around by his children, and he is very used to being tossed around by their superhuman prowess. While Artemis can fight against a level 3 adventurer in a contest of strength alone, and Takamikazuchi can defeat a level 4 with technique alone. Even then, a god could be easily cut only for the injury to vanish after they pressed a slight bandage upon it. The next day, the injury would vanish. And even now, Hestia pricked her finger with a nail multiple times to draw her own blood, and even then, the only first aid she conducted on herself was sucking her own thumb with a pained expression as she walked with her head down. This might have been the only time in her life Hestia felt pity for Loki. Even during her time in heaven, Hestia only found Loki to be pitiful. Since she understood too well what loneliness and boredom could do to a god, with Loki's past behavior being the exact definition of that. Of course, she hated her guts, but that didn't stop Hestia from understanding the pains of someone. That was her special ability after all, to feel something about everyone she met. As such, she would be completely fine after napping on her bed, waking up, having dinner, and eating something sweet followed by whatever Silver had planned to do to her that night. A story for another time. //. Captain. As he thought about that, the cloth was once again pushed aside, but this time, no one was half naked. Many girls could be seen actively discussing something or just leaving through the side since pushing the cloth aside wasn't that hard. The ones in front of him consisted of the executives, the Amazon, the elf, and the human. Good work, Hestia has just left, Silver said as he turned to look at the distant figure of the small girl. Sorry for what just happened, I should have paid more attention to the surroundings. Some of our recruits are still children after all, and some misbehaving was bound to happen. Igva replied awkwardly as she scratched her head. They're all so dramatic, he only saw them for a split second and it was an accident. Why act like maidens in a fairy tale? Buffed. That elf got completely beat red and so did the blondie. Heh, I'll not make them forget this anytime soon. I expected boys to try and peek in, not the girls to try and prank us. Life once again taught me that things aren't as transparent as they seem to be. Ha. Don't take it so heavily upon yourself, not to the antics of a child. Silver replied with a smirk as he got up from his seat. You all did splendid well, so rest for now, as much as you want. There is still much of the day left and I need to get this all sorted, though if you wish, you can participate in the first training round for the recruits. Silver said as he waved the status sheets on his hand. You'll be doing that today, one Fernan asked as she scratched her hair. I know it was planned for it to happen today, but the blessing event took longer than we thought. Though the sun is still high in the sky. Yeah. Guess there's no running away from this. Better now than ever, the recruits may be tired mentally, but their bodies can still do something. Silver added as he touched his chin. Besides, I have something special planned this time, it'll be fun, and don't worry, it won't be that tiring, that is if you wish to participate. Silver turned around, waving his hand. If something happens you know where to find me, also, don't look for Hestia, she's definitely going to crash down in bed. We should have just enough dormitories in the right wing for all of the newcomers, though if there are problems with room allocation I can try to settle it with everyone or even make some modifications. I won't, however, be making exceptions. Let me be clear on that note. The last thing I want is to have everyone demanding a sole room due to the extra empty rooms in the left wing. Don't even mention it to them if possible. That's all, bye. He said with a smirk as he snapped his fingers. Slash burn, slash. The ground burned around him, and when the embers dissipated, Silver was nowhere to be seen. Show off. They all said in unison as they saw the lights of his office on the third floor lit up. Notes. Next chapter, now for real, will be the statuses showcase. Over 20 statuses will be shown, most of them will be of the girls, but I'll show other statuses as well. It'll be a pretty big chap, so yeah. Thanks for reading, smiley face. As always, if anyone wants images, just make a request to me. Peace. Chapter 247, Checking Everyone's Statuses. This is a chunky one, so we're only continuing next Sunday. Peace. Now, how about I check out the quality of our recruits? Silver asked out loud as he walked to his table in his office. Though, not that it matters, I'll make everyone here become a level 3 or 4 adventurer at the very least. Because to go beyond and step into the ranks of first-class adventurers, the person in question would need to go in one hell of an adventure. However, as long as they put in the effort, level 4 should be straightforward to acquire. Although, not everyone here are warriors. That complicates things. Going over many hypothetical and meaningless scenarios in his head, Silver eventually sat down and pulled over the stack of papers. Let me take a look. First. Oh, it's Hiva, one of the mages of the Familia. Hiva Desal. Level. Strength G. Vitality G, 271 dash. Dexterity G. Agility G. Magic F. Magic. Petrifado Baul. Skills. That's quite some growth. He said with an approving nod as he tapped his fingers on the table. The past recruitment was in the first week of March, and we're currently at the end of the first week of September. It's been almost exactly 6 months since she and the others became adventurers. I'm proud. This amount of progress is no easy feat, much less to keep a stable balance between the stats. Had she been a mercenary prior to becoming an adventurer or someone more acquainted with the world of an adventurer, then I would have understood, but she was just a normal person who read too many books. Trained warriors tend to grow faster as they don't need to catch up skills and can just go straight into more dangerous scenarios. Because what ends up killing newbies isn't their strength but their lack of wit and proper decision-making abilities. Even in a situation where people could be at the edge of despair, throwing away their rationale to run in fear would only lead to their deaths, but if they fought united with a single purpose in mind, it may be possible for all to come out alive. Though adventurers are only people in the end, full of flaws and mistakes. I'm no different, I just experienced a bit more. Nonetheless, I'm proud. She grew extendedly, with almost 1,200 total stats in half a year. That's about 6.7 stats per day, and that's not small, it's massive even. A few times that would be what someone would make from an expedition, but she was doing that daily from simple runs at the upper sections of the dungeon, not to say she spent the first month training in the manor. However, if she can make that 3,000 by another half year, then she would already be at the upper stages of most adventurers. If she can make it 3,500, that would be enough to stand on the same stage as Ace, Bet, and other prominent first-class adventurers. Though I don't expect that to happen. She has potential, but I think it'll be hard for her to maintain this. She is a good representation of what consistent training, good discipline, and trustworthy companions can do to an adventurer. However, basic training only has some effect on the low levels. Even if she can level up with great stats, it would be something else to maintain that later on. She and many others, no doubt. But this is a good start. If even a third of our members grow as well as her, I would be satisfied. Silver said with a nod as he put her update aside. Though. I feel a bit sorry. She worked so much in these past few days that her vitality went up despite only doing physical labor in the manor. They sure need some time off. Then. Next. He said as he pulled the next paper. Igva Rylol. Level. Strength I. Vitality I, 36 dash. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic I. Abnormal resistance dash I. Magic. Skills. Not bad. It's been just a month since she became level 2, and she grew by a bit over 100 stats. She did take it a bit easy at first together with the fact she had to stay here helping with the preparations, so I can take some of that time as well. It's good enough progress, and although it may not be anything special, she is still a proud member of the Hestia Familia. And I'll turn her into a fine adventurer. With a smile, Silver continued to go over each and every status, pausing only every once in a while when he saw something interesting. Fernan agrees. Level. Strength I. Vitality I, 16 dash. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic I. Abnormal resistance dash I. Magic. Skills. Laver Dilwar. Level. Strength I. Vitality I. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic I. Abnormal resistance I. Magic. Skills. Ah. The colorful trio. The black-haired, the red-haired, and the blondie. 3 species with 3 hair colors. I like how well their stats blend. Igva is a strength-focused adventurer, Fernan is an agile fighter, and finally, Laver is a sturdy tank. They go very well with one another, they just need some skills and magic for them to truly shine out there. Though they all share this vitality growth. Was it that energy-consuming to prepare for the recruitment? It's not like they were doing slave work. I want to assign some people to train the recruits, but at this rate, it may be too much to have someone take over this role. I can do it, but not for long, I have plans for this month. I'll figure something out. Silver believed they had the potential to do very well together, though first, they would need to stop bickering with one another. Though that seemed to be an impossible task. Cassandra Alien. Level. Strength H. Vitality F. Dexterity G. Agility F. Magic C. Treatment H. Magic. Soul Light. Cure Ephialtes. Skills. Daphne Loris. Level. Strength D. Vitality E. Dexterity B. Agility B. Magic E. Abnormal resistance H. Escape H. Magic. Romir. Skills. Elio's Passion. Loris Wrath. As he finished reading the statuses of his executives, a smile formed on his face. Their training has paid off. Obviously, he wasn't talking about the basic training he had everyone do during the first month so they could get used to simple, physical exercise. He was talking about something more intense. For example, Cassandra's magic stat growth was thanks to her constantly practicing her chant so she could learn how to do concurrent chanting to become less of a target on the battlefield by being immobile. And due to the fact she was the sole healer of the familia, she was in charge of healing everyone that came back regardless of their condition. It was something Silver told her to do and something she was happy to do as well. Thanks to that, most of them would hold onto their use of their potions once they were out of the dungeon unless the situation was truly critical, though thankfully, nothing of the sort happened so far. Either way, the more she practiced and used it, the better she became. It's important to say she's been using her magic like never before, because even during her time under Apollo, she used her magic regularly. But that wasn't enough for Silver, usage without proper routine would lead nowhere. That was shown by how her treatment development ability was raised to H from I. Silver wished that with this level of training and dedication, she would be able to receive the healing development ability, and even if she failed in doing so, at least the mage DA. Otherwise, it would definitely be the abnormal status resistance. Abnormal resistance. He mumbled to himself as he looked at their statuses. Something I've had mandatory in the entire familia. Poison consumption. Every adventurer needs a way to deal with poison or such abnormal conditions in the dungeon, or if they can't themselves, then they need someone that make up for it. It's mandatory. The entire middle floors are full of it, and as you go through the dungeon, poison or even other forms of attacks become more common. There's a reason why 80% of all level 3 adventurers and above end up getting abnormal resistance as one of their DAs. The poison I had them all drink wasn't strong, it was more of a sleep medicine. Once every few days, they would all drink it. Of course, it wasn't easy to convince them all to do it, but I started with a small group, the executives. The results were very positive, but that's because this is an easy DA to acquire, almost as easy as Hunter. Okay, I'm being too positive here, Hunter is way harder. Still, both have very cemented acquiring methods, though following through with them is a different matter. To acquire abnormal resistance, you just need to do that, to be exposed to something abnormal. The easiest way is the purple moth poison that appears on the 7th floor. However, for most level 1 adventurers, it can be a bit much to go there and take a whiff of that powder. Not recommended to actually ingest it, much less sniff it. The danger of being poisoned in the dungeon is higher than the poison itself, that is how insignificant the poison is. It works more as an extra bother than anything else, but that's enough for an upper floor poison. It can kill a normal person if they're too weak, a child will die within a few days after severe fever if left untreated. And it's not hard at all to treat it, if someone died due to it then it was definitely not due to the poison itself. Unless someone is particularly unlucky. Now, that was it for Cassandra. I believe that she'll still grow very much in the following few months. She's already reaching her limits set by her first level up, so unless she breaks through her past limitations, she'll be forced to seek an adventure soon or stagnate. Time will tell what she'll be capable of doing, until then, she'll keep practicing. I would say she'll either level up or surpass her past limits within a month, and unless she decides to hold her own level, that'll be it for level 2. As for Daphne, she's a bit different. Since she's a close-quarters warrior, she has a few other options for development abilities, and since I have the guild's DA records, I can set up a path for her. She likes to use a swordsmanship that mixes fast and precise attacks with her firm muscles, so something that could add to that would be ideal. Swift strike, swordsmanship, movement, and so on are all possible development abilities with their acquisition methods written in the records, at least some of those methods. Adding onto that, one of her skills and her magic both raise her vitality, so if she can also gain a DA that raises it, she could boost her own bodily constitution to the next level if not to the standards of a level 4. This is because they are two rather extreme vitality increasing abilities. Her other skill also raises her agility considerably, so if she can put her coins into that then she would come out on top as well. To be an adventurer is to specialize in a task because otherwise, you would not be able to keep up with a monster's growth ratio. That doesn't mean it's wise to put everything into a single stat, though it would be impressive to actually be able to just raise one thing. Raising one thing is the same thing as functionally turning yourself useless. It's through the process of assigning priorities to all stats that adventurers fulfill their roles by finding a team where their strengths are maximized and their weaknesses are minimized. That is how the concept of primary and secondary stats was born. Tap tap, /. Silver stopped reading the papers, turning around to take a look at the garden through the window. Both Daphne and Cassandra have grown immensely, not only in their stats but also in their mentality. With her growth as a person, Daphne has managed to somewhat abandon Apollo and is now training her magic in a more consistent manner. And although I don't expect it to ever turn into some sort of self-enchant magic, Daphne's magic has the potential to become something she'll be remembered for whenever they think of her. Though that may be why she is so stingy with using her skill, since it modifies her skin to look like bark, making her look older than she actually is. I can't say much about that. Cassandra is still a bit immature mentally, and overly shy, but with her friend's help, she's growing up, one step at a time. Silver rested his head on his right hand as he closed his eyes, putting the paper aside as he pulled a new one. There were still many to go through. Later, /. Alright. I'm done with the updates, from here on out, these should be the newcomers. Silver said with a slight yawn as he stretched his arms. Hestia came by the office and told me we had quite a few talents this time around, I'll see that for myself. Though by now. Silver turned to the side, looking beyond the walls. There, he saw Hestia snoring in bed. Smile, /. With a light smile, he read the first status. Emma Flores. Level. Strength I. Vitality I 2-. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic I. Physical resistance -I. Magic. Skills. Rain Amour. Hemer Grasp. Emma. She's not exactly a newcomer, but she has yet to go through any training so she'll be included in it as well. She joined a week ago and already has stats. But honestly, it's pretty slow. However, since she didn't train at all, I'll just forget about this. She was still recovering from a fatal injury, doing anything should have put quite a strain on her body, and she ran all around trying to help others. I tried to stop her, but she seemed eager to do something, so I let her be. Though I hope she isn't too stressed out, I did try my best to ease her pain. Cassandra can provide healing through her skill, but it can't remove soreness or other types of pain that aren't physical. As for these numbers, the only thing here that matters is her skill. Rain Amour, a skill that allows her to borrow the stats of others by causing a rhapsodia, a phenomenon similar to limit off. A rhapsodia is a form of resonance between the faunas of multiple individuals that belong to the same familia, allowing them to share their own statuses with one another. The effect itself is so rare I doubt even Loki would know anything about it. Limit off is already rather uncommon, but since there are tens of thousands of adventurers going and leaving the dungeon on a daily basis, this leads to a few instances of limit off every so often. For a rhapsodia to occur, it would like having a limit off happen to several members of a familia at the same time and then have those resonate with one another. Not exactly feasible, that is why her skill is so incredible. However, her skill only allows her to borrow the plain stats of someone, causing their own stats to diminish while she's borrowing them, so this isn't exactly a large-scale rhapsodia. Albeit I can't say if the reduction of one's stats is proportional to what she consumes. If she could borrow skills and other things too, I would even dare say she'd become the greatest adventurer there ever was. There are conditions for the skill to activate of course, and who she can borrow stats from is predetermined by her before her skill activates, so she can't switch after things are rolling. A slight limitation, but nothing hard to overcome, it's just a matter of knowing when and where to use her skill, something everyone has to go through. This is a rare skill, and rare isn't something the guild labels often. I read it in one of their books. I'm thankful for the guild being so transparent with me regarding their stash, must be due to how I'm supporting them with several of their secretive problems. Though at the same time, I imagine they realized they couldn't really keep anything from me the moment I learned where they kept all of their confidential books. I swear I learned by mistake. They have a secret library beneath the guild in the hidden tunnels next to Arena's throne room. That's where the books and records related to old familiars like Osiris, Hera, Zeus, and many others are kept, together with anything they don't wish the public to know, likely things like the ancient times, the Black Dragon, and other scarier things. Plots I have no idea of and secrets I'm too weak to confront yet. And because I didn't want to give any reason for the guild to suspect me, I left the stash alone, being satisfied with whatever they gave me. Either way, just with this alone, she can explode her growth as long as she has the heart and will to follow through with it. She may be unable to borrow my stats, likely due to the difference between us, but at the very least she can borrow the stats of other veteran level 1 and 2 adventurers. I can't say if it's possible to extend this to level 3 as well, though we may be able to check this soon once someone does level up. Also, she can only borrow from one person as of now, but skills tend to grow as someone learns to how utilize them well, especially rare skills with rather abnormal working methods and effects. If she can borrow from 5 or 6 individuals at once, even 3 or 4 would do. Then she would be able to select the best stats out of everyone. Assuming that the side effects of doing so are manageable, since as of right now, she gets very tired whenever the skill effects end, she and the person she borrowed the stats from. As for her other skill, it manifested from her recent traumatic experience. Bleeding out, she fought for her life and saw death wave at her. It's a simple skill that gifts her physical resistance, it also raises her vitality when she's bleeding, helping her close wounds. A pretty solid skill, and it'll be very consistent. A sweet girl with a heavy punch, like a rose with a thorn. Doesn't fit. Silver said as he shook his head. She's too sweet to have thorns. Next. Oriana Drake. Level. Strength F. Vitality E. Dexterity E. Agility F. Magic I. Magic. Skills. Night Wall. The daughter of a knight family that came to Orario to grow into the great knight she dreamt about. A classic tale that's written in many romantic novels. Her skill raises her endurance proportional to the number of people she's trying to protect, she's the perfect vanguard. However, we'll have to run some experiments to see how much of a raise she can get. How strong would she get if she stood between an army and the entirety of Orario? How about the skills range? Questions and more questions. Next. Iris Bennett. Level. Strength I. Vitality I. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic I. Magic. Skills. Ignorable Lovable. Iris. A bull girl, unusual but not as rare as a renard by any means. They're more common than bear people like Nick. She's also one of the lucky people that have skills from the start. As for what it does. Weird. What's written here? Blah blah blah. Here, raises abilities against creatures she's unaware of, knows little of, and never received Excelia from. What? Is this like what I think it is? This is pretty much the other end of Hunter. But as a skill. Hunter improves abilities against monsters that the user has fought before and gained Excelia from. It's not bad, but I wonder if it's worth it. The more you know about your enemy, the better you can fight against it. For her to use her abilities, it would mean she would have to pursue the airhead lifestyle. Monster. Just bash its head. Or something like that. And for it to be worth it, then her skill would have to give her a significant boost as well, otherwise it would be best for her to learn about what she's fighting. Well, she definitely can't be a leader, but she can act as a good vanguard. As long as she has someone to give her orders at all times. Why think if someone can do that for you? She'll be another great vanguard depending on how strong her skill is. She'll also be rather good during unexpected ambushes. What a strange skill. Love Silva. Level. Strength I. Vitality I. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic I. Abnormal resistance dash I. Magic. Skills. Nepeta Kateria. A cat girl whose ability is drugs. What an odd combination. Well. Can't say I don't like it. He mumbled with a smile on his face. In simple terms, her skill is constantly activated. It manifests in the form of a very faint sweet aroma that causes all beings to see her in a better light. The closer they are to her, the less inclined to attack her they become and the more friendly they turn. The effects diminish if they're aware of it. This could be enough to bring a neutral person to become friendly, and a hostile to become neutral to her presence. However, she can activate this skill. When done so, her allies will have their basic abilities increased slightly and a reduction in their pain sensitivity while her enemies will grow confused the more they inhale her fragrance. This effect doesn't come for free, her skin will get dry and she'll get tired, having to sleep to recover soundly and hydrate herself plenty. Allies will also get a splitting headache afterward, and they'll definitely fall in shock from the pain suddenly appearing as the effects of her skill vanishes, so fixing themselves up before that happens is a must. Obviously, this only works with the people with the same fauna as her. If she uses it amidst another familia, they'll get confused depending on their status. I like it very much, another skill I haven't seen before, though I'm unsure if I should classify it as a poison or buff skill. Status ailment. There are still a few more before this ends. Karen Morris. Level. Strength I. Vitality I. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic I. Magic. Skills. Never retreat. Noblesse oblige. This one is even more ridiculous. People out there are working to their bone to get one skill and she starts with 2. Silver said with a half smile. Another noble girl from outside Orario, albeit different from Oriana, she received no training. There are many nobles out there, but I didn't expect to have a few gather under me, much less at once. This time, instead of a knight, we have a princess warrior, cute. Her 2 skills are meant to symbolize her honor and desire to be noble. Never retreat strengthens Karen's status as long as she is fighting one-on-one. While noblesse oblige strengthens Karen's strength and agility when attacking an opponent she's facing directly. It has to be seen if her skill still works in one against many situations, but if it does, she would be another potential candidate for a vanguard. However, she'll need to learn discipline. I have the suspicion she's one of those people who'll stand against an enemy no matter the odds. And that may be brave, but it's nothing short of foolish. The biggest friend of an adventurer is their feet, so use them and run away. The gods may remember your bravery, but is that really worth it? Next. Geeta Myers. Level. Strength I. Vitality I. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic I. Magic. Kaibio. Skills. Silver read through the magic description Hestia wrote on the paper, but he didn't quite understand it. What? Her magic is volatile. What does that mean? Blah blah. A trickster magic that seems to alter its effect depending on whoever she uses it upon. He said out loud as he scratched the back of his head. Does this mean her magic is a damn lottery draw, /scratch/? Silver scratched his head, thinking about it. I'll leave this for later, he said as he shook his head, unwilling to think about it any further. Inconsistency can both save and kill in the dungeon, mostly the latter. Her magic might be completely random, but it could be possible to control it if she uses it enough. If it works with variables and if she understands said variables, then even if she cannot guarantee something, she could possibly prevent something like an offensive spell from turning into a mass healing for a monster. Her magic would also change if she acquired the mage development ability. Maybe her magic has different effects for each person, but those are all predetermined if she memorizes what each of her spells do for each member of the familia. It can be hard, but it can work. The potential of an adventurer is boundless. One should not despair at their lack of ability and instead seek it out. Next. Primo Libera. Level. Strength I. Vitality I. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic I. Mage-I. Magic. Lumen Pleiades. Skills. Elfin Lost. It's that little girl. She does have the potential to be a great mage as she wished. Her magic itself has quite the destructive potential for something a newbie level 1 adventurer should be capable of. Though her skill is a bit concerning. A skill that represents the loss of an elf, but who did she lose for it to have marked her this severely? And what exactly does it do? Not all adventurers have good pasts, he said in a heavy tone as he went to the next status. Lucia Ramirez. Level. Strength I. Vitality I. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic I. Critical weakness -I. Magic. Skills. Consuendi Vita. I remember this one too. The simple girl that likes to sew clothes. How ironic to think that her skill, which means to bring life, gives her a development ability meant to take it away. Maybe this is the irony gods are most fond of. He thought silently as he read the next status sheet. Shino no Momiji. Level. Strength I. Vitality I. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic G. Magic. Ryujin Hisho. Harry. Hinagami. Skills. A sorceress. He said out loud as he read Hestia's notes. A rare Renard and a shrine maiden from the Far East. She does look skillful, the stats rarely lie. Her first magic, Ryujin Hisho, is a target buff spell. To cast it, she must perform a ritual dance and chant at the same time, so yes, this means she can concurrent chant, but only in her dance. She can't do other things aside from dancing. If she finishes her dance, she'll buff herself, purifying herself of abnormal statutes and even curses while protecting herself from them for a set amount of time. It's a strong spell, but it takes a lot of preparation, concentration, and mind. There is a way to make it stronger. If 7 more girls join her, chanting and dancing with her, the effects of her magic grow stronger and she can also apply the effect to all 8 of them while also dividing the mind load between them. The more in synchrony they are, the faster the spell can be cast and the stronger it becomes, and if they're all virgins, the effects reach their pinnacle. Unfortunately, she can only use the spells on the girls that dance, otherwise, this spell's importance would have been increased in my books right to the very top with the likes of Haraheim's level boost. Next, Harry. Harry is the same thing as her Dace, she purifies someone and heals them slightly. It's a target spell, simple and effective, faster but weaker for the cost of being able to target others aside from herself. However, she can use more mind and further her chant to cast Harry, an area version of that same spell. Lastly, Hinagami is a form of curse she can apply on herself to induce an effect. She creates a small doll, using materials around her, and once the spell is finished, the doll comes to life. She can then use the doll for all kinds of things, scouting, fighting, or even taking damage on someone's behalf, but she'll be cursed each time she gives the doll an order. The curses are proportional to the difficulty and danger of the task. She can use Harriet to purify herself, but that would be an extreme level of expenditure in the dungeon. It's an effective combo, and she was blessed with all 3 magic slots and they complement each other. She is the case of someone doing what they were born for. Silver said with a yawn. And she likes doing it. From what I remember, she also has a friend. Ah, here it is. Silver said as he fumbled through the papers. Tsukinokami keyed. Level. Strength I. Vitality I. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic I. Magic. Skills. Aiajutsu. Here it is, her bunny-eared friend. From what I know, she came with her friend from the Far East for the coming-of-age ritual of her village while her friend tagged along. From the looks of it, there isn't much to see here, apart from the fact she also has a skill. Not surprising. When Hestia said they had some promising recruits, she meant it. She was never part of any familia, but she has extensive experience from training in her hometown. Well, as extensive as that can get. A curious girl in search of an adventure. From here on out, the world is hers for the taking. I need a light break, he said as he got up from his chair. I need the bathroom. Silver got up from his chair, relieved himself, and cleaned his hands before continuing. Now that I've had the chance to see most of the newcomer statuses, once this is done and I have the chance, I'll go brag to Loki, he said with a light smile as he sat down again. She'll get super annoyed, maybe I should bring Hestia as well. He pulled the next piece of paper on the table, reading it. Leo Diaz. Level. Strength I. Vitality I. Dexterity I. Agility I. Magic I. Magic. Skills. For once, we have someone more normal, not that it diminishes her value at all. The name doesn't ring a bell though. I must have missed her during the ceremony. No problem, I'll make myself acquainted with her soon enough. Now, only a few left, /later, /. Finally. The last 3. Daisy Kelly. Level. Strength I. Vitality H. Dexterity E. Agility I. Magic I. Mixing -I. Mad Alchemy -G. Magic. Skills. Unstable Transmutation. One of the level 2s that joined, a sheep girl, an unusual race. Clearly, she's not a fighter, her profession is that of a potion maker, to be precise, a medicine maker. Her skill seems to give her a rather unique development ability. And given its unusually high grading, she should be exceptionally good at it. I hope the alchemy shop doesn't explode. It was expensive. /flip/. Fearful of the future, Silver made a mental note to meet with the girl once he had the time. Vivian Green. Level. Strength E. Vitality F. Dexterity G. Agility F. Magic I. Crush -I. Magic. Skills. Heat Barrage. An Amazon. With a rather Amazon-esque status, a big fist, a strong body, and no magic. To think Phryne was also like this too. Makes me sick. Her skill increases all of her basic abilities, impressive, but not unusual. /flip/. Sue Lodi. Level. Strength E. Vitality F. Dexterity F. Agility F. Magic I. Fist Strike -I. Magic. Skills. Punisher. Now this is a bit rarer to see, a fist fighter. Her skill increases her attack speed for each consecutive hit on a target, and she also has fist strike. She has a good layout, but she'll need a lot of training if she wishes to keep up with the others. Fighting with their fists isn't an easy thing to do. But things look good. We have many candidates that seem close to level 3. Within a year, it shouldn't be hard to raise a few level 3 adventurers, within 2 years and the promised time. A few level 4s should be manageable. That was the level of the supporters of the Zeus and Hera Familius, good enough to survive down there. Whenever they went. Poof, slash. With a smile, Silver placed the last paper on the pile, stretching his arms as he looked at the ceiling. Finally, I'm done. How long did I take? About an hour. Phew. Should be enough time to rest a little until the... Oh. I forgot about her. He said with a smile as he saw a paper stick out of the pile. Lily Ruka Arde. Level. Strength I 40. Vitality I 40-. Dexterity H. Agility G. Magic F. Magic. Cinderella. Skills. Artel Assist. Lily's stats aren't big, and her skills/magic aren't meant for direct combat at first glance, but I still believe there is potential somewhere within her soul, given who she once was. Though. That would depend on whether the gods are telling the truth or not. I have time. Lily, you'll become a fine commander. That should be all then. With a serious expression, he got up from his chair, before shoving the papers into his pocket space. And with a thin smile, he left his office. Notes. A few things before we continue. If you are wondering about the statuses of some of the boys, Silver already went through them before. However, if you want, I can add some of them here. Second, most of the girls here come from the game, Orario Raspsodia. Pretty much the entire new cast is here or already made an appearance in the story in some way, shape, or form. To make them more memorable, I gave them all fitting skills and backgrounds that would go well with what I know of them, given the game's server shut down long ago and I never found any video of them, so I had to create a story for them all for the most part. They all have skills or magic, but this does not mean they were all the exceptional trainees the Hestia Familia acquired. It was only the ones I wanted to write about. If I were to write about everyone, we would stay here for days. In any case, these girls will make their appearances as we go in the story, some more than others, either for serious situations or funny interactions. Though that shouldn't happen anytime soon, as right now, we're focusing on the next act, which is outside of Orario. Once that's done, maybe we'll talk with them more. That was all I could remember. Peace everyone, good night. Until Sunday. Chapter 248, Training. Sorry for the delay on the chapter. I was focused on some assignments in real life and I was also lazy, but at the very least it's a pretty big one, so it covers for both Sunday and today as well. Peace. /chatter/. Behind the manor in the training grounds where the girls did their morning jogs and sparred with one another, the area had already been thoroughly cleaned, so much so it was impossible to even tell a party had been held there just an hour or two before. The large wooden stage had vanished, the many rows of chairs had been moved somewhere out of sight, and even the ground had been smoothed and cleaned out. All signs of their existence had been erased. /chatter/. In this same area, a large crowd gathered, composed mostly of the newcomers wearing the basic uniform of the Hestia Familia, given to them just moments prior when their rooms were chosen. They were clean and they smelled good, they had been taken care of extensively. This was because just a day before, Silver spent a few minutes cleaning every single one of those uniforms by hand as a way to leave an even stronger first impression on all of them while also taking some of the load from the others. Each piece of clothing had been carefully made to be both comfortable and practical. But it was time to destroy all of them completely. Although they didn't know of that yet. At the same time, back in the manor, / whispers. Blah blah, What's happening? Why is everyone gathering in the training grounds? The youngest of the triplets asked as he saw his brothers look outside through the window, whispering something to each other. Biro. Sigh, I have no idea. And no one seems to know either. We can't even ask Vice Captain Daphne since she's in her own room, and you know how boys are prohibited from passing through the right wing. We asked Digva since she was around, and she told us the captain was going to teach the recruits how training is going to work, since theirs is going to be different from ours. Pero, the eldest, replied as he turned his head to look at his brother. Just like how he did to us? Biro asked as he approached the window. Exactly like that. The siblings replied at the same time. Don't forget, we're invited to participate, and honestly, I had a little bit of an inkling to show off. There are some pretty girls in there. Phiro replied with a chuckle as he looked outside. We need to show our strength, else they'll think we're pushovers. We need to cement our ranks. He added as he patted his chest. That's a bit much, brother. No, he's right. the eldest suddenly said, shocking the youngest. Huh. Byro did not expect the eldest to agree with the ridiculous idea of the middle born. It's important for us to show what we can do so they may understand how much they can improve if they put in the effort while also showing them that we're not weak despite our size. Of course, I wouldn't go as extreme as Fyro said, but he has some right, we have something to show, and I bet the captain is expecting one of us to step forward. It's a tactic to better control them. He said as he thought deeply. The two younger brothers looked at each other. Look at their older brother try to act cool as if he understood what was actually going on. So what are we doing here? Byro asked as he scratched his head. They seemed to be about to start. The older brothers looked at each other in silence before one of them said, his face pale. I ate too much sweet bread, I can barely move. He said as he trembled a little. He had been trying to hold his discomfort as he talked, but now that Byro brought the subject up, pressure suddenly began to pile up in his rear region. I'm worse. During the party I sneaked with a whole cake, and I ate it all. My stomach is about to burst. Fyro replied as he rested his head on the wall. Growl. How do you eat a whole cake? The youngest looked at his two elder brothers, his expression dark. This was the first time he had ever been more mature than the two of them, and it had to be in such a situation. FFRAP. Fart. Who did it? Byro asked out loud as jumped back in both fear and shock, closing his nose in desperation. Arg. I need to go to the bathroom. Pyro said as he touched his belly. But before he could do so, the middle born, Fyro, ran forward like a bolt of lightning. Come back here. Each dorm room only had one bathroom that they could use for simple necessities, while each wing had a community shower, the bathhouse. Because they were the only males in the familia, so far, those showers had been exclusively theirs, and they enjoyed it while they could. Each bathhouse was set very far from each other, meaning that it would be impossible for one side to accidentally sneak into the other. However, none of the brothers wanted to use the community bathroom. It would make things too obvious, and the last thing they wanted was to show this side of themselves to the newcomers. And to cause rumors to spread. Imagine being remembered for the destruction they caused in the toilet on the day of the recruitment celebration and not for their achievements and progress. They would rather be called small than anything of the sort. So they ran, only one of them would be getting the bathroom. The other would have to improvise or hold it until the other was done. Maybe even invade one of the unoccupied rooms and do the deed there. And Byro watched it all unfold. Brothers. While I do agree the food was incredible, you two should have just listened to Captain's advice and held yourself. Or just hide the food for later. I myself stole a small piece of the strawberry cake. It was very good, but I'm keeping it for later. Looking outside with a heavy gaze, Byro hesitated before going to the door, determined. For the first time in his life, he took a step as his own person making his own decisions, alone, and without his brothers. Meanwhile. Is everyone here? Good. Silver asked with a smile as he looked at the crowd in front of him. 39, 72. 121, yeah, seems like everyone's here. Looks like we also have a few of the veterans around, but no signs of the ones I actually wanted to be here. TSK. I knew I said it was optional, but did you all really need to skip it? You're making things harder for me. Either way, I'll jump the boring talks about the training regimen that can come after. I want to try something more dynamic, snap. Silver snapped his fingers, and the ground beneath their feet changed, and a large circle formed on the dirt. All right everyone, choose where you wish to stand, just don't cross the line. Yes. They replied in unison. They sure are eager. It seems my reputation is putting some pressure on them. It's similar to how some members of the Loki familia see Finn and the other executives. To be looked up to. It's not that bad to be seen like this, as long as that doesn't cloud their judgment. Or mine. Or if it gets tiresome, guess that's why I have Daphne. Sneeze. Sniff. That bastard. He's cursing me. Daphne exclaimed as she took a shower in the bathroom. Back at the training area, The circle Silver made was massive, and even with all of them side by side, barely a third of it had been covered, so it was easy for him to talk and look at them at the same time. Once everyone managed to fit in, Silver continued. I hope you're all well rested since we'll be moving quite a bit today. Thud. Exclamation point. He raised his foot and tapped it against the ground, causing it to crack and to startle some of the less attentive members. To some of them, this may very well be their first time witnessing magic, much less something of this scale. Silver's magic had already reached the point where he could influence the entire environment of the manor and beyond. Even if some of them witnessed magic, how strong would it really have been? Level 2. Level 3 at most. Magic isn't allowed on the streets of Orario, and to witness it outside would likely not be a good sign. So unless it's someone doing street performances or someone with a license, you'll rarely see magic being employed in the city. Which was ironic for the city at the center of the world, but it made sense. They needed control more than anything else, and they needed the people to feel safe. This wasn't Altina, a city of mages made for mages. This was Orario, a city of mortals made to seal the dungeon through the power of adventurers and the gods. Magic items were everywhere of course, but mages using magic. How many mages actually had magic that could be used around civilians? Crawl. While they all wondered what Silver was going to do, the crack on the ground slowly widened, and a hand rose from within. Ah. Some of the weaker-minded ones took a step back in shock and even a bit of fear, but Silver was ready for this, saying, "Everyone, don't fear, this is... Rodrigo." He added after a bit of thought. "KU. Tap. Rodrigo is your average, run-of-the-mill goblin, the kind you'll meet on the very first floor as your very first enemy," he said as he tapped the goblin's head. "They aren't very strong, but don't misunderstand me, that's on a dungeon scale. A goblin like this is stronger than your average adult, and what I mean by average is a muscular farmer that works all day long with heavy items. Although Rodrigo has no weapon, his claws are sharp enough to cause significant damage even to level 1 adventurers, so don't let them get their hands on you. Above that, a goblin will usually possess a weapon after a few floors, coming in groups as well. They can swing their broken and dirty blades with surprising swiftness, so don't let their frail appearance misguide you. Today's exercise is simple, you'll all fight against it at least once. Is anyone willing to give it a try? Volunteers. Silence. Most were still relatively shocked by the goblin's dramatic entrance. Still, many in there weren't afraid of the goblin, having taken out many before. Yet, before anyone could reply, a girl raised her hand, asking, "Excuse me, Captain. I have a question," she asked out loud. "Perfect. Tell me, what's on your mind?" Phew, someone finally broke the silence. I was getting a bit afraid I took this a bit far for a first show, despite my desire to shock them at first. "So, is that a dungeon goblin? How did you bring it up?" Nod. As she said that, many nodded. They were all in agreement, wanting answers as well. Technically speaking, only the Ganesha Familia can do such a thing, as bringing in a monster from the surface is nearly impossible. There are dozens of mechanisms to prevent such a thing from taking place, not to say the legality of it even if he could. Safe to say, most weren't happy with seeing it here, even if it was under controlled grounds. "Oh. That's simple to answer," Silver replied with a chuckle as he turned to the goblin. Fwoosh. Bam. With a carefree swipe of his right hand, Silver pulverized the goblin's head, causing a powerful wind pressure to hit the forest around them. Wind. Kaya. The turbulence was so strong that it caused some trees to lose their leaves and almost pushed some of them back, and when things calmed down, Silver added, "This isn't a dungeon goblin, it's merely a creation of mine through my magic." As he said so, he raised his right hand. The sand on the ground gathered together to form a goblin just like the one before. It even had weapons. Clap. Silver then clapped his hands lightly, and the goblin turned to dust. "It looks like a real goblin and will act like one too, but it isn't one. Don't worry though, because in the situations things get ugly, I can make it stop. A little lie, because in truth, I'm controlling it. I want them to think the goblin acts on its own so I can push them to the edge without them getting angry or growing resentment against me. This would also make them on edge since they'll treat this as a goblin and not as a puppet. So I'll deny I'm in control at all times, or at least say I can stop it with simple commands. At least this way they'll believe this goblin's actions are genuine. Haha. I'm a law-abiding citizen, I wouldn't go out of my way to capture a monster," Silver said with a laugh as he once again created another goblin. Meanwhile, some of the veterans that heard him say that had their expressions turned dark, especially the ones that knew the truth. He was really lying with a smile on his face. How shameless. Law-abiding. You mean breaking a tower in half and causing it to collapse in itself to be a law-abiding action? So. I hope that answered your question. And also, would anyone be willing to? Me. Step. From within the cloud, a red-haired girl with an equally fiery expression stepped out from the crowd, cracking her knuckles as she looked at Silver. Oh. She's one of the level 2 who joined, Sulati if I'm not mistaken. A goblin like this won't do if it's her. A shame, I wanted to teach them more about it with actual examples. But it wouldn't be bad to have a strong figure show how it's done first. Heh. While she smiled at the chance of facing a monster from the dungeon, her friend behind her paled, though her reasons for such were a mystery only hers. As for Silver, he took a step back, raising his arm. "Whenever you're ready," he said with a chuckle. "Though do take it easy, at least let the others." Ha! Slash dash, slash. Slash smash, slash. Like an arrow being released from the bow, she dashed forward, delivering a fatal strike right to the goblin's face, blowing it to pieces. Slash fall. Drip, slash. And while the pieces of the goblin's skull fell back, staining the ground, she smiled, looking at Silver. "This wasn't everything, was it?" she said as she shook her hand, cleaning it of the gore. Although Silver maintained his light smile, his thoughts were running wild. What a daring girl. Just what we needed. The familia was rather passive. Of course, I don't want a powder keg in my home, but I need some pepper around to make these girls move around more. She has courage, I like that, just who I needed for this little event. Though I would have preferred if some of the veterans stepped out. Especially Daphne, I was even ready to cheat a little bit to show her best sides to all. I can see some people in the crowd keeping an eye on things, huh? Bummer. Doesn't matter either way, better if we show the strength of our level 2s to all. Slash snap, slash. With a snap of his fingers, the dirt on the ground gathered into a large pile, taking the shape of a large creature, and then, a dragon. Slash roar, slash. Four arms with long claws framed within a bulky body covered in thick, orange leather like that of a rhino. The strongest monster of the upper floors, an infant dragon. This one is called. Everyone was in silence as Silver chose a name for the infant dragon. "This is Ronaldo, the wingless dragon. How about it, can you take it down?" he asked with a smile as he patted the beast. The infant dragon is as rare in the surface as it is rare in the dungeon. It would have been very unlikely for her to have ever met one. But given how she's level 2, she must have had an intense fight at some point, slash smirk, slash. Slash bam, slash. Sue smiled widely, smashing her fists against each other, creating sparks. "I won't even sweat. Confidence is good to have, it's all yours. Rip it apart, if you can," he said coldly. Slash roar, slash. Slash dash, slash. Slash moments later, slash. My idea with this training method was to get everyone first used to how the dungeon is before proceeding with introducing them to it. I can't really give Excelia to them, but whatever they learn from fighting it won't really go away. An artificial experience is still one, because if people can get Excelia from lifting rocks, how come they can't from facing a dummy? With a little bit more tuning, I can perfectly mimic the dungeon environment right here on the manor. This may be inconsequential to those already used to it, but to the rest, it'll be an invaluable experience. Later on, I can even use this to teach them about lower floors they never stepped on before, kind of like a simulation before the real thing, or to even evaluate them on their decision-making abilities and other things. It should help them at the very least. After all, Excelia is given if someone surpasses a hard challenge, no matter how artificial it is. If there is real danger, and if the person believes their life is on the line, then they will fight like it. Just like when I captured goblins and threw them at the newbies to force them into a shitty situation. They will receive Excelia as per normal, or at least, they should. If it doesn't help as I wished, I can still easily capture the monsters and drag them here for them to fight. How will they tell if the monster is an illusion or real if I remove the magic stone the moment it dies? I just have to get them used to my illusions turning into black powder, then everything will be in place. There is no way to fail. Well, there is. Auranus can tell when monsters move in the dungeon, so I would have to see if he can feel me moving monsters between floors. Otherwise, I'll likely be getting a scold. Or worse. Could he put me in detention? Haha, slash splurt, slash. Just a moment after he finished with his thoughts, Sue delivered a fatal punch to the dragon's head, killing it. Ha! Laughing loudly, she stepped on it proudly, and everyone clapped in awe. She liked the attention, although it made her a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, Silver thought about what to do next. So, do you want to continue? That was a bit fast, but Sue is a level 2 adventurer with an average of F rank stats, with her main stats being over E on average, more than enough for her to go all the way down to Rivera solo, maybe even hunt on the 19th floor alone. Though she has no abnormal resistance. TSK, looks like she needs some training in that area. Yes. She exclaimed, excited. This is everything I ever wanted. Sue had joined the Familia for one reason only. To fight strong people. She had tried to join the Loki Familia, but they weren't recruiting, and she didn't know any other Familias worth of her and didn't have the patience to bother doing any research, so she just waited for the Hestia Familia recruitment day because she came to learn of it by chance. Although it was true that they were the talk of the town. She did clash with a few Familias during her wait, but none of them managed to get her attention. She may be just a surface world mercenary, but she was proud of her strength. And Silver had already recognized that, but unfortunately, he couldn't allow it to continue. He needed to dismantle her confidence just so she could build it anew with the monsters of the dungeon. She wasn't facing the same goblins and kobolds of the surface, these were much stronger, fiercer, and prone to changes. Not to say the dungeons changes whenever something big happens. It wasn't the same to hunt a goblin on the surface as it was to hunt one in the dungeon, and that wasn't even accounting for the biggest danger of them all. Adventurers. What always ended up killing adventurers on the surface upon entering the dungeon was their overconfidence. A wyvern on the surface can't be that different from one in the dungeon, in fact, it should be easier to hunt it due to limited airspace. Or something along those lines. An adventurer's lack of experience ends up killing them more than their lack of ability to deal with a given situation. There's a reason why you hear none brag about the monsters they defeated on the surface, because they are either dead, or they realize the misconception within their own words. Look at her go, she's all excited. Said an Amazon on the circle as she looked at her friend proudly showing off. I should have gone myself. Had I done so, all of these boys would be fawning over me right now. Humph, it's just a big lizard, what's good in bashing its head? While she scorned her friend for being a brute, her reasons for joining the Hestia Familia were no less pure. She wanted to make a harem of boys. A very Amazon-esque dream. The problem was, she didn't know how to talk with men. She wasn't an Amazon that grew to be brutal, she was a normal girl that grew up in a rather peaceful town, though she definitely did not have that peaceful of a childhood by the fact she was level 2 by the tender age of 16. Her personality and desires came from her first goddess, who had quite the unique personality. Like most gods, honestly. I regret it. URG. It should have been me. That does it, congratulations. Silver said as he clapped his hands. The infant dragon is the strongest standard monster you can face on the upper floors. If you can face it alone and this easily, there is little the upper floors can do to you. But please, the dungeon is no garden, never drop your guard. Either way. How about we jump a level? Silver asked with a chuckle. Slash snap, slash. He snapped his fingers, and a creature feared by many formed from the sand. Massive muscles hidden by thick fur, a pair of large sharp horns linked to a bovine head. A monster that was half man and half beast, holding a clever in that it would not hesitate to use it to kill at sight. Slash rowayer, slash. A minotaur. Slash fall, slash. The minotaur's roar was so strong and violent that it forced all level 1 adventurers to fall down to their knees, some more than others. Fear overwhelmed them, causing them to forget this was a mere creation and not a beast of the dungeon. They saw its red eyes stare down at them from afar, its slow and rhythmic breathing as its cleaver moved in the wind. Up and down. Only a few of the stronger level 1 adventurers managed to maintain their focus, and even then, its howl caused their eardrums to hurt. It caused many to panic. This was the reason why the middle floors were not recommended for those without the proper ability. Suppression. A minotaur is one of the many dungeon checks. If you're not ready, then you either die or leave with your tail between your legs. They're not the kind of monster you can defeat by merely keeping yourself calm-headed, they're true beasts of those caverns. Despite their strength, they grow in number rather quickly and are known to hunt in groups. They are pretty violent and incessant in their pursuit of prey, and their ire is so immense adventurers affirm they can feel the bloodlust of a minotaur from dozens of meters away. If they put their mind to it, a minotaur can even cross floors to go after someone, and although any monster can do so as well, they take the spot for being the easiest to be compelled into doing so. You just need to provoke them. They are one of the monsters known for being slayers of adventurers, together with killer ants and war shadows. Still, despite its otherwise fearsome appearance, Sue was excited. In front of her was a legendary monster, one she could only hear of during her time as a mercenary. Something rarely seen on the surface. It was finally her time to slay one. Slash roar, slash. The beast cried in anger, dashing forward with powerful momentum. It approached Sue in no time at all, slashing its cleaver down. Slash clang, slash. Haha. Your muscles aren't for show. Sue laughed loudly as she blocked the cleaver, much to many's awe. Blocking a minotaur head-on wasn't easy, especially while wearing metal knuckles. In fact, her trusty knuckles were already left with dents. So was the weakness of the surface against monsters. To face them, they needed to adventure into the depths and forge weapons with their own materials. Without them, they're as good as being empty-handed, as seen by how Sue's steel gauntlets were dented by just a singular attack. Nevertheless, due to her brave act, the others were already starting to respect her. The rise of a leading figure. Slash kick, slash. Showing her agility and strength, she kicked the beast in the stomach, sending it sliding down. Slash roar, slash. But a minotaur was known for its vitality and will to fight, so despite bleeding from its mouth due to the difference in their strengths, it crouched, getting into its famed skill. The charge. How will she react to this? Even a level 2 adventurer has to pay attention to the charge of a minotaur, no one wants those sharp horns pointing at them. Well then, enough prep time. Slash crack, slash. Slash dash, slash. With an incredible burst of speed, the Minotaur dashed forward, its sharp horns facing forward towards Sue. Exclamation point. Even with her strength, she knew she couldn't just risk facing it head-on, so she was ready to move. When she noticed the fact that there were people behind her. Level 1 adventurers and children that had just started their journeys. She may be a rude girl, but she was no heartless human being. Slash clench, slash. So she clenched her teeth and fists, stepping down on the ground. Her fist started to burn a little, the initial stages of her skill, Punisher. H-A-A-A-A. She waited for the right moment, right when the beast was a few steps from her. She couldn't miss, doing so would only be condemning her to a whole reap of pain and even possibly something wrong. To die to a single Minotaur despite her strength. How laughable. She never thought about that. Slash punch, slash. Slash bam, slash. Like a bullet being released from a chamber, the fist impacted the Minotaur's head, crushing it as its neck caved due to the recoil. Slash thud, slash. With one hand, Sue successfully pushed the beast away, it did not move after that. Ha. H-A-A-A. I think I fractured my wrist. It's getting red, slash clap clap clap, slash. Just when she took a breather to relax, everyone started clapping, cheering her on for a brave act. And while she became extremely flustered, Silver smiled. Well, things didn't go as I wished, but this is just as good. The people are not as afraid as before and Sue doesn't look as arrogant, though it would be better to show her how scary the dungeon truly is. Though maybe not today. Nevertheless, I'm concerned this will turn into bad advice. You don't punch a Minotaur mid-charge, it's stupid. I'll have to cement that in their head. Would you like to continue? Silver asked as the Minotaur turned to sand. I definitely would, but my hand. TSK. Just when I was having fun. This will take a few months to heal. Shit. For surface dwellers, injuries were way more intolerable than they were in Orario. Potions were harder to make due to lack of materials, more expensive due to that and the lack of alchemists as well. So even a level 2 adventurer like her would often see herself waiting for her injuries to heal naturally over long periods of time, while a level 2 adventurer in Orario would see himself receiving some degree of treatment. Everything was harder on the surface, and it was impressive anyone leveled at all. That is indeed quite a problem. In the dungeon, you won't have the chance to heal yourself often if at all, so next time, try to consider another approach. He said with a sharp gaze as walked to her. There is always another way, but if you can't think about it, well, then you need to find someone that can do that for you. You won't be given a second chance. Protecting your allies is what you should aspire to do as a vanguard, but you have to consider the way back as well. You must protect them just as much you must protect yourself, because if you fall, what should they do? Be more careful with your own body. Good work, either way. He said as his hand started to shine in green light. Before Sue realized it, the pain in her wrist had vanished. She was healed. How about now? Are you willing to test your limits? Silver asked with a small smile. Sue did not know what to say. Notes. A simpler chapter about interactions. Sorry for the delay again. Peace. Chapter 249, Here Comes My Goddess. There were 2 reasons this chap was delayed. The first being that it was bugged and all spaces were changed for. So you can imagine how it felt to look at a wall of text 2.5k words long. And the second one was that I got constipated. I feel a bit better but that hit me in the gut quite a bit. Anyway, enjoy the chap, we continue with the post-recruitment arc chaps and we'll soon engage in the next one. Peace. / later that day, / open. Blink, / yawn. What time is it? Hestia slowly got up from her beauty nap, stretching her petite body as her hair flowed around her shoulders gently, sunlight streaking across the room like a golden waterfall. An image straight out of fairy tales, the kind a painter would dream of immortalizing into a canvas, though unfortunately, there was none here. / jump / She got up from her bed with a little jump, feeling energetic, as if she hadn't slept like a damn log all afternoon long. Red sunlight flowed into her room, indicating that the sun was setting, the day had come to an end, and from here on out, the night city would awaken. Adventurers would return from the dungeon and drink at the bars, the chaotic red light district would open its doors, and the average worker would close down the doors of their shops and return home. Is it already dusk? I slept quite a bit. She said with a small smile as she opened the curtains of her room. Time passes so quickly yet so slowly. She looked at Orario through her window and the sun setting in the distance, the street that led into the distance, and the many people walking in it. What a beautiful day. I don't see anyone in the gardens. Hestia was used to always seeing someone in the gardens, being either the girls enjoying the beautiful flowers there or someone taking care of them. It wasn't an easy task, and it was usually done by Haruheim, though every now and then she needed help from heavy machinery. Silver. Silver wasn't in charge of taking care of any house chores, and everyone he did was out of his own desire to help, but he was there for the harder and more time-consuming ones. Cleaning the roof. Leave it to him, he can make it rain. Cleaning the outer walls. Simple, he can power wash it all down in a matter of minutes. What about trimming hundreds of meters worth of rectangular bushes surrounding the entire manor? No need, he can force the plants to grow back into the shape they were supposed to be in. Silver could easily do all of that and in very little time. That was how they managed to maintain the manor for 6 months with little personnel for so long. Otherwise Silver would have managed to convince Hestia to hire maids, though unfortunately, he kind of screwed himself there by being too competent. He may play around whenever he's around them, but no one ever said he wasn't hardworking nor serious. Silver was always serious, he would never undermine a situation, and that was why Daphne trusted him with any official matters since she knew he had the capabilities to deal with it. He was a silent worker that never asked for recognition unless he wanted to win a petty argument, mostly during arguments with Hestia. That was how he did things. And she couldn't really help it, could she get angry at him if he raised the "I cleaned the entire manor" card? That was why she only sighed most of the time he vanished in the dungeon. His excuses for his unhealthy lifestyle of bleeding and breaking daily in the dungeon, she had to take them down, even if she wasn't willing to. She promised him that she would support him, even if it pains her to do so. I'm not tired anymore, she said with a sigh as she turned around, going to the bathroom. Growl, and hungry, she said with a pitiful expression as she touched her belly. I think we used all of our food to prepare for today's ceremony, cooking something would take too long. I have some money since my paycheck was just last week. Yeah. I'll drag Silver to a restaurant and eat the most delicious of plates. Exuding happiness and with a plan on her mind, Hestia put on some good clothes and did her hair before leaving her room in search of her precious person to share with him her wonderful idea. And she eventually found him, a slight glimpse through a window. She had to look at it again to confirm what she was seeing. What is going on? She exclaimed from the second floor of the manor as she saw Silver and the others train. There, she saw Silver fight against a girl alone, though in truth, he wasn't doing anything but staying in place while the girl tried to hit him with her fists. The problem was, why? Why is he shirtless? She asked out loud as she placed her face against the glass, looking down at Silver with an intense glare. Why does it always end like this? Every time. Every time he goes to train with someone his shirt somehow falls off. It rips, either by his hand or someone else's. It burns, tears, falls off, or worse. He takes it out on his own. He has training clothes, so why not wear them? He's doing it on purpose. She did have a point, since if Silver wanted, he could just pull another shirt from anywhere, or even make one, even if temporary. There were dozens of ways he could cover himself also. She already knew Silver was proud of his own body, but she could not tolerate such abnormal and shameless behavior. Hestia could already see the faces of the newcomers as they looked at his chest. Herman. Unacceptable. She may be unable to proclaim her claim out loud, but she could prevent them from enjoying the view. Something that was hers by right. And most important of all, she would stop him from fooling around too much. At least, that was how she saw things. Like a bolt of light, Hestia ran down the stairs, leaving dust behind as she rushed outside. Bam bam bam, Back in the training ground, Sue constantly hit Silver's chest with her knuckles, her fists becoming afterimages as she punched faster and faster like never before. Huff. I can't keep this for long. This was the first time she punched so fast in her whole life, she didn't even know she could reach such speeds. This was untreaded territory, the very limits of her skill. Any other creature, be it monsters or men, would already be dead by now, and even if there were stronger monsters that could last this long, they certainly wouldn't stand still and let her punch them to death or even reach this stage. There were literally 2 fireballs around her hands, the strongest reaction her skill had ever manifested. It symbolized the flaming vigor they had achieved, carrying on her will to punish her enemies. Bam bam bam, The clash of her fists against Silver's chest and thorax were so heavy they caused the very air to stir, releasing powerful impact waves akin to those of gunshots. Incredible. Someone said as they gulped heavily. So that is a level 2 adventurer. A boy replied as he clenched his fists. I don't think this is a normal situation. Someone replied, understanding how unusual this situation was. Regardless, everyone that witnessed this scene understood Sue wasn't to be messed with, her position now as solid as that of a rock. Her fiery personality and power was now firmly engraved in their minds. But so was Silver's. His simple yet overwhelming act of standing still already said everything they needed to know about him. His personality, authority. He was like a rock, unmovable. The difference of levels. First class, this was what the peak of adventurers looked like. Their captain, the silver-eyed warrior of the Hestia Familia, the one that carries the flames of revolution. His determination and will to follow through with his actions were already known by all, a familia having been the price for this knowledge to become widespread. Or better put, 3. And mayhaps even more in the future. Bam 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 bam, slash. Damn it. Sue said out loud as she kept hitting him. How is he still standing? How can't I even move him? The ground should have given in long ago. Certainly, even if Otter were to be here, he would have been pushed back. Because even if he is strong, the dirt beneath their foot isn't. On a hardness scale, Otter may be harder than even a diamond, though comparing surface world materials may not be the best. Since technically speaking, Otter is likely as hard as adamantite, given he has the physical strength to punch through such weapons. The peak of all adventurers wasn't just a title, after all, common dirt had no chance. Although this wasn't common dirt, this was their training grounds. Still, the fact Silver wasn't moving nor leaving any marks on the ground was extremely odd. No one would be able to understand or even feel the way Silver used his magical powers. Even if he wished to explain what plasmids were, he knew it would lead nowhere. And since he wanted to look imposing and cool to cement his authority, he chose to cheat a little and lock himself in place. Of course, that wasn't contributing to his defense, his body was more than enough for that, but he couldn't have Sue push him around like a rag doll. So he stood still, like a mountain. Slash bam, slash. With one last punch, Sue delivered a fast strike directly to his abdomen, but Silver didn't even flinch. Her fastest and strongest fist, it would have killed a level 3 monster, maybe even injured a level 4 monster head-on. If her wrist managed to withstand the impact. Never in her life would she be able to reach the speed again unless she leveled up, because she was certain. No, everyone was that there was no monster in the dungeon within her level range that could withstand the barrage she just delivered. But there he was, uncaring, looking at her with his clear platinum eyes. She could almost hear his words. Are you done? He repeated them so many times. For her, every time he said that was to see if she was okay. To see if she hadn't hurt herself. But maybe he was just asking to see if she had shown him everything she was capable of because, in his eyes, everything she did was nothing but a slight tickle. Like when she got hurt against the Minotaur, he lightly scolded her and praised her. She didn't quite comprehend what he meant at first, but now, she understood how unimpressive her actions were. He might have even thought her to be impulsive and narrow-minded. It made her feel terrible, and even a bit disappointed. She was nothing to him, perhaps even less than that. He may show concern and care, but he had the right. His position was more than a stage above her. He was looking at her straight from heaven. A strong figure to look up to. This was exactly what she wanted, a strong opponent. But what fun was there if the opponent didn't even register her presence? Slash touch, slash. Silver patted her shoulder, giving her a nod. That was a pretty strong punch. Apart from a few individuals, I doubt there are any level 2 adventurers that would have been able to receive it. Keep at it and you might even have the right to claim the title of strongest level 2 adventurer, so don't drop your head, raise it. Strongest if given the time to punch. Silver saw her complex expression and he exhaled slightly. One day, you'll make me flinch, won't you? He asked with a small smile as he raised his right hand to tap his own chest. Captain. She mumbled in a low tone as she raised her head. What did you say? Is she finally? I will try my hardest, Captain. She replied as she looked at the side, too embarrassed to continue. It was finally hitting to her that she spent close to 10 minutes punching the chest of her captain under the eyes of close to 200 individuals. Even if her skin was thick, that was too much exposure for her. And seeing that she wasn't being comfortable anymore, Silver raised his head to announce the de facto start of their training now that he managed to solidify his position and raise everyone's mood and confidence a little. But when he was about to say so, he stopped, changing his gaze. Step, slash. Stup right there. A small goddess ran like a truck on a dirt road. Notes. I wanted to edit things a bit more, but my ass needs rest. First time I ever had this, it must have been the rice I ate yesterday. Ugh. Peace. Chapter 250, The Spark. Sorry for the wait, this is the chapter for last Sunday, but I'm also here to say that there will be no more chapters till next Sunday. This week, in particular, has been rather extreme for me. I have a few exams and tasks to do, I had a few things to do with my family, I got severe constipation for some reason, and now, I'm sick. I'm feeling much better, but sometimes I have to get up and fight with the toilet, not the best of times. At least I've not played any games, though that hasn't improved my situation much. That's about it, peace. Slash meanwhile, beneath Orario, slash. Slash scratch scratch scratch, slash. Inside a dark and damp room with only a small lamp to illuminate it, a man continually scribbled something on a small piece of parchment. His hand heavy, it almost seemed as if the man was carving the ink onto the piece of paper, angrily linking together letters to form words and string them into extensive blocky paragraphs. His appearance was like that of a religious fanatic or an ever-pious follower doing what his God told him to, recording down their will, word by word. Even as the minutes passed, turning to hours, maybe even days on end, the man never stopped his task. Only when the candle was put out did he stop to fill another, creating a pool of wax on the ground and around the lamp as time passed by. It was as if a demon had possessed him. As invisible obsession controlled his fingers and movements, he was a puppet to his own desires. Slash step, slash. That was, until someone walked inside the room. Jura, when are you going to stop wasting your time in this shithole? I can't even see my fucking hands in this darkness. A man said as he walked out of the shadows and into the light. Do not be bother me, Dix. I'm almost there. I can even see it, that PP power. The maniacal man replied as he raised his face to face the newcomer, revealing it. A man with sunken eyes and a sickly smile, with only one ear left in his head. A catman, but his appearance was so decadent he may as well pose as another species. Image. Our previous test was a massive success, but it also warned me of the dangers. Jura said he pulled a few pieces of paper. It was only then that one would realize the scope of his obsession for his craft, as all around him, shelves upon shelves of scrolls laid around, all written by him over the scope of years. Right now, in the entire world, Jura may very well be the one that knew the most about monsters, his knowledge so extensive it could put entire libraries to shame. Even if that knowledge was written under a rather twisted and psychedelic point of view bordering that of a fetish. I hate to say it, but this monster of yours sure is something. Dick said with some irony as he crossed his arms. Although we lost all scouts and a jewel, that doesn't matter because we managed to measure its destructive potential. The Freya Familia. According to our watchers in the upper and middle floors, they were completely and utterly trashed. It pains me to not have witnessed it. Or being there to finish them off. And above all, to not have put faith in it. Were we more upfront about it, the Freya Familia would be no more, and our biggest hurdle would be gone. Without Otter, Orario is just a joke. Although it's only an assumption, deeming the words of that monster, we can safely assume they got in that condition due to our interference. A single monster drove them to that state. If we can control it successfully, then we'll win. Though now, the Freya Familia is aware of our existence to a certain extent, they shouldn't descend without proper planning, no matter how arrogant they are. Not to say the growth we provided them, we lost too much here for a simple and inconsequential test. I have to make up for it. But as he said that, Dix had the urge to laugh at his own words. If we even can, that is. Jura, a monster that cannot be controlled, is nothing but a waste of time. Slash slam, slash. But Jura was unwilling to accept it, slamming his fist on the table. What do you know? You kept making fun of me and undermining my research while doing nothing but bothering me. What do you know about whether or not? Slash slam, slash. Before Jura could even react, Dix vanished, slamming his head against the table. Listen here, you talk with me like that again and I'll finish what that bitch did to you and make you fully deaf. URG. Slash let go, slash. What I'm trying to say is that it's too strong. Dix said as he let go of Jura. Try to understand, a creature that almost wiped out the strongest familia, how are you planning on putting it on a leash? Even that monster was unable to call out to it. Do you realize what that signifies? You better give me a satisfying answer, as we already spent too many resources putting up with your mess, and this time, I expect it to not involve the sacrifice of our personnel. Unless you wish to make up for it. It's already been taxing and tiring to deal with that bitch. She's been sniffing around and drinking to her heart's content, trying to get into our heads. She's a tumor that only consumes, even if she provides something to us. Maybe parasite would be more fitting. But we can't do much to her since there is that shadow behind her. It would be a pain even for me to face him, and we would gain little but injuries by causing a civil war amidst ourselves. Besides, she has her uses. Thanks to her, we've secured many eyes and hands all around and even extra manpower, even if they're all directly under her control. I have to keep away or risk being charmed, TSK. What a shitty situation. This place was already claustrophobic and now I have to avoid certain areas. That shitty god of mine has also seemingly vanished, again, likely due to her as well. She's been mingling with Thanatos as well, no doubt trying to use her body to get what she wants. He's no fool, but how long will it take for that loser to fall under her feet? Or maybe that's exactly what that other maniacal bitch wants. Dick's expression turned into one of displeasure. He loved to be on top and to understand the situation, but he couldn't make heads or tails of what was going on anymore within Evolus. Not that it mattered, to him, they were only a means to an end, a means to get what he wanted, the bloodshed necessary for him to quell his curse. At least until he found a way to remove it for good. Meanwhile, Jura's expression went from fury to fear as he looked away from Dix, unable to face him. There is no need for that. I just need one more SS sample, he said while stuttering, fidgeting with his fingers as he thought of what words to use. I confirmed the cause and the clear strength variation, Dix. This is the first monster in recorded history that can change its strength depending on where it is birthed, he said with a broken smile. There's nothing like it in the entirety of the dungeon. You're correct to say we can't do nothing if it is birthed on the 50th floor, but if we can simulate what happened on that day, then we can mayhaps create a powerful force that can wipe out all. There is a reason the guild kept quiet about it. They don't want us to know its characteristics. They do not wish to share us its beauty, Jura said as he opened his arms wide. Dick's expression did not change, he still looked at Jura with a cold expression. We just need to make a few more experiments. To stabilize the process as you said before. I previously estimated the 24th floor juggernaut to be level 5, and if the deep floor juggernaut put so much pressure on the Freya Familia, then its power would have had to be that of a level 7 even before its contact with the jewel. It's a monster unlike any other. A monster that can rival a floor boss even if it's called upon the same area. And remember how we failed to control a floor boss before? This might be the chance for us to achieve the same outcome in an even more controlled environment. And I already have a proper candidate area for our next experiment. Show it to me, Dix ordered as he crossed his arms. Give me a minute, Jura replied as he turned to his table, pulling the papers as he desperately sought after his item. And eventually, he found it, a map of the dungeon. This place is the Water City. 25th to the 27th floors. An interconnected floor region considered as one by the dungeon's criteria. It should be considerably easy to crash it down and summon the great beast. And then, even if other adventurers try to react, they won't be fast enough to stop us from accomplishing our experiment or even strong enough to do so. Its layout also allows us to use a myriad of diversions to confuse them. They wouldn't be able to track us, not within its complex tunnels. This is what I've concluded. Sir. I see, then, what's missing? Jura's expression went dark as he clenched his fist. I want to kill the Gale, he said in a deep and serious tone unlike his usual cowardly nature. So, I was looking for her, seeking her. To drive a blade through her neck, to her long ears as she did to mine, to rip out her arm as she did mine. And once I'm done, I'll feed her to the Juggernaut, to give her an end like those of her past companions. It's the only fate she deserves. And how exactly do you plan to do that? Dix asked with a thin smile as he listened to Jura. I was thinking about that. Smirk. Then. Why don't I help you? The Gale took out many of ours in the past. Her lone presence drove a nail through our forces, shoving us into this dark age where we're too scared to even go out into the sun. Every one of us hates her, so her death will serve as a great morale boost. I have something in mind, what do you think? He asked as he approached Jura. This will be a good chance to test some things also. As long as she suffers. Jura replied with a cruel expression. Back at the surface, cough. It was an accident, after training for a bit. Your shirt tore off, right? That's okay, accidents happen, especially amidst beginners and when you wish to prove a point. Hestia said with a nod as she interrupted Silver. I don't doubt it's hard to keep up appearances during intense combat, adventurers always come back worn out, it's normal. Still, once your shirt tore off. Why didn't you put on another? She exclaimed as she punched his chest. Smack. Did you need to flash your chest to them and be proud of it? I was occupied, I could not. Smack. You're making excuses for why the sun is yellow. Stop trying to roll me around. She said with a pout, trying to look ferocious as she cut him mid-sentence. But Silver only found her cute, though, of course, he tried his best to not show. That would only trigger her off. Anyway. Can I continue with the training? Silver said as he tried to push the conversation elsewhere. Hey, trying to flee. Fine, but remember. I won't leave you off the hook so easily. She said with a teasing smile as she tried to look domineering and cool. But given the height difference and the way Silver looked at her, her affront cooled off faster than a candle in the wind. Still, she didn't realize that as she turned around, leaving with a proud and satisfied smile on her face, thinking she had succeeded in acting more domineering as her friends told her to. Sigh. She's getting more possessive, someone's giving her some bad ideas. He mumbled out loud with a chuckle as he scratched his head. I don't think she has a problem with me taking off my shirt, it's more of how and why I'm doing it. I'm indeed overdoing it a little, that's for sure, there are boundaries I'm meant to stick to. Even if you are G, forget it, that doesn't count. Shit. Silver closed his eyes as a bead of sweat fell from his forehead. In any case, that is mostly due to my laziness. Well, I don't mind her actions, being cherished is a good thing, especially by a beautiful girl that cares about you. Though it's cute to see her try to make me act more proper, her angry appearance is especially cute and teasable. He then thought about her words and complaints, smiling once more. As if I'll ever stop, what can I do when the newbie mage casts a fireball? Evade it. That would break the point of testing their capability and enforcing my own. Not that they need to be reminded of that. Still, how else will my shirt catch on fire and let me tease them all a bit? I wouldn't be able to play around with her as well. So I'll kindly reject her request. Silver thought with a smirk, albeit he was ready to stop it if it really started to bother her. Enough lazing around though, he said as he stretched his arms. I managed to rile up their spirits by having them all fight against these makeshift goblins and kobolds while even showcasing some of my strength and the other executives that joined at a later time. That was some good training, they managed to get a taste of the dungeon in this safe environment. Now's the time to tell them how the training from here on out is going to happen and ramp up the rhythm a little. It'll be the same thing from 6 months ago, the 1-month training period to get them used to each other in the familia, for them to learn about the dungeon and how to work as a group. With several more things since we developed quite a bit since then. Not to say all of our newest shops and facilities that are under construction, we'll have to settle everyone in as smoothly as possible in these following few days. Because I'll be leaving Orario for a few weeks soon. They'll be training while I'll be outside, once I'm back, they'll be done with it all or still at it. That's the situation I'm trying to envision here. With a pondering expression, Silver went back to the training area, there was still much to do. And tomorrow, Silver would be making a visit to the familia of another small goddess, one with a much fiercer personality. He had a request to listen. Notes. This chapter was the definite end to this arc, now we move on to the last thing on the list before Silver leaves Orario. I'm trying to make several foreshadowing to what will happen later following the expected line of thoughts the characters would have given everything that happened so far, and I think this is going well. I love this chapter despite not feeling confident in how some interactions was executed. I hope I'll do the next few arcs well. That's all I wanted to say, have a nice day. And remember, be strong. Chapter 251, The New Twilight Manor. Hey guys, I'm alive, a bit tired though. It's been a long while since the last chap, including Zero Fate. Can't say I'm devoid of reasons for that, but it's still inexcusable that I left you all without an explanation. Exams and being sick sum it all, but my lack of interest in writing has certainly made it all fall to this. Not so long ago I had successfully written 25 plus chaps of Danmachi and 3 advanced chaps of Zero Fate, ever since then things went downhill. Well then, last chap, we finished the recruitment arc, and now it's a day or so after that. I'll try to pick up the pace with the releases again. That's about it everyone, enjoy. Later. After yet another busy day at the Hearth Manor, Silver and Hestia later enjoyed a night together at a restaurant where they ate plenty before leaving with bloated bellies. Following that, they spent around an hour going around the beautiful night scenery of Orario, visiting areas they had never been to, like the beautiful houses surrounding the major river of Orario and the many boats fishing at night, their weak lantern lights shining in the water like the stars in the sky. A beautiful date full of everything one should had, one they haven't had in a while due to their circumstances but one they enjoyed to its fullest nonetheless. Before going back home, however, they stopped by a small sweet shop to eat some sweets to finish their date with a sugary feeling in their mouths. For just 300 valis, they enjoyed themselves plenty under the elegant streets of the district. It was now time to go back home. On the way back, they stopped by a few shops here and there, buying a few things for their companions, little rewards for a week of hard work. Once they were done, they made their way back and put everything away as now wasn't the time to share it all with them. It wasn't that late but it was still too late to give someone a present. So when everyone knew they had returned and everything was all right, Silver snuck into Hestia's room and they vanished from the manor. Somewhere further west, in the old ruins in the district directly above the west entrance of Orario, an old church stood. Well, not that old now that it has been reformed. Swoosh. Silver and Hestia reappeared within, but they didn't do anything weird. Instead, they just reveled in the moment with Silver sitting in one of the church's pews while Hestia watched him from afar. It's been a while, hasn't it? Hestia said as she looked at Silver. You speak as if we haven't visited this place recently. In fact, I was even afraid you would grow tired of visiting it. Silver replied with a teasing smile without turning his head. He wasn't wrong, Hestia did indeed love this place. Aye. Why, you know what I mean. Hestia replied with a completely red expression, knowing full well what Silver was talking about. But yeah. It's been a while. Silver said as he looked at the repaired colored glass on the wall. It was beautiful and colorful, depicting a woman holding a child. Silver didn't know who it was nor what it was meant to signify, but it was one of the few things that hadn't broken over the decades or even centuries this church had been left abandoned. With a little bit of a touch, it sparkled more than ever. I like this place. Even if at this point, we spent more time in the Hearth Manor than here. Unfortunately or fortunately, that place is a tad too big for me. The old church always felt warmer. It's hard to describe. Sometimes, I kind of remember my time living here alone with Hestia, waking up and walking to the dungeon like everyone else. Of waking up with her by my side since she would always snuck into my bed. A simpler lifestyle, closer to one another, without too many responsibilities. A certain calmness I can't quite put my hand on. Hug. While Silver was in deep thought, Hestia approached him from the side, sitting down next to him and hugging him gently. You're thinking too much, enjoy the moment. She said as she snugged into his arm. Right. Guess she's still a goddess who can feel one's emotions. The two stood like that for a few moments until Silver decided to tease Hestia a little. So. The night is passing, I thought you were going to punish me. Silver asked with a small smile on his face without facing Hestia. And who's to say I'm not? Humph. She said as she crossed her arms with a pout. Is that so? I don't mind, this fine too. He said with a gentle smile as he pulled her closer. What are you doing? Hugging you, is this also not within the permissible? URG. This is. Fine. Then. Kiss. While distracted, he pulled her in for a kiss, taking her off guard. TT. Not permitted. She said with an embarrassed face. This is infraction number 1. Why not? Haven't we done so many times before? But today you're being punished. I see, then no kisses. Silver said as he continued to hug her. Why does it look like I'm the one being punished here? It was clear Hestia was thinking about something rather deeply. Later, after he had enough and the tiredness started to hit him again, Silver pulled Hestia into a princess carry, and amidst her many protests, he led her to the basement room where he gently put her on the bed after using his powers to clean it up perfectly, making it smell like flowers. And once he placed her there, he turned around, making his way to the bathroom where he took a shower, leaving Hestia with a mix of a poker face and a red expression. Not long after, he finished his shower, and instead of doing anything, he laid in the bed and said goodnight before turning to the side and sleeping. Zzzzzzzzz. This. Obviously, Hestia was in no way pleased with this outcome. How dare he sleep like that? This was supposed to be the most brutal of punishments. Ever. She would be getting back at him for all of that unauthorized contact he had with all of those girls and goddesses alike. Grind. Grinding her teeth and pushing the gears of her mind into action, Hestia dived into the shower as well, having a great idea. She would make herself irresistible, make him completely and utterly unable to sleep. Giggle. Giggling within her bathtub, Hestia prepared herself as the minutes passed. Creak. Eventually, Hestia left the bathroom, faint water drops still in her wet hair as she walked into the bed, wearing a loose nightgown that was rather provocative. Flip. And to her utter surprise, Silver was there, reading a book without a care in the world, flipping its pages without as he let out a light yawn. Ah, you're done, you sure took your time preparing yourself. He said as he placed the book by the side. I see you're wearing the gown we bought, it's as good as I thought, you look gorgeous. And sexy. Ah, really? Hestia asked as she fidgeted with her hair, feeling Silver emotions. It made her feel glad and happy. HHUH. That's not how it was supposed to go. She suddenly exclaimed as she noticed what Silver was trying to do. But he merely smiled at her. URG. Well then, I'm waiting for my punishment. He said as he got up from the bed, walking to her. Stop. He eventually stopped 1 foot in front of Hestia, touching her chin and lifting it up so their eyes would meet. Lightning seemed to cross through her body as he did that, causing her to freeze in place. Well then, don't tell me you took that long of a bath with all of those products only to have me sleep throughout the night, did ya? Wasn't this supposed to be a night? You wouldn't allow me to forget. He said as he leaned in for another kiss, this time, a bit lewder. Her expression was beet red. Even after doing so many times, Hestia was as slow and embarrassed about it as she had been her first time. Not that it was bad, Silver never bothered with the act of guiding her, it's part of the experience, and it made things more exciting on his end. She also seemed happy to be led, and that was how she seemed to prefer things to go. He loved seeing her face go from her ordinary smile to this, and from this too. Well, something better not shown around kids. I'll punish you. Thoroughly. She said in a meek tone as she looked away. Smirk slash. With a smile, Silver held Hestia's hands, pulling her to the bed. Well, from here on out, music would be made, and this time, Silver let Hestia be the main composer, even though she wasn't very good at it. Though from everything he saw and felt, he could see she had the talent for it and that she was enjoying it, that's for sure. Perhaps it was just the quality of the instrument that should have played a part in it. If they had the chance, he should let her try something like this again. If she had the energy for it. Because by the time they were done, Hestia's will to move was negative. He thought what excuse he would give to the others regarding her terrible sleeping schedule. But that was a problem for tomorrow. Shine. Oh wait, the sun was already rising. I'm tired. Another night without sleeping, Silver was about to go insane. Was it worth it? Zzzzzzz. Seeing the goddess sleep next to him, those thoughts all vanished away. What was he even thinking about? There was never the need to think about it. Because every moment with her was chill, va. Zzz. Snore. I still have some hours, at least that way I can recover some energy. But I swear I'll take a day off before I depart. A day off before my vacation, perfect. His mind set in stone, Silver turned to the side, closing his eyes as he hugged Hestia with one arm. She was the perfect pillow. Albeit she also thought the same of him. And in the battles throughout the night, Hestia would always win with her terrible sleeping habits, always managing to kick his blanket away. There was little he could do about it. A few hours later, Are you really leaving? Lloydju asked as he adjusted his glasses. For a while, yes, I'll be visiting my family, to see how things are going. Silver replied as he took a sip from his cup. My grandparents forgot to tell me where they moved to, but by now they should be back. Or at least have a hint for me to follow. Otherwise, things will get complicated. Honestly. I'm surprised. Why? Given your recent track record, I believed you were going to rush to level 5 or something, go kill Amphisbaena on your own, and maybe blow up the entire white place because you were bored. He said with a dry laugh, only to stop as he saw Silver's expression. And when he did, his smile vanished. Wait. You aren't serious. Did you? Yeah, I did try to do that. Silver replied with a poker face as he looked at his nails. Of course he did, by the sacred tree. A shame I failed. Silver added with a sigh. By the time I got there, someone else had already killed it. It may reappear every month or so, but this margin of error kind of played me. The day I started to prepare was when I realized I was too late. Despite starting my hunt a few days before the predicted time, Amphisbaena appeared earlier than normal and was killed by the members of the Ganesha familia who were capturing monsters in the area, due to Ganesha's fall event. It's already been 3 months since the monster philia, and with it, the last event Ganesha will host this year. There are the end of the year and New Year celebrations, but they're more of a massive party hosted by many if not all gods of Orario at the same time rather than something he individually hosts. Everyone gives a little bit to form a massive celebration, even familias like Freya's will give something like money for them to buy food and distribute it during the festivity. Demeter also donates a lot of food for the event. I really wanted to fight it, there were some things I wanted to try, but in the end, that was how things went. Amphisbaena's fire is not magic but an organic flame produced by an organ inside its body. What does this mean? It means I can study it and potentially create a plasmid. A potent fire that can burn a level 4 and greatly injure a level 5 that burns on water. It may not be that big of a deal, there are many alchemical fires that can do something like that, but Amphisbaena can also spew red mist that can diffuse magic. And that, for me, is much more valuable. It would also be the greatest of flexes, to steal a monster Rex's magic. Besides, it's been 2 weeks already, soon enough I'll have the chance to try again. Silver added with a large smile as he tapped on the table. That's just like you. Lloydju said with a helpless smile as he grabbed a book from the side. Is there anything official for us to go over? Silver asked as he looked at the book. No. I apologize. This isn't a record of the guild, it's just a diary. Lloydju replied with a chuckle as he took out a pen from his chest pocket. A diary? When did you pick up writing? Yes, and not so long ago. After putting in some thought, I came to the conclusion I should try writing since I read quite a little myself. And I've been enjoying it. However, I also realized that I know very little about life, so I decided to try and just write about what I know for now. My own life. Surprisingly, I've been having some fun spending a few minutes here and there to read what I have recorded. At the end of the day, I end up remembering some things I even forgot about due to my busy days. I also had a great time trying to remember older memories and pass them onto a piece of paper. It's been making me reflect greatly on myself. So if you don't mind, allow me to add a new line to my diary. It's all yours. Silver said with a smile as he took another sip of his cup. If he likes it, I won't stop it, he's a millionaire anyway, and he needs something to pass his time. Cough. My dear diary, 8th of September, XXYY, a bit over 8 a.m. Location, inside one of the private booths of the guild. Today, my reckless adventurer shared with me yet another of his nonsensical dungeon experiences, this time, a rare failure. Rather harrowing. Loiju said with a small look of enlightenment as he found the right words to use. Oi. Do you need to phrase it like that? Silver asked with a frown. But he was ignored. It seemed that after his recent exploits, he put another big target in his eyes, the boss monster of the water city, Amphisbaena. But as fate would dedicate, he bit more than he could chew. Alas, he was too late, losing the chance to get himself wet. End of line. Poof, /. Loiju closed the book with a satisfying poof, blowing some air into his face as he placed it aside. I would like to raise some objections to what you just wrote. Too late, the ink has already dried. Loiju retorted with a serious expression. Not a problem, I'll just remove the ink in its entirety. Silver replied with a smirk as his right hand started to transform. Huh. I forgot you could do something like that. Please stop, it's disturbing. Do you have the heart to mess with history? Loiju protested dramatically as he protected his book, hugging it tight. If it's accurate, yes, but as if what you just wrote is right. Silver protested out loud. It's exactly how I see things, please do not interfere. Loiju said as he continued to affirm and attest to his own words. Hashtag. Looks like there's a need to change how you think then, don't you worry, I can do that too. Silver said as he cracked his own neck, his right pupil changing as it became a spiral. But when he saw Loiju running away in fear, he sat down again as he rolled his eyes. Forget it. In the end, the two just laughed slightly before Silver got up from the table. Leaving already? Not even going to get a few commissions as you always do. You know, ever since you won that fight they have been piling in your name, all kinds of people now wish their requests to reach your hands, and they pay very, very well. I already sorted out the ones you can't accept due to your contracts as you told me, there's no better advisor than me is there. Loiju said with a large smile as he tapped his own chest. You're being paid extra to do that, don't try to butter me up when I'm already in charge of all your drinks for the next 15 years. Give them to someone else, there's quite a few things for me to do today, so much so I won't have the time to go to the dungeon. Whoa, you're really busy today. Loiju said with some surprise as his eyes opened wide. Things happen and... Were you being ironic? Silver asked as his eyebrows twitched. Why would I? I don't understand what you're talking about. Loiju said as he looked at Silver innocently. This knife ear. Silver let out a sigh, turning around as he waved his right hand in the air. See you later, try to not die from overwork again. Or spend your money irresponsibly. I could say the same to you, how much did you spend to buy the entire street in front of your home again? Who was the guy begging me for all kinds of commissions just so he could make some extra bucks? Humph. As if I begged, stop extrapolating reality. Silver said as he averted his eyes to the side. So what were you doing? Inquiring for potential job offers. Silver replied with a smirk as he moved to the door. You sure have a way with words. I concede. The elf said as he raised his arms up. You're the one twisting everything and you dare concede what you started. Two friends exchanged their farewells before returning to their equally busy agendas. And while Loiju returned to his office chair to drink his coffee and listen to the complaints of his co-workers, Silver made his way to the north, towards the Twilight Manor, Loki's home. She wanted to ask him something, and he was there to find out what that was. The last thing he wanted was for that noisy goddess to look for him and cause trouble. She would definitely cause some regardless, but better to close this issue inside her own home where the only thing she can break are her own vases. Since whatever it was for her to have sought him out first, it was certainly not anything ordinary. So he prepared himself mentally and physically for what could very well be a battle of extreme wits with a goddess whose main attribute was trickery. He had secrets to keep and he couldn't let her learn anything, at least not from him. Where would his credibility go if he let go of them so easily, after all? It wouldn't be easy, and she would certainly gain what she wanted, but Silver would at least put on a resistance. Phew. Since I'm visiting, a gift shouldn't hurt much. I never thought I would say this. But I'll go buy some Soma wine. Not the bad stuff they sell outside, but the good shit they keep for themselves. She'll appreciate that, as for the others. I'm not quite sure what they like. I'll figure it out on my way to the Soma Familia. His poker face taking over his face, Silver entered an alley before reappearing further southeast, and not long after, he reappeared in the north, resuming his carefree walk. Around 2 hours later, After a relaxing and lengthy walk across one of the central streets of Orario, stopping by every now and then to buy some things, Silver finally arrived at the plaza where the Twilight Manor stood at its center. A classic European-style towering castle several floors high that had multiple towers that reached over 10 or not more floors in height together with tall and strong walls that surrounded the entire perimeter hundreds of meters in circumference. Image. Looks like they finished refurbishing it. After the conflict where their manor was attacked, the Loki Familia went into an extreme reform of their home, defenses, and surroundings. The area is now much open and easy to defend. It looks better too since they must have spent quite the budget on everything. I heard they contracted with multiple construction-type familias to do a mega project and move everything around them, above and below the ground. The guild also gave them the right to do so and even helped, though that was more of a formality. Loki was angry and Aurenas wouldn't try to stop her from defending herself, even if it meant having her mess around with the architecture of the city on a small scale. At least she didn't change the layout of the northern street. Well, it would be too much for her to do so, as it was one of the city's landmarks. Though when it's Loki, one can never be too careful. And honestly, I'm a bit skeptical about meeting with her. Talking with gods is already hard and stressful enough, much less when they're trying to dig up truths from someone. Most affirm it's impossible to hide things from the gods, and I agree. The only reason I managed to hide things from Hestia was because she respected my privacy and because she wasn't exactly that prone to seeking out what I was doing while also being gullible. But if Hestia were to put her focus on something, any of that would be hard to accomplish, even for me. That is why one must trick them into believing something else. And that is by no means an easy thing to do. Letting out a sigh, Silver cracked his neck, approaching the gates of the manor. Now that he thought about it, this may be his very first time visiting them like this, entering through the front gate. Notes. Chapter 252, Loki's Request Part. Double chap, the start of Loki's arc, there are 2 more. Enjoy. Quite a few changes all around. Well, at least they haven't destroyed the aesthetic of the place. Silver said as he looked around. Orario is truly the city of 100 cultures. Sometimes you are around Gothic churches, next time you're around medieval-style fantasy castles. And next time you're within a Roman-style bathhouse, or an Indian tower. Though, those cultures don't really exist. Maybe not to the ordinary people. I wonder how the gods would react if I raised such subjects to them. Would they agree? Or would they ask me what I'm talking about? URG. From afar, Silver saw the gates of the castle, tall and strong, they represented. Whatever Loki believed at the time, for all that's worth, those gates were only there because she thought they looked cool. In front of the gate stood a beautiful garden with a fountain in it, the main entrance for the Twilight Manor. It wasn't very fancy since they needed it to be spacious enough for when they returned from an expedition, but it was well detailed and it invoked a sense of peace and tranquility. Maybe it was intended to be that way, to make all remember that this was their home and that they had survived the dungeon, to be comforting, to make them realize the horrors were gone. The front garden of the Hearth Manor had many flowers exactly for such purpose. Though of course, they had other entrances to move cargo they couldn't have bloating the front entrances. Oh. Now that's a face I haven't seen in a while. Someone by the gate said as he spotted Silver. A Chianthrope with brown hair and fur, one of the high-level 3s of the Familia and one of the very first people Silver talked with when he first entered Orario. Cruz Bustle, someone everyone just seemingly forgot about. Image. Turning his head to face him, Silver raised his hand to give him a small handshake. It's been a while. Silver replied with a small smile as he looked at his clothes. From the looks of it. Is he on guard duty? While wearing that. What a sad fate, it's rather hot today too. Silence. But once they greeted, Cruz kind of stopped talking. Is something wrong? No. I apologize. Just thinking about something, that's all. Then. Out with it, you're making me think I left my zipper open. Silver pointed out as he raised an eyebrow. I just kind of can't believe what happened, you know. Ishtar Familia and all. Sorry if I blabbered too much. He said with an awkward smile as he scratched the back of his head. It's nothing, they got what they deserved, nothing less. Silver said as he shook his head. People are still munching over what happened, huh? It took me a while to mend my relationship with some of the other members of the Familia after the war game. Not that they hated me. They feared me. Of course, they all rejoiced at my victory, but it still took a while for things to truly go back into place. For those who watched, how would they feel? Especially when they know little about my personal life. I bet most civilians might have cheered me on, or maybe they got resentful when I killed Phryne. That's just how things go. Silver's expression didn't change much as he replied. It was clear he had already left this matter behind, though he still worried about the consequences of it. They got what they deserved, huh? That's a cool line, one I didn't quite have the courage to say, though it got pretty easy ever since they disbanded. I read in books that in the past, Orario used to have many powerful familias as strong as Ishtar's and ours, familias that rose and fell. This must be how those people felt when they witnessed them vanish. And rise. My great-great-grandpa and the likes. He said with a small smile as he rested his spear on his shoulder. Silver smiled as well. He wasn't wrong, though one didn't have to go that far to see the fall of one such familia. In any case, it's rather hot today and I was just looking for an excuse to get out of this heat. I can take the flaming breath of a dragon, but no matter how strong we get, the sun always seems to snuck into us. Especially when I'm wearing these clothes. He said as he patted his chest. You must have come here for a reason, right? Even if not, we always welcome a visit. Some more than others. He said with a cheeky smile. If anyone asks though, I wasn't the one that said this, but you have some fans here. He said as his smile turned to a chuckle. That's all I'm going to say though, not really one to gossip much. With that, he opened the gates with one hand, easily pushing aside the tall fortified door without a single ounce of difficulty. This was why civilians needed to fear adventurers. Come along and follow me, Loki told me you would be visiting soon, though she hadn't told me why. He looked around for a minute before turning to Silver. Do be careful though, recently, the mood in the familia has been a bit tense and strange. Huh? Why? A tense mood? How odd. When we met in the dungeon a month ago, things were perfectly fine, and they should have taken several days to return. I find it hard for conflict to have risen between them when they haven't even prepared another expedition yet. This means the reason was external? Well, it's hard to say. One part of me would say it's due to the war game, as not many can take seeing what you did and then confronting themselves afterward. Being honest with yourself and admitting to one's faults and lack of ability aren't things anyone can accomplish. Loki did borrow one of those recorders from the guild. Because of that, no one can forget what happened even if they wanted to, causing this situation to deteriorate a little. Miss Riveria already confiscated the recorder from Loki, saying she's insensible and should stop fooling around. Though everyone knows Loki isn't that stupid. And from there on out it's as good as gone, it'll only reappear whenever she wishes. It's a feeling shared by few, of course, we aren't that weak, but I can't help but sympathize with those that were affected. It's not easy to compare yourself to others, not when you have people like Captain, Ace, Bet, and the others shining all the time. But we can accept, we grew with them after all. Our companion's glory is also ours in a sense. He said with a helpless smile. That is both the sweetest apple. And the most poisonous of all. On that same sense, you isn't something most can face. He said deeply as he turned to Silver. Sorry, I spoke my mind once more. How are you holding up? Silver asked. He followed Cruz. For someone who usually stays on his own spot, he's rather wise. And chatty. Though that may be only his own way of coping with his own shortcomings. Not that I have the right to judge others, I'm not perfect myself. Heh, I said all of that and you act as if nothing happened. You sure are a particular kind of guy. He said with a laugh as he looked away. I'm doing okay. Long ago I realized that there was no point in comparing myself too much to others. Instead, I would learn and take what I can from what I can see. One day I'll become level 4, and then, I'll become level 5. I haven't put much thought into what I'll do after that, nor how I'll get there. But that's how I cope with things. It would be a lie to say I would be satisfied with reaching level 5, but I must know where I stand as a level 3. Silver respected his words. Cruz was no hero, nor was he trying to be one, he only wished to be himself and to be the person he wished to show his friends and companions. If this path will lead him to being level 5 and 6 one day, then so be it. A rather selfless way of thinking, or extremely selfish depending on the perspective. As Cruz also wished to one day reach that stage, though he did not wish to go out of his way to challenge the rules of the world. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, don't mind the looks, they don't mean badly and they're all good people. I know, don't worry, and either way, I'm used to the gazes a little already. Silver replied with a chuckle. Hey, that's what I like to hear. As for what I said before. Another reason the mood is strange is due to the executives. Some time ago, Ace and the others went to the dungeon. When they came back, they weren't the same. They met something down there and their mood has been something else since then, and no one had the gall to question what happened. Well, Anna did, but from what I heard, they refused to share the details. The most she told us is that they met a strange kind of monster, though I'm puzzled as to what type of monster would cause them all to be like that. A monster? Caused them to ponder. This isn't looking good. Whatever happened means business. But yeah, that's about it. How about a tour? Guess we never really showed you around despite how long you stood here, another record you've beaten. Sure. Silver said with a small smile. This little trip of mine is proving to be rather informative. Then follow me to our first stop, the cafeteria, one of my favorite places. In fact, it should be almost time for lunch. Cruz said as he started walking. Why don't you join us? Unless you're bad with being in public. He asked with a slight grin. That was what I thought. As he saw Cruz turn around and march inside, Silver closed his eyes for a moment, thinking deeply. I always thought he was the silent kind of guy, but it may just be that way to outsiders. He's a rather nice guy. With such thoughts, Silver went after the dogman. Meanwhile. At an office several floors above the ground, Ah. Is he finally here? Loki asked as she heard Line's report. He should be in the cafeteria, I saw him walking in with Cruz. Line said as she saw her goddess expression change a little. Heh, I have to give it to him, he's efficient, didn't make me wait even a single day. She said with a smile as she got up from her chair. Time for some questions, I'll make him blurt out everything. Poof. Ouch. Like many times before, Riveria approached her from behind and hit her head with a small piece of rolled paper, causing Loki to dramatically fall to the floor. This isn't the first time I've said this, but we aren't going to interrogate him, this is going to be a friendly exchange. She said deeply as she looked at Loki. Gee, I thought you were as curious as I was though. We have to face reality here, the chances of him knowing anything are slim, and in the first place, we're doing this due to a hunch of yours, so the least you can do is not push him around, he'll just leave if you do. I know, Mom. Loki said as she waved off Riveria. Hashtag. What did you say? Riveria asked as she clenched the paper in her hand. Oops. Line. With a sneaky expression, Loki jumped back, pushing Line between her and Riveria as she ran outside of the room. This caused the two of them to look at each other awkwardly. Sigh. We barely touched upon the subject and this happens. Maybe it would have been better to give him a proper time to visit us. No. That would sound condescending. Forget it. Riveria turned to Line, saying. Line, would it be too much to ask of you to go call Finn and Gareth? Finn should be in his own office while Gareth should be giving lessons to some of the second-string members. Not at all, should I also call Ace-san and the others? Line asked as she saw Riveria shake her head. No. Not yet. Riveria said with a heavy expression as she walked past Line. Thank you, Line. She said as she gave the girl a nod prior to leaving the room. Not a problem. She's gone. Line didn't feel offended by Riveria's aloof personality as she knew there was a lot in her mind for her to spend time making small talk with her. So instead, she turned around and left the room as well, going after the other executives. Clack, later, chatter, Looks like the atmosphere has gotten pretty heated up. In the corridors of the castle, Riveria walked to the cafeteria with a light expression that could barely be said to be a smile. As she heard the excited bouts of discussion echoing within her sensitive ears, she couldn't help but let out a relieved sigh. Everyone's mood had been down to a series of events and she was having difficulty managing it all, especially as Finn's attention was elsewhere. It was good to see that some excitement had returned to these halls. Chatter, hum. But as she approached the cafeteria, Riveria started to hear some strange things, the atmosphere wasn't quite right. Please. Stop that, Loki-sama. This isn't right. Someone exclaimed out loud, causing Riveria's expression to go dark as she realized something was definitely not right. More. Yes. More. Just a bit more. Perfect. Loki said loudly for some reason. Her tone was also a bit lewd. Hearing those things caused her to feel coldness in her stomach, maybe what she thought was happening wasn't true. Like always, Loki was causing trouble, and given their guest had just arrived. Step. She hurried her steps. Step. I don't quite like the color, it doesn't fit, change it to a maroon blue. Yeah, the tone is perfect. Loki said as she scratched her chin, looking like a designer witnessing the birth of something great. Now add a ribbon. She commanded loudly. But a ribbon is. Someone said from the side, a girl. A ribbon doesn't quite fit with her matureness. I suggest a skirt. Someone said from the side, a man. How does that change anything? Whispers, discussion, What is going on? Riveria finally arrived at the cafeteria, and she immediately saw a large crowd converging near the tables, with Loki's voice coming from the middle. She saw everyone's expressions, trying to piece together what could possibly be going on. The girls were blushing, some nodding. The boys were gulping down, completely silent as sweat fell from their foreheads. The elves were trying to hide their expressions, but they were all peeking at what was happening through the cracks between their fingers. Some of them were trying to stop Loki, but they couldn't deny their goddess. So in the end, they gave her ideas. This all made Reveria confused. What was going on? So she stepped closer. Being rather tall herself, she could at least try to peek above an area where people were the smallest if she were to be on her tiptoes. But what she saw caused her to take a step back in shock as her expression turned pale. No. No, this isn't right. She's at least AB+. Loki said from the center of the crowd. Crank it up, make it AC, I know how it feels and this isn't it. She said with extreme confidence as she shook her head. And what's that down there? Buff it up, damn it. Whoa. Just there. Now, can you add some bounce into it? She said with an extremely serious and professional expression. Silver silently nodded, doing exactly as Loki asked. Oh ho. Now that's what I'm talking about. She proclaimed with a large smile as she watched Silver's magic unfold. Gasp. Many of the onlookers also gasped, trying to look away in both shame and embarrassment. Hashtag. In the center of the crowd, Loki could be seen inspecting a real-life statue of none other than Reveria, which would have been fine albeit extremely embarrassing even if it were to be just an ordinary one of her. There was a time when a man came to her with a sculpture of her he made himself to try and get her hand. She refused him, but the subject of the statue remained a hot topic for a very long time, causing her extreme embarrassment whenever it was brought up. Loki would still often revel at the lost opportunity she had of keeping it. Unfortunately, the statue was broken due to another jealous suitor thinking the elven princess would have accepted it or even wavered at the sight. It seemed that today Loki was bringing forth this buried desire of hers, albeit in a very perverse manner, obviously her true goal all along. Because the statue in front of her was wearing a damn bikini. Just like the painting she had of herself. She hid that one in the corners of her own room so no one would find it, as she did not know where to put it, as not only was it extremely embarrassing, she couldn't bring herself to destroy it either. It just didn't feel right, and this wasn't an exception. Reveria rarely destroyed the gifts sent to her, she would always straight out refuse them with an iron will. All that somehow managed to pass through all the odds were always maintained. If they were destroyed by a jealous Loki trying to protect her. Seeing everyone's gazes on her body. The statue, Reveria's ears took an extremely rare red hue, a mix of embarrassment and a lot of anger. If that wasn't enough, the statue moved from time to time, making sure to do it in a very suggestive way. She hated it guts. The simple sight of this abomination caused her rationale and breathing method to destabilize, and for the first time in a very long time Reveria's expression distorted as her lips shook, almost opening to reveal her teeth. Step, tremble, She took a heavy step, causing several members of the Loki familia to turn around as the cafeteria trembled and the ground cracked. They all palled at the sight of the elven sage. They parted ways, allowing her to pass through without a single sound, not wishing to be drawn into the crossfire. Yes. This is it. Now. Turn it. Turn it into a string bikini. Meanwhile, Loki continued to command Silver to do a series of stupid actions, such as changing the style of her bikini to her hairstyle as well. She got so excited she started to forget where she was. This all started when Silver arrived at the cafeteria, drawing the gazes of many. At first little happened, but when he saw down to eat with Cruz, the latter suddenly brought forth the matter of Silver's ability, still remembering what he saw back in the dungeon before they fought Amphisbaena. This caused him to do a series of magic tricks for him, which in turn led to more and more people gathering around them to witness his performance. From changing the shape of items to their composition, making things vanish, and even doing someone's hair, and he was very good at it. From color, shape, size, he could even grow hair in an instant if he wished. He became rather famous with some of the girls even during the short time he fooled around. Though most girls still opted to stay away, not due to aversion, due to their own reasons. It was around this time Line passed through. Seeing the commotion she realized what she had to do and went to report while the others were too entertained by Silver. Mayhaps had she stayed and not reported, none of this would have happened. Because in the end, Loki came crashing through their party, immediately requesting something as if she had been holding that at the tip of her tongue for ages. She said, "Make me a real-life statue of Reveria," with a smirk. And he did, and even the elves seemed to enjoy the artwork. To some degree. The problem was what Loki requested afterward. And the reason why. Smash. Muji. Without holding back at all, Reveria smashed her staff at the end of Loki's head, sending her to the ground, foaming as she let out a squeal like that of a dying animal. She did not move after that, the only thing that proved she was still alive were her periodic twitches. Gaze. She turned to Silver, who was standing next to the statue, trying to inquire something from him, her eyes burning with silent rage fit for elven royalty, the coldest there was. "I am only a helpless victim," he declared out loud with a poker face, causing many to roll their eyes. As if he could have stopped at any moment. Amidst those who rolled their eyes at Silver's excuse included crews who realized this was the perfect opportunity to dip. After all, he was the one that led him there. What if those elves pinned the blame on him? That couldn't happen, so he left, leaving dust behind. If anyone asked, he would throw the blame onto Raoul. Hashtag. /chant, /. And Riveria knew that very well, so she merely looked at him for a second before she chanted something in a very low tone, her hair rising to the air as a magic circle formed around her feet. She did not care about the manners rules right now, she only wished that suggestive statue to /burn, /. Suddenly, the statue was hit with a powerful controlled flame, sending it to cinders. My hand slipped. She said with a cold expression as she looked at Silver, fiery embers still dancing around the tip of her fingers. Ha. It happens. Silver replied with an awkward smile as he looked at the ground. I understand your message. She'll not accept another mistake of mine. Riveria then turned to the others, saying. Disperse. Everything's over already, go back to your lunch. Or whatever you were doing. I won't repeat mice. Before she could even finish her words though, everyone turned tail, running, leaving the cafeteria a silent dead zone. Even the elves who had been trying to convince Loki to stop vanished, knowing full well that Riveria's rage encompassed all. I told them to go back to their lunch. Sigh. She looked at the ground, grabbing Loki and placing her beneath her arm like a bag of potatoes. This isn't a good place to talk, would you mind following me up? She asked coldly. Silver shook his head, it was fun while it lasted. Walk. Riveria started walking without even turning around, though she could easily tell if he was following or not through the sound of his footsteps. His hands in his pockets, Silver cleared off the ashes on the ground, at least that way all signs of this situation ever happening would go down the drain. Better that way than to have her remember it. Well. She looked good in a bikini, to be honest. But now's not the time for flattery. I don't want to die. His expression relaxing, Silver followed Riveria to the office. Notes. Chapter 253, Loki's Request Part. Phew, it's been a while hasn't it been boys? Anyway, I had a long stream of exams and assignments done, now I only have to wait to see if I passed everything. In the meantime, here's the quick recap. The Hestia Familia recruitment ended and Silver banged Hestia in the night, it's the day after and he is now visiting Loki because she knows something that could be potentially concerning for him. He went to the manor, saw the renovations, met with crews, entered the main dining room, played a little with Loki, and she was eventually knocked out by an angry Riveria. That's where we left off. That's about it, see ya at the end if I put anything there. A few minutes later, sip. Back inside Loki's office, Silver sat calmly on a couch as he drank a bit of tea prepared by Line as he waited for the last of the executives to arrive, the bulky dwarf, Gareth. Opposite to him, Finn sat with his usual smiling expression, with Loki sitting next to him as she touched the bump on her head with a hurt expression. Behind them, Riveria stood with her arms crossed, waiting. URG. My head. Loki said as she laid her head on the couch, looking at Riveria with an upset gaze. But the girl did not budge, she only stared back, unwilling to compromise. This wasn't frequent, but sometimes, Loki crossed the lines of what she thought was reasonable, so she had to show her that it was not okay. It used to happen more in the past, but maybe Loki grew to respect her boundaries more, either that or Riveria ended up loosening towards her antics. Maybe it was a bit of both. Creak. The door opened, and someone entered the room. Sorry for being late, had to make myself somewhat presentable at the very least, can't enter such a tidy place all sweaty and all. Gareth said as he walked inside the room. He wore light clothes, a simple shirt, and a pair of shorts together with a full bodysuit that clung to his skin underneath, the usual attire he wore whenever he went to the dungeon. Image, and you'll have to wait for it. To his words, Silver shook his head, he didn't mind, and neither did anyone. Like always, Gareth was rather calm, but the moment he saw Riveria, his expression changed a little. What's up with her? By the looks of it. But upon noticing her cold stare, he chose to do the smart thing and stay silent, walking by her without saying anything. You're here, let's start this discussion then. Finn said with a small smile while Gareth passed by Riveria. He then sat on a sofa on the side, saying. Discussion. Finn, don't be so serious, let's take it easy. Gareth said with a hearty laugh as he turned to Silver. It's been a while since we saw each other, and you got pretty hurt during the war game, I imagine you're fine by now. Seeing your arms are still there. Smiling slightly, Silver gave him a nod. It was a bit hard at first as I got a few burns, but I'm doing okay now, thanks for asking. What about you? As strong as ever. You call that a few burns? From what I recall, you left that battlefield without anything down your shoulder, Well. It'll take many years until age starts to catch up to me. Gareth replied with a chuckle. Meanwhile, Finn and Riveria let out small sighs, since although the pace of the conversation had changed, they didn't mind where it was going anyway. Loki continued to massage her head. "What about you guys, you all doing fine?" Silver asked with a smile as he placed a bag on the small table in front of him. "Aside from the preparations for the next expedition, I would say we only have one thing to worry about." Finn replied as he relaxed his expression. "Well, the only one that is worth mentioning anyway." He added with a half-awkward smile. "Everyone's a bit tense, but that's normal." Riveria replied lightly. "Gee, I would be too were it not for this bump on my head," Loki said with a curious expression as she saw the bag. Her eyes sharpened, more than they already were. "Anyhow, what's that on your hand? Trying to buy us with gifts?" "Hey, that won't work, my standards are." Despite saying all of that, Loki was the least reserved of them all, trying to take a sneak peek of the bag's contents before Silver even opened it. But when she did, she saw something rather good. The symbol of the Soma Familia. "It's just a small gift anyway, I bought it on my way here," Silver said as he shook his head, taking some of the things out of the bag. "She's as unceremoniously as I expected, which is good, I don't want to be too awkward. I don't know what you guys like, so I bought whatever I could find." First, Silver took out a small jar with a black seal on it. It was obvious to all what this was. "Humph. Don't you think you can buy my silence with wine?" Loki proclaimed righteously as she looked away, only to take a sneaky peek at the wine once more. "That wasn't for you anyway," Silver said with a smirk as he passed it to Gareth. "I've grown acquainted with the Soma Familia and managed to buy this from them, an exclusive wine they don't sell to the public. The perfect version of the wine." What did he say? Loki's expression turned white. "Oh. Perfect, you say? You got my attention, you wouldn't mind if I opened it now, right?" Gareth said with a chuckle as he grabbed the jar. Riveria's eyelids twitched while Finn let out a sigh. Gareth was usually extremely professional, but seeing the sight of a rare wine he never tasted and the otherwise gentle atmosphere might have snapped his strings. It does have a different feel from the usual Soma wine, the seal is also genuine. Did they really have this kind of thing stashed away? To only sell the worst products? Do they consume so much wine on a daily basis? Or do they underestimate everyone else too much? Is it hard to make? Controlling the prices? Something's a bit odd. Gareth did not doubt Silver's words, there was no point in him even lying, he was instead very excited yet also a bit concerned. There was a strange rumor about conflicts in the Soma Familia, apart from the usual ones everyone hears about every once in a while. Though no one here knew Silver was also at fault for that. "It's all yours, be careful though, I heard it's quite good." "You heard about it? Why not give it a try?" Finn asked as he raised an eyebrow. I'm not really a fan of Soma's wine, it's a bit too strong for me," Silver replied as he shook his head. "I'll never drink from that, there is a fine line between that and drugs and it's a tad too close for my taste. Wine lovers may see it as something else but I have my limits. It's too easy to fall prey to the sweetness that is the gods' creations. I'm not really a fan of these extreme drinks, I like to keep my head straight if possible, and at all times at that." That was something Finn couldn't agree more. Meanwhile, Loki's ears perked up when she heard the word perfect. Because that implied that the wine she loved was a failure. Twitch. Her eyes twitching, Loki stood silent as she watched Gareth open the seal effortlessly with his hands. Pop. "Oh, I like the sound of that. Smell. Sniff. And the moment he did so, the smell reached everyone's noses, causing even Riveria to be surprised. "It's quite aromatic," she said as she looked at the wine. "Oh. This causes my throat to go dry," Gareth said as he felt the smell of the wine. "I don't even need to sip it to know this is good, must have been pretty expensive." "Don't even think about it, dwarf," Riveria said on the side as she looked at Gareth. "I wasn't going to. Even I know when to stop," he replied as he sealed the wine again, putting it on the side. "I'll enjoy this later, and give a bit to Finn too, he needs it. It's so small though. Barely 2 mugs worth of wine. Disclaimer, dwarven mugs are around twice the ordinary size of a tavern ale jug. Stare. Meanwhile, Loki stared daggers at Silver, displeased written on her face. "What a good wine, I can't believe they hid such goodies from me. I'll butcher that neat with my own hands next time we meet." Smiling awkwardly, Silver took out a small box from the bag. It had a rather earthy smell. "This is a small box of coffee beans, my vice captain likes the brand quite a bit so maybe you'll enjoy it too." Finn's eyes opened in surprise as he grabbed the box, he recognized the brand. "Oh. Slash slam, slash. Ah. Are you really going to be like that? Loki exclaimed as she pointed at Silver, interrupting Finn. Don't act as if everything's fine and give me my gift. While the executives exhaled, Silver smiled. Fine, I'll stop fooling around, you win. Here. He said as he took another bag from behind the couch. It had another wine jar inside. Upon seeing it, Loki's expression beamed as she smiled like a child. He, so you know courtesy, I'll forget that ever happened. She said as she hugged the jar and caressed it, treating it like a baby as she even kissed it once. Tell me what you think of it later. Silver said as he rolled his eyes. Loki is a sucker for the Soma wine, I wonder what she'll think about the perfect version. For such a complex being, she has rather simple desires. In the end, after this, Silver gave Riveria a small bag of tea leaves from the same elven forest she was born, though, through her expression, it was hard to say she liked it or not. It was clear that she was still upset from what he did before, not that it was his fault. But with everything out of the way, they started their discussion. So. I don't want to sound rude, but I take you all don't have all day to entertain me in here, so how about we just go back to the topic at hand, leave the rest for another time. Silver asked as he gave Riveria the 2 bags. They had the gifts for the other executives as well since they weren't here. Silver wasn't close to the other members of the Familia that much, at least he didn't expect to have the time to meet them as he did with Cruz, and it would be too much to buy gifts for everyone. He would buy a drink for Cruz if they met on the road one day, but that's how it is. So he just chose a demographic and gave them gifts, though it was a bit two-faced. He only gave gifts to the upper echelon of the Familia. Albeit they knew he was well-intentioned, for the most part. First, I would like to thank you for coming so soon. I know you're very occupied with the recent recruitment. Training recruits isn't easy. Finn said with a light smile as he looked at Silver. Ace alone gave me the desire to retire altogether, not to say the Amazons and bet. I had some time, though I can see I came at a rather inconvenient time. Next time I'll send a message. That would be great, but don't get yourself worked up over it. We wanted you to come. It's up to us to make the time and not the other way around. Besides, if you're willing to visit, just do so. I will, and I can say the same for you guys. I just can't promise to be present, haha. And I can't promise to always welcome you. Finn replied with a chuckle as his expression grew a tad serious. The thing is, we would like to inquire you about something. Riveria approached the table, putting several papers atop it the moment Finn finished his words. A few weeks ago, on the deep floors, the 37th floor to be exact, Ace, Tiona, and Lafia met with a unique irregular monster we've never seen before. We've asked a few confidants, but so far, we haven't been able to properly identify it. So you're going to ask me if I know anything about it? Silver asked as he also got serious. Sigh. This confirms it. I don't even need to have them flip the pages, I know what this is about now. After all, if this was indeed a normal irregular monster situation, they would just send a report to the guild to warn all adventurers about it while also issuing a bounty for the beast. Not that they would be able to tackle the monster. How problematic. From here on out, it's a battle of wits against these damn monsters. I can't win, so I'll have to make them think they've won. It'll depend on what they want. Silver's expression seemed resolute, but behind his eyes, a light seemed to flash. Correct. Before I check, I would like to ask, what made you think I knew anything about the matter? I'm not exactly your to-go guy regarding these kinds of things. I need to gather anything so I can minimize the chances of me saying something incriminatory. Then again, if I'm overly defensive, this is only going to confirm their suspicions. Because if I'm here, there certainly are some. They could just hold me to a very high stem too, but it can always be both, especially when one is dealing with Loki. So why not go directly to the guild and issue a bounty as per usual? He asked after a slight pause. Tell me what is so special about this monster. What do you know? Finn smiled, grabbing one of the papers, and flipping it to show Silver its contents. It was a rough sketch of a single-horned minotaur holding a spear. It was rather well drawn, but since it was done in black ink on a brown piece of parchment, it was hard to identify any peculiarities in its coloration. This was the monster they met, an irregular minotaur with dark skin and white fur. It wore simple armor and held a weapon of an unknown maker. It prowled the deep floors in one of the outer rings of the 37th floor, hunting all monsters on its path. Finn's expression then grew heavy as he continued. However, from here on out, we'll have to ask you to keep this discussion private, at least until we can figure out what's going on. That I can do, you can take my lips as sealed, upon the honor of my goddess. Silver said seriously as he looked at them. I never had any intention of sharing anything in the first place. However, I'll have to find a way to warn the Xenos and the guild about the situation. The Loki Familia is looking into the matter. I swore to my goddess so they would trust me, especially Loki, otherwise she wouldn't take me seriously or at least raise her suspicion on me. But this now puts me in a bind. Hey, you're quite serious, almost as if you know the seriousness of this eye. Loki said with a sneaky smile as she looked at him. I. Loki, stop, don't throw baseless accusations around. Riveria added as she closed her eyes. Thank you, it's not an easy thing to say, I won't forget this. Finn said with a nod. I trust you guys but I'm already rather tired so don't shove my head with too many conspiracies please. Silver said with a chuckle as he sipped his tea. I wonder how much of this conversation is going the way he expected. Maybe he predicted I would make a promise, maybe he has several possibilities where he'll judge me based on which path I follow. Enemy, friend, neutral, what side does he think I belong to? Going on, in the first place, what made this monster unique to us and a target of attention was a combination of several factors. Finn said as he raised his hand. First, the presence of a minotaur in the deep floors, over double the depth where they're commonly found. One thing is for an enhanced species or irregular to appear, they tend to move a few floors before they're spotted, but it's usually up, not down, and even if they do descend, it's not much and it's usually temporary. Second, its appearance. Not only was the Minotaur an irregular with ice-related abilities, we have determined it to be a black variant of the standard Minotaur. Black variants do not appear from ordinary creatures, so it must have been birthed by the dungeon, although we can't tell when. Third, following the second reason, the Black Minotaur possesses the strength of a monster Rex, overpowering Ace in every instance be it in combat ability, situational awareness, physical prowess, and more. Then I would like to ask a question. Silver said as his eyes sharpened. Of course. If Ace was overpowered in every instance, how did she survive the encounter with the monster? You mentioned the others, what happened? Something's missing in his description. It was due to a cave-in, their fight caused a portion of the dungeon to collapse, leading to the separation between her and the irregular. Finn said with a casual smile. How lucky, what about the others, are they okay too? Silver asked with some concern. He wasn't faking his concern, he really wanted to know if everyone was okay. If they have indeed met that Minotaur, then there was a chance they wouldn't return alive. This may be all well beyond his expectations, but he knew what the Minotaur was capable of if it wished to maintain the secrecy of its people. Thus it raises the question, why let them go? What went through its head? Was it due to who they were? Silver wasn't really regretful that it ended up leaking its own existence, after all, that allowed Ace and her group to return alive. But at the same time, what did he do to bring forth such a reaction from the Loki Familia? Couldn't he have just fled? How troublesome. Was what Silver thought. In any case, he's lying. At the very least, he's not being entirely honest here. Finn's trying to bait me into an unavoidable trap. So far, he has been vague, not asking me anything and just telling me things, informing me. He's trying to lower my guard and lead me into a series of trap questions and assumptions, or to pave the outside so he can infer the inside. Leading to me committing a mistake due to a clash of information. I know much more than he does, and he's testing if that's the case, waiting for me to commit one inconsistency. If I question the veracity of his words, he can then ask why I'm certain that was not the case, just like how Loki did just now. Anything then would be a lie or half-truth, which they can then confirm with Loki later on or even confront me about it. It wouldn't be good to clash with 3 level 6s right now, but given how Loki is here in the first place, they are either confident in themselves, in the fact I won't attack them, or they don't see me as a threat at all. Which I don't believe is possible. Perhaps they just don't expect that, in a situation we grow hostile, I won't attack her. Which they are correct. Partially at least, it would take a lot to force my hand. But this is problematic, Finn alone would be hard, with a goddess by his side. How am I supposed to keep quiet? They're bringing the highest IQ detective and giving him the most precise lie detector in existence, what am I supposed to say and do here? Was the right option to ignore them and go on a vacation? At least then I could have mended my relationship with them at a later time. Or bought me some time to explain things and think. Everyone's okay, they weren't caught up in their fight but it left quite an impact on them. Gareth added on the side as he nodded lightly, interrupting Silver's speedy thoughts. It's not every time you face death, and when it does come, especially in such an unexpected moment, it can break even the sturdiest of minds. It's as Gareth says, they should all be resting in preparation for the next expedition. Finn said as he crossed his fingers. This leads to the next section, its armory. The monster was equipped with magical weapons, the like that had little use if any. That is, if Ace's testimony is precise. I see where this is going. Silver said as he facepalmed. You're all paranoid that a monster got his hands on high-end gear, which would make sense if he defeated an adventurer, yet this monster held a newly-looking weapon, and now you all think someone is intentionally arming it. He asked deeply as he tapped on the table. Let's go over this again, an irregular black variant Minotaur wielding magic weapons of questionable origin with the ability to context against a party of first-class adventurers just as equally equipped and with good synergy was found on the deep floors. What do you think? Finn asked as his eyes remained firm. I'm concerned. Silver said as he closed his eyes to think. Years ago, during the Dark Age, Evolus made use of Gnosis to move an army of monsters to the surface and attack Orario from the outside while mayhem ensued on the inside. It was mostly a distraction, but the fact they did it was never forgotten, at least not for this Palom. He must be thinking that the monster they met may in some way be connected to what happened that day, and if he believes so, then this matter is much more serious than just them finding out about the Xenos. The Loki Familia hates Evolus, almost on the same level as Ryu because they also lost precious people that day. Their veterans, the previous executives, and their captain were lost that day as many elderly adventurers sacrificed themselves to stop the monster horde and allow the younger adventurers to impede Evolus' plans. That is why you rarely see any adventurer over the age of 50 within Orario. If there is one, they either chose to not act on that day, making them cowards, or they fought somewhere isolated and survived. The rest likely weren't in Orario at the time. If Finn sets his mind on killing the Minotaur by believing it is a monster controlled by Evolus, then all Xenos will be in danger by default, because their status will go from just monsters to monsters controlled by an evil faction. Especially if they seek something like revenge, the Xenos care for each other, and if one of them dies, they won't let it go easily. Even if I were to tell him the whole truth to try and change that status, it may only backfire. He may choose to kill all Xenos for the sake of stability and or his own reputation, since Finn values that more than anything, behind maybe only his companions. No. Maybe even that is below his reputation, as Finn may create a plan that sacrifices others for the sake of an even greater goal that benefits all and the Familia as a whole if he cannot find any other rational way to deal with the root of the issue. His absolute last resort, but one that does exist. Yet if he does so, I won't be able to treat the Loki Familia as an ally anymore. Yes, I see those monsters on the same level as any other living being, they're alive for me, and what I believe is what matters, that's all. But that's the same for them, they're monsters on the same level as any other, and their opinions won't be easy to change. That was one of the reasons I told the Xenos to grow strong, because opinions can change over time, but you need to be alive to do so. Peace is not something the weak are entitled to, it's a choice those with the ability to protect themselves make and may enforce if they feel like it. Either by themselves or by someone else's hand. I kind of understand this situation, and I do believe you have a point. A magic weapon won't find its way down there easily, much less silently, unless we assume something extremely absurd is going on like smuggling in the deep floors. Silver added as he crossed his arms, shaking his head. Nonetheless, that is easily traceable and any adventurer that wielded such a thing would have some degree of fame. One such person losing their lives in the dungeon to provide a monster with such gear wouldn't be forgotten so easily. The same for its maker. That is, if this magic weapon is of a high quality. He said as his eyes flashed as he unraveled one of Finn's traps. But still, I can't understand, why not contact the guild like normal and why contact me? At this point in time, apart from finding Auranas a bore, there's no point in being suspicious of him or the guild. For 1,000 years Auranas kept the world safe, why would he do anything against it now? It was a hunch. Loki added on the side without a care in the world. A hunch. About what? Silver asked as his eyes opened a little. I had a hunch that old guy in the guild knew something. What? You think I'm spitting bull? Loki said with a spiteful expression as she looked at Silver. Now. No. Silver said with a small smile as he looked at the scenery outside. That's what I though. Huh. Say that again. Loki replied as she snickered. Now. You're saying I do so at other times. Just you wait, brat. Anyway. As Loki said, it was a hunch. Finn said as he interrupted his goddess. We believe you may know something about it, if you don't, it's okay. As you said, we have nothing against the guild, in fact, they're our next target. We just want to know if you ever saw it before. He asked as he pointed at the creature in the picture. Here it is, the question. If I say I did, then I'll have to explain when and how. If I lie, Loki will know, she may choose to confront me now or later, either way, it wouldn't do good to my psyche to know she has something to hold against me. There are too many variables missing and I can't tell how much Finn is lying, using my plasmids here would only backfire. I'm in the presence of the greatest mage alive, she'll notice even the slightest fluctuation around her. They could be lying about most of this as far as I'm aware, waiting for me to commit a blunder on my own. After a moment deep in thought, Silver let out a sigh. I can't say I've ever seen it before, this is the first time I've seen a black variant. Silver wasn't lying, this was his first time meeting such a variant as he never really met with the Minotaur face to face nor did he meet such a variant, much to his disappointment. But, I did meet with something similar before, if that can be used as an answer. It's hard to explain, so it would be simpler to show. He said as he turned his head to the side. It's true that I never met or seen him before, I only ever heard about his might. Oh well, knowing Loki, she'll definitely feel I'm playing her. As such, I'll diverge the conversation. This is the only way to escape from this. In short, I'll throw this problem back to arenas. Sorry, but you'll have to deal with Loki on your own. Smiling slightly, Silver turned to Loki. Notes. This chapter was about 5k words long, following the string of lengthy blocks. Anyway, I'll sleep for now and prepare the next few chapters, hopefully, one of those being, you guessed it, Zero Fate. See ya tomorrow, peace. Chapter 254, Loki's Request End. Enjoy, this is a big double chapter. Peace. You wouldn't mind if I use my magic here, would you? He asked as he turned to Loki. Why would you need to do that? She asked with some lingering suspicion. Sure. Riveria replied calmly. Huh. You weren't supposed to agree. Hey. I'm the one in charge here. Let him show us what he wants, there's no point in stopping him now that we're here anyway. Riveria said as she shook her head, ignoring Loki's actions. I agree, I'm rather curious myself. Finn added in his usual calm tone. Gareth. Upon being called, the small giant raised an eyebrow. I wasn't planning on saying anything, you already know what I think of this. He said with a light smile as he rested his hands on his legs. There you have it, Loki. Finn said as he turned to his goddess. You are G. Since you all agree. She turned to side with a humph as she rested her head on her hand. Just don't break the floor, we spent too much in the recent renovations, and I don't have a dime on me anymore. She added with a grunt as she pointed at him. If you do, it's on you. I have no plans on doing so. Silver said as he turned to the side. This is my first time showing this scene to someone else. Hestia should have seen it when she first updated my status, but we never really had the chance to discuss it, nor has she ever brought it up. She was always just happy to see me level up and improve, never really asking for the details, that was her way of respecting my privacy. Now that we have more recruits, I could try showing some of my fights to them, though, at the same time, I'm not a good example for them to follow. I do want everyone to try their best, but I also don't want them to throw themselves into a fire either. This is quite tricky. Raise. He raised his hand, and slowly, bark started to grow on his hand as ephemeral light shone from within the cracks of his skin. Crunk. Crack, slash. The wood on the ground resonated with an invisible force, rising and twisting, growing as if alive, becoming something like a flat rectangular surface. I really can't comment on how bizarre this feels. Loki said as she scratched her chin. Wait. Now that I think about it, I should look for an opportunity to request of him some commissions. Hee hee. Finn's painting is very good, but not nearly enough, I need one of everyone. No. I need full-size models of Ace in a swimsuit. Perhaps I can have him add some boing to it as well, hee 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 hee. Hashtag. As she thought about that, Riveria ended up seeing her lecherous expression, and in reply, she slammed her fist on her head before anyone had the time to see it happen, like a flash of lightning in the sky. Slash bonk, slash. Gwa. Slash flash, slash. Eventually, a small light ignited in the center of the wood, expanding to all four corners as an image was slowly reflected in it. That is? Riveria asked as she furrowed her eyebrows. This is fascinating, to be able to display images in such a carefree way. It's an invaluable logistics ability, anything he sees becomes his alibi. However, believing everything we see is foolish, we cannot assume he cannot manipulate what he shows. In the past, I might not thought much of it, but now, given how varied his abilities are, there is no way to guarantee he cannot manipulate that as well, the more absurd it may sound. He could be lying about the origin of his magic from the very beginning, Finn definitely thinks of that as well. That's me. Silver replied plainly as he adjusted the image, focusing his attention on every detail of the screen. This is the day I became level 2, somewhere in the middle floors. What? Loki exclaimed as she turned to look at him. Is he trying to show off or something? Cool, right? Like I did in the Donatus, I can show any of my memories to others whenever I want. This includes days like this. He said as he snapped his fingers. Snap, slash. The image changed, showing a dark room, a bar. Huh. Wait. This bastard. She remembered, she knew what he was going to show. This was the day he saved her by teleporting her to the hostess of fertility. At that day, she was extremely curious about the appearance of the classic white knight in shining armor with nonsensical abilities to save the day, causing her to act quite upfront because she wanted to take off his helmet. The mortal world is said to be full of interesting events, some believed to be fate, some created by another's will. As such, like the fairy tales she would usually hear and read about in the books of her children, she found it inspiring to be saved as well, causing her to act a bit out of character. You want to die? She asked as her eyes grew heavy and dark. She looked at Silver with a gaze that meant 1,000 words, each one of them depicting what sort of end he would have if he were to cross the line. She may have laughed and gone with the joke if the situation was another, but in front of the top executives. There was no amount of wine that would allow her to overlook such transgression. Ha! It's nothing like that, Silver said as a bead of sweat fell from his forehead. For a moment there, the Loki that used to kill gods as a pastime in heaven descended. Just like how there's the Hestia that used to take care of the fire with an iron fist, we have this goddess that never descended. And I would prefer that it remained as such. Anyway, I can also do this with others if they let me. How about it? Interested in reliving the day you became level 2? Silver asked as he turned to the executives. I'll never forget that day, Gareth said with a relaxed expression as he thought of the past. Of course you won't, you jumped straight into a crowd of minotaurs, they bashed your head so many times that it wouldn't have been strange for you to forget about it, the experience must have been imprinted on your skull. Riveria replied with a scoff as she looked at Gareth. Really? Yours wasn't any prettier. Gareth replied with a scoff as well. I'll pass for now, maybe if we have the time later. Finn replied with an awkward smile as he looked at his companion's discussion. For him to show such a thing, it must mean he can read out memories to a certain extent. That is in itself fearsome. Can he peer into my thoughts right now? Should I test him from now on? I'll hold on to that, I'm quite curious about your experiences. Silver said with a light smile as he continued with the images. It seems they don't mind that I changed the course of the conversation. Maybe they were not that suspicious of me, I might have overestimated the situation. Though the danger still remains. Silver turned to the screen. On this day, I was training in the middle floors as per usual when I was ambushed by a strange group of adventurers, likely belonging to that group of people that attacked you all those months ago. Are you talking about those lowlives? Loki asked as her fists cracked. Her expression being a mix of anger and awkwardness, Loki's eyelids twitched as multiple irritating events were brought up one after the other. Just thinking about what they did pisses me off. Prometheus. It's all her damn fault for not putting a proper leash on her children. She let them be and this is the result. One of them even. Loki's expression returned to normal, but her gaze was heavy. Yes, those guys. But they don't really have much to do with our discussion, they were likely trying to figure out who I was, but that's not the point here, it's a matter of the past. He said as he raised his right hand. Though of course, his words did not pass by just like that, Finn continuously rummaged through them as he tried to figure out why they would be after him. Snap, slash. Silver snapped his fingers and the image flashed as it continued moving forward, jumping to an intense fight between Silver and one of the mysterious adventurers. For the sake of simplicity, Silver changed the contents a little. A few of the words they exchanged were better not shown as it could lead to further problems later on. And also due to his profanities. On that day, Silver cursed his enemy in all kinds of ways to try and piss him off, as in a way to break his concentration and to try and gather more information out of him. It wouldn't be gracious to show such a display. Much less with Loki as a witness, he would only be giving her bullets for her to mess around with later. So he changed it for something more proper, or what he believes complemented the story more, a silent battle between two matched individuals. No, a struggle for survival. A small detail like that wouldn't change anything, but it would make this moment more memorable for everyone, and most importantly, it would make him look cooler. Not like there was anyone there to contest for the veracity of this event. Unless Hestia decided to just rat on him. Silver definitely did not have the most inspiring and heroic level-up event out there, but it was certainly one he could brag about, especially if he could show it to everybody. A moment he could edit to only display the best. Though that would feel too artificial. Clang, slash. A fierce fight soon ensued, ending with a bloody Silver walking slowly as he bled heavily. His brutality wasn't changed or censored, he showed everything, not for any reason really, it was just how things went. Had he changed things, Finn and the others may not even have believed it, knowing full well what a level up is supposed to represent and look. His enemy came to him with the intent of ending his life, he just reacted as he should, and no one batted an eye at it. Gareth even gave him a silent nod as that was a good fight worth seeing. Nevertheless eventually. Mew. As the fight came to an end and Silver limped his way outside of the cavern, the breathing of a creature entered their ears. Exhale, slash. A minotaur holding the head of an adventurer and a spear approached from the dark caverns, gazing at Silver with a heavy and dark expression. The sight of this creature immediately made Finn's expression change, he now understood, this was the reason he was being shown all of this in the first place. Minotan. You came for my rescue. Right. The injured and tired Silver said as he breathed heavily, never once stopping his walk. They didn't know why, but instead of fleeing, Silver always walked forward to the beast, as if doing so would be safer than otherwise. Wait a moment. Riveria said as she had Silver interrupt the video. Yes. Did I make a mistake? I can't help but notice your actions. Not only did you not retreat, but you also knew the creature? She asked with some suspicion. Ah, that. Silver said as he thought about how to explain what he did. It wasn't a mistake per se. I wanted to show this. The reason why I was walking in the monster's direction was due to the anti-magic field that the adventurer deployed in the cavern before our fight started. It was preventing me from teleporting away, and my original intention was to reach the end of the path and leave to where my bag was so I could recover and retreat from the dungeon. When I was ambushed, I was forced to fight as I moved. This led me to that dead end you saw, and at that point, I could just either fight or flee. I chose to fight, no matter how dangerous it was. I'm glorifying my actions and omitting a lot, but it should be enough to paint a picture. As for me knowing the Minotaur, there is no way I wouldn't. He said with a chuckle as he remembered the past. Because I made him. Slash thud, slash. What did you say? Loki exclaimed as she slammed her fist on the table. What's this madman talking about now? Was I not clear? I made this Minotaur, accidentally though. It was a happy accident. As I grew stronger, I realized I lacked something very important. A proper sparring partner. And at the time, I wasn't confident in my ability to descend further, or to be more precise, I felt I needed to prepare myself more. I couldn't challenge adventurers on the surface, I wasn't keen on the attention it would have brought me, and neither could I go further below to challenge stronger monsters. I was only level 1 after all. Even though you were fighting minotaurs. Loki's eyelids twitched. So in my search for a sparring partner, I came to a simpler conclusion. Silver continued. If I can't find any, then I'll make my own. Silver said in a calm tone, as if it was the simplest thing in the world. The four of them looked at Silver each with their own expressions. Gareth's eyes were wide open, Finn was rather curious but shocked, Riveria touched her forehead, trying to think about the idea while Loki was fumming. I fought minotaurs for many days and eventually I found a minotaur with exceptional combat ability and relatively high intelligence, a minotaur with potential I would say. A minotaur with potential? Gareth asked as he opened his eyes even more. Ha! This is the first time I've heard someone talk about monsters like that. While Gareth chuckled, the others awaited for the rest of his story. Once I found the minotaur of my dreams, I fought with it on a daily basis, feeding it magic stones until it couldn't move whenever I left to rest. Between my visits to the dungeon, I would seal the minotaur within the dungeon's walls, and it worked perfectly, it could never escape its confinement, I could go face it whenever. That's extremely reckless and monstrously dangerous, Riveria said as she stopped from time to time. Shrug slash. But Silver only shrugged. Anyway, after a few days, the result was this enhanced species you're seeing there. I originally just wanted something I could fight against properly, but the result was a bit over my expectations. Because I got tired of calling it Minotaur, I gave it a name. The problem was, midway through our daily training, I was ambushed and we were separated, a tragedy really. Silver said as he shook his head. In the end, it came back to me, didn't I train it well? He asked with a proud smile as he turned to Loki. Loki was so impressed and even a bit horrified that she only raised her index finger and opened her mouth, but when the words came to her tongue they vanished as she didn't quite know what to say anymore. This guy deserves some praise. I've never heard something as nonsensical as this. Training a monster to act as a sparring partner. It's so crazy it makes sense. A minotaur is too much though. Or is it? It's actually. Loki's expression was a pensive one, she was thinking of why she never had thought about it before. And the more she thought about it, the better the idea seemed to become. Oh yeah, she finally understood why that shouldn't have worked. Because training a monster makes no sense unless you're a tamer, and even then their purpose would be something else entirely. What Silver was doing was making a small coliseum, grabbing his own monsters and training them to fight him before the day he would butcher them for his own profit. That was irresponsible in every sense of the word, Riveria said with a sigh. Indulging a transformation within the dungeon. Had it gone wrong, a massacre might have ensued. No matter how well it went. Thinking about this situation seemed to bother Riveria, it just kept tugging at her strings, causing her discomfort. True, but I took all necessary precautions. Silver said as he looked at Riveria. What kind of precautions can you take against enhancing a monster? She retorted with a serious expression. The same kind of precautions you all make whenever you go to the dungeon. Silver replied with a scoff. Don't try to act as if you don't understand, you can never fully prepare. Silver said with a serious expression as he looked at them. No matter how strong you are or how deep you plan to go, the dungeon always has something waiting for you. I tried something, and it worked, isn't the same as diving in the dungeon. Riveria wanted to say that his words were just excuses, but he wasn't wrong. It didn't change the fact they were excuses though. You learn with the experiences of others, and with that, many gather together to come to a conclusion as to what would help someone or a group survive down there. That is what the guild is at its core. People created all kinds of rules and I followed them all for the most part, but they are merely guidelines for those that do not possess the ability to take action on their own. To travel to the middle floors, make sure to do this and that and to be with a group so you. That kind of story. I never ignored the words of my advisor, and I don't want to sound arrogant, but there is a time one must start thinking for oneself. So I chose my own way, as following the ordinary won't lead me to experience something extraordinary and leveling up. Even if it will, I don't have the time to spend half a lifetime pursuing it. Not all need to be like that, and I'm more than happy to contribute to this cause. That is why I'm having all of my recruits train. I'm not someone that would be happy to see their blood spilled in the dungeon. That place isn't meant to be anyone's tombstone. What if you die? Or worse, end up implicating someone else? Finn asked as he raised an eyebrow. Then that is my responsibility to bear. But I won't change my way of thinking. Silver said, resolute. That's quite the egocentric way of thinking. He added with a light exhale. Isn't it? Adventurers are like that. We hunt monsters for money, a few for revenge or some other petty reason. But amidst all of their reasons, it makes me wonder if there's a wrong one. Silver mumbled with a small smile. Regardless of why one rose to the challenge, someone has to take the next step, no matter what their reasons may be. Trying to be rational all the time, posing as something that you're not, pursuing an ideal that has nothing to do with your method. You'll never move if you're content with staying still, longing for an ideal that is built around sand, only meant to please oneself. That is not how you go on an adventure, that is not how you'll level up. After all, I can question you all as well. How wise is it to gather an army and march 50 floors under the earth to kill monsters? Doesn't that sound irresponsible as well? But people approved of it, don't they? So what's the difference? Silver said with a shrug. You're changing the topic. Loki said with a sharp gaze. Were it not for Riveria holding me back, I would have pulled his pants down for his words. Make him remember who's in charge around here. Loki was fuming in anger. Those words were the most collected she could utter without cursing Silver once. That is true, I apologize, I rambled too much. Silver replied as he turned to the video on the side. He quickly went over the rest of his video showing his final bout against the Minotaur at the end of the hole after they fell. An epic bout between two equally matched opponents, no. An adventurer fighting monsters stronger than itself. An adventure, there were no other words to describe the moment. This is pretty much where it ends. The Minotaur I met was an enhanced species, one of my making. The descriptions of both creatures are similar, but that is about it. He said as he used his plasmids to make everything return to how it used to be. I read somewhere that the dungeon is frequently testing new things, be it changing its layout or the distribution of monsters in a given floor. Maybe the little experience I had gave it some inspiration. Or maybe my own experience was nothing more than fate giving me a chance to witness what the dungeon had under its sleeves. Or perhaps it was all just a coincidence, maybe all and a little more at the same time. This is everything I have, it's not much. So. Any other questions? Silver asked as he rested his back on the couch. None, that was all. Finn replied with a calm and collected expression as if Silver's words did not impact him at all. Whatever his thoughts were, he was showing them at all. Is there anything else I can help you all with? I only have one last question. Finn said as he looked straight into his eyes. What do you plan to do from now on? As an adventurer? This question came as a surprise to Silver. And the others as well. Me. I was planning on fighting Amphisbaena on my own, followed by continuous training on the deep floors. If I have the chance, I would also like to face Eudius. On my own. Do you even understand how deranged you sound? Loki questioned as she tapped the table. I give up trying to make sense of him. Silver only gave her a smirk. That's how I am, I seek the thrill of the dungeon if I can put it that way. When I first fought the Goliath, I came to learn about the changes monster Rexes may experience when certain conditions are met. So I would like to see it for myself. If Eudius will have any change. What if it doesn't have any? Won't you have just risked yourself for nothing? Riveria asked. Then that's it, I'll finish the fight and move on. There is no wasting time in the dungeon. You're just either fighting or resting, be it to go deeper or return. You sound confident, too much of it can be poisonous. Gareth said deeply. Thank you for the reminder, but I am a very cautious person. Regardless, from this point on, if I wish to join the ranks of first class, then I must do something most would consider suicide. It's just how it has always been. From one adventure to the next, this is the life of an adventurer, isn't it? In the end, Silver left after they exchanged a few more words, leaving Loki and the rest alone with their thoughts. And not long after the door closed. Slash slam, slash. TCHE. That scumbag. Why did you stop me? I'll kick his ass for calling Finn a fake. Loki exclaimed out loud as she trashed around the place. Leave it, Loki, that's not what's important now. Besides, he didn't mean badly, he spoke the truth in a sense. Finn replied as he thought deeply. Trying to be rational all the time, posing as something that you're not, pursuing an ideal that has nothing to do with your method. That's exactly what I am. Finn might act as a hero, but he did not believe himself to be one. Because a hero acted out of his own ideals, he carved the world to make them a reality. Finn did not have the right for such a thing as he needed to be the light of his species. That was his goal, his ideal. He merely followed the waves, doing whatever he found would be what Fiona would have done. To be the example of all Palams and bring them light so they may take up arms and rise in glory. Finn had to be perfect, more pristine than a god, but to that, he often had to give up on what he himself felt was right. He would avoid challenges if it meant returning back home in a better condition. He would prioritize the safety of everyone over their growth. He may even control the flow of a fight to make him and the other executives shine more. He would never do so if it resulted in his companions getting hurt, but he would do so if it strengthened his reputation, in and outside of the familia. Sometimes, he would sacrifice others for the sake of the familia as well. Finn was always looking at the future, sometimes forgetting the present. He was fake, a plastic hero. I'm too afraid to make hasty decisions that in the end, I overthink everything. You don't need to take it that hard upon yourself, everyone knows how hard it is for you. Riveria replied as she looked at the streets through the window. That's right, no one else could be the captain but you. Gareth added with a chuckle. Hey. If we're all praising Finn then you can't forget to add me, you know. Loki said as she moved in to give Finn a hug, only for the latter to evade it by getting up, causing Loki to hit her head on the sofa. Thanks, everyone, but now's not the time for that. Gareth rolled his eyes. This guy was never honest with himself, was he? You're so stiff, Finn, but I have to agree. Riveria added as she approached the table. What do you think of his replies? I can't quite put my finger around it, but I thought he led us into something else. Gareth said as he scratched his beard. I had a similar impression, but it's baseless without any evidence, and putting pressure on him to confess isn't right. Riveria added as she crossed her arms. He's definitely hiding something. His actions and expression may have been silent, but he kept mixing in lies with truths. There would be no point in lying at all unless he had something to hide. Or if he's trying to show off to us. Loki added as she rubbed her face. That's right, we don't pressure others to confess to things we don't even know exist, we'll pursue the truth on our own terms, this is how we operate. Finn said as he smiled. This leaves us with only one person to ask left. Leave that to me, I've been wanting to complain to that old guy for a while now. Loki said as she waved her hand in the air dismissively. Then, there's only one thing left to do. Finn said as he got up from his seat. The others nodded, no words needed. It was time for another expedition. Notes. Cool, with this arc has ended, right to the next one. It's time to go to Melon and wrap up the situation over there before leaving Orario. There will be quite a few interesting things and visits outside of the city. For those on P at Trian, we're still a few chapters deep in this arc, so enjoy. Happy week, until next time. Chapter 255, Fun Little Experience. This is a massive chapter almost the size of a double chapter, being 4K words long. This is what happens when I edit something twice, that's why it took a bit longer. So yeah, enjoy my fellas. Peace. Later that day, somewhere in the Hestia Familia. Are you really leaving? Now of all times. Daphne asked with a sigh as she turned to look at Silver. Inside a room full of books with a table in the middle, Daphne, Silver, and Cassandra could be seen discussing something. Though the blue-haired beauty watched more than talked, not knowing when or how to squirm her way into their conversation. It's exactly because it's now, no one will expect me to leave, this is the perfect opportunity. Silver replied as he crossed his arms. And who would be expecting that of you? Daphne retorted in annoyance as she touched her forehead. We just recruited 100 members and he wants to leave Orario. And he uses the excuse that no one will expect that of him. In the first place. Who would be watching him? Many people, too many to count. Silver said with a heavy expression as he let out a sigh. There aren't that many people who would be willing to harm us with me here, but once I leave, that changes. I won't feel right if I were to leave any time but now, of course, there are times when I stay days in the dungeon, so it wouldn't be that much different. The problem is, the dungeon is close to Orario, I can just teleport and be done with it, but if I move dozens of km away, hundreds, thousands, then it won't be instant, it'll take me quite a while to get back. And even if that is just a matter of dozens of consecutive teleportations, a few minutes compared to a few seconds is a lot. Besides, I want to do much more than just visit my parents, I have to do this. I have to grasp this opportunity and do it all at once, who knows if there will be another time I'll feel okay with leaving like this. It might take years or even more, either that or I find a way to cross the distance of nations with just a snap of my fingers. I can definitely move from one side of Orario to the next by linking the two places and crossing it through my plasmids, but even that has its limits. The bigger the distance, the higher the load, and I already tried to open a door directly home recently. And just by touching the door, my body felt weak. If I were to actually try to open it, I might suffer from something way more potent than just plain mind zero. With that sort of reaction, I can't see the time when I'll actually be able to cross that distance. It may not even be possible. Not due to a lack of mind but due to a limitation in the way my plasmid works. The way to progress isn't just about reviving my old powers and reaching the pinnacle of what I once was but also to develop more plasmids and adapt them to this world's ways. That takes time, but I may one day have to sit down and slow things a bit. Think outside of the box so I can keep increasing my prowess and dominate my level range. Not that I have that many competitors. Maybe if Zeus and Hera were here in full force. Okay, I'll stop inflating my ego. As he stopped his quick string of thoughts, Silver crossed his arms as he looked at Daphne. You wouldn't want to meet with whatever Ishtar's planning while I'm away, right? Albeit Ishtar's status wasn't confirmed, they all believed she was still within Orario, hidden somewhere. The guild may say one thing but they were compelled to look at the facts. As someone that knew Heraheim's ability and just by what Silver did to her familia, Ishtar, being the prideful woman she is, wouldn't sit still and cry in the dark. She would do something even if that ended up being inconsequential to him. But would it be so for everyone else? And above all, the fact Ishtar hadn't returned despite what happened to her tower is already extremely suspicious, and the way the guild covered that up only adds up to the mess. If Ishtar had returned to heaven due to the collapse of her tower, then it would be one problem, but the fact she didn't and has yet to reveal herself is something else completely. And Silver had already somewhat briefed them in on the situation, albeit he did not share the details with them, much to her extreme frustration. Daphne wanted to say something but she couldn't, she had to give in. Silver had a family, within and outside of Orario, and he couldn't neglect either. He needed to see them, he had talked about it a few times before, she just didn't expect him to bring up the subject again now. However, she can accept him leaving for a few days, given his abilities and his own words, his adventure outside wouldn't last long. The problem was his traveling companion. Even if you need to leave. Why are you bringing the goddess with you? She asked out loud as she clenched her fist, ready to throw up a punch as her forehead tensed. I know they're close but can't he be more sensible? You can't just kidnap our damn goddess. I promised her that I would one day show her my hometown. And for a change of pace as well, I'll return her in one piece, I promise. Silver replied with a chuckle. With my abilities, as long as I put in the effort, within a few minutes of my decision I can return to Orario, even if that exhausts me. So instead of getting worked up over it. Would you like to go too? He asked with a small smile as he clasped his hands together. Hashtag. Daphne's forehead tensed even more as she clenched her teeth, while Cassandra seemed to be considering the idea silently. Can you be serious? She asked slowly as she looked at him, her eyes burning. If both captain and vice captain vanish together with the goddess, if even for a day, this place is going to crumble into pieces, and even if not, I can only imagine the pile of work that will be waiting for us once we return. Unless he's willing to do all the work for me. All right, I apologize. Silver said with a dry laugh. But he wasn't done yet. Still, I'll be passing by Melon for some business before moving on north. So would you like to pass by and see the ocean? He asked as he raised an eyebrow. Exclamation point. Cassandra seemed very interested in the idea, her eyes flickering with light at the thought of it. Daphne hesitated a little, she may be a workaholic but that didn't mean she loved working over everything else. The idea of taking it easy for once did entice her, but her duties. Let's make this simpler then. Silver said as he tapped her shoulder. Once I arrive at Melon and deal with my personal business, how about we have a familia field trip? Everyone together, it can't get any simpler than that. He said with an innocent smile. What? Is it that strange? Remember that I can move everyone via portals, we don't really need to hide it anymore, at least not between ourselves. It'll likely cause me to pop a few blood vessels, but I should be able to open a gate or move everyone individually. I won't mind if it means giving everyone a good time. Even if we hide it, there will be rumors if people see us. Daphne said as she tried to think of reasons why it wouldn't be a good idea. We just need to take it easy somewhere with few people then. The Lalag Lake itself is a few folds bigger than Orario, as long as we sit at a corner no one will see us apart from a few lucky boats roaming around, and even then, I can stop them from doing so. We can treat it as a familia event, what do you think? Daphne touched her head, thinking about the consequences of such actions. People will notice if we all vanish. She added with a frustrated gaze. Even if it's only for a few hours. We can always make an excuse, and if that's not enough. Silver's eyes flashed. I can make sure there is no one observing us, at least for a day. he said in a deep tone. He speaks of the most absurd of things in the most casual of tones. And he loves to be oddly insistent sometimes. I think it's a great idea. Cassandra added on the side, finally finding an opportunity to speak. Cassandra. But I have a condition. We should ask the other executives while also making sure the newcomers have been properly settled in, level 1 or 2 alike before setting off. She said with a serious expression, looking very professional. Both Silver and Daphne were so surprised by her sudden change that they grew silent. Say something. She said meekly on the side. Sigh, you're right. Daphne added as she scratched her head awkwardly. I didn't expect Cassandra to speak like that, took me off course for a moment. Look, as I said before, it doesn't need to be now as in the first place, I don't know how long my personal business will take. It likely won't last long, but it could take a few days, depending on how fast the investigation goes. I could just force everyone to confess with my plasmids, but that would leave a sour taste in the members of the Hermes familia, they may even start avoiding me completely. Who would hang out with a guy who can force your secrets out of you and make you forget about it? And knowing Hermes, I would prefer if they were always close to me. You keep your friends close and enemies closer while keeping the insane bastards in your line of sight at all times. Regardless, I won't be leaving for now, so we have time to settle everything. At the earliest, I'll be departing only at tomorrow's late night. Meanwhile you can discuss this with everyone properly, though I doubt anyone would refuse, I mean, it's... //. That's too early. Daphne said as she slammed her palm on the office table. /. Cassandra nodded silently to Daphne's words. Even if everyone agrees, they all need to buy proper clothes for the occasion and we also need to buy all of the provisions even if we're only going to spend a tenth of a day there. I know, don't worry about the money though, I'll be taking it out of my own pockets. Silver said as he posed. That's not the problem here. This damn guy never bothered about money, he barely even counts it anymore, saying he'll just make more the day after anyway. And this keeps causing me anxiety. It's not like he hadn't already agreed to an unreasonable contract worth hundreds of millions of valis. But Silver only smiled, causing Daphne to have the urge to punch him again, maybe that will make him wake up. Yet, she knew nothing would change, he would laugh and shake her fist off while saying something that would only cause her an even greater headache. Fine. You win. She said as she exhaled on the side, looking a bit defeated. Great, it'll be fun, a chance to lose up a little. Silver said with a large smile as he stretched his arms. However, no matter what, I need time to finish all this paperwork, so if you want to get things ready. //. She slammed a piece of parchment on the table and started scribbling on it at high speeds. We'll need this. And this. Since we're on the subject, this too. She mumbled as she kept adding items to the list. Silver was silent as he watched her add more and more items to the list, slowly sweating as he read through it. But he kept quiet. When he looked at Cassandra, the latter just looked away, darting from his gaze. Phew. This should be enough for now, if I remember anything else, I'll tell you. Since this is a rare occasion, might as well make it perfect. I agree. But please, once we're there. Well, we'll leave this for when we're actually there. Silver said as she folded the parchment, putting it in his pockets. Also, for the price, don't bother too much about it, since it's a familia event, we don't need our captain to pull most of the weight alone. Daphne added on the side as she touched the back of her head. You gave the idea and we follow, it's not all on you, that's not how it's supposed to work. Daphne. How dependable. Silver said with a nod while Cassandra did the same. You. Well. Most of the money from the familia comes from me anyway, it's pretty much my own pockets. And she knows that, but it's better to not remind her of that. If she gets too embarrassed, she may as well actually punch me. Better let the conversation flow somewhere else. With that, Silver spoke with the two for a few more minutes before he left the room, Daphne's office, thinking deeply as he made his way to the stairs. One less thing to worry about, a few more to substitute it. My plans are simple, I'll be going to Melon to help Hermes investigate Evolus supply lines he tracked there. After interrogating the previous members of Evolus together with the cross-references between Hermes and the guild's own investigations, they both agreed on one fact: Evolus had to have a supply line sending the materials underground. With their agents scattered throughout the city and Deadless Street, there was no way any major shipment of materials would be missed by them, nor would they be able to transport materials and monsters outside of the city. So as the days passed and they found nothing, there was only one answer. The supply line had to be outside of the city, and the closest place for that to be is Melon, especially since the guild itself has already noticed some suspicious things coming from the port city once their gaze fell in the area. Possible signs of corruption. I already know what's going on over there, of course, mostly coming from my memories, but there's a lot of information I confirmed through interrogations. Information I never shared. Because I can't just hand it all over to Hermes, it'll only create confusion. Since we'll be dealing with the other side of Evolus, demi-spirits. So far, the guild has learned of Gnosis and the fact that Evolus still exists and that they're quite strong with a powerful stronghold under the ground and with multiple familiars working together to maintain their forces. There is Icolos, Thanatos, the mysterious Ano. And now, Ishtar has joined them also. Their forces are unknown in number and overall power, but they estimate them to be about the same level as an S Grande Familia, the likes of the former Ishtar and Ganesha. Albeit anything above that is unlikely, still, that doesn't change how dangerous they are. A stronghold made of adamantite and orichalcum that connects directly with the dungeon and outside of Orario plus all of the unknown variables. This is a mess they aren't willing to take lightly anymore. And things will only tense up if the demi-spirits are revealed, especially this soon in the run. I myself am afraid of them, if they somehow find a way to use the demi-spirits for some sort of strange ritual and I'm not ready to deal with it. Just thinking about it gives me the chills, that's why I do not want to push Evolus too far. I don't want to see them resorting to things and tactics beyond my scope of understanding. They aren't stupid and they are willing to do things beyond most people's line of reasoning. If I had Finn on my side fighting against them, my worries would be relatively tamer, but without him, I'm alone against that madwoman, their commander. Thanatos himself is also rather capable. That's one of the reasons why I recruited Lily. I need someone with that kind of strategic brain. It's not just about brainpower but the way they perceive the world and the battlefield. Lily just needs the experience, and I'll give that to her. Following on that line, the guild previously confirmed Evolus leader to be Thanatos. However, that isn't truly the case and Hermes is already suspecting things due to his blatant appearance in Ishtar's tower. After all, how come the final boss would make his entrance when the game had just started? That is likely what Hermes is thinking. So far, the number of confirmed gods on Evolus' side is 3. Thanatos, Icolos, and the recent addition of Ishtar, but the rabbit hole goes a tad deeper. Icolos himself is not really a god on Evolus' side but more of a trading partner than anything. In any case, their forces are rising and the guild is growing ever concerned the more they learn, so I'll be going with Hermes to try and cut off one of their arms. The reason why Evolus needs so many resources isn't exactly known to them, they can infer some things from the information they uncovered. A large portion of the money goes to Gnosis expansion, but the reasons as to why this is done. I kept it hidden on purpose. I don't want the guild to find out about Daedalus and his curse just yet. Because they'll be dead set on destroying it. I don't quite wish to see Gnosis destroyed, I see it as a marvel of engineering and human ingenuity. And madness. I would like to see it live through the ages, to see how far Daedalus's genius actually led him, how far he predicted and understood the dungeon's motives and behaviors. Regardless of that, the guild may not fully grasp the reason Evolus needs so many resources, but the way they made such money was already laid bare for them to see. At least their major form of income. By capturing monsters and selling them above ground they made hundreds of millions if not billions to wealthy magnates outside of Orario. People that amass the wealth of countries, kings, princes, nobles, merchants, that kind of people, not even big familias can compete with the power of numbers. At least not without causing a bloodbath. There is a point where you go from hero to demon, even if you're defending a city from thousands, if you kill them all, are you truly in the right? The same goes for the guild, they can punish all that acted with Evolus for the sake of Orario, but what about their own families? Is it right to say Orario's people take precedence for what they already suffered? Is it okay to use Orario's purpose as the dungeon seal to justify the mass genocide of all nations that do not go on with their agenda and interests? Well, the way they do such trading is obviously through the hidden passages of Gnosis that lead outside, which was also one of the guild's biggest fears. Nonetheless, it confirmed a mystery they hadn't had an answer for in years. How did Evolus smuggle an army of monsters outside the dungeon during the Great Feud? Gnosis, Melon. Everything was connected. While most thought Evolus was done for, what they had actually done was a reconstructing of sorts. Erebus built Evolus with the intention of creating a darkness so great it would in tow create the strongest of hopes. But with his death, the remaining Evolus members needed a new lord. But then, Ryu killed them all. Or so everyone thought. The remainder of Evolus used Ryu's outburst of rage and anger to hide in the confusion, letting the world think they were dead. When the dust settled, they had all vanished, presumed dead under the hands of the Gale who also vanished on that fateful day, though few knew she turned into a waitress, gluing her broken heart still mending. But none knew of Evolus' fate. They cut off their tails and the gods of Evolus, those that survived, were all sent outside of Orario, exiled forever. The guild even has everything to believe they might be providing support to Evolus from the outside, which is possible, though unfortunately, I cannot confirm. I would like to believe those gods wouldn't really stop without some resistance. In any case, this is a good opportunity for me. I'll cut off Evolus' supply chain in Melon and rid the city of its corruption caused mostly due to fear of their retaliation. I always wondered how the Poseidon Familia never acted to stop this from happening, but considering what they do for a living, it makes sense how they were unable to stop Evelyn's grasp over the city. Because they don't even know they're there. The Poseidon Familia used to keep Melon under their watch as they were the first Familia to try to close up the hole at the bottom of the Lalag Lake, but after the uprising of the Zeus and Hera Familia 13 years ago, they managed to permanently close the hole with the remains of the Leviathan. Quite the awe-inspiring tale. Now, with the city safe and the hole they protected for centuries closed for good, they set off to try and accomplish a long-lost dream, one they failed to see it through before. The elimination of all monsters in the sea. They just reappear every so often, but their home is at sea. A bunch of crazy people, no wonder everything's in shambles. They are likely one of the stronger and more capable familias in the world given how they helped Zeus and Hera take down the Leviathan and live to tell the tale. The sheer fact they survived must have meant many if not dozens of their members leveled up through those fights, and since they didn't join in the final fight, their familia should be likely intact. Unless they met something at sea. But that's unlikely, they were the ones that made the seal using its remains, so they are pretty capable themselves. And although the Knight of Knights works at the school district, I wouldn't be surprised if he was once part of the Poseidon Familia before transferring to another. Even so, despite such background, the only thing they do is hunt oversized fish. Sigh. Can't blame them, even if their impact on the seas is small. If it weren't for them, sea travel wouldn't be a thing. Either way, even if they failed to protect the city properly, they aren't to blame. This is my chance to check many things I've always kept at the back of my head. The Leviathan seal and the demi-spirit's offspring. It'll all be revealed to the guild. They won't know what it is at first, but it's a start. I wonder what they'll have in surprise for us once we're there. And how they'll react once I set everything ablaze. Smiling evilly, Silver thought about their expressions. He was really excited for what they had in offer for him. Notes. There were some changes in this chap because this chapter had been written before the release of Volume 14 of Sword Oratoria, where the Knight of Knights' location and identity was confirmed. He currently works as a professor and the Academy Master of the school district. Still, it makes no sense for him to have been part of the Familia he is currently part of unless everyone died to the Leviathan. Nonetheless, it's part of writing a story when the original material is ongoing. It's likely that the next few volumes scheduled to release soon will likely have some conflicts with things I was forced to be creative about. Anyway, peace. Chapter 256, An Invitation. A few hours later, After the sun went down and a day of teaching and training came to an end, Silver took to the night streets of Orario to find someone, his traveling partner. Chi. That damn guy said he would contact me soon, yet the recruitment ended yesterday and now another day is about to end as well, yet there are no signs of him or his children. With an annoyed expression, Silver went in search of Hermes, the playful blonde god that always seemed to be scheming something. He had to confirm the time of their investigation so they could coordinate properly. Silver had little to prepare, but he wished to make the journey with Hermes' team, or at the very least, be told whether they would be making the journey first so he could plan out properly. But without many options, not knowing much about his habits or those of his children nor where his home was, he made his way to the guild. He could ask someone about it, but Silver didn't even know the name of his home, and it may be too conspicuous to ask someone about it directly. Whenever he thought about it, Silver remembered hearing about its name, something about traveling. As such, given how serious Hermes, Arenas, and the guild seemed to be about this issue, Silver didn't want to raise any sort of suspicion by blabbering around. If something were to happen, then it would be due to someone else's mistake and not his. As such, the only one who could tell him what he sought was none other than the guild's shadow itself. Fells. Sniff, hum. This smell. Oh yeah, it's already time. Silver said as he looked at a bar. Crossing from an alley, Silver saw himself in the middle of one of Orario's 8 major streets, the western street connecting the west gate to the center of Orario. And right next to it, Silver saw the hostess of fertility lit up with lights together with the faint smell of cooked food and the faint noises and laughs of the patrons within. It wasn't surprising his path led him here, since if he were to draw a line between the Hearth Manor and the guild, the hostess would be right in the middle. Image. And since Silver decided to walk, he just found himself there. Grumble. The sweet and strong smell of food enticed his body, causing his stomach to protest. It desired sustenance, and it wouldn't take a no for an answer. Fine then, I'm indeed in need of a refill. Silver mumbled to himself as he touched his stomach. Schwa. Silver opened his pocket space, pulling out a large bag full of golden coins and strapping it to his waist just like everybody else, although some adventurers were creative with the way they hid it, like shoving it in a void space inside their boots. This should be enough, he said as he walked to the bar. Chatter. Ding. Silver pushed the double doors to the pub, being presented with a rather busy scene. Dozens of adventurers all around sitting at dozens of tables talking and laughing with each other as they raised their mugs high in commemoration of yet another successful day of dungeon diving. Even if not, they still commemorated for yet another day of being alive and well, mostly, and in the hopes the day after would be bountiful. The place was full to the brim with people. Even if the pub was famous, it was unusual to see so many people to the point he could see a few tables being used by far more people than they could usually support. Maybe I came at the wrong time. Should I just pass by on the way back? Naya. Customer. Wait a minute. We're being overwhelmed. Anya exclaimed in fear as she waddled around the tables carrying 2 large silver plates full of wooden mugs. How many? She exclaimed without turning to him. For one, favorably by the counter. Silver said with a chuckle as he watched the cat girl zoom by. Naya. This voice. After hearing his voice, Anya turned back and saw Silver waving at her, and she almost slipped but managed to get on her feet just nicely, though a few drops of beer fell on one of the adventurer's shoulders. But he only wiped his hand across it before returning to his deep conversation with his friends, not bothered with the situation in the least. It was all too ordinary. And at the same time, no one had the balls to cause trouble in this place. Even when drunk, they would still be reminded of what would happen if they did go over the line. The passed-out men outside of the pub on the street were proof of that. They didn't want to be the next one to kiss the road. There's a spot by the counter, she said as she ran with the mugs, not looking back as she skedaddled to the kitchen. Being a server is not easy. With a shape gaze, Silver moved carefully to try and not bother the others or collide with the girls walking around frantically as he made his way to the counter. Whenever they did meet, he only waved and greeted them, but that was all. They barely had any time to even look at each other, much less talk. As for the people on the tables, from time to time, someone would recognize Silver, and their expressions would change to that of surprise and something else. But he only gave them a nod. This was a bar where all were equal, and he preferred if things remained as such. Though it wasn't like all gazes were friendly or in awe. He was starting to be seen like the members of the Loki familia, if not above the executives to some people. It would depend on the individual. And this would only intensify over time. /crunk/. Eventually, he sat by one of the empty chairs next to the counter, his favorite spot. It was the perfect location for him to chat around with Mia while also being served without complications. Although he preferred to sit further right on the last seat, this was because he liked to sit closer to the kitchen so he could sometimes talk with the cooks and even give them a thumbs up and praise them for a job well done. They were rather cute too, and it was quite the eye candy to see a dozen pretty girls making food for you. /chatter/. He turned around for a moment to gaze at the crowd. It wasn't exactly pleasant, but it wasn't bad either. There was a point where too many people just kind of mixed in together to become tolerable, as long as they weren't touching him. Besides, Silver could always just silence the world around him and enjoy his food in his own little world. /bam/. WH. That was when Mia appeared, slamming a mug of light alcohol on the counter. That was fast. As always, the service in this pub is superb. Silver joked as he looked at her. Though. Is it on the house? He asked as he raised an eyebrow. Ha. Why hold back when you have so much money already? Mia said as she laughed at his words, taking out a small notebook and a pen, writing the price of the mug on it. Will you have today's special or something on the menu? Sheesh, you're so cruel. By the time my food arrives I'll have to order another drink. Silver said with a small smile as he took a chug of the drink. I like how she's considerate enough to give me something so fast, but she's really ruthless in this regard. Come on, we're friends here, aren't we? Although she's old enough to be my mom. When will you spend all that fortune if not here and now? Let go of it all and drink to your heart's content. But don't forget to please your stomach too. Either way, what will it be? Today's special. Make it big, I'm hungry. Silver said as he placed the cup gently. I'll give you 2 servings in 1 plate, the price remains the same. She said as she scribbled on the note. Oi, don't people usually give a slight discount for ordering more? He asked as he tapped the table with a smile. I thought you knew me already, boy. This my pub, and in here, we do things my way. She said with a large and honest smile as she put her hands around her waist. Anything else? Nah. At most a drink or 2 later, and make it light, I just want to refresh myself. He said with a slight cough as he looked at the side. Good. Also, before I leave, can you tell me the time? She asked calmly as she pocketed the note. About 10 to 7. Right, it's about time anyway. She said as she gave Silver a nod. Oi. Girls. Hang up the sign. We're done for today. She said as she screamed to Chloe and the others in the distance. Yes. They all replied in unison without turning back. Closing early today. Silver asked as he turned to Mia. We made enough for a night, there's no need to waste the rest of it in this fervor. You're very kind to them. Silver added as he looked at the ceiling. Mia did not reply, walking to the end of the counter before she turned to the left and entered the kitchen. Did I gain some brownie points? I can never tell when that woman is pleased. As long as I can eat in peace, I guess. For the next few minutes, Silver stood on his spot, waiting, until his food eventually arrived, a massive plate full of ribs and a pot full of sauce. He smiled, bon appetit. As he ate, the bar slowly emptied itself out, with the waitresses waving at them as the clients went on their way, wishing them a good trip back home so they would one day return and spend more money. From the clamor of before, everyone's voices were slowly contained again, and silence eventually returned to the bar. After an hour after his arrival, only Silver and a few more could be seen still within the pub, much to a certain person's annoyance. Can I get some dessert? Silver asked with a smile as he looked at Mia. For the second and last time, we already closed, go buy some outside. Mia said as she cleaned a few cups by the counter, exhaling as she shook her head at his insistence. I can tell there are a few massive cakes in the kitchen, gimme me one, I'll pay extra. He retorted as he tried to negotiate with Mia. Those are not for you, she said as she crossed her arms. Oh. It's someone else's birthday. Can I join? I do have some presents, give me a moment. He asked with a smile as he turned to look at his pockets. ##. Unfortunately, no boys allowed. Someone replied behind him. Silver did not need to turn back to know who it was. It was a sweet voice full of emotion and mystery, a voice impossible to mistake. Can I sit here? Seer asked as she tapped the seat right of Silver. Make yourself home, it is yours anyway. /crunk/. Seer lazily sat on her seat, and Mia did nothing apart from look at her for a moment before she turned around with a grunt. It's been a little while, but shouldn't you be helping the others? Silver asked as he raised an eyebrow at Seer. It's just a small break, or do you find me annoying? She asked as she blinked cutely. That's not it. He replied as he shook his head. How have you been? He asked as he turned to her. Thank you for asking, though I should be the one asking you that. But I'm fine, albeit a bit upset. She replied with a slight pout as she crossed her arms. Why is she looking at me? Did I forget anything? I'm waiting. She said with her usual light smile. I don't quite understand, have I done something wrong? Really? It breaks my heart. She said dramatically as she looked down. My lunchbox, you borrowed it and never returned, I liked it very much, are you going to keep it? If you liked it you can, keep it as a memento. She said with a teasing smile and a chuckle. Oh. As she mentioned the box, Silver couldn't help but laugh a little as his hand went to the side of his body, outside of Seer's vision. There, he opened his pocket space and took out the lunchbox together with the small cloth she always used to tie it with, placing it atop the counter with an awkward cough. He remembered what happened to it. On the last days before the start of the recruitment, Silver entered the dungeon to train, and when he was done, he went straight to his familiar home. He completely forgot about Seer's box. But he wasn't going to admit to it. Unfortunately. You forgot about it, didn't you? She asked with a thin smile as she grabbed the box, placing it on her lap. You made me quite worried, given how you didn't return on the same day I lent it to you. You know what that usually implies. She turned her head to the others, chuckling to herself. I wasn't the only one that thought like that. She said in a dramatically gloomy tone. I need some compensation. She added with a teasing expression. Compensation. All right, I made a mistake. Is there any? While Silver replied, Seer turned back and pulled her hair to the front of her body, asking as she interrupted him. I'm tired, can you give me some energy? Silver's expression did not change, whatever she was trying to accomplish with that display went through one ear and left through the other, however, Silver understood she was trying to play with him. But what she was asking for was no problem at all, so he raised his hand, ready to touch her shoulder. /whoosh/. /fink/. The air in front of his hand was cut as a knife pierced the air at high speeds, lodging itself onto the counter next to him, freezing him in place. What happened? Seer asked as she turned around, seeing the knife on the counter. She then turned to the side, seeing Rio far away with a sharp gaze, and she immediately pouted. Rio. She said with a look of frustration. I apologize, Seer, my hand slipped. I guess I'm tired as well. She said in a monotone as her expression remained cynical. Taking this opportunity, while Seer was distracted by Rio, Silver used his plasmids to heal her from far away, causing her to Kia. /silence/. To jump in surprise and make a cute noise, much to his complete surprise. He then looked around to a bunch of people looking at them weirdly and at a very angry Ryu whose eyes seemed to be piercing daggers onto his very body. Colder than the northern mountains, as silent as the moon, the pale elf gazed at the adventurer as if it was a worm in the dirt. His gaze then turned to Seer, whose face was so red steam seemed to be coming out of it. She was completely and utterly unable to say anything right now. Several things crossed his mind as he thought about what to do. Leaving was a choice, but it would only leave a bad impression, even if he knew Seer would clear things up. He could act like a panicked little boy and de-escalate things, but that requires a whole other personality and reputation already set up. It wasn't quite his deal. So he turned to the side and played it cool, grabbing his almost empty mug, taking a silent sip as he completely ignored everything that had just happened. Of course, this only caused the others to roll their eyes. "I'll be making a trip to Melon soon," he said calmly as he put his mug down. "Do you want to go to the beach?" Silver asked as he looked forward. "Eh?" Exclamation point. "Huh." The reactions were varied, but none were silent. Notes. Chapter 257, The Wrath of a Black Cat. "Do you want to go to the beach?" Silver asked as he looked at the shelves full of wine bottles and the hanging sausages on the ceiling. These girls are always working all the time. Since this is going to be a one-time thing, might as well invite a few more. As they say, the more the merrier. Eh. When Seer processed his words, her expression went completely red as her thoughts went into overdrive. Exclamation point. Meanwhile, Ryu was shocked, being taken aback by his bold statement before she got into a frown, thinking about what to do next. Naya. A direct hit. At the same time, Anya, who heard his statement from afar, had her tail snap up as she jumped in surprise, especially as she noticed Seer's expression. Well. This is certainly a reaction. Despite all of this, Silver remained stoic. Given the circumstances, I imagine they would blatantly refuse, but from her face, I think there's some leeway for a conversation. All those days visiting them and trying to get closer to them are finally showing themselves here. I'm glad. Because otherwise, they would have kicked me out of the pub by now, haha. Oh my. Are you inviting me on a date? Seer asked after she established her expression, trying to remain calm amidst her flushed expression. There are about an extra 100 people going, so it's hard to call that a date. Seer, table number 6 is asking for the bill, can you go give it to them? Ryu suddenly said as she approached them from behind. Pout. Turning to Ryu, Seer gave her the biggest pout she was capable of producing before snapping to the side, going to the table as she walked by Ryu in heavy steps. Her displeasure was so evident even the adventurers by the table got flustered by it, being fearful of speaking too much, so they just paid their bill and ran away. This left both Silver and Ryu in awkward silence. Would you like to go to the beach too? He asked. He looked at her eyes. His words sent another wave of shock across the onlookers, with some of the nearby adventurers silently sipping their drinks as they all thought. Damn. This guy has some balls. Stare. To the adventurers that were eavesdropping on their conversation, Ryu gave them all the killer gaze, causing a chill to run through all of their spines as their bodies involuntarily shivered. I think I had enough for today. Drank too much already. Why yeah. Can we have the bill over here? P please. Us too. Q quickly. Okay. Where are you all going, NYA? Before Anya and the others even had the time to go give them the bill, they all quickly dropped gold bags on the table before running away, their tails hidden beneath their feet. Nyahum. I didn't even give them their bills. Anya said as she scratched her head as she saw the adventurers flee. Guess we're getting a bonus today. As always, Ryu is the best at getting tips, Nyahaha. Chloe said on the side as she threw one of the coin bags in the air, weighing it down with a cheeky expression as her tail wagged from side to side. It's a chunky one, he definitely dropped the wrong bag. Hi. No refunds. You. I thought you were inviting Seer. She asked with a heavy expression, ignoring what was going on in the pub. Neither of you let me finish. Silver said as he turned to look at Seer on the side. I better make this clear before they misunderstand me. More. As he said that, the girls who now had nothing to do all sat around him, seemingly very interested in what he was about to say, much to Silver's confusion. Are they that bored? Go do something else. I can see those dishes in the corner. Well, it's nothing big. I'm taking a time off from adventuring after everything that happened to visit my family outside of Orario. He said as he turned to them. As such, I decided to go all the way and play a little while I could, shake off the weight of the dungeon a little. So I'm trying to set up a trip to Melon. I'm telling this to them because I trust them, but at the same time, I can't phrase this in a way that implies I have business in Melon. It's better if that only exists between me, the guild, and Hermes. If you're thinking I'm trying to play you all, then don't. I'll be bringing people from my familia as well, including my goddess. Silver scoffed as he shook his head. There will be a lot of barbecue and other delicious foods, made by me of course. Are you girls interested? Just to be clear, I'll be paying, looking at you, stingy cat. Bleg. Chloe replied as she stuck her tongue out. It's honestly a good idea. Seer added after she put in some thought, though her own thoughts were a mystery. She seemed less upset than before, maybe even more relaxed. Perhaps. Relieved might be the word. Which was a weird thing to think about. What would Seer be relieved of? Seer. Don't tell me you're thinking of going. Ryu added as her eyes opened in surprise, almost slamming her hands on the counter only to remember what Mia was going to do to her if she did so. As she said that, Ryu tried to think about the trip, but no matter how many times she thought about it, she didn't think it was proper. That was why she intervened. Right. I've never been to Melon myself. It'll be fun to see the ocean for a change. Though we would have to plan that out properly, you know, given as to how I have no swimsuit of my own. She said with a teasing smirk as she tapped her cheeks. Maybe we can go choose one for me. Just kidding. She added as she winked her right eye. Don't forget your work. Mia added from within the kitchen. And that too. Seer. Once Seer gets her head on something, it's impossible to change it. From the moment he mentioned the beach, her eyes remained the same, sparkling. With that out of her mind, Ryu understood that there were two outcomes. That she would either accompany her or not. But she couldn't imagine Seer alone with this guy. How many boys will be going? My Ryu can't stand them, you know. Seer teased as she looked at Silver. Seer. Ryu added with a slight flush as she tugged at her shirt. Well, if we count everyone. Less than 15. Things could change though, albeit I have no intention of inviting more. It would be too much of a privilege to bring guys from other familias into this. As for the rest. A bit over 150 girls, and my goddess. Maybe more than one. Silver asked as he scratched his chin. More than one? Seer asked with a dangerous look. Yup, Hestia said she wanted to invite some of her friends, but that's about it. The numbers could be a bit wrong though. Well, I plan to make this well, so you won't be overwhelmed if that's your concern. He then turned to the other girls who were still thinking about it. If you're worried about traveling expenses, then don't. I'll be transporting all of us directly to Melon, if you wish so of course. So the cost of both time and money is 0. Aside from the mind potions I'll have to drink to make that possible, but that's on me. Wait. You're saying you can drag us from here all the way to Melon? Chloe asked as she raised an eyebrow. He's pretty much saying he can be anywhere within Orario anytime he wishes. How convenient. I mean, dangerous. I'm envious. Not a problem. Would you like to go now, by the way? They say the ocean is quite pretty at night, that the reflection of the moon upon the ocean is something to behold. Silver said with a chuckle as he tapped the table. A little lie, I should be able to arrive at Melon with several successive short teleportations, but since I've never been there I can't create a door leading there. But they don't know about this limitation, and I would prefer if it remained as such. Nonetheless, since I'll be visiting Melon before this problem won't be there for them to notice. I'll pass. I wouldn't refuse the beach part, but I'm not a fan of Melon itself. It smells too fishy for me. Chloe said after she put some thought into it. How strange, I thought cat people loved fish. Silver asked as he rested his head on his hand. How rude. I'm elegant and actually dislike fish. But you ate an entire base we cooked last time. SHHH. Not now, Anya. Chloe replied snarkily as she looked at the small cat girl, snapping her lips at her and causing her to flinch as she jumped behind Lenoir. I could say the same. It's not that I can't stand fish, but I'm really not a fan of it. But I wouldn't refuse the chance to see the ocean for once. Lenoir added as she cleaned a table nearby. I can't believe I'm actually considering going to the beach with a guy. Is this what they call sheep mentality? If you guys go, then I'll go too. Anya added as she started to clean a table on the side. Everyone. URG. Ryu said as a small dark cloud seemed to float above her head. Come on, it won't be that bad, give it a try for once, I'll help you choose a pretty one. Seer said as she touched Ryu's shoulders. The beach. Bikini. No. I can't. It's too much. While Ryu debated over Seer's words, Silver turned to the kitchen. You're all rather silent over there, you can come too if you wish, I'm inviting everyone, even you Mia, let's enjoy the beach for once, they say drinking soju by the beach is quite refreshing. Ha. You're bold. She replied as she stepped out of the door. She had been staying there from the beginning, listening to their conversation, yet she played as if she wasn't. Typical Mia. The only time I can close the shop for a day is on the weekend, either then or never. Would closing the shop even be necessary? I was planning on going early and returning around lunch. You guys open way later, no? You're surely blabbering quite a bit for someone who was just giving us an invite. She said with a smirk as she turned around. Now, who would work after going to the beach? I don't want sand all over my pub. The girls looked at Silver and the latter shrugged. All right, you got me, he said as he raised his arms. You can't blame me for wanting to see you all on the beach. I gave it a shot, I yield. But don't resent me for wishing to see you all in something other than your uniforms for once. You deserve more than that, he said with a smile as he looked at them. I knew it. We can't trust this guy, Seer, Ryo said as she turned around with a flustered expression. He's playing with you, Ryo, don't fall for his exaggerated words, Seer added with a chuckle as she turned to him. We'll go, but you'll have to give us a few days to prepare first. And don't go giving us a heads up one day before either, okay? That wasn't in my plans, Silver said as he pulled his coin bag, placing it on the table. This went rather smoothly. Well, this is great, the more the merrier in this kind of event. Should I brag about this to Loki? If she hears I managed to convince the waitresses, she'll throw a fit to Mia. Or me to join. Should I invite her too? No, that won't be a good idea. Bringing Loki to an event full of girls in bikinis is several folds more risky than bringing in a hormonal teen to a girls' pajama party, approach. Just giving you a quick warning, if you played me just to see me in a bikini you'll know what'll happen, right? Chloe added as she looked at Silver dead in the eye, her fangs showing for a moment as she gave him a threatening glare. I think you would look great in one though. Don't try to smooth talk me. What are you afraid of? You have a great body, there's nothing to fear unless you fear attention, Silver added with a warm smile as he looked at her. I'm starting to regret this. Chloe was taken aback by his bluntness, causing her to take a step back with a weak flush before she stared back at him fiercely. The other girls looked at Silver in silence. Ah, come on, don't look at me like that. If I really wanted to see any of you in a bikini then I would just make it a reality instead, Silver retorted as he raised his left hand, pointing it at the ground. Crunk, Naya. He says the most absurd things, crack, . Before she had the chance to retort, the ground Silver pointed at started to transform and twist, as if something was stretching it from below. And as the seconds passed, the faint image of a girl started to take shape. Oi. You can't be serious, Chloe said as her eyes started to twitch. Black or gray? Silver asked as he looked at the girls. Black, Seer said as she put her hand in front of her lips, smirking from ear to ear. Seer. Creak. With a few twists and turns, the wood finally finished its transformation, becoming a full-size statue of Chloe in a dark bikini as she jumped in the air with a happy expression. It was joyfully and youthfully, a beautiful statue. If not for the massive embarrassment it caused its look-alike. You. Undo it, immediately, she ordered with a heavy expression as she clenched her fists in anger. I take it back, I won't be going. Here. About 3,000 Valis, keep the change, Silver said with a yawn as he placed a few coins on the counter. Another matter closed, time to dip. Oh. Would you look at the time, I'm late for my daily meeting with my bed, he added as he completely ignored Chloe's outburst. See you all later, enjoy your night, girls, he said as he waved his hand at them. Don't you dare. Poof. Before Chloe even had the time to react, Silver turned into a puff of thin smoke, vanishing into who knew where while her hands clawed into emptiness. That sly bastard. I'll make it back somehow. Someday. This left Chloe holding her fist in anger as she looked at the now empty seat. Sigh. Let's just clean up for today and creak. Hum. It was then that her ears perked up as she heard the sound of the floorboards creak behind her. So she turned to see who it was. Naya. Naya. Laughs. Chloe turned her head to see her own statue looking at her with a sly expression, causing her to jump to the ceiling due to the scare she received, making everyone laugh loudly. Even the girls from the kitchen were now looking at her as they held their laughs while Mia shook her head from one side to the other. Still holding onto the ceiling, Chloe's eyes turned dark as she looked at her look-alike. Notes. Anyway, this was a very light chapter and it can be taken as background for the next side chapter, albeit I have no plans for when it'll drop. It will certainly be only after the Melon arc is over. In a sense, it can be taken as the first filler chapter one ever tried to do, the classic beach episode, but in a sense, I'm using this to make many characters that would usually never meet each other interact with something they didn't do in the original series, excluding special game events that aren't canon. In fact, I'm studying those events right now for these chapters. Nonetheless, these chapters serve to strengthen the bond between all characters and somehow explain future interactions. After all, I can't make an entire book about the perspective of a single group of characters, so I have to try my best and tie everyone together in a way that is believable and interesting. In any case, I'm done here. For now, I'll be preparing Zero Fate's chapter to try and release it on Sunday the 24th, talk about a miracle of Christmas. Chapter 258, One of the Great Treasures of the Gods. Somewhere near the guild after Silver left the hostess, he already left. How come? Silver asked with a frown as he looked at a shadowy figure in a dark alley. Standing in the alley, arching over like a ghost staring from above, a dark mask stared down at Silver from above. On the very same day he visited you during the recruitment. Fells replied calmly as her cloak waved in the wind. That's. Sigh, couldn't he have waited a little bit? Silver complained as he scratched his head. Knowing this, it meant his entire goal of going to Melon together with Hermes had now been washed down the drain. And not only that, it had been almost a week since he left. He's going straight into enemy territory alone. Why is he so pressed for time? Hermes doesn't act like that. Did he figure out something that I didn't? Why does he need so much time? Are you planning on following him tomorrow? Obviously, I can't leave him alone after I promised to participate. Silver replied as he went into deep thought. It doesn't matter if I don't want to go, I'm already too deep in this to stay watching on the sidelines. I need to be up to date with all of these events and the enemy's movements. There are people depending on me for that, people that can't protect themselves yet, and I have no intention of letting them get hurt. If Ishtar wasn't enough to put me against Evelys, there is also Dix's entire situation. I can't stand still and wait for them to come to me first, and it's a bit too risky to go directly to the center of their lair. The members of Evelys are masters of curses, and there are dozens of curses out there that can put me in a bad spot. N1. Besides, there's no point in pushing them against a corner when I'm already aware of their plans, considering I do not possess the power to finish them all alone as of now. So in the end, if I acted in a hurry, this would change the perspective of the issue, as instead of this being something everyone would have to work together to solve, this becomes an issue I alone caused. And if people died due to it, I would only be making myself a target for everyone's anger. It wouldn't be pleasant to be hated. To avoid such a situation from occurring, I just need to bide my time and grow. The more I grow, the more confident I'll become, but so will their strength. Thus, the process of weakening them by cutting their roots one by one arises. Adding to that, I've been in their sight for a long time, and it's already causing me anxiety that they haven't moved against me or Haruheim even once despite everything that happened. It's as if they were actively avoiding me, and this isn't necessarily bad, but I wanted to know why, or at least keep my eyes open for when they begin moving. That's why I wanted to participate in Melon's investigation, to see if I could get my hands on their subordinates and find out about anything. This was a dangerous operation. There is even a certain chance that they were waiting for us there, and given how Evelys has a few confirmed level 5 individuals, the situation wasn't looking good for the Hermes Familia. That is why Fells contacted me to see if I would be willing to go, and if Fells approached me, it's pretty much safe to say Arenas is a bit concerned about the situation. So for Hermes to go there with just a handful of level 4 adventures is a bit too reckless. It doesn't matter that they are an elite Familia versed in getting out of shitty situations, they'll just be throwing themselves into a fire pit for no reason. But with me there, even if another level 6 appears, I can at least save everyone, though it may be hard to protect them if we're ambushed. Nonetheless, now that Hermes left on his own, I can't quite ascertain their current state. This is getting to my head. Fine. I'll be going to Melon tomorrow. Just to be sure, did Hermes send any updates on his investigation? Silver asked as he crossed his arms. If not, then I'll be going immediately. Thankfully, there's no need to worry as yesterday there was an update. God Hermes is currently investigating the guild branch as he believes them to be suspicious, which is a shame. We've had high expectations of the current branch head we've sent there due to his past misconduct, but it seems we overestimated his capabilities. Of course, that is only true if his suspicions prove to be correct. Things are often not entirely black and white, though it's likely he'll have to take some disciplinary actions regardless of the outcome. The guild branch. If I'm not mistaken from my memories, as I may have to confirm this later, the smuggling was performed solely through the sewers despite the guild's suspicions of there being other secret entrances. There likely are other entrances, but since smuggling through land is extremely costly and slow, not to mention the risks of being spotted, Evelys likely dedicates their secret entrances to smuggling things inside of Orario rather than the contrary. Things like provisions and simpler items like weapons and potions. This also makes things harder to track, as if one entrance gets exposed, they still have the others to rely on. Of course, they still smuggle everything from Melon through the same entrance, it would be redundant to use another. But given the context of the situation, Hermes pinpointed that for them to supply themselves, that was the sole possibility. As such, the guild deployed sentries throughout the main sewer lines leading to Melon, but they found little so far, which is understandable. The guild's forces aren't that large and they aren't super elites either, while Orario's sewers are extremely extensive, almost the same size as some dungeon floors, so exploring them when the enemy's power is unknown is only putting their own agents at risk. There are layers upon layers of sewers built over centuries. The guild may not even have a full schematic of the place. Adding to the fact that they're pretty well hidden and that Ishtar is now amidst the confirmed forces of Evelys, any agent being sent into the sewers has a pretty high chance of getting caught up in trouble and likely being eliminated. Or worse, converted by Ishtar's charm. That was why Auranas retracted everyone from the sewers. This operation should be Hermes' way of saying that he's getting serious about getting his hands dirty. Maybe too much even. From your gaze, I imagine you're thinking God Hermes' actions were reckless. I agree with the thought, but I don't think we should worry about him. He has definitely thought this through, so take your time and prepare well. He must be expecting this of you. I hope you're right. Silver replied as he thought deeply as he put his hand on the wall. I'll be taking my leave for now, there is much left for me to prepare. I'll be in Melon by tomorrow morning, and in case anything pops up during the night, you know where to find me, so you can send a message to Hermes saying that. Fels was the creator of the communication orb, Oculus, thus allowing for long-distance communication between the linked pair. Silver had one, but he rarely used it as he just threw it somewhere inside his own pocket space, much to Fel's distress. Hermes was likely given one too to quicken communication between the guild and his familia, although Silver wouldn't be surprised if Hermes hadn't brought one. He's the kind of guy that prefers to work on his own terms and not be distracted by others aside from his own familia members, though that would depend on the situation he was working with. Honestly, trying to put any tags on such a fickle god is nothing but a waste of one's effort and time. Find you. In your home, I imagine. Fels asked with an odd chuckle. Yes. I won't be going to the dungeon anytime soon. Silver replied awkwardly with a poker expression as he sighed. It seems my reputation as a dungeon rat has gotten the better of me. Though, honestly, I would exchange the dungeon for all this mess I've been thrown into recently. Then I'll await for positive results. No. Or should I say, it would be best if the investigations came out as negative. Until we meet again. Fels said as she vanished into the darkness. Although Fels left, Silver stood in the alley, thinking. I've got what I came here for. Since Hermes left not long after meeting me. And he met me on the second day of recruitment. That was about 6 days ago. Tomorrow morning will make it 7. A week is a lot of time, and even if I consider they took their time to reach Melon and their preparations before and after they arrived, they would have been investigating Melon for at least 3 full days, more than enough time for someone as shrewd as Hermes to uncover anything he wants to, but also enough time for trouble to arise. Even if I consider Hermes hid himself and left it to his children to search around the place, and that they also took their time to not draw attention. Yeah, that's impossible. Hermes will never stand still unless he's thrown into house arrest. So unless Hermes somehow avoided directly interacting with all 3 ruling forces, then there's no way he didn't find out everything he wanted to. Why would he go ahead of me? Wait. Is it a matter of trust? Does he doubt me somewhat? How and why? I don't remember ever doing anything that could have raised some flags of suspicion about me. Is it the way I acted? Maybe he caught a glimpse of what I hide. Even Hestia has, but she's considerably closer to me than him. Gods are always tricky to deal with. If he is under the impression I know a lot, then he definitely would suspect me for not sharing it, but neither would he make it so apparent that he's distrustful of me. So what can it be? Unless. Did he just leave on his own for no reason? Silver asked himself as he scratched his head. It doesn't really make much sense given his personality, but it's not entirely impossible. Since he's Hermes. Well, I'll find out about it once I'm there anyway. With a silent nod to himself, Silver walked onto the wall, vanishing within as he phased through it. Later that day, deeper in the night, somewhere high above the ground, No, I hate this. A gentle feminine voice echoed in a dark room. Maybe. No, this won't do either. What is she up to now? High above the ground, at the top floors of Babel, Otter stood motionless and silent in the corner of an elegant room as he stared at Freya with a perplexed expression. Who chose these? They're all terrible. She said as she threw another pair of clothes down, forming another tall pile of discarded pieces. Otter. Freya asked from the side with a calm gaze, not even turning back to face her child. Yes, my goddess. He replied faithfully in his monotone. Go to the 3rd floor and buy me every swimsuit you find. She ordered with a sharp expression. There was no room for refusal. Understood. But, all of them? He asked momentarily as he raised his head after bowing. What is she planning now? These actions of hers weren't unknown to him. More than once had she had sudden outbursts of desire, doing strange things with great motivation. And most if not all of those moments involved her leaving Orario, which he tended to try and stop her, for her own good of course. One of the rare moments all members of the Freya familia agreed with. Yet, he said little, only nodding to her request. Maybe not all, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Freya added as she crossed her arms beneath her chest. She went to the side and grabbed a random swimsuit, the first one that came to her reach. Just buy all that fits this size. As you wish. He replied as he grabbed the small swimsuit without thinking much about it. But something about its texture felt off, it easily fell into his hands. In fact, he felt very little material at all. Usually, Otter wouldn't dare spy on his goddess' personal matters, but this time, he grew a bit concerned. Curious mayhaps. His emotions weren't that simple to describe. Ugh. This is. As he turned his gaze to the fabric on his hand, Otter realized how it actually looked. It was a very, very thin red swimsuit that could barely be called a string. One of the three great creations of the gods, alongside plastic and another greatly debatable item. A swimsuit. Albeit a very unique one. For the third one most said it was made outfits, others said it was rubber products, a few claimed the familia to be such item. But when asked, the gods would never answer, as they found pleasure in seeing their children debate on their behalf. The truth was they themselves did not know. Freya's swimsuit had a certain flowery scent to it, but that didn't come to the case, there was a more pressing matter to discuss. Amen. Otter. What are you doing standing there? Those swimsuits won't by themselves. She said to him as she turned to face him. When she did so, she realized what Otter was doing and it all came to her immediately, she wasn't a stupid girl after all. So realizing her mistake, she said. Era, it seems I made a slight blunder, if you handle that to the cashiers they'll only frown at you, though that would be fun to see. She said with a melodic and sweet chuckle as she turned around. Although they already have my sizes noted down, it was fun playing around with him like this. Here, this one instead should do instead. She said as she gave Otter, this time, an actual swimsuit that could be used to refer to a size. For a moment, Otter stood stunned as he thought about Freya using what she had just given him, but just as quickly as the thought came to him, it vanished as he left the room, shaking those thoughts out of his mind. So he walked out, a single thought on his mind. He would buy all of the swimsuits in Babel. Notes. N. There were several instances of such curses before in the novel and manga. One of Ishtar's curse cards was in fact such a curse that can prevent people from using magic, a pretty strong curse but effective. Chapter 259, Orario's Gate to the Ocean, Melon. There was a slight mistake with the last chapter where Silver said he would leave at night, that was an edit from me that wasn't meant to be there. Enjoy. Many hours later, blink, yawn. It's time. As the sun dawned once more, Silver woke up to yet another full day of work. Like the day before, he spent his morning helping everyone with all kinds of things while also helping with the training of the newcomers. By the time he was done, it was 1 hour before lunchtime, or around 11 a.m. So while the others were distracted doing their own things, Silver left the manor without anyone noticing, making his way to the center of Orario. A few minutes later, There's no better way to say goodbye than like this. Right beneath Babel, Silver looked up towards the gargantuan tower, smiling slightly as he thought of everything he did to be here. The tower seemed to shine from this angle, or maybe it was the light of the sun reflecting on the windows. Or something else. Quite the long journey, though it seems things are only beginning. But without getting any further emotional, he closed his eyes, vanishing amidst the crowd. Schwa, caw, . The next moment, Silver reappeared atop Babel, looking at the world beneath him with a calm and relaxed gaze. Flap, flap. His sudden appearance startled many birds, making them fly away as they flapped their wings desperately. I always wanted to be here. He said as he blocked the sun with his hand. The topmost floor of Babel, its roof. Getting here is usually impossible, as Babel only has 50 floors people can visit on their own, though even that is hard since the last topmost floors are private rooms owned by many gods and rich people. Atop that, there's the Donatus room, and that is the last floor you can go to via the elevator. To get here, you either use the locked flight of stairs or go through the outside like I did. Good luck climbing the tower though. I can understand why people romanticize Babel. It's quite the sight. The city beneath went far into the distance, its tall walls casting shadows over the land beyond it. He could hear the very faint murmurs of people talking in the busy streets and the chaotic sounds of the bustling city. 1,000 years of development, huh? I can't see Melon from here. Silver mumbled to himself as he looked to the west. On the north, there's the Beol mountain range and a few other settlements, while on the south, east, and west I can see more of the same, farming plots and villages. Nothing else. Even then, those are at the very edge of my vision, likely a few km away. Most of those villages are likely owned or under the influence of the Demeter familia. In fact, everything directly outside of Orario that is related to farming should be owned by them. There's no way the guild would allow anyone to build anything so close to Orario, so it has to be hers, or another farming familia that was given such rights. Though right now I don't recall any. I've memorized the emblems of many familias and the names of their gods, but going as far as knowing what they do wasn't something I did, albeit I should. Further than their scope would be normal run-of-the-mill villages like mine, albeit that was further away. Quite far in fact. The closer you are to Orario, the more of these villages you'll see, since being close to Orario is in itself a form of protection. My village was to the north, a bit to the east too, somewhere to the northern foot of the Beol mountains, but not that close to it either. It was a rather dangerous place now that I think about it. It would take a month on foot to reach Orario from there, maybe less depending on how much ground you cover every day. It took me a week to reach Orario, but I went directly through the Beol mountains using the old and abandoned passageways together with the help of my plasmids to pretty much glide through the path. How nostalgic. Though now that I think about it, I should have gone for the standard path. There's a reason those roads are mostly neglected. In the ancient past, when the dungeon was still unsealed, when monsters rushed everywhere, with beasts from the deep floors and beyond prowling the lands, many of them ended up making their way there, and even today, many still live amidst the mountain's many nooks and crannies. With my grandparents, that wasn't really a problem, but if you think about it, for a normal person, being able to walk a few km down the road and meet with an orc isn't exactly a comforting thought to have at the back of their minds. I mean, we even killed a wyvern a few years ago. A very rare occurrence, but one that could lead a city to destruction. Although a wyvern should still be within the range of siege weapons to be defeated, it's not really easy to hit a flying wyvern with a ballista, much less when it's raining down fire at it. People who can defeat a wyvern with a sword out there are like the heroes of folk tales. There should be quite a lot of them out there. And a wyvern is just a level 2 monster, what to say of creatures like the Valgang dragons all the way on the 58th floor. There was a time when those creatures and stronger ones habituated the surface, some still do. Not many remember Nidhogg, the strongest beast before the 3 great monsters. And who's to say the legendary beasts that fell under the might of ancient heroes, their stories never recorded? Are those monsters still down there? Anyway, that's off topic. I'll be going back, soon enough. Silver whispered as he looked away from the north, focusing instead on the southwest. He looked at a massive river that was several hundred meters wide, going across the lands and into the distance. There were many boats moving around, big and small, some fishing, others just transporting goods. If I follow the river, I'll reach Melon eventually, though that'll take some time. Silver pondered for a few moments before he decided to just reach Melon as fast as possible. He had people waiting for him. Vanish. So without anything else to say, the skin on his right hand started to disintegrate as it shook with an invisible power. And the moment he let go of that building power, he vanished, reappearing a few kilometers away before vanishing once more. With each jump covering a few km at a time, in no time at all, Silver found himself facing a large port city built around a massive lake. Whoosh, slash. Sniff, slash. Ah. The smell of the ocean. Silver said as he held his hair as the wind brushed past it. Once again. How nostalgic. Chuckle, slash. Though. In all honesty, I think I prefer living above it. He said with a smirk as he started walking, making the rest of the way on foot. Meanwhile, slash. In a room full of people. Is it over already? I can't stand this fishy smell anymore. A Chianthrope girl said as she pinched her nose with a tired and disgusted expression. Image. Due to being a beast person, she possessed extreme senses, causing her to be constantly sniffing around even the faintest of scents, and in a coastal city whose entire commerce is based around fishing. The stink can get quite overwhelming. It was literally building on her clothes. At this rate I'll never be able to clear the smell off my fur. Just wait a few more days, Lulyun. Hermi-sama should be wrapping things up soon, given how overworked Asvi has been recently. A were-tiger replied from the side with his arms crossed as he sat on a chair by the wall. Image. Clack, slash. And. A 5 and a 6. Oh boy. You know what's up. I win. A man with a sharp face and nose exclaimed as he threw a pair of dice on the ground. Image. What? Again. No way. You're cheating, Keeks. Give me back my Valis. A small blonde Palom said as he punched the human's shoulder. Image. Kakeek. Weren't you the one that wanted to play a little as we waited? Why are you bitching now all of a sudden? You saw the dice. If you have any complaints, just say it. URG. You too. An elven girl said as she shook her head. Image. Pak, are you really still playing with Deeks? Don't you know those dice of his are weighted down? Luoyun said as she turned her head to look at the two. Ah. So that's how you cheated. Pak said as he got up from the ground, pointing at Keeks. TSK. No refunds. Keeks protested as he grabbed his dice and the money. You. Jump, slash. The Palom jumped after the human, and a tug-of-war started. You too. This isn't the place, not the time to fight, said the elven girl as she touched her own head with a helpless expression. Just leave those two dumbass alone, Lolo, this always happens, we know how it ends anyway. Another Palom with blonde hair said with a shrug as she shook her head. Image. She was unusually similar to the other Palom, a twin. My name's not Fulgur. The elf said as she turned to the war tiger, asking for his help since he was the highest authority here right now. Hey you two, stop what you're doing. Fulgur said as he turned to the two men tugging on the ground. Stay out of this, cat. This is between this monkey and I. The Palom said rudely as he tried to pull a sack of coins from Keek's waist. Ha. Quite courageous are you. As if that'll make you any taller. Keeks teased as he laughed loudly. Due to the difference in their heights, Keeks could easily just keep the little Palom away with one arm. It was quite comedic to the little guy jump around. You. Tug, See. Even if I talk they won't stop, so just sit down and wait for the captain to come back, she'll resolve it if they haven't stopped by then. Fulgur said as he pulled the elven girl's scarf, shaking his head in the process. The elven girl turned to the others but they all shook their heads as well, they all seemed to be ignoring her, so she eventually turned to another elf, someone with a ranger's head who was resting in the corner of the room. Image. I have no energy to stop them, you're free to try. He replied with a shrug without even waiting for her to say anything as he pulled his hat down. I give up. She said as she rested her head on the table. Knock knock, Exclamation point. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the room they were currently in, leading to all of them stopping what they were doing as their eyes sharpened. Even Keeks and Pak stopped their tug-of-war as their eyes sharpened as a momentary truce was built between the two men. They had all been warned that their current mission was a dangerous one and that they should keep their guards up at all times. And they did, for several days at that, no wonder they were all so tired. Knock knock, slam. Just as one of them was about to check who it was, the doors were suddenly flung open as Asfi appeared in a sour mood, walking through the room without saying anything, almost kicking the ground with each of her steps. Gaze. Eek. She momentarily looked at Pak and Keeks who immediately stiffened, with the latter giving Pak a small bag of coins without even having the gal to face her. Slam. Without saying anything, Asfi stormed through them all as she moved to the second floor, likely to change clothes or to finally rest. Maybe both. An angry and tired Asfi. Their worst nightmare. No one said anything at all despite the fact she broke their #1 rule of using the secret code. They just looked at each other in silence, no one wished to be the one to invoke her wrath, so they all just stood silent as they saw the next person enter the room. Cough. We're back. Everyone. Hermes said with a wave of his hands as he closed the door behind him. She's so scary. I'll give her a 1-month vacation when we're back, otherwise I think she'll pull my hair and turn it into a wig. Worse, she'll call that guy to do it for her. He'd do it for free at that, I'm certain of it. Please, bring me some good news. Luoyun said as she looked at Hermes with a tired expression. Haha. We've pretty much finished our investigations. We just need to set a bait now to get a bit of proper solid proof for the guild, you know how it is. Hermes said with a small smile as he looked at everyone in the room. Arg. So we're staying here for longer. Great. Don't be so down, Luoyun-chan. We're being paid big figures for this, remember? This much? Hermes asked as he raised his hands exaggeratedly in the air. Yeah. We're being paid. She said as she exhaled deeply. Hermes-sama, what about? Fulgur said as he turned to where Asfi walked. Oh. We still have to deal with that too. But don't worry, cavalry is on the way. Hermes replied with a thin smile as he walked past everyone. Everyone, if things go well we're leaving Melon tomorrow, so rest well and prepare. If you need me I'll be in the office as always, bye. Hermes said as he walked upstairs, vanishing as quickly as he arrived. Thud. Sigh. He's always like this, comes and goes. Luoyun said as she banged her head on the table. Don't be like that, once Asfi rests, she'll explain everything to us, for now, we just need to wait. Folger replied as he also got up, ready to go to his own room and take a rest also. But we've been waiting for days. Even if we're to stay here then at least. Knock knock, / Interrupting her words, someone knocked on the door once more, causing them to go completely silent. They waited and waited, but the key words weren't spoken, causing them to go stiff. Grab. Unsheath, / They all grabbed their weapons, preparing for a clash. Creak, / Finally, the door was opened from the outside. Whoosh, / And they all sprung into action. Notes. I didn't say this last chapter, but I hoped you all had a nice weekend. Let's resume the chapters as per normal. Zero fate will definitely come, I swear. Fingers crossed. Chapter 260, Misunderstanding. Whoosh / crunk, / As the door opened, all members of the Hermes Familia sprung into action. On the back, several of them were positioned into a formation, protecting the supporters and mages who also got into a stance, preparing to assist their teammates if a conflict were to arise. On the middle of the room, archers and shield users rose side by side, one protecting the other, covering each other's back, shield firm on the ground, bow pulled and ready. Meanwhile, on the door, Folger and another human rose to the positions, both wielding a long sword and heavy shields. Being both strong level 3 adventurers, together they could stop most level 4 threats, especially with their entire team together. Behind those two, a group of 5 adventurers stood side by side, they were all level 3 as well. When in coordination with everyone side by side and under the leadership of their captain and her alchemical items, the Hermes Familia could even take on level 5 threats and even other monster Rexes, though taking down other adventurers may prove complicated. One thing is to defend oneself and another is to pursue a fleeing target, much less one with intelligence comparable to theirs. Nevertheless, their entire setup took less than 2 seconds to take form, they were really efficient and precise with it. Many years of experiences under the nonsensical ideas of their god. Splash. The moment everything was set, or better put, while everyone moved into position, Lolyan rushed to the door, throwing several things at the newcomer, all precisely aimed at key points of his body. A mix of multiple types of bottles containing several debilitating substances such as oils and irritating concoctions to limit his senses and potentially decrease his power. Her precision came from her enhanced senses as a chinthrope, and as someone with the talent of a mapper, she keenly estimated the newcomer's height and weight based on the strength of his footsteps and knocks, which allowed her to not only know those, but also to identify if the person in question was a man or a woman. Though in the end, they would have to take a closer look at the individual to truly confirm that, because in Orario, you never knew if the muscular back you saw on the road belonged to a strong boar's male or a feminine dwarf. Crack, splash. Now. Folger exclaimed as a bottle of black ink fell onto the newcomer's face, covering it completely. HAHU. Said the other shield bearer next to him as they dashed forward, slamming their shields against the target. Image. Thud, throw, In one swoop, after his partner slammed his shield against his opponent's body, sending him crashing against the sides of the door, Folger held him by his shirt, pulling him with great strength as he threw him in the middle of the 5 level 3 adventurers behind him where they all quickly moved, binding him from head to toe with ropes as they bagged his face with a sack. Meanwhile, Folger's partner stood over the door, making sure there were no other intruders as he quickly closed it to avoid any further exposition. Clack. And like that, within a few seconds, the Hermes Familia apprehended the intruder while minimizing all exposition. A great display of professionalism and coordination, they had obviously done this more than once and it had never failed them. Phew. Lolyan said as she wiped sweat from her forehead. This went quite well. Lolyan wasn't the only one surprised. This had been one of their smoothest takedowns, the intruder didn't even say anything nor resist, definitely not a first since there were times Folger's dash knocked them out instantly, but definitely rare nonetheless. Folger gazed at his companions and they all nodded, quickly moving to key spots around the room and onto the second floor to ensure they weren't being watched and to keep guard in case anyone came to either investigate or as reinforcement. There were times normal civilians would hear the noises of conflict and check things out. It would be very awkward if they opened the door to see several armed adventurers holding a hostage down. So to avoid that from happening again, they perfected their methods to what everyone witnessed today. Crunk. What's all the ruckus? Hermes exclaimed as he got downstairs. What are these racks doing now? That is. His gaze immediately fell onto the person with the sack on his head, and his expression immediately went super pale as his breath escaped his lungs. He felt as if he could see a pair of silvery eyes watching him from beyond the cloth, causing him to sweat profoundly as his body stiffened. Stay back, Hermes-sama, this guy just tried to get inside without using the secret code, we'll be performing a simple interrogation now. Folger replied as he raised his left hand to tell Hermes to stand back. BB but F Folgerkuin, D don't you think this is a bit excessive? Hermes said as he stuttered. I forgot about this. I didn't tell him the secret code. Oh no. Oh no no. I'm out of here. Not at all, the chances of anyone stumbling upon our residence given the time is low, even if did happen, we'll apologize and handle the aftermath smoothly as per usual. Folger said as he turned his back to Hermes. I see. Then, I'll leave you all to it. Hermes said as he turned around, his body trembling. I have to get out of here. Hermes-sama, could you stay for a while so we can confirm the veracity of his words? Lolyan asked as she approached him from the side. Why yes, of course. Hermes said with a straight and confident face. But inside. Lu Lolyan-chan. You've just dug my grave with that. It's over. While Hermes died on the inside, the others prepared to take out the sack from the person's head. Pull. In one quick motion, Folger pulled the sack, revealing the face of the intruder, one covered from head to toe in black ink. Now, tell us who you. His face seems a bit familiar. Lolyan said as she took a deep gaze at Silver. And as her eyes met his, her fur stood on its ends. Is something wrong? Folger asked as he kept holding Silver in place. Folger, I think. Silence. The silence was deafening. What is happening, Lolyan? Folger asked as he tried to take a peek at Silver's face. The same happened to those further away, and the moment they saw his eyes, they all stiffened up as well. Yelp, looks like the cat's out of the bag. Silver said as he got up from the ground, smirking slightly as ink and oil dripped from his hair. You guys sure are energetic, I haven't felt this beaten down in a while, this is worse than coming out of the dungeon after being swarmed by minotaurs. He joked as he passed his right hand across his face, cleaning it of some oil. No one said anything. Silverkuin. What a surprise. Ha ha ha. Hermes said as he smiled. His face. It's over. I'm sorry Asfi, I'm going to heaven first. Let's cut the chase, shall we? Why didn't you tell me there was a hidden keyword? Silver asked as he looked straight at Hermes, bending his back so he could dry the oil and ink out of his hair. I played a bit with them, but this is a bit uncomfortable. You see. Why didn't you evade it all? Hermes thought in desperation as he didn't have the courage to ask it out loud. You don't need to tell me you forgot, it's on your face. Silver said as he shook his head with a light chuckle. Excuse me. Here. Someone said on the side. It was the elven girl that was previously trying to stop Keeks and Pock's fight. She was holding a small white cloth in her hand, likely to help Silver wipe off the stains from his face. Oh. How kind, thank you, but that won't be necessary. He replied as he raised his right hand against his face. Wash. Immediately after, a thin curtain of water enveloped his body, covering every nook and cranny before it vanished, revealing a cleaner Silver. Done. He said with a smug smile as he let his hair flow around. Whoa. Now that's a handy magic, why can't you do something like that? The small Palom girl whispered to her brother as she touched his ribs with her elbow. Shut up, now's not the time, Pot. Besides, I could say the same. Whispers. They weren't the only ones talking about it, nonetheless, Silver heard it all. I apologize for what I just did. Folger said on the side as he bowed his head, closing his eyes in shame as his tail went to the ground. Don't be, I was the one that just went on with it, you were just doing it to protect everyone, that I can understand. Silver laughed as he looked at Folger. At least you didn't punch me, it was a rather clean execution, you have my approval if that amounts to anything. I did not resist exactly because it would only cause things to go down worse, a little bit of dirt is nothing compared to a bad start, is it? All right. Folger replied as he exhaled in relief. This isn't a bad start for you. Anyhow. It's not every time I see your familia gathered like this. Silver said as he looked around. There are at least a dozen people in this room but I barely recognize half. Way less than that. I know Hermes collects information from neighboring countries as well, some of them are likely such agents that came back recently from their own missions. Traveling to such countries likely takes months, adding up the time spent on their missions themselves. It's impressive most of them are even level 3, how do they even have the time to train? I wonder how many of them are still out there. Nice to meet you all, old and new, hope you're all doing okay. I'm Melio Silver, captain of the Hestia Familia. He said with a large smile as he looked at them. As he said that, those that were keeping watch around them let out small sighs of relief as they approached the main group again. I don't think there's many people here that don't know that. The blonde Palom boy said with a shrug from the side as he weighted down his money bag. There's only one guy crazy enough to proclaim war games left and right after all. His sister replied with a shrug of her own. You too. Don't be rude. A tall muscular girl said as she put her hands on her hips with a frustrated gaze. Image. Following that, several of the members of the Hermes Familia nodded at him or greeted him in their own ways, though not many words were exchanged in the process. Haha. Well, it's a pleasure meeting you all. I honestly didn't expect to meet you all in such a particular way. Though I'm partially at fault for creating this tense scenario. I imagine you've all already been informed, but I'll be assisting you all in this investigation. If there's anything left for me to do, that is. Silver said as he turned to Hermes. Cough. Don't look at me like that. Hermes said as he scratched the sides of his head. You shouldn't have left early then. Even if you did, you should have sent an update about where you were. Had I not seen you walking on the street, who knows how long it would have taken for me to meet you all. I could have even interfered with your investigation. Or worse. Ugh. His eyes. Please stop. I feel like fire's about to burst from them. But that's the past, now. Slash creak, slash. Wait. Oh no, slash lick, slash. My, I've been waiting for this moment for ages. Slash shivers, slash. While Silver was occupied talking with the members of the Hermes Familia, he heard a familiar voice come from the back door, causing some of the boys to shiver. There, a woman with a stupidly seductive body and thin clothes to complement that stood, taking slow steps as she entered the room, swaying her hips from side to side as a thin and almost translucent veil danced between her pristine legs. With long smooth black hair and tan skin, it was a woman with a strong heart, muscles, and lust, licking her lips in delight at the sight in front of her. The Amazon that had vanished, Aisha Belka. Slash a few minutes later, slash. Slash chatter, slash. URG. What's all this ruckus about, slash chatter, slash. Not long after taking a quick shower, Asfi went down the stairs as she heard loud voices coming from the first floor. She didn't know what was happening, but she heard Aisha's voice, and from that, she immediately frowned, thinking she was causing trouble again. Ever since she joined over a month ago, she caused a lot of trouble due to her perverted antics. The problem wasn't her personality itself but how she displayed that to others. From the day she joined them, she immediately fought against Fulgur, pushing him to the brink of death due to the difference in their strength. And once she was done with him, she tried to have sex with him because she liked his eyes. Of course, the weakened Fulgur was unable to resist the strength of a horny level 4 Amazon, but thankfully, everyone was present that day, so they managed to stop Aisha from taking Fulgur somewhere he wouldn't be able to forget. Thankfully, her lust only went to him since she didn't quite like the other boys, either calling Pak small like a puppy, Golmuth boring like a brick, Jose a balding old man, and so on. Her taste in men was as picky as Asfi's tiredness. However, there was one more man in the Familia that attracted Aisha. Their second level 4 adventurer. Though this didn't extend to him, their sole level 4 male adventurer, the ex-captain of the Tidios Familia, Vultus. He defeated Aisha easily in combat, and ever since then her advances became mild yet provocative, albeit Vultus remained stoic and adamant, much to Asfi's relief. If things became too heated, the atmosphere in the Familia may take a turn for the worst, and even though each member of the Familia took care of their own business, Aisha was simply too overbearing. Nonetheless, despite her lustful behavior so far, she was only attracted to them due to their strength, personality, and the fact they were a type. Every other male got the cold shoulder. And Asfi herself couldn't tell if they preferred it that way or if they hated it. Maybe it was a bit of both due to their pride. Of course, don't expect her failures to stop her at all. If anything, it only made her even more lustfully, as during their investigation, Aisha slept with 3 men. Though in a sense, that was considered tame. Very tame. And according to her own words, just some muscular fishermen, they were rather good with their rods. Much to Asfi's frustration. Even then, her behavior proved beneficial because they got key information on a few individuals, allowing their operation to flow more smoothly. It caused her a headache just thinking about it. URG. I want to rest, she said as she adjusted her glasses. Slash creak, slash. Asfi opened the door to the first floor, taking a step inside. Notes. Next chapter starts the next arc, Melon's investigation, the last arc before leaving Orario. Peace. Chapter 261, Investigating Melon Part. Sorry for the delay, usual updates from now on. Silver has just arrived at Melon for his joint investigation with the Hermes Familia. Let's proceed, shall we? Peace. Slash creak, slash. With a tired expression, Asfi opened the door to the first floor. Slash laughter, slash. What am I looking at? Asfi thought to herself as she looked forward. In front of her, she saw Aisha being hung in the ceiling via multiple ropes that exuded faint magical signatures, binding and twisting her body all around, though she didn't seem bothered by them that much. Is this even necessary? I wasn't going to eat you. Though, not that I would mind the contrary. It's my first time in this position, you always bring me surprises. I'll keep it in mind, it sounds fun. And good. Aisha said seductively as she tried to free herself from Silver's ropes. Laughs. All around her, the members of the Hermes familia laughed loudly while Voltus crossed his arms in disapproval, seemingly unwilling to intervene at all. Meanwhile, Hermes could be seen trying to blend in with the background, hiding as he watched everything unfold. He immediately noticed Asfi but played as if she wasn't there, causing her expression to sour. Hashtag. You're the god, do something about this. Despite looking at him intently, Hermes did not stare back at Asfi, looking away like a child that did something bad, causing her to clap her hands loudly as she tried to calm everyone down. Clap. Can't I have a moment of peace and silence? She complained as she walked into the room. Silence. Everyone immediately calmed down. Exhale. I apologize on her behalf, she always causes trouble. Asfi said as she exhaled loudly, taking a step closer to Silver. We're all adults here, you don't need to apologize on my behalf for something that isn't even that big of a deal. Aisha said with a laugh as she looked at Asfi from above. Asfi didn't have the energy to retort, much less to a woman hanged in the ceiling. Well, all this aside. It's been a while, glad to see you're okay. I would do some small talk but you seem tired. As always. Silver said as he raised an eyebrow at her appearance. Her eyes are always sunken. And even with an adventurer's resilience, she's like this. Guess who's to blame for this? Asfi said in a tired tone as she crossed her arms. Gulp. Hermes hit his face with his hat as he tried to tiptoe his way out of the room. You, stop right there, you ain't going nowhere. Asfi said with a sharp gaze as she looked at Hermes. Asfi-chan. I was going to the bathroom. Her stern gaze said it all. Understood. Hermes replied as he sat on a chair with his hands on his knees. Once again, I apologize a little for what happened. She said as she looked at Silver's stained shirt, already realizing what had transpired while she was in her room. There's no need for that, I found it fun even though the ink part wasn't cool. He said with a laugh as he held his shirt. It isn't expensive anyway, it's just some cheap fabric, I have long learned that using anything expensive will only end up biting at my already stretched wallet. The shop Gareth recommended helped me a bit, I need these cheap shirts in bulk. In any case. Looks like there's much to discuss. Here, let me give you a gift before we commence, if you don't mind. Silver said as he touched Asfi's right shoulder, using his plasmids to wash away her tiredness. Schwa. This feeling again. Feeling her energy come back to her, Asfi couldn't help but marvel at the experience once more. Done. Thank you. Though I still want to rest. Haha. I can take away your body's desire to rest, but not your heads, you guys should try to have a healthier schedule. They all gazed at Hermes, causing him to cough loudly. Cough. It's getting hot in here, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Now that all of this confusion's been resolved, can you let me down? I promise I won't do anything bad. For now. Aisha said as she looked at Silver. Snap. He snapped his fingers, causing the ropes around Aisha to vanish, and immediately after, she spun in the air, falling on her feet without any problem. My hair's all messed up now. She said as she touched her head. Asfi didn't say much, but she seemed a bit frustrated. Since the situation seemed to have been resolved, Asfi was ready to start the real conversation. But before she could do so, someone spoke first. Hey, I've seen you do all kinds of things with your magic, what can't you do? The male Palom, Pak asked as he looked at Silver from the side. The size difference between them was so intense Pak could even play as his child. Pak. That's. No, it's fine, I don't mind people asking about my ability. Silver said as he looked at Asfi. Apart from some specific things, I'm fine with revealing some of it. I'm not someone who can be so easily pushed around anymore, and with the reputation I've been building, even if an issue arises from my problems, at the very least I think people will try to listen to my side first. At least, that's the idea. To simplify. I think it would be easier to note what I can't do. Silver joked with a smile as he turned to Pak. Really, huh? You're quite confident. All right, I have an idea. He turned to his sister, causing her expression to darken. She knew exactly what he was about to do and she wouldn't forgive him for it. This girl, she can't find a boyfriend due to her personality, and albeit we can't fix that, how about trying to give some more humph into her? Pot said nothing, but her cold stare said it all as she looked at her brother. This would have consequences. Severe ones. The others knew that too, so they gave him silent prayers. I don't know what you mean by, humph, she's pretty as she is. Oh my, thank you, you're quite the lady killer. Pot said with a thin, embarrassed smile as she looked away. Pot looked at Silver with narrowed eyes, telling him to cut it as he passed his hands across his neck. Sigh, if you're talking about height, I can easily change that. Silver said as he looked at them. WH. You really can? Pot asked with a surprised look on his face. I can change everything in a person. Silver replied as he raised his right hand. Then make him go bald for me please, at least that in exchange for what he just did to me. Pot said as she interrupted Silver. WH. Hey. I'm your brother. Humph, I have no such brother. Do it. You heard her, sorry pal. Silver said as he raised his hand in Poc's direction. Slash snap, slash. Slash whoosh, slash. Silver snapped his fingers, and immediately after, all of Poc's hair fell from atop his head. Slash crunk, slash. He immediately fell onto his knees, clutching onto his fallen golden hair, unable to say anything as his head began to sparkle. Bwahahaha. On the side, Keek started to laugh loudly as he held his belly, almost falling onto the ground as well. Slash puffed, slash. The others also tried their best to hold their laughs, but even Asfi had to look away for a moment, else she wouldn't be able to hold it in. You. Since it has come to this. Finish what I started. Poc said as he clutched onto his hair. I wasn't planning on stopping for nothing. Wait, I'm not red. Slash snap, slash. Silver snapped his fingers and a curtain rose around Pot, causing everyone to step back as they waited in anticipation. Asfi looked at him for a moment and he gave her a nod, everything he did was safe. Slash clap, slash. He clapped his hands, indicating he was done with her transformation. And just as he did that. What is going on? Pot exclaimed in fear and absurdity from inside the cloth. I'm pulling the curtain. Wait. And not yet. Slash pull, slash. Oh my. Hermes said as he scratched his chin. Isn't this quite good, slash bonk, slash. Asfi immediately bonked his head with something she pulled from her robe. URG. Raise those sea curtains again. Pot asked as she tried to hide her body. Standing in the middle of the room, a grown-up Pot now stood, towering over all girls, including Eulalie, the dwarf. Her long blonde hair now went all the way to her waist and her bodily proportions had also. Albeit not Aisha's match, still something she would lick her lips over. How unfair, such a feminine body. Eulalie said as she let out a sigh of disappointment. Due to her sudden growth spurt, her previous clothes now looked rather tight. In a sense, she was no different from Aisha now. I like your style, want some of my clothes? They would fit you well. Aside from the chest area of course. Aisha said with a pensive gaze as she looked at Pot. Fuck you. Pot exclaimed as she crouched on the ground trying to cover herself. Pot's about to murder someone. Many thought at the same time as they saw her face grow red. Ha 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 ha. This is perfect. Pot laughed out loud as he looked at his sister. Slash wheeze, slash. HHEY. Esuisha. Just ask him for it and you can finally graduate from wearing children's. Slash crank, slash. In the back, an elven girl with a mask on her face snatched a hatchet from the ground, threatening to throw it at Pot with red eyes, only to be stopped by another elf, one wearing a hat very much like Hermes. Image. You really want to die, Poc? Fulgur mumbled to himself as he shook his head, a bead of sweat falling from his forehead. At this rate, he's going to provoke all of them. He's going to die in his sleep. Amidst all, Poc was the only one to laugh. And this obviously caused his sister to turn to him. Slash crack, slash. So this is how it feels to look at a palom, huh? Perfect them, I'll show you what you want. She said as she approached Poc while cracking her knuckles. With her height not being over 1.80 cm, she towered over most of the people in the room. URG. Can you turn them back before this escalates any further? Asfi asked as she turned to Silver. No problem. Silver said as he snapped his fingers again, causing a curtain to cover Pot. Hey. Just let my fist fall on his face a few times. Pot protested from within the curtain as she tried to pull them down. If you keep struggling the curtain will fall. Silver said as he raised his left hand to turn Poc back. She immediately stopped resisting. Slash whoosh, slash. Meanwhile, Poc's hair returned to his head in a display straight out of a fairy tale. Ah, my hair. I never knew how cold the world was without you. I'll treat you well from now on. He said as he touched his head, a tear crossing through his eye. Sigh, at least this is over. Asfi said as she adjusted her glasses. Then now Hey. Since we're on the topic. Can you turn this table into pure gold? Keeks asked as he tapped on a wooden table next to him, interrupting Asfi. Why am I not surprised this is the first thing you asked of him? Asfi asked as her eyelids twitched. You know me well, Captain. That wasn't a compliment. Keeks, you're being ridiculous now, how can he turn wood into gold? A beastman on the side said as he tapped on the table. Image. Of course I can. Silver replied quickly as he raised his right hand. Crunk, What? Keeks exclaimed as his eyes almost popped out of his face. His right hand slowly turned rigid as his skin turned golden, shining. Under their surprised eyes, his hand turned into a solid chunk of gold. Touch. With his Midas touch, Silver tapped the table, and the area he passed his hand across was painted golden in response. In no time at all, the entire table and even a bit of the ground turned into pure gold, causing Keeks to step back in shock and even a bit of fear. Done. Silver said as he crossed his arms. Gulp. Keeks was too fearful to touch the table, and so were many members of the Hermes Familia. They thought they would also turn into gold. Crack. Throw. But to their surprise, Silver just broke a small piece of the table before throwing it onto Keeks' hands. Oh. I don't want to. I'm fine. Of course you're fine, my magic isn't some sort of disease, it's all under my control. Silver replied as he shook his head in disappointment. Of course it is, sorry for that. Keeks said as sweat fell from his forehead. He then looked at the golden chunk of wood in his hands, taking a bite out of it to confirm his suspicions. This is pure gold. A solid chunk of dense gold. He said as his eyes opened wide. You're really crazy, aren't you? He asked as he turned to Silver. Depends on who's asking, and before you ask, no, I have yet to scam someone, and second, this isn't easy to do. This gold will turn into wood again after a while, though I can turn it into gold forever with the correct plasmid, though I'm not too keen on doing it. Gold isn't that valuable anyway, I'm still trying to develop a plasmid that can turn something into orichalcum or adamantite. I'll figure it out eventually once I understand their composition, though I have an inkling that won't be enough. The moment he said that, many members of the Hermes Familia approached the table, touching it in curiosity. Even the serious-looking Fulgur tapped the table in curiosity before returning to his previous position. They look like children seeing a new toy. Looks like we'll be here for a little while. In silence at their wonder, Silver could only keep smiling. They would eventually get tired of it. Wouldn't they? Later. Oh man. Why did you turn that gold back into wood? Keeks complained as he stood at the shore of a massive lake with Silver, Hermes, and Asfi next to him. It's the perfect way to make money. If I can have a bar of wood be turned into gold, I can bet anywhere without consequences. What a life. Enough Keeks, let's talk after we're done here. Asfi said as she glanced at Hermes. Schwa. Wind. So this is it, huh? Silver said as he looked at the splashing water in front of him. Lalag Lake, the largest body of water within the vicinity of Orario. To his far right, he could see Melon's massive port full to the brim with people moving around the place as they loaded things in and out of boats, some arriving, others leaving into the far sea. What do you want me to do again? Silver asked as he turned to Hermes. Nothing much. Notes. Chapter 262, Investigating Melon Part. Hello, smiley face. Sorry for the delay, peace. Schwa. What do you want me to do again? Silver asked as he turned to Hermes, feeling the faint breeze pass through his hair as he watched the horizon. Nothing much. Simple work. I need you to check the integrity of the seal. He replied as he pointed at the water. Why didn't you send anyone before? Well. Aside from the fact no one is suitable to fight underwater were a monster to appear. There's something strange in the water. Hermes said as his gaze darkened. So he noticed it already. I'll give you a quick summary, the rest we can discuss on the way. Hermes said as he touched his chin. When we started our investigation and even now, we kept our identities a secret and moved slowly, asking questions here and there whenever possible. And that was when we made a discovery. Compared to Orario, which can easily import fish and other products from other cities deeper in the continent, Melon has to provide for itself. And albeit being the closest city to Orario and technically being its gate to the ocean, Melon is rather average, maybe even poor economically. Their biggest problem are the monsters in the lake, as even the weakest marine creature could topple a boat, and no matter how many sailors receive the blessing, the strongest ship captain in the city is but level 2, that being the captain of the Njord Familia. The monsters prevent the fisherman from going into the sea to the point that even if Njord himself were to try his best to set up a massive fishing boat, he would always lose a few sailors. Always. The only boats that can travel long distances in the ocean are special sturdy ships developed for long-distance travel. They are unsuitable as fishing boats and are rather expensive to maintain. But that in itself wasn't surprising to me. This has always been the case. And before you ask me why Arario does nothing to help Melon, I would like to remind you that we can barely keep ourselves afloat. Things weren't looking so good for us a few years ago either. In some ways, nothing's changed. He said as he looked at the distance. You speak as if the sailors solved this issue, as if this wasn't a problem anymore. Silver pointed out as he crossed his arms. Because it isn't. You see, they fixed that recently. The monster problem. Hermes said as he turned to Asfi. Grab. She took something from her robe, a small pouch that had a heavy fishy smell. Asfi seemed happy to finally be able to part with it as Silver grabbed it. Opening the sack revealed a mass of minced dried flesh and grains ground into a fine powder. It looked a bit disgusting due to its heavy smell. Silver's eyes did not change as he looked at the powder, despite knowing what it was. But he kept his expression neutral. After all, he wasn't supposed to know yet. Was this supposed to be fish bait? He asked as he held onto the bag. He took a little bit into his hands, and after using his plasmids to separate its contents, he immediately detected what he wanted to find. Magic stone dust. From the looks of it, Hermes has yet to find out about this. It's mixed with the fish. It's almost impossible to notice, but there's an entire magic stone ground into powder inside this pouch. Hey, it technically is bait. Just not for fish. Hermes said as he smiled slightly. You see, Melon's situation was terrible due to the reasons I just said, but that was only until a few years ago, around 3 to 4 years ago. That was when this powder started being commercialized. Or better put, distributed to all fishermen. Spreading this powder in the water seemingly prevents them from being attacked by monsters, and that works with 100% efficacy. Hermes added as he raised his index finger. This didn't surprise Silver, but he acted as if he was a bit interested, raising his right eyebrow at his words. That makes no sense. I've seen what a monster repellent looks like, and a bunch of minced flesh won't prevent monsters from attacking them. It'll do the contrary. Maybe if it was the flesh or appendage of a specific monster, as that can irritate the senses of some monsters, but this doesn't look effective on the water unless they mixed in some seasoning. That was what Asfi thought as well. The alchemy of this mixture couldn't in any possible scenario prevent monsters from attacking us. At least, not in a general sense. So that was when we decided to test it. And the result was, there's something in the water. Hermes said as he pointed at the lake. You mean that? Yes, whatever this powder is targeting, it's certainly not the monsters in the lake. There's something beneath the water that is attracted to it, and then, instead of attacking the fishermen, it kills all monsters in the vicinity, allowing them to fish unharmed or escape. And it isn't just any monster, it's a pretty strong monster, as even when I had Fulgur try to reel in one, he was almost pulled to the ocean due to the monster's strength. We only have a faint outline of what it may look like. Fulgur said it looks like a giant snake, bigger than a fishing boat. We estimate that it is a level 4 monster, but 3 at a minimum since it could just be stronger while in water. A level 3 undisclosed monster. That makes no sense. Okay, let's try this again. Silver said as he touched his head. So this is what he knows. But is it really? Hermes has been in this place for almost an entire week. How much does he actually know? Where does his lies end and his probing begin? Am I being too paranoid? You said this is being distributed. Who is doing so? Silver asked as he looked at the powder. The ruling family of Melon, the one that has done so for generations, the Maddox. The governor is doing so. Do they have a history with alchemy or taming of any kind? Shake. Hermes shook his head. This makes even less sense. If they don't have an alchemist to make this, then is this really just a mass of flesh that somehow causes monsters to fight each other? It sounds too simple to be true. I find it odd that no one ever figured it out over the centuries. I think so too, so I bet that this is a diversion. Asfi said as she scratched her nose. There is likely a tamer involved, one that taught its monsters how to react to smells in the water and how to attack other monsters. But if that were the case, why would the Maddox keep quiet about it? For the safety and peace of the citizens. Did you? No, we have yet to directly question any of the ruling forces since so far, we were focused on gathering information on the situation. I was waiting for you to perform those. Hermes added with a proud smile as he posed. So. The only thing left now is to confirm it all. Silver said as he looked at the city in the distance. Melon only has one familia and it sure has no tamers, unless Njord is hiding one. That's the problem. Even if there was a tamer, there's no way it's a local one. Asfi said as she let out a sigh. We've thought of that, but that's not the only issue. We've made further research and no monster could possibly have ever existed in the Lalag Lake to permit such behavior to be even possible. Even the strongest monsters in the lake aren't capable enough to do so. There was never an apex predator in these waters. And considering what we know Evelys was doing with the smuggling of monsters. You went to check the sewer entrance, thinking the monster and tamer in question came from outside the city and somehow brought in monsters. Silver said as he cut Asfi. Yes. But we found nothing. The entrance was completely intact, as if nothing had touched it in years. Hermes replied as he shook his head. Then. There must be a hidden entrance point. However, this can't be something. Yes, I know, the governor isn't the only suspicious group here, though I don't have much on them for now. Hermes said as he adjusted his hat. From an outside perspective, this is quite a complicated issue. But it becomes simple to understand when all of the cards are gathered since it's rather straightforward. Melon had three dominant groups, the Guild, the Njord Familia, and the governing force, the Murdoch family. If the Murdoch family had somehow created a perfect solution to their monster problem, that still doesn't explain where the smuggling is taking place. This entire issue of the governor sharing magic powder with the fishermen could be only a side issue, but Hermes was a thorough person and wouldn't leave such strange subjects unturned. Are you thinking that the Njord Familia is involved somewhat in the smuggling operations? Silver asked as he turned to the ports. The port is only so big, and unless they... No, all three groups are involved, there's no way, not even a whisper would reach my ears after all these years. If not for our recent dealings with the Ikelos Familia, I wouldn't have even thought Melon was suspicious. And albeit there were signs of this happening outside, I would have never linked these dots. Hermes added as he crossed his arms. Silver remained silent, deep in thought. If Evelys did contact the Njord Familia, then we must think about what they can offer them in exchange for help with the smuggling. Hermes said as he raised his hand, pacing around like a detective as he walked around in the sand. And unless they're being forced into this, which is perfectly possible, there is a pretty good thing they can offer. If a tamer were to control a monster or group of said monsters to protect the shipboats, then everything would fit. We can also connect the mayor to this plot as he is loved by all and it would be within his interest to see them safe, so by colluding with Evelys, a group that despite their reputation, gave them a solution to their problems, then he would be inclined to accept. By creating a diversion, he can make sure the citizens don't overthink things while also preventing word from going beyond Melon's walls. Still, that doesn't explain the fact this magic powder was never reported to the main branch, meaning the guild must be involved as well to prevent the news from spreading. Silver said as he completed Hermes' words. Bingo. This doesn't solve everything though, after all, why would the guild do such a thing? It's not in its interest to promote illegal trade under its watch, unless the branch leader is a compassionate person who does not wish to see the people suffer. But is it so simple? Silver remained silent, as if pensive. But in truth, he was smiling inside, impressed with how close Hermes' deductions were from the truth. If he knew of the existence of the demi-spirits, would he be able to deduce everything perfectly? Well, doesn't matter, I'll just lead him to said truth. We'll have to check those all later. But in any case, if you wish to check the seal then you have yet to find out where that hidden entrance is I assume. It's a bit shameful of me but yes, I've kept my distance from the Njord Familia for the sake of gathering information first, though we did poke them a bit but to no avail. We imagine that whoever knows of this must be either Njord himself or his captain, other members are likely under the impression they're just doing their usual loading and unloading tasks in the port. Aside from that, it cannot be an individual of the Familia as the scale of the smuggling is too large for such to handle alone, much less while evading the eyes of a god. Njord has to be involved, in one way or another. However, part of me doesn't want to believe Njord would cooperate with Evelys, he's a good guy, always charismatic, and someone that deeply loves his children. Hermes said as his expression turned soft. He's the kind of guy that will sacrifice himself for his children. But given the weight of our investigation, I have to put him into consideration. Right, we can't look past anyone. Silver said with a nod, agreeing to Hermes' words. Slash splash, slash. Silver looked at the water, his eyes staring at his reflection in the waves. You know, you're one piece of ass for leaving this job for me, you won't risk your children but I'm fine, huh? SS Silvercoin. Your way of speaking is really hurting. Hermes retorted as sweat fell from his forehead. You do know that I'm just messing with you. Silver said with a chuckle as he raised his hands. I know I'm good at my job, professionals have standards. Ahem. And then Moses parted the seas. He mumbled as he spread his arms apart. Slash splish. Splash. Fwoosh, slash. Why you can't be serious. Keek said for the first time as he rubbed his eyes, not believing what he was seeing. Oi oi, Silvercoin, can't you take things down a notch? I feel like you're taking all of the spotlights from my Asfi, leave some for her please. Slash bonk, slash. No unnecessary comments. Asfi added as she knocked her fist against Hermes. Hey Asfi-chan. Why are you hitting me? Hermes said pitifully as he massaged the back of his head. In front of them, the edges of the lake slowly opened, revealing a tunnel of water leading deep into the lake. Follow me, let's take a look at this seal ourselves and judge from there. Silver said as he stepped into the wet sand. If you can't keep up then get ready for a splash, you better know how to swim. You heard him, let's go. Asfi said as she stepped into the sand, going after Silver. Wait for me, Captain. Keeks said as he rushed after her. These kids. Hermes' eyes sharpened momentarily. And he knows something. You may keep quiet, your facial expressions may tell otherwise. But I have the feeling you already know everything. This is a game I've played many, many times. Countless times against the biggest of players, both in heaven and earth. You can hide from my poor Asfi and Keeks, but from us. Oh Silver. What do you know? And what do you don't? This is so exciting. Amused, Hermes held his hand, smiling in wonder as he followed them into this magical journey as his eyes flashed golden. Later, The way down was rather uneventful. They saw many exotic types of fishes and algae, some large, some small, some curious, a few fearful. In this underwater world, plants were everywhere, much to Hermes' displeasure as he kept tripping on them due to his rather weak body when compared to Keeks who was a level 3 adventurer, and Asfi who was a level 4 adventurer. This led to Asfi making fun of him with words such as, having difficulty Hermes-sama. How about we rest once we're out of the lake, obviously hinting at how he kept overworking them every nook and cranny. Haha. Hey Asfi-chan. I'm not that bad. He said as he tried to touch the wall next to him, only to realize too late that it wasn't solid as he fell into the water. Splash. Puffed. You should be more careful Hermes-sama. Asfi said with an amused grin as she looked at Hermes as the water tickled down his hair. Sniff. They're bullying me. With a crying expression, Hermes never felt more pitiful. Maybe he did, though that was many years ago. Splash. Slash. Midway through their descent, a few monsters tried to get in their way, like a large fish monster that was about the size of a large adult, a level 2 monster, something that would put fear in the entire Njord familia. But as it jumped out of the water, Silver slapped it back into it, causing it to turn into dust soon after as it dissipated into the water. It died with the slightest of touch. We're almost there. Silver said as he saw the bottom of the lake. Lalag Lake was pretty large, but it was also very shallow, at least in this part. But that was the part that mattered as the dungeon entrance that had been sealed was located here, just a few hundred meters beneath the surface, hidden by the algae and rocks. Stop. Here it is. Silver said as he raised his head as he looked at the humongous seal in front of him. The seal was like a cork in every sense of the word, being shaped like a disc and shoved into the hole to prevent anything from crossing. The seal itself was about 200 meters in diameter, containing within the skeleton of one of the great beasts, the Leviathan. To prevent monsters from crossing, the skeleton was encased in stone, but the stone isn't what prevents beasts from crossing over, it's the monster's aura, the mighty presence of a monster of unknown proportions, something that if alive now, maybe it would have no match even if all adventurers were to be gathered. A monster so big that even with the seal's great size, its skeleton twisted multiple times within the confines of the disc, and Silver suspected most of its body was likely still hidden from sight. Image. I don't see anything unusual, there's no cracks on sight. Silver said as he looked at the seal. Anything unusual? Asfi asked as she adjusted her glasses. No water currents, no hidden holes all around. I've checked everything, this place is safe unless the enemy can move this. That's not possible, it would leave behind traces. Hermes said as he shook his head. Then that confirms it. Asfi said as she adjusted her glasses. Is something wrong? Asfi asked as she saw both Silver's and Hermes' faces. Silence. But instead of any words, she was welcomed with pure silence as both of them stared at the seal above their heads. Can I ask you a question? Silver said without taking his eyes off the Leviathan. Do you even want the answer? Hermes replied as he pulled his hat down. Silence. Silver didn't say anything. Though he eventually asked. Were you there? From afar, yes, me and many others, you know why. Despite his short answer, there was a lot of emotion contained within his words. Scenes of a catastrophic fight, one that ended with the echoes of a gigantic bell. The start of a myth, one that ended in death, like many others before. Just what did it drop? Apart from this big bone. Well. There was the Leviathan blue fin, it was used to make the school district's shuttlecock. Before it was called that of course. In truth, it was just a spoil of war to decorate their now useless warship. So you're saying the Leviathan didn't drop any meat for a barbecue? WH. Ha ha ha. Yes, of course. I mean, I did drop a bit, but a certain guy ate it all, so I didn't manage to have a taste. Hermes said with a hearty laugh as he remembered the past. A shame. I would have liked to taste it. How deep do you think I would have to go to fish something like this? This time, Hermes said nothing, even his faint smile vanished. Yeah, right, forget I asked that. Boring as God. Silver mumbled to himself as he passed by him. You guys are only useful to these stupid things when the real questions are asked. Oi. I heard that. Hermes exclaimed as he turned his head to side with a humph. In the end, they all followed Silver on the way back up, with Keeks only taking one last look at the gargantuan creature and gulping dry as he shook his head, following after his team as the water took over their previous space, washing all of their traces as if they were never there. Notes. Chapter 263, Investigating Melon Part. /schwa, / As Silver and his companions left the lake. That is. For just a moment, Silver saw a shadow passing through the water deep down, and upon extending his senses, he quickly realized what it was. Slithering through the waves, piercing through the currents, something lurked beneath the waters. His expression quickly deteriorated into a frown as he thought of its name. It's here, the Violas. It must have been attracted by the handful of magic powder I dropped into the lake. I did it on a whim, but one actually appeared, /whoosh, /. Swimming in the water was a creature resembling a snake but with a still maturing, closed flower bud for its head. It had many root-like appendages at the end of its long cylindrical body, adding to its plant-like appearance like a yet-to-bloom flower plucked from the earth. Image. There it is. Our target. This may be Silver's first time seeing it, but its bizarre appearance was enough for him to recognize what he was dealing with. There were many plant monsters in the dungeon, but none looked like that, none acted like that. This was a physiology that did not belong anywhere. Each zone of the dungeon usually had its own unique monsters that filled their own exclusive niches within. One like this would not find its place within the dungeon. /raise, / So without hesitation, Silver raised his right hand. Is something the matter? Asfi asked as she turned to Silver. Just take a look for yourself. Silver replied as he suddenly lifted his hand, pointing at the sky. /splish. Splash, / Exclamation point. /hiss, / And abruptly, the lake's surface exploded as a creature emerged from within, wriggling its body all around as it opened its mouth, hissing violently in protest. This revealed its true appearance. Its entire head, the closed flower bud, was just a mouth containing a front row of teeth similar to that of a Venus flytrap, together with a second row of teeth similar to that of a person's. It was disgusting and somewhat appalling. Both characteristics didn't blend well together, as if they had been forcibly fused. It's quite strong. Like a deep floor monster. Simply by the strength of its struggle, Silver estimated the beast to be around the high ends of level 3, but given how fights tend to go, in a one-on-one scenario, this monster could pose a threat to even level 4 Vanguard adventurers. It was a monster never recorded before, a hideous beast no one knew existed. This is. Keeks exclaimed as he fell on his back. There was something like that on the lake. Shivering, he gulped down hard, glad he hadn't tried to check the seal himself and that Hermes ordered them to not approach it. Maybe this was exactly why, a god's intuition wasn't something to be taken lightly. Is this what I think it is? Hermes asked slowly as he raised his hat, taking a peek at the monster as Silver held it midair. We always hear about it, but seeing one up close always blows me away. A monster. But this one looks a bit strange, there's something in it. This is a monster. Just not from the dungeon itself. Hermes was quick to figure out its nature. Alas, he kept it to himself. Unless there's something else hiding in these waters, it can only be this. Silver replied as he used telekinesis to pull the monster closer. Whoa there. Isn't this close enough? Keeks asked as a bead of sweat fell from his forehead. The monster is completely incapacitated. Even if it can move, it's not fast enough to do so, nor should it be able to deal any damage given its body shape. At most you'll be sent flying as it twitches. Silver added as he pinned the creature against the sandy shores. From its resistance, it's at least level 3 in strength and quite high at that, so stay a bit away. You talk as if that was little. Keeks mumbled to himself as he kicked the sand away. I've never seen something like this before. Asfi said as she adjusted her glasses, a bead of sweat falling from her forehead as she started to understand the scope of this mystery. A plant-like monster. It's like a flower to be more precise. Hermes said as his eyes sharpened, several things crossing his mind as he pondered over this. Maybe, he already understood what was going on. Given the fact what the gods knew about the dungeon was mostly kept a secret, this kind of monster may as well be within what he could infer and understand. But is it really our monster? It doesn't look smart enough to follow any orders around. Keeks asked as he scratched his head. Guess there's only one way to find out. Asfi, throw the powder in the water. Hermes said as he pointed at the water. Nod. Throw, Asfi grabbed the bag and opened it slightly prior to throwing it far in the lake. And as its contents spread around, Silver quickly released the beast, already knowing what Hermes wanted to do. Move, As expected. Hermes said as he touched his chin. The plant monster initially tried to escape, but as soon as it caught a whiff of the powder, it changed courses, making its way to the powder instead. There, it moved around in circles, as if trying to find something, only to fail. Interesting. It's not that the beast is being controlled but more of being guided into something. It has a goal, priorities. Yet, this is still a monster in every letter of the word. It tried to attack us after it got close enough. Keeks pointed out as he crouched on the ground. So this means the beast's top priority is the powder. But why though? The fish? That can't be it. Otherwise, the fisherman would be having a whole heap of trouble if these monsters hunted all the fish down. He mumbled to himself as he touched his head. Then there has to be something in the powder. That's right, Keeks. And considering our assumption that these creatures attack other monsters, there can only be one thing that they're after. Asfi added as she pondered over the issue. Magic stones. The three said in unison. They do have quite the coordination. Silver thought as he looked at them all silently, rolling his eyes as he let out a sigh. We can easily confirm that. Silver added as he took something from his pants pockets. It was a bluish magic stone. Is that the magic stone from the monster you slapped to death? Keeks asked with some curiosity. Yes, I collected it after the creature turned to dust. Silver replied as he threw the magic stone into the lake. Splish, Exclamation point. The moment he did so, the Velas immediately reacted, turning around as it swam to the stone, gobbling it down in one singular bite. Together with a few liters of seawater and sand. I don't think that's enough to confirm it, but I would say it's pretty serious evidence. Keeks said as he shook his head. I say it's enough for us to ask some questions. Hermes said as he turned to Silver. Still, we can't let it go like this, and I don't think any of us wish to get wet so. Hermes' eyes blinked innocently as he looked at Silver. Puff. Silver rolled his eyes as he pulled the Velas out of the water once more, and this time, with the snap of his finger, the creature turned into dust, leaving behind its magic stone. And although the sight of the monster dying with one snap of Silver's fingers was surprising enough, there was something greater at hand that caught their attention. Wait. Is it just me or that magic stone? Asfi explained as she looked at the yellowish stone in Silver's hand. Image. A yellowish magic stone stood amidst the golden sand, shimmering lightly as the waves passed by. This was the beginning of the Eveless End, the seed of destruction that threatened the dungeon's lid. It had fallen onto the shrewd god's hands. Later. Knock. Wait. Give me a moment. A few minutes after meeting the Velas by the ocean, Silver and company now stood at the entrance of a modest manor, the house of the governor of Melon. They had questions, and they would be answered. At least that was their goal. Creak. The door opened, revealing a bald old man with a white and plentiful beard. He possesses a muscular physique as he was once a sailor, and his gaze was sharp, full of old wisdom. Image. I don't recognize you lot, you aren't from around here, are ya? He asked heavily as he looked at Silver, Hermes, Asfi, and Keeks. We. No, you don't have to answer, those clothes. They look expensive, you're all from Arario Arancha. He then turned to Hermes. And you? You aren't men, are you? Ah shoot. I tried really hard to look normal though. Hermes replied awkwardly as he held his hat. I thought my hat would have been enough, is it my looks? I am quite handsome after all. What gave it away? He asked in a deeper tone, his eyes growing a bit dark. The man closed his eyes, exhaling. He didn't seem surprised, perhaps he knew all along that one day, this would happen. What do you want? I doubt an old sailor like me can be of help. He said as he crossed his arms. I just have 3 questions, if you can answer them, I would be thrilled. Hermes said with a wide smile as he looked at Borg. And why should I be entitled to answer anything to you? Leave, I'm not in the mood. Morg said rudely as he turned around, about to close the door. Now, you wouldn't want to leave a traveler out in the cold, would you? We came all the way from Arario after all. Hermes asked with a thin smile as he held the door in place. Borg looked at the sky, completely clear with white clouds roaming about. The sunny rays illuminating the world beneath it. Today was a perfect day to fish, far from the cold reality Hermes assumed to be happening. Are we even experiencing the same season? Go away. Borg exclaimed as he held the door, about to close it. I can't close it. But no matter how much strength he put into the door, he couldn't close it. He looked at the adventurers and God in front of him, a bead of sweat falling from his forehead. You all. A bunch of thugs. He said as he spat on the ground. Come on, we're all nice people, just answer the questions, we didn't come here to do anything else. Borg went into deep thought, but just when he was about to give in, his eyes grew resolute, and he turned his head around, saying, I'm just an old fisherman, leave me and the people alone. There's nothing more I could ask for. Clack, slash. But this time, Silver, who was holding the door, let it go, allowing the old man to close it with a loud thud. Tsk, what a bad-humored old man. Keek said as he crossed his arms, scoffing on the side. He does have a reason to be angry, we did barge into his home but. What should we do now, Hermes? We can't leave with just this. Asfi asked as she turned to him. Meanwhile, Silver maintained his silence as he looked at Hermes, but his meaning was clear as his expression said it all. Thank you for letting me handle this. But I already confirmed what I came here for. He said as he looked at Silver and then at Asfi. Obviously, Hermes knew Silver could likely force the answer out of Borg's mouth if he wished, be it through force or something else, but this wasn't how he wished to do things. Of course, that was extremely hypocritical coming from the guy who sent people after familiars and individuals to dig up dirt on them so he could blackmail them. A god that had no qualms about using underhanded means if that meant getting what he wanted. So this could only mean one thing. That he saw something in Borg that gave him the right to not be handled like the others. Either that or Hermes had a soft spot. Still, even Hermes knew where to stop. But unfortunately, his morals did not coincide with those of the common folk. This came from the same god that pushed a kid to death more than once only so he could test his potential, uncaring if that would break the boy or not. Albeit in this timeline, both had yet to meet. I've pretty much confirmed he's not the one behind those strange creatures, though I already had that suspicion before anyway. It would be too much of a stretch to think a common seaside family would be able to cover up everything or to be able to procure such a strange method in the first place, and now here lies my answer. Hermes said as he turned around, leaving the manor's door. Borg is also a man of great integrity, he's been seen almost as a hero for the people of Melon for decades. I see no purpose in actively bringing smuggling into his city if it wasn't to make up for their biggest problem, the monsters. They're being coerced into doing so. Or to some degree, they can't opt out of it anymore. Or they are benefiting from this. Understandable, given the nature of the people they're making secret deals with. Someone's already holding them by their throat. Then. Nothing would come from threatening them. Keeks added as he scratched his chin. What we need to figure out now is who. The puzzle pieces are starting to take shape. He said with a chuckle. In any case, onto our next target. Hermes said in a humorous tone as he walked along the street. To the guild. They all quickly followed Hermes without much protest, but unbeknown to them, someone watched in the dark. Turn. Someone's watching. To all. But one. Notes. Chapter 264, Investigating Melon Part. Later. At the guild, Giant flower monsters. Are you sure that was what you saw and not some other serpentine monster like a worm? Well, they may be rare but they can be seen from time to time. A man with a sharp profile replied when asked by Silver. What I saw cannot be anything but that. Silver replied with a serious expression. Then I haven't seen nor heard of any. He said as he shook his head. The man began wiping his counter as he replied. The way he handled this situation showed how unfazed he was about Silver's question, which in normal circumstances may point at his mental fortitude and professionalism. But Silver saw something. We haven't heard any news regarding the discovery of a new species, much less from the main headquarters. The man said as he checked the cleanliness of the counter. This man wasn't just any guild worker. This was Rubato, the guild branch head for the port city of Melon. Rubato was an extremely tall man with a sharp and serious gaze akin to that of a chef as he inspected his cook's food. He didn't have a welcoming aura, on the contrary, he caused others to want to stay away from him. He didn't look like the kind of man that was good at party, that was because he wasn't. Rubato never went to a party in his life. And he preferred it that way. Image. Right now, it was to no surprise, Silver was currently in the guild branch conducting his investigation, albeit this time, he was all alone. Previously, after noticing how they were being followed, and upon relaying such information to Hermes secretively, the god decided it would be best to divide themselves. This way, they could understand who the pursuer's target truly was. If it remained after Silver, he would know; if not, then he could easily catch up to Hermes and the others as they made their way to the Njord Familia, or simply put, the port. The other reason for this separation was also because Hermes decided to play the role of a lure. Silver also had his own reasons for operating alone, as he did not quite trust that Hermes was being upfront about his reasons and results from his personal investigation. So while they were there, Silver was tasked with performing the investigation on the guild, so here he was. There was nothing to fear as he could protect himself, and they trusted him with that, and so did him. Silver's trust in the Hermes Familia capabilities wasn't small. That I can understand; you can't just act on your own, Silver said as he crossed his arms. But wouldn't that lead to an investigation and protective measures on the guild's part? To prevent anyone from getting potentially attacked? But Rubato did not even think about his question, immediately replying with an unenergetic and somewhat robotic tone. We can leave that to the Njord Familia because even if we tried to look into it, they would just refuse us since the waterfront is their jurisdiction. It has always been such; this isn't the first time we would be refused. Rubato replied with a calm and simple gaze as he passed his finger through the counter, checking its cleanliness. I can make a report and send it to the headquarters. Nonetheless, it's up to the Njord Familia on whether or not such an action will even be necessary. That's so. Makes sense. For a half-baked excuse, Silver said with a yawn as he looked at the men. Pardon? Rubato asked with some confusion as he opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. He never expected this sort of behavior coming from him; in fact, this may have been the first time anyone ever spoke like that next to him. Not that he was entitled; Rubato was no noble; it was just that his job as a guild official led him to interact with others who tended to mind their own words. And of course, Rubato never dealt with adventurers, finding the role of advisor and anything that involved getting near them deplorable. And to some degree, he was right; adventurers weren't exactly the sort someone should interact with. All exceptions aside, that is. You heard me; everything you said, it's nothing but an excuse, Silver affirmed as he pressed his index finger on the table. How exactly did you come to that conclusion? Rubato asked with a displeased frown, albeit Silver only chuckled at that reaction. You don't really need to do anything else; we've already figured it out. I'm only here for formalities, but... And I kind of got fed up with that as well despite being told to not act rashly, Silver said as he walked past the counter. We were planning to work with the good and bad cop dynamic, but I really don't have time for that. Besides, even if the guild wants to berate me for my actions, as long as I keep whatever happens here under wraps, then no one will care, especially if I don't harm anyone. Arenas may get upset and Fells will try to give me some sort of speech about why it's not good to act like this, but I won't lead to anything as long as I don't touch him. Or they don't know. And that's really easy; what can a simple branch head do against a first-class adventurer anyway? Silver could even clear his mind or mind control him, but he had his boundaries regarding this. There is always an easy and hard path to follow to anything, and he could choose both and beyond. Normally, violence and conflict tended to be the easy ones to follow, while communication itself took the short end of the stick. But Silver knew where to draw the line, as even if this man in front of him was a villain, there were many layers to it. And above all, he didn't wish to create a precedent by forcing his way through a situation in a barbaric way, especially when he planned to interact with the guild for years to come. WH. What are you doing? That's staff-only area, Rubato exclaimed as he walked after Silver, trying to stop him, only to fail as he was much stronger than him. Gore. I can't stop him; he's like a damn boat. Even if he were to strap the entire guild building to Silver, it wouldn't be able to stop him from walking forward. His flimsy arms would do little; he may even end up hurting himself. I'm doing some personal investigations, excuse me if you will, Silver said as he ignored the men. Any complaints should be sent to the main headquarters, he said with a wide smile as he opened a closed door. You cannot trespass into guild private property. Do you even know the consequences of this? Very much so; I have that entire damned guidebook with me, he said with a chuckle as he pulled a small book from underneath his shirt. Then why can't you see the repercussions of this to your familia? Rubato said as he started to lose his cool. Even now, Rubato did not know who he was dealing with, because otherwise, his way of dealing with the situation might have changed. But alas. I just want this to end quickly, he said as he pushed the men aside. URG. Damned adventurer barbarians. Haha. You should check your tone around us then, Silver said as he stopped walking momentarily. If I sneeze too strongly this place will be razzied completely, he said with a chuckle as he continued walking with his hands in his pockets. Rubato did not reply. Silver inspected the back room of the guild, but apart from the usual, he saw nothing out of the ordinary. Everything he expected to see was there: books, documents, supplies to be delivered, spare uniforms and so on. Humph. Happy now. All of this transgression. I'll be filing a complaint later, he said as he pulled a small mirror from his hidden chest pocket, checking his hair and making sure his appearance was in order after his slight moment of carelessness. Please do so, I don't really mind, Silver said as he looked around. In fact, please, go on and add the reason why I'm here. I'm sure the guild headquarters would be happy to follow up with what I'm doing. If Auranas receives a complaint, he will immediately get a reason to send his forces here, since everything he as the head of the guild needs is a situation where an adventurer attacked Melon's branch. Wouldn't that be the perfect cover-up for his activities? He would just send the Ganesha Familia here and in no time 5 or maybe even more level 5 adventurers would be knocking on his door. It's important to remember, albeit it's hard due to Ganesha's way of being, but he has 12 level 5 adventurers in his Familia. He's not someone to joke around with, especially with his personality. All gods that ever met him know he's not a bad guy. And that he's not to be trifled with. He is Ganesha after all. Scribble, What is it now? My senses are tingling. Someone must be speaking about me, Ganesha exclaimed as he got atop his chair. Are you sure it's not just the cold? A man with Mac replied as he wiped the floor with a towel. I'm Achiyu. Gain Achiyu. Sha. I'll bring some cold medicine. Back to the present, Regardless if he sends a complaint or not, it would all work out in the end. So, how will you react now? Rubato's expression tensed a little. And seeing his lack of a reaction, Silver decided to push him a bit. I mean, I'm not quite versed with guild procedures, so I'm sure someone will notice an inconsistency that I don't. Silver said as he moved around. Don't you think so too? He asked as he looked at Rubato. You're just making baseless accusations. What inconsistencies are there to spot? I've been running this branch for years without a single mishap, making sure all of Aurario's supplies from the sea make their way to their appropriate destinations. Do you realize now the extent of your interruption? You're disrupting Aurario's supply channel, and for what? Am I now? Let me ask you one thing then. Say, I've been wondering. Why is the Guild of Melon in a hostile relationship with the other governing forces? Huh? What does that have to do with anything? No. Where did you even take that from? Rubato asked as he raised an eyebrow. I've already talked with Borg. Silver replied in a cold tone as he looked at Rubato. He had a sly smile on his face as he said that as if he knew everything. Rubato had seen that smile once, but not from Mun. Gods love to play like that. They would always sit back and enjoy with a small smile the moment they realized what was going on. They would tease and imply things beyond the understanding of those they spoke with, excited to see what reactions and actions they would derive from their words. Exclamation point. Impossible, did that old head? No. He's trying to bluff me. For no moment ever since our conversation started did I mention Borg at any moment. He's just bluffing by taking only his side into account. But that old man. He can't keep tact, can he? Rubato was at his wit's end, because it was certainly as Silver said. Right now, he knew that the only thing between himself and a broken nose was Silver's own morals, and his only guarantee that such fate wouldn't befall him was the fact Silver was acting with a purpose in mind. And he needed him to cooperate for that. The problem was the way Silver acted. It was as if he was trying to bait him into showing even a small sliver of a sign, as if he already knew everything that was happening. He knew that regardless of what he did, he could not send a report back. But how did he find out about such a thing? Where were his suspicions coming from? It had to be a bluff. And the only way to win in this situation was to outbluff him. If he lost his tact and confirmed his powerlessness, Silver would free himself of all chains. And if that came to be, the only way to win would be to force him to commit a mistake the guild would be unable to look away from. But how? Is that what this is about then? Rubato asked as he looked away, disinterested. What of that old dunce? Did he send you here to pester me again? He asked with a sharp expression as his face twisted into one of disgust. You can tell him to go to the Njord Familia for any sea-related issues. This is my final say in this. I've always said that to him. But Silver interrupted the man. The Njord Familia again? Why are you bringing them up again? Why? I already told you why. Their territory is the sea. Please see reason. Why is that? Since when? Silver kept asking without changing his expression. URG. What are these questions even for? I don't have the time for this. Rubato said as he touched his head. Their territory is the ocean because normal sailors cannot operate in the lake under standard conditions due to monsters. They're the ones that protect them, hence the sea is their territory by default. As for how long? They've been doing so before I arrived, decades. A century even. How is that possible? Silver asked as he looked around the room. You see, that's quite strange. Because as far as I'm aware, the Njord Familia used to have a high casualty rate until recently. They were in no position to claim the sea nor to be given rights over it. I heard this from Hermes, and it makes sense. If the Njord Familia was contacted by Evolus and proposed a deal that could help them fish safely, then that would be coincidental with the times when Njord started to be seen as more than just a fatherly figure due to his personality but as a hero too for giving them bountiful harvests while saving their lives in the process. Sometime after this, albeit not long after, Njord or maybe Evolus themselves contacted both the guild and the mayor, and like that, all three forces were corrupted or intertwined into one web. Njord continues to do what he always did but likely being in charge of performing the illegal smuggling under the veil of secrecy. In exchange for this, they get safety. That is where magic powder comes in, which is the one distributed by the mayor. But of course, the mayor isn't the one who produces it, he's just a distributor due to his fame and the trust of the people. The magic powder is nothing but fish bait ground with magic stones. And there is only one organization that can legally deal with that. That is where Rubato's role comes in, as the guild is the one that supplies the operation with magic stones, allowing the production of the powder. And given his position, messing around with the numbers a little is no problem, especially when he likely gets magic stones back for all of the monsters that are slain in the lake. To make sure there is no suspicion from anyone, the mayor scorns Rubato and vice versa, creating a situation where both sides are at odds with one another when in truth they're cooperating. The mayor and Njord have noble reasons for their actions, and it's not like anyone is suffering. But only within Melon. By funding Evolus, they're bringing forth the end of the world, and they're not aware of it at all. To them, they're just trying to survive by doing a simple act of doing a little bit of illegal trading. While for Rubato, he's just a greedy man who needs some reform, someone who needed just the right incentive to bend. And Evolus is pretty good at that. All of these thoughts came in the blink of an eye to Silver, but even then, he lost himself a bit in Rubato's words. Casualty rate. I've never been given the proper numbers as to that, so I can't opine on it. As for the exact method Njord employed to solve such issue, I can't quite tell you why. Njord has always been very proactive in solving the issue of the sailors, so you may have more success asking them instead of me. You're quite useless for the manager of a guild branch, to not even be aware of such important issues. Silver said as he placed his arms on his back. Well, excuse me. Rubato said as he looked away with a humph. Say. You aren't done yet. It's my last question. Then on with it, I've wasted too much time on this. Rubato said with a grunt. But of course. Tell me. Silver said as he vanished. Why are you lying? He reappeared right in front of Rubato, smiling silently as he pressed him against the wall. Slash crack, slash. There was no place to run. Or better put, Silver was done speaking. He wasn't speaking with the intent of cornering Rubato or exposing anything. He was just buying some time so all employees of the guild branch fell unconscious from his plasmids. Slash meanwhile, slash. Slash step. Step. Stop slash. It's been a while, hasn't it? Njord. Hermes said as he sat down on a box next to a sailor sitting down by a dock as he gazed at the lake. Whoa. You took me by surprise there, pal. Amen replied rather energetically as he turned his head around. Njord was a tall man with brown hair that was tied to the back of his head. He has a gentle yet tough look and is physically fit, with a height that is as tall as Bet's. Image. His appearance generally makes people think of him as a man of the sea, someone who is free and adventurous, albeit the scope of his adventures remains to the depths of the Lalag Lake. A god of will and fame. To the locals. Someone who wished to spend his days with his children and help them in their hurdles as they worked hard every day. Even as he sweated heavily lifting boxes and pulling ropes, Njord never complained, he only smiled, because he loved doing what he did. That was why Hermes did not believe him to be their target. Njord was someone whose compassion and love for people was such even Hermes felt strange by the very thought of seeing him collude with such a deranged organization. However, it did not clear him of suspicion. It's been a while, Hermes, last time was during the preparations for the Great Quest. Hermes interjected as he looked far into the horizon. Yeah. Man. To think a decade already passed. Time sure passes fast in the mortal world, so. What brings you all the way down here? I'm not really interesting, so I can't help you with gossip. And unless you're craving some fish, I'm not quite sure how I can help you. What else? I needed a time off after meeting someone from afar, though I'm already done with that. Hermes lied with a chuckle as he looked at the sea also. It wasn't a complete lie either. Maybe it was more like a distorted truth. While my children play a little, I decided to pay you a visit. Working hard as always, it seems. Yeah. Njord replied as his expression grew serene. His gaze went to the lake. I imagine fishing life hasn't gotten any easier. It never was. At that moment, Hermes' gaze changed as he looked up at the sea. Say. How about we play a little game of guessing? Try to lift our spirits a little. A game. All of a sudden. Yeah. I call it. Fetch the fish, in your name. He said with a smile as he got up from his seat, taking a step closer to him as he stood at the edge of the pier, gazing into the ocean beyond. Fetch the fish. All right. I just don't have much time. I know, neither do I, but we'll figure it out, we always do. He said with a smile as he got up from the box. And don't worry, we won't be playing the game, at least we won't be the main players but more of a preparers. Preparers? He asked with some suspicion. We prepare the game for others to play. Or better put, prepared. You could say we're just watching so it's much of a game. Unless you wish to bet on it. We'll let our children play, isn't that exciting? To see them try their best and have fun. WH. What do you mean by that? Njord asked as he started to notice something was wrong. The game is simple, you see. For the past few days, I've set a few baits here and there, and now. Boom, slash. We fetch the fish. He said with an evil smile as his aura changed. A large cloud of dark smoke rose from within Melon as a wave of air blew around them, and soon enough, screams rang. Chaos, slash. Let's play Njord. Can't you feel the thrill? Hermes asked out loud as he opened his arms wide. Hermes. What have you done? Njord exclaimed with a distorted angry face as he got up from his seat, walking up to Hermes. I've prepared the stage. Like I always, smack, slash. But before Hermes could finish his thoughts and laugh like a villain, he was punched in the face brutally. Notes. Chapter 265, Investigating Melon Part. A few moments before, slash. Clap clap, slash. Phew. Whistle slash. Dusting his hands, Silver whistled happily while Rubato sat down on the ground with a tired and defeated expression. The thing is, after a few minutes tormenting him, Rubato was finally coerced to admit his involvement with the entire Melon's business, but he swore he knew nothing about the monsters aside from the fact they were being controlled by the magic stones. He was only in charge of supplying Borg and the government of Melon with magic stones so they could grind it up to make magic powder. It was never his intention to have the creatures cause any trouble, and he affirmed he did it for the people, which would be a commendable act if not for the fact he was fattening his pockets with Valis. Rubato was certainly not a bad person, but he was by no means a good Samaritan. He helped the people as long as they went with his interests, but he wouldn't go against their well-being even if it meant going rich. Though it was exactly this way of thinking and how easy he was to be corrupted that led him from being pushed from Orario to Melon. Though Silver wondered what the guild had in mind for him. They must have thought that since Melon was a rather peaceful place nothing would happen, but they were very much wrong. He knew his punishment wouldn't be big, but he also knew that the guild only gives people so many chances, so in the end, Silver just bound him in rope before placing him on the side. His judgment wasn't for him to decide. Stay right there, if you try to flee, you know what'll happen, don't you? You don't have to remind me of that. He replied with his head hung low, unwilling to face Silver any further. Just to be clear, Silver did not torture the man. At least, not in a conventional way. You can easily drive a man mad without the need to induce pain. Silver easily did so by causing him a scratching sensation all over his body and in places beyond his reach. Rubato gave in before the clock even ticked. Thus, with his job done, Silver turned around to leave the guild, when boom, tremble, What's going on all of a sudden? A powerful explosion rung not far from where he was, shaking everything around them violently, causing dust to fall from the ceiling as drawers fell and shelves cracked. What's going on? Rubato asked out loud as he raised his head. Crack, Eek. Just as he said that, a porcelain pot fell right between his legs, causing him to freeze all over. Stay here, I'll deal with it. Silver said as he walked through the door. Wait. How can you leave? He's gone. Damn it. Rude adventurers. Since cursing Silver was the only thing he could do, Rubato remained in his corner as he waited for the mess to end, fearful for his well-being. Outside, chaos, The first thing Silver did as he left the guild was jump atop a tall building to get a good look at everything around him to try and understand the situation. There, he saw what was going on. Smoke rose to the clouds while people screamed and ran as stone fragments rained from the skies. Children cried on the sides while mothers and fathers ran around with them on their grasps, trying to get to safety amidst the confusion. The cause of all of this were several dozen serpentine creatures moving around chaotically as they destroyed everything in their path. He couldn't tell where the flames were coming from, however. Slash frown, slash. Why are the Violas here? Seeing this scene, Silver's expression went cold as his eyes sharpened. Slash clang, slash. From afar, he heard faint clashing sounds of metal and he quickly drew a picture in his mind. I see now. This is what he meant by being a bait. He had been planning for this. That was why he arrived much earlier than expected, to give himself and his bait time to fetch prey. He was slowly pulling them out, controlling their movements from the shadows. He didn't investigate the three powers due to safety as he said. In fact, he may already know everything. Hermes isn't as helpless as he poses himself to be. He's extremely capable of digging information on his own. He was just waiting for me to arrive to trigger the bomb he had planted over the course of a few days. Right in the middle of this busy city. Slash boom, slash. Hermes. That damn bastard, he truly doesn't care at all, does he? What does he wish to get from this? Is he willing to sacrifice some of the people to cull out a squad of Evelis? No. Is he trying to force them into the open? To try and take a peek into their minds? The muscles in his face tensing, Silver's aura slowly shifted. I'll get back to him, but first. I need to resolve this mess. Isn't that why he called me here? I hate being used like this, but it's kind of my role, otherwise I wouldn't have volunteered to join the investigation. I wonder. How long did he plan for this? From the very start perhaps. I wouldn't be surprised if Hermes had already investigated Melon weeks ago and only contacted the guild to have his plan going. Of course, the guild must be in the dark regarding this. Arenas would never agree to instigate chaos to get his agenda across. Either way, I'll find that out once I beat him a bit. Actually, that won't be necessary. His children will do so for me. Slash crack, slash. Exclamation point. A massive rock collided against the house he stood, breaking it down and causing the roof to collapse on the streets underneath it. No. Kia. On the streets, several adults ran with their children in tow, crying out loud as they saw the debris fall. They tried to protect their young with their bodies, but what little would that do? This is pissing me off. Silver said as he raised his left hand. Slash fume, slash. Confused and surprised, the citizens raised their heads to see that everything around them had stopped falling and was now floating in the air gently. Not only that, but all of the fire around them slowly died out, leaving behind only faint smoke and crackling as the wood cooled down. Don't stay there, run. Silver mumbled to himself as he placed all of the rubble on a corner of the street. They're desperate, this won't do. Without order, people only make things harder on themselves. Slash thud, slash. I have to quicken things, slash break, slash. Slash roar, slash. Just when Silver was about to leave to take care of other sections of the city, a large Violas broke the ground between several houses, dashing towards him with its open jaw. Hashtag. I don't have the patience to deal with you. Silver said out loud as he swiped his hand in the creature's direction. Slash blast, slash. The moment he did so, the creature's torso burst from the inside, splitting it in two as it fell on the ground lifeless. His right hand slowly transformed, and his tendons became sharp metal sheets sticking out of his skin. Slash splat, slash. Suddenly, they all jumped from his arm, floating in the air around him silently. It wasn't within my plans to deal with Evelis right now, but since they made their way to me, I'll eliminate them all, no hostages this time. Slash whoosh, slash. By controlling the floating sheets of metal, Silver began a massacre against all Violas in the city. Silver didn't even give them a spare glance, continuing on his way around the city, dousing all fires and killing all Violas in his path, saving and healing as many citizens as he could. But at the same time, he had someone to find. Slash clang, slash. Slash slice, slash. While Silver made his way to their position, the main group of the Hermes Familia fought a terrific battle as they tried to protect their temporary headquarters. Standing side by side in a half-circle formation around the house, they fought all of the cultists who continuously popped from all sides like ants. URG. Where did these people come from? Lillian exclaimed in confusion and anger as she kicked a woman dressed in a cloak from head to toe away. Image. Does that even matter now? Just push them all away. Pak said loudly from the side as he finished mixing something into a cylinder. How's the progress? The flare is ready. Pak replied. Then shoot it. With a tense expression, Pak raised his hands into the air as he used a flint to ignite the fuse. Slash sizzle. Bam, slash. The fire quickly went through the fuse, exploding a strong red light into the sky for all to see. Slash slash, slash. WH. Pak. But before they could rejoice, a sneaky assassin dashed from the shadows, aiming at Pak who now had his guard down. Slash clang, slash. Oya. Don't you know it's bad to be violent with children? Aisha asked from the side as she deflected the assassin's blade easily before slamming her free arm against her chest, sending her flying against a house nearby. Slash bam, slash. Slash crash, slash. Hashtag. Thank you for helping me, but I'm not a child. Fufu, there's only one way to prove that to me though, Aisha said seductively. Ah. Pak replied out loud as his face grew red. Ignore her, Pak, said Pot, his sister, as she slapped his head. Damn thought. Slash clang, slash. Slash crack, slash. At that moment, from high above, a tall and strong man fell from the skies, holding a massive axe in one hand as he pressed down another man with his foot. It was obviously Voltus, the strongest of the Hermes familia. Everyone, gather, he said deeply as he looked around. The situation isn't good. Hermes isn't around us and neither is the captain. I'm not worried about us, they're the problem. All of our combat power is here while they are alone. He then closed his eyes. No, as long as he's with them, then there should be no problem. Still, that doesn't mean the situation's any better. Without Hermes and the captain, the chain of command is completely broken. I can lead the others in the meantime, but I'm not sure on how we should progress. Given that, the best course of action would be to... Before Voltus could finish his own thoughts, a man approached from the side, swinging a large sword against his waist. Image. Slash clang, slash. URG. Slash bomb, slash. Slash crack, slash. Be big guy. Someone else exclaimed from the side as Voltus suddenly flung across the street. Already. I expected more from him, guess looks can be deceiving, said the attacker as he rested his massive greatsword on his shoulder, hunching slightly to balance it. Shit. Pak said out loud as he took a step back. To throw away Voltus like that. Is he a... Slash clang, slash. Slash bomb, slash. Amidst the confusion, another sneak attack came from the side, flinging Aisha far away deep into the houses. This time, it was a woman with a strong build. Gran, no chit-chatting, kill them all quickly, you know the plan, she said with a sharp expression as she walked next to him. No need to remind me, I was just making a slight comment, you know, to break the ice. Shit. Pak mumbled out loud as a bead of sweat fell from his forehead. If one wasn't enough. We're now facing two first-class adventurers. Just. Where did they come from? What we need is to regroup, fuck this place. With that in mind, Pak ran inside their temporary home, rushing to the basement where he grabbed several boxes of consumable items, all made by their captain in case a fight/emergency occurred. And that was exactly what they needed right now. With Silver distracted far away, the Hermes Familia passed through a great crisis. Surrounded by dozens of cultists ranging from level 2 to 5 while they themselves only had 2 level 4s, the situation was extremely dire. Was this within Hermes' plans? How far had the god actually seen and envisioned? Or was he truly a fool for believing solely in his own predictions? Everything now rested on the shoulders of a single adventurer. Or did it? Burn you sons of Bicthes! Pak exclaimed out loud as he threw 2 boxes full of blast oil on the streets, specifically atop the 2 first-class adventurers. Chicken sauce! He exclaimed in their secret code as he jumped back to the inn. Hearing the code, everyone from the Hermes Familia immediately jumped back while the enemies were still trying to process what was going on. And by the time they did, slash boom, slash. 2 full boxes exploded in the middle of the busy streets of Melon. Notes. Chapter 266, Investigating Melon Part. There are 2 more chapters left, enjoy. Slash boom, slash. While Silver fought the Velas, exterminating all one by one as he moved to the Hermes Familia, a massive explosion rang in the distance. Exactly where his destination stood. This direction. Shit. Slash blast, slash. Without waiting for another explosion to ring, Silver dashed in the air, ignoring the chaos around him, stopping in the air above the street directly where the explosion rang. He raised his left hand, about to extinguish all of the fire when he saw something that made him frown severely. Crawling from within the rubble and fire were people of all ages and races, but they had one thing in common, apart from their ragged states. They all had the same look of despair and complete helplessness. Those people. Evelus. Slash crunk, slash. His right hand started to transform, and so did the right side of his face, turning into transparent glass, revealing his organs and muscles underneath. His right eye became a red garnet as he stared at the flames. Now, he could see within the heat, being able to identify his targets. I can see several people trapped in the fire, they must be the people from Evelus who got caught in the explosion. As for those people running in the opposite direction, there's no mistaking. I don't see nor feel any civilians around, looks like they either ran away before the fight started. Or they were all killed long before it happened, though I don't think that's it either. There's no smell of blood in the air and I doubt Hermes' children wouldn't notice if someone died right next door. Especially in droves. There's a chance they were kidnapped but the same rule applies. Speaking of them, they're being pursued. Snap, schwa. Understanding most of the situation with a single glance, Silver snapped his fingers and all of the fire within a 50 m radius of him turned to black ash instantly. Even if he wanted those people to burn for what they did, he couldn't let Melon turn into their cremation chamber. This was still a city full of ordinary people, they did not deserve to burn for the actions of those stronger than them. Weakness itself can be a form of sin in this world, but such truth is too much for anyone to bear, so much so even the gods often don't talk about it, knowing full well it would break the mortals around them. These people deserved some peace, that was what countless generations fought for in the first place. Teleport. Finishing his task, Silver vanished from his location, reappearing a few hundred meters away from his previous location on the ground, directly on the Hermes Familia's path. Unsheath. They almost attacked him due to how sudden he appeared, but the moment they noticed who he was, they understood what was going on, running past him as they kept their momentum. Silver didn't bat an eye to their actions, quickly floating behind them. They're rather hurt, as expected an explosion of that degree was bound to leave them hurt. The mages and level 2 adventurers show it the most. Time to get to work, ! Ha! What happened? Silver asked loudly as he pulled one of the girls from the ground. She had a severe injury in the arm, a long gash running across her shoulder to her forearm, it bled severely, causing her face to grow pale as she ran. He used this chance to heal her as they moved, holding her in a princess carry as he floated in the air. The girl blushed a little but she didn't resist his actions, she didn't have the strength for it anyway, it even seemed as if blushing took a toll on her. Huff. We were ambushed from nowhere. Suddenly the entire city exploded at once and fire rained. Voltus said on the side as he ran. When we went to check what was going on we were mobbed by those people, then to escape, we blew half of our supply of blast oil, I'm thankful the rest didn't blow up on us. In fact. Boom. A terrific explosion rang behind them. We set them up as a trap. Smart, for what was a desperate situation, they acted quite well, though I don't think the mayor will enjoy finding out such tactics were employed in his city. An entire street block went up in ashes with that one. We need to move, if we're their target then we. You're not their target. Silver said out loud as his expression darkened. By the looks of it, they aren't aware of what Hermes planned, this just pisses me off even more. He really used his children as bait and didn't even warn them. Is this recklessness of confidence? Maybe a bit of both, crackle. Raise, The stone at the end of their path rose and a portal formed. Quickly, pass through it, anyone that's injured raise their hands if you can, I'll heal you as soon as possible. Silver exclaimed as he landed on the ground. What do you? But Silver didn't let them ask questions. The portal will lead you to the end of the port, quickly find Hermes and Asphi, they'll tell you what to do next. I'll join you all soon enough. He said as he approached Aisha who was holding onto her stomach with a rather tired expression. There was a terrible wound there, Silver almost felt as if he could see her muscles moving, but the Amazon barely showed any pain. This made Silver respect her, as she ran about a km without stopping with such a wound. For her bravery, he didn't mind getting his hands dirty at all as he covered her wound with them before healing it with his plasmids. Huff. If only you were so assertive in ordinary situations. She said with a smug smile as she saw Silver pushed her arm away to heal her. Cut it, unless you want a scar. Scars can be sexy, but I like my smooth stomach. She said with a light laugh as she held her pain back. After he finished with her, Silver looked at Voltus' broken arm, quickly noticing something wrong. You aren't coming with us. Laurier, the girl he healed just before asked with a concerned expression as she watched him heal Lullian's bleeding forehead. Unless you want to be within the target of my spells, it's better if we regroup later, with our numbers, fighting within the city won't do us any good. I'll try to minimize the damage, regroup first and understand the situation, rest, heal, and save the others in the meantime. I'll take care of them. Even though Silver didn't say it, he was pretty much saying they were getting in his way, which wasn't a complete lie. Silver needed space for what he was about to do. Anyhow, how did you two get so injured? He asked as he looked past them at the end of the road. The pursuers are coming, they're unusually fast. First-class adventurers. Volta's arm was completely bent, and if not for his strong skin, his bone would have definitely been sticking out. Huff. They have. Crack. Ugh. With a sharp gaze, Silver's index finger turned into a needle as he injected several doses of something all throughout his arm before he went and fixed its position before pulling an elixir and applying it on his arm. Some injuries were better treated with his plasmids, others with the good old potion. Huff. Thank you. Voltus said out loud as he saw his arm return to its previous look. Don't thank me yet, it's going to hurt again after the sedative wears off, and it's going to be soon, so be ready for a kick. Huff. For your question. It's first class. Evolus brought first-class adventurers with them. Voltus said as he breathed heavily. As I thought, the target wasn't the Hermes Familia in its entirety. It's me, or more precisely, the guild's main forces. Evolus already knows Hermes works for arenas. It's not really a secret they have a good relationship, but it's just that the public doesn't know that it goes this deep. Since Hermes never hid his intentions with Melon, they must have figured out something. I wouldn't be surprised if he had leaked the mission's contents to them in some way. I'm sure Evolus is aware that this is likely a trap, so they prepared extensively. They don't want to lose access to their supply line, even if it means causing trouble. Evolus is already aware they're exposed, so they're likely going to start pushing their plans forward, even if it means giving up others. As for me, since I've participated or was involved in more than one operation with both the Hermes Familia and the Guild, Evolus must have assumed I would be in here as well this time. And if not, well, the Hermes Familia is still a good target to clear. It's like removing Arena's eyes and ears, so much so that, if you remove the Hermes Familia, Arenas basically loses all of his access to information outside of Orario. He's been trying his best to maintain the social-political structure of the nations surrounding Orario, and that's when the Hermes Familia comes in. They may not be out there to help with uprisings and revolutions, but they'll dig even the dirtiest of secrets on everyone so they don't ever dare cause trouble around Orario. The only reason the outside world isn't in chaos is because Evolus is arrogant. They want to bring forth the end of the world from within the very center of its hope, Orario, otherwise, the world outside would likely be inhospitable by now. Regardless, they're getting bold, extremely so, to cause such destruction. Don't they fear gathering too much attention too soon? Their plans should still be far from completion. Unless they believe they can hold out for long enough to clash with us while they push their plans forward. URG. This is bothersome, a pain in my damn ass. I don't have the time to play mind games with gods and deranged people all the time. I'm barely getting enough time to sleep as it is. Thinking quickly, Silver healed everyone and handed them a few boxes of potions from his pocket space before raising his right hand in a hurry as he turned his head to look at the distance. Bam, Kia. A powerful fireball exploded in the air right behind them, pushing some of them back slightly as they exclaimed in surprise. They're here, quick. Don't waste any more time. Silver exclaimed as he snapped his fingers, causing the portal to flare. TSK. You all heard him, move. Voltus exclaimed as he jumped into the portal. Don't get too hurt, we still need a rematch. He said out loud as he vanished to the other side. Take care. Pock and Pot said together as they entered the portal. Everyone in the Hermes Familia entered the portal quickly as they thanked him and encouraged him to follow them, but Silver could not. Better put, he didn't want to. After all. Hey, you're all here. He said as he turned around slowly, closing the portal as the stone crumbled into dust. In front of him, from within the distant black smoke and the house ceilings around him were dozens of adventurers wearing full white robes. Just from their speed, Silver knew they were all level 4 if not stronger. All pretty good dummies for him to punch. Villains he had to take down. Knowing himself, why would he waste such a pristine opportunity to grow? Slash bang, slash. Slash crack, slash. That explosion was nasty. Where are they? Gran asked as he looked around with a confused expression, only to have his eyes sharpen when he saw Silver. Slash step, slash. That was why I told you to finish them off at once. You let them go and this is what happens. A woman said as she walked from a nearby alley. You can't talk about me like that. You also failed to take that Amazon down. There they are, the first-class adventurers that heavily injured both Voltus and Aisha. But something strange, these people. Aren't they from the Icolos Familia? I thought Dix was the only first class they had. Besides, these two weren't this strong the last time I saw them. It may have been a while since they last saw each other, but Silver still remembered their faces, because out of everyone they captured during the attack against the Xenos, only 2 bodies weren't recovered from the mass murder that happened on the 17th floor. He made sure to remember their faces from the bounties the guild placed on them. Though don't misunderstand, the guild would never reveal why they were wanted and instead created a fitting excuse. That day, all members of the Icolos Familia attack squad were assassinated and their bodies were then burned viciously together with Arena's agents in charge of keeping them trapped. Arenas likely never expected Evolus to have enough firepower and capability to maneuver a first-class agent to intercept his own people before the Ganesha Familia arrived. This only points out to a single possibility, that they were being watched from the beginning. The Ikelos Familia became a sacrifice for Evelys to collect information. Still, there was something strange about them. Not only those two but all of the adventurers around him. What is that on their bodies? Tattoos? Black markings of some kind. Every single one of them had strange dark markings on their skin, being usually similar to each other. At least most of them had, as he couldn't quite see their bodies due to their clothes. He could only see a few due to how ragged their clothes had become. This is quite the force, enough to put the previous Ishtar Familia to shame. I don't remember Evelys having so many level 4 and 5 adventurers even with Ishtar joining them. Another one of those consequences from changing the usual timeline of events. Sigh. Those markings are too coincidental. Evelys never used any kind of symbol like this exactly because it made infiltration and other similar jobs that much harder, so it's likely the culprit. And given their track record, it must be a curse of some sort, and the only type of curse you put on your own body is the kind that increases your strength. But as any curse goes, something has to be taken for it to take effect. It's been a while since we last saw each other. What's that on your neck? Did you decide to go punk or something? Silver asked out loud as he looked at Gran and the mysterious woman, trying to provoke them into speaking. Slash thud, slash. Hey, you speak just like the gods, even your words are the same. Gran said with a chuckle as he placed his massive sword on the ground. No talking, start the operation. The woman said out loud as she swung her hand around before pointing at Silver. She sure is eager, slash shine, slash. Dozens of lights suddenly flashed all around, behind him on the street, atop the houses, and from their windows. How uncreative, slash schwa, slash. Slash batum, slash. Silver didn't have a lot of time to think as he felt his body weaken. Curse items, of course they would bring those again. And they've prepared an unbelievable amount this time. If he wanted to, Silver could have tried to evade the curses, because even though the number of casters was overwhelming, it didn't matter if he wasn't there. And although many curses were unavoidable as long as one was confirmed as their target, Silver would have at least avoided half of them. If the necessity arose, he could also open his inventory and take out the curse removal item or a moly, a plant that could protect from curses and anti-status effects. However, that would be boring. Oh. You stood still, can't say if you're courageous or stupid. Gran said with a small grin as he scratched his chin. Shut it, don't let him escape. Surrounding him and prepare the next barrage of curses. The woman exclaimed loudly as she looked at Silver. So even after doing all of this, you'll just stare? That's a bit anticlimactic. Silver said with a smile as opened his right hand. Guess I'm just that scary to them, they'll only engage when I'm kneeling on the ground after drowning me in a mountain of curses. Curses are scary, I've had enough of them for now. Slash flash, slash. Slash clang, slash. After the light receded, he now held a black weapon in his hand, his trusty halberd. Let's begin. Slash flash, slash. Silver vanished, reappearing behind the woman. Slash clang, slash. Silver swung the sharp end of his halberd against her, but she barely managed to block it by raising her arms. Due to the strength of the impact, her sleeves were torn completely, revealing her metallic arm guards underneath it. However, the impact was so strong it sent her flying to a house nearby, collapsing it. Slash bam, slash. Slash fwash, slash. Taking this as an opportunity, Gran took a heavy step on the ground, cracking it as he used his heavy weight to strike downward with his greatsword at Silver. Slash clang, slash. But instead of defending it, Silver threw his halberd to the side, using his hands to parry the greatsword to the side as he took a step closer to Gran. After training with Take for months, doing something like this was a simple thing. That's not how you use a greatsword, big guy, you need to be a bit faster and heavier. Silver said as he placed his hand 1 inch of his chest. Slash smash, slash. His fist accelerated, smashing onto Gran's body as he was sent recoiling back into the collapsed house as well. Haha, that's more like it. Silver said with a sadistic smile as he used his martial arts for the first time in a while. I'm still not as good as Take though, he can collapse a boulder with the 1-inch punch despite his ordinary physique. Training every day was slowly making a difference, because even with his reduced stats, Silver could still easily push both of them back. If Takamikazuchi could take a level 3 adventurer with a normal human body, then Silver could tackle a level 5 with his reduced stats. But he frowned at his own strength as he opened and closed his hand. Did the curses send me back 1 level? Well, it's true that I didn't update it ever since I leveled up, so any significant curse will push me back significantly. Guess I'm back at level 3 then. Still. I killed a level 6 before. Slash crack, slash. Silver stopped thinking as he grasped his spear tightly again, looking at Gran and the woman as they slowly rose from the rubble. Guess warm-up's over. He said as he looked at the houses nearby. He could feel the faint magical energy flowing in the air as the cultists invoked stronger curses, ready to throw them at him. One against many. I like these odds. Burning with excitement, Silver's body started to release steam. Notes. Chapter 267, Investigating Melon Part. /crackle/ Uft. Even with all these curses you can still hit this hard. How much strength do you have? Gran asked as he touched his bald head as he got up from the rubble. Gee, my head's aching a little. Why don't you come close and find that out yourself? Silver said with a large smile as he grabbed his halberd again. I wonder if being weakened like this activates my skill. I've borrowed many curse items before but never had the chance to use them. I should have tried at least once. Well, but from a certain perspective, my stats have decreased, it should still count as per usual. I'm only level 4 after all. Silver suddenly had a terrible feeling, as if he was being watched by a monstrous creature. He turned his head to one of the houses in a flash, seeing a tanman standing atop its roof clutching onto a staff. He immediately knew the source of his worry, but it was too late. /fumble/ A strange claustrophobic feeling took over his body and mind, as if he had been stuffed with cotton, suppressed, chained, and weighted down to the ground. It was as if a strong ocean wave had hit him in the stomach, leaving him without breath. There were no special effects nor anything. By the time he saw the staff, the curse had already befallen him. My body. I see. Silver mumbled to himself as he felt a sense of emptiness in his body. He raised his hands, opening and closing them. He tried to invoke his plasmids, but whenever he tried, they failed. Sealing magic, but as a curse. This is pretty damn rare. And super illegal. Where can I get it? TSK, I should have asked Ishtar when I had the chance. Image. He quickly went through his plasmids, but he soon realized not all of them had been sealed. In the first place, my plasmids aren't magic, it's more like they are powered by magical energy. Still, this curse is preventing me from reaching into them, but I should still be able to change my body to some degree. This is getting exciting. As expected from that crazy bitch, she prepared something rather useful. The woman said as she cracked her neck. These curses. I think I know where they came from now. Ishtar's preparations to take on the Freya Familia, a mix of all kinds of debilitating curses and anti-statuses together with magic seals. Even Otter would be forced back under the sheer barrage of it. Finally, when he was weakened, Phryne would be buffed to level 6, or after a level up, 7, and their battle would ensue. Just a shame I killed her before she had the chance. I would like to see how much they would have been able to push that boar. I feel honored. But enough is enough. Silver said as he looked at the people around him. Time to do something before the city burns to ash. And the people get eaten by those monsters. Let's start this party. /crack/. Silver vanished from his location, reappearing atop one of the houses. This wasn't teleportation, it was just his speed. Hop. ///. He started his rampage by cutting the head of a nearby cultist. This was the greatest mercy he could bestow them. In this kind of fight, eliminating any source of potential variables was the best he could do, so he started with the weaker members in charge of casting curses. But something was wrong. Why were they so passive? /smash/. /bam/. /boom/. From beneath him, a person broke through the ceiling, smashing a large hammer on his left arm, throwing him back onto the street. Cough. So there were more. He said as his eyes sharpened. Plan 6 failed, everyone, move. The woman, who shall be named leader from now on, said as she crossed her arms. /rise. Rise/. When she said that, at least a dozen more adventurers all rose from all kinds of inconspicuous places. They were all armed with the best quality gear available, and without a doubt, they were all level 4. And not just any kind of level 4 adventurer. Just where did Evelis pull so many personnel from? Don't tell me, did Ishtar charm all of these people? It can't be, things would be too noticeable. This is bad. If these people are really all charmed adventurers from Arario, killing them would only lead to mass chaos throughout the entire city. Until I can confirm their origins. For fuck's sake. Kill him, don't let him escape. She said as she pointed at him. Well. Shit. I can't kill any of them. Aside from those two. And I also have to keep the city in one piece. Right. It's either one or the other. /bang/. Meanwhile, /whoosh/. At the other side of the city, somewhere at the edge of the docks, the Hermes Familia stepped out of a portal, looking around in confusion as they quickly localized themselves. /bam/. /chaos/. This is madness. Fulgur said deeply as he looked at the burning city not far from them, together with the still rampaging Violas. Evelis. How dare they? Shit. We need to move, now. Lillian exclaimed as her ears perked up. Where's that god bastard? According to our location. We need to find Hermes and Captain as soon as possible. Voltus added as he crossed his arms, taking a deep breath as he recovered his stamina. My arm's completely fine, I won't drop my guard down again, /grumble, / URG. GGOL Kuan. I can't breathe. Jigenkai. I. It was at that moment they all turned to the side, looking beneath Golmuth, who was now standing atop a blond man who slowly squirmed on the ground as his face turned blue. Hermes-sama. One of them exclaimed as they saw Hermes take his final breath with a smile on his face. Be it coincidence or not, they were sent directly above Hermes, who for some reason had a few bruises on his face. After helping him up, Hermes quickly guided them back into the city to fight the Violas and save as many people as possible. They all asked about Asfi and Keeks, but Hermes told them to not worry about it. He had given them another task, being as vague and annoying as ever. Boom. As they ran back to the city, a massive explosion rang somewhere around Silver's location, causing all of them to raise their heads with concern. Ignore it, leave the enemy to him, we have to save the people. Hermes said deeply as he looked at the mess around him. I expected the enemies to be strong, but I underestimated them. No matter, by now, Asfi and Keeks should be finishing the task I gave them. Don't take too long. His expression tense, Hermes went back to commanding his familia, or in other words, cheering them on as he had somewhere nearby. Like so, Melon became a two-front battlefield, with the Hermes familia clearing the monsters left vulnerable while the main forces of the enemy were taken on by Silver. But as Hermes said before, things weren't going as smoothly as he had expected. Clang, bam, Back in Melon, Silver fought alone against 36 opponents. Whenever he tried to attack one, two would stop him, whenever he tried to adjust his steps, two would block him from moving. But he continued to fight, evading and attacking whenever he could, making use of the chaos to avoid being cursed further, using his opponents as shields to avoid getting mobbed. All the while trying to figure out if these people were truly charmed or not, because the moment he did find out their allegiances, he would act accordingly. If they were all cultists, he would make use of every opportunity to injure them if not take their life. But he barely even had the time to think as the barrage was unending, and his injuries began to pile up. Hup. Swipe. Gran rushed ahead, slashing his greatsword downward. Meanwhile, two assassins approached from the sides, trying to cut his waist. And atop one of the houses, an archer stood with his bow pulled to the limit, waiting for an opportunity to release the arrow. Clang. Silver took a step back, angling his halberd to the side, deflecting Gran's attack to one of the assassins. Clang. Meanwhile, he used his hand to deflect the other assassin's hand, lifting it with a burst of speed as he held onto his neck before shoving him onto the ground. Fwoosh. Cut. URG. At that moment, an arrow cut through his shoulder, grazing it slightly. He barely managed to evade it, but the sharp pain on his skin indicated otherwise. Poison. Huff. Fighting like this, with his stats decreased and his magic sealed, made Silver realize his own limitations. Or more accurately, it made him remember how it felt to be an ordinary fighter. Someone with special abilities aside from their own bodies and maybe some sort of chanting magic. To be limited to the confines of their own bodies, to be just a bit unordinary. Because right now, without his magic and weakened by the curses, Silver was just a slightly strong level 5 adventurer, though even that may be much. Silver's ability, from a pure stats standpoint, was likely no better than an ordinary level 4 adventurer. What made him stand out in this fight was his combat proficiency in martial arts, together with the little of his plasmids he could still manifest within his body. And his opponents consisted of a group of 24 level 4 adventurers and a few level 5 adventurers being supported by who knew how many level 3 adventurers. But at the same time, he knew that it was ridiculous to imagine himself or anyone having the skill set necessary to prevail in such a scenario or any similar for that matter. Still, Silver liked to be an overachiever. So he smiled from ear to ear. Ignite, flame of heaven. He said in a low tone as his eyes glistered in white light. Spark. Burn. Silver's body started to burn with white flames, covering his fingers to his arms like dancing weeds in a river. His eyes started to burn brightly as well, like two small candles in the dark. This was his most recent skill, one he had never used in battle before, not counting the day he awakened it. He had been training in controlling it with Hestia ever since she told him about it, and now, it was time to put it to the test. The flame of heaven, but not quite, the ember of life and intelligence, Selim Fax. What is? Oh. The flames surrounding his arms latched onto one of the nearby assailants, and like oil, it quickly spread around his skin. He tried to put it away, but the flame was resilient. Slash smack, slash. Taking this chance, Silver smashed his fist on the man's face, knocking him unconscious as he took back the flames. He didn't know how to explain it, but after some training, he learned how to pull and retract these flames, much to Hestia's dismay. He felt as if they were part of him, and for all he knew, they likely were. But when his life was already in peril, what was the point of keeping them at bay? Time for round 2. Silver said as he dashed forward. Damn it. Scatter. Don't let the flames. Too late. Slash blast, slash. Silver blasted his flames all around, covering the entire street. Slash meanwhile, back in the guild, slash. Huff. Huff. Damn it. To have left me here alone amidst this chaos. What a bastard. He forced me to confess through torture. As if. Rubato kicked one of the boxes next to him in anger. He thinks I'll tell him everything. How arrogant. Such insolence from a mere adventurer. He doesn't know anything about them, about their power. As I thought, you knew much more than it was apparent. A voice responded from the dark. Who's there? Rubato exclaimed as a bead of sweat fell from his forehead. He quickly remembered that torture he just went through, and for a moment, he thought Silver had never left and was just around him, waiting for him to say those words. You were ambitious, excellent at your craft. I wasn't the only one who thought you would make something out of this branch, but everything I see is rot. Rubato looked all around in fear, but eventually, he met it. A tall and crooked being clad in full black, wearing a dark mask as its body swayed in the wind, like a scarecrow in the dark. GG. Rubato could barely say anything as his face went pale and his body limp from fear. Was lining your pockets worth it? Fells asked as she raised her finger, touching his forehead. Slash shine, slash. The tip of her metallic glove shone in faint blue light, and the moment the light receded, Rubato was left unconscious, his eyes blank. You will be punished accordingly. I'm happy he left you like this for me. She said as she turned to the side, hearing the chaos outside. I have the testimony, my first task is completed. Now. I should make my move, just in case he needs my help. Slash schwa, slash. Just like she came, Fells vanished to the dark, as if she was never there. Like a ghost, she was immaterial, invisible. The Dark Hand of the Guild. Notes. Chapter 268, Investigating Melon Part. Slash clang, slash. URG. Using the cover of the flames while the enemy was in disarray, Silver cut through his enemy's formation, going straight to their leader, the strong girl in the back. He slashed downwards at the black-haired woman, forcing her to block his attack with her knuckle guards, but that was only a feint. Slash swipe, slash. Slash cut, slash. Using his feet, he swiped her from underneath before grabbing his halberd and shoving its sharp end onto her stomach, pinning her onto the ground. Guah. Her body trembling, she could only hold onto the halberd's shaft as she tried to lift it from her stomach, but she could not muster the strength to do so as her own body started to fail her. Due to the flames, her body began to burn, causing her to scream in agony as she tried her best to push the halberd away. Bastard! Gran exclaimed as he swung his large sword from the side. Slash crunch, slash. But Silver only gave him a side glance before he jumped back, slamming the back of his head against Gran's face, breaking his nose instantly and forcing him to drop his weapon as his eyes went white. I told you before. That's not how you swing a greatsword. To not suffer much from the recoil, Silver shifted the bones in his head slightly, thus he suffered little to no damage from the strike. Slash grab, slash. Silver then grabbed Gran, throwing him violently against one of the nearby houses, blowing its ceiling and with it, the annoying archer. Slash swing, slash. Following suit, he grabbed Gran's sword, slashing down at the woman's head, planning on taking her out in one swing. He let her live once, that was the only mercy he would ever give her. Slash clang, slash. Don't forget about us. Intercepting his attack was a man with a spiky tower shield and another man with a large red spear. Just from the gloomy aura and the distorted appearance of their equipment, Silver could immediately tell that those were curse weapons. He had already been slashed by some, causing his wounds to bleed continuously without stopping or decay into a dark mess. His current appearance wasn't pretty to look at. It seems Evelys did put some effort into this operation. Get him. The man with the shield exclaimed as he used all of his strength to push Silver back, trying to injure him with the shield spikes as well. Slash grab, slash. Slash crack, slash. But Silver grabbed the spikes, holding them far from his body as he slid across the ground. He was confident in himself but he knew when to stop, since allowing himself to get injured by a curse weapon was by far wise. Like a syringe left in the alley, who knew where it had been? Who knew what curses had been placed around him? He didn't know if such strong curses were possible, but what if there was an instant death curse on it? Maybe even a sleeping curse. Regardless, without the versatility of plasmids, even if Silver wanted to resist his charge and stand his ground, the rock underneath his foot could not. It gave in almost immediately under the force of the men, causing him to slide across the ground. But not fall. Slash jump, slash. Slash grab, slash. Not willing to be pushed around by his opponent, Silver made a crazy move, jumping onto his shoulders as he grabbed his head, smiling like a demon. Slash slam, slash. His fist hit the metallic helmet at full power, causing it to dent inward before he kicked the men in the face brutally, sending the men to the ground where he remained, motionless, but alive. Barely. Slash pierce, slash. Slash whoosh, slash. Slash slam, slash. Guah. Taking this opportunity, the spearman tried to cut Silver's neck as he was immobile in the air, but only managed to brush past air as Silver held onto his spear, pulling the men onto him before kicking his stomach with everything he had. Slash grab. Throw, slash. Silver was like a machine, continuously attacking his opponents relentlessly, not giving them time to breathe. And even when he was injured, he returned the favor by hurting them even more. With the spear in hand, he immediately lifted it over his shoulder, getting into a stance before it throwing towards the woman. Despite the interjection of the spearman and the shield user, she was still breathing heavily on the ground, still trying to remove the halberd from her stomach so she could heal herself with a potion. So the moment she realized her two warriors had been taken down, she bit her lips as her eyes opened wide. Shit. Slash grab, slash. Slash splurge, slash. It was at this moment she grabbed one of the nearby weaker level 3 adventurers, using him as a shield so she could save herself. Slash thud. Splat, slash. She then threw his now pierced body onto the ground, staring at Silver with cold eyes as she removed his halberd from her stomach, throwing it on the ground with an angered expression. This slight impasse also gave her subordinates time to regroup, resetting the situation back to how it was just a few moments before. Silver's advantage was now over. Huff. Even with the curses, our numbers, our strength. Albeit it's not like we're not causing him damage, we'll still end up losing at this rate. The Hermes Familia's whereabouts are currently unknown, they could be back at any minute, and when that happens, we'll all fall together. This calls for a change in the plans. Retreat. She exclaimed out loud as she drank a potion before using the rest on her tummy. Already. How gutless. Not on my watch. Out of everything she could say, Silver didn't expect her to call for a retreat. This was by far the worst scenario, he didn't expect Evelys to be this gutless. But then again, it was too much to expect anything from anyone who wasn't their direct commander, God, or Dix. Anyone else was just fodder, though she did manage to coordinate these low lives into some degree of teamwork. She failed to realize that even if their levels were high, their actual capabilities were far from representing it. Nonetheless, she severely underestimated what he could do, likely placing too much faith in numbers and the curses, and her own plans now bit her back. Although her approach wasn't wrong. It's just that Silver knew, from the very start, that relying solely on his plasmids wasn't the ideal way of growing stronger. He trained his body and techniques from an early age, so the only way of beating him would be to pull someone just as capable to hold him off and a specialized team to weaken him. She had the right idea, only the wrong people to execute it. She had to minimize their loss, so the best thing they could do was to scatter while Silver was unable to stop them. The problem was, Silver would be having none of that. His expression was dark and his displeasure was sky high. After all, none of his goals had been achieved yet. He still had to confirm their identities, and above all, he was just starting to have fun. To think she would bail out so quickly. Fine then, this wasn't the time to be playing around anyway. Silver said as the flames around his body weakened before vanishing. People are dying and I had enough of this. If I want to have fun, may it be at the cost of the monsters in the dungeon and only that. Huff. Slash horn, slash. Wah. Slash blast, slash. Suddenly, the sound of a horn echoed on the streets, blowing away both sand and debris. The woman was suddenly hit with a wave of an indescribable feeling, a mix of wrath and anger that immediately boiled out of proportions. But just as quickly as the moment came, it vanished, leaving her in a state of shock and confusion as she didn't know where to direct her thoughts to. She had a complete blank. Slash whoosh, slash. Before they could react, they were all blasted by a powerful impact wave, knocking many of them onto the ground immediately. None rose back up after that, but the woman was still awakened, her eyes trembling in disbelief. Why you? How can you use magic? The woman shrieked out loud as she looked at Silver. Right now, he was oozing an extremely strong magical signature. How could that be? She was certain that he had been cursed. Could it be that from the start? He was never cursed. Many theories went by her head as she tried to make sense of the situation. Humph. He did not reply, merely raising his hand and pointing it at her head. I'm a bit surprised also, but not really. This new skill is just that good. Albeit tiring. I feel like I just ran a marathon. Phew. Decretum Propheciscor, Silver's first active skill. It did many things when used, but most importantly, it dispels all foreign abnormalities when used due to its nature of creating an anti-magic blast originating from within his body, thus cleansing him of any magical effects. Be them good or bad. Silver did not know the extent of all, but since Hestia said so, he believed her. Even though Silver's plasmids could already help him deal with most things anyone could throw at him, this didn't mean he could deal with magical-originated problems as easily. It had always been one of his weaknesses, because if someone cast a spell on him to poison him, how was he supposed to defend himself? He could protect his body from the poison if possible, maybe detoxify it on the spot, but if the spell was continuous, Silver had no way of removing it from himself unless he had someone dispel it for him. He had items to help him with that tucked away somewhere, but it was an issue nonetheless. Of course, there was the question of the rarity of such spells, because even if he went on and on about his many weaknesses, it was an entirely different matter to find someone that could make use of them. That was why he trained Cassandra so much, she was one of the keys to his weakness. Silver's strength came from his diversity and how complicated it is to find and exploit something he cannot easily fix or act upon. Magic used to be one such problem, but now it was not, at least not as much as before. Silver was unsure if his skill had a limit, it had to be, otherwise any magical attack could be blocked by it. But for now, magic and curse items were not of his concern. Unless it was one made by a god, Silver didn't dare play around with an item made by an upset god, that would surely not bode well. Alas, there was a major problem with this skill. Due to its very nature, it affected his plasmids to some extent, causing them to grow unstable whenever used. It didn't mean much if he wasn't using them, but if the skill was pulled in the middle of a fight, it could lead to a moment of inconsistency, and that was everything an opponent may need to deliver a blow on him. It was rare to see skills that could affect their wielder in both positive and negative ways, but Silver didn't know if this could be treated as the latter. After all, it did not negate him from using his own plasmids, it just affected them somewhat. Which was already quite insane. He would have to experiment with it much more to fully realize its potential, but this only reinforced his previous idea, the fact that plasmids weren't considered magical constructs, they were only things that relied on magical power to manifest. It was something he needed to research deeply in the future. If he ever had the time for such, that is. This is it. Smash. While distracted, Gran reappeared from Silver's side, punching his face with everything he had. It can't be. But just when he felt he had delivered a fatal blow, only then did he realize that there was a faint film between his fist and Silver's face. Exclamation point. He erected a barrier in that, crunch, thud, Silver did not give Gran the time to react, he immediately counterattacked with an invisible bullet right to between his legs. The man did not even utter a scream as he fell unconscious. What a crazy bastard. Schwa. The woman looked at Silver as the world around her went dark, clearly something of his doing. She knew there was little she could do if the curses had little effect on him, in fact, this meant Silver was unstoppable in most scenarios. They would need a much more refined plan. But would she be able to share what happened here with others? Somehow. I need to warn them. She didn't even know if she would come out alive from this. Smash. Slash at the same time, Huff. A man ran through the edges of the lake, running through the shores as if in search of something. Climbing over the many sharp rocks, the men eventually arrived at a small open area hidden within the boulders, following it eventually led him to a cavern which he entered without hesitation. The seaside cavern, however, was empty, having nothing inside it. But the man paid it no heed. He walked with his right hand on the wall, seeking something with his fingers, and eventually, the wall caved in. Click. His hand pressed down on a rock, activating a hidden mechanism that opened the wall, revealing a perfectly hidden passage that led into a completely different section of the cavern. The passage and the cavern were very poorly lit without even a single candle around, the only source of light was a weak oil lantern on the man's hand, making visibility within barely possible. There, a large room full of large metal cages, each containing a large serpentine creature. The Violas stood. This was where they were coming from, the hidden stash where they were kept before being released into the lake. Lights up, Hands up where I can see them. You're under arrest. Someone exclaimed from the dark as they lit up a light. The man turned his head in extreme surprise as his eyes bulged open, not expecting someone else to be within the room. Don't stay put. Get your knees and shut it, Keeks, now's not the time to play around. Asfi said out loud as she adjusted her glasses, unfazed by her partner's childishness. Haha. I got a bit too carried away. I tried to copy Hermi-sama, but I'm not that good at it. Keeks was a bit embarrassed, but he threw away his embarrassment by looking at the side and thinking about something else. As for you, don't even think about running. Asfi said as she turned to the man who was caught red-handed. Captain of the Njord Familia, Rod. Gulp. Ha. I messed up. Rod said out loud as he swallowed dry, his body trembling silently. You've been following us? Since when? I didn't even realize it. He looked around, gulping down nervously as he tried to think of what to say. He looked at Asfi, knowing very well what she was about to say, so he took this chance to say. Well. That's right. I was the one that. Shut it, leave the words for later. Asfi said in a domineering tone as she looked at Rod. I know he wasn't the one to release the Velas in the city, he's too shy for that. Instead. Njord-sama, I'll ask that you follow us also, peacefully at that. She added as she looked at a rock on the side. Step. How did you notice me? Njord asked on the side as he stepped out from behind a rock. Tracking powder. Asfi said out loud as she took a small bag from within her robe. It wasn't me who set it on, you thought. She added lightly, as if unwilling to take responsibility for it. Njord finally remembered, when he met Hermes, the first thing he did was tap his shoulder. That bastard, from the beginning. He never treated me like a player, did he? Njord said with a sigh as his expression went down. He's always been like this. I was but a pawn in his game board, regardless if I was the king or the queen, I was just a piece in his board. We are already aware neither of you two are the culprits behind this. She turned to Rod, saying. You were the one that ignited the signal flare, wasn't it? You made it rather obvious. By now Hermi-sama should be gathering with the others around the guild branch, so please, follow us there as well. The guild. What does this have to do with this? Rod asked in disbelief as he looked at Asfi. It's simple. She replied as she took another bag from her robe, throwing it on the ground. We've already figured it out, there's nothing else to hide now. Asfi didn't bother to explain what she meant, from his eyes, Njord already knew what she meant. But Rod couldn't understand what was going on at all. Rod only knew that the Velas were a monster his god used to protect them, he didn't know anything else. He tried to take the blame for setting them out, that was why he was here, to confirm if any had escaped, but when he realized that they were all still here, his body trembled in the fear of the consequences of such a realization. Could it be his god was hiding something from him? From everyone? Something so dire and vile that could potentially incriminate him for life. Rod could not accept it, not from Njord, he was the last god he believed would ever do such a thing. That was why he was in denial, complete refusal of everything around him. Your reason for coming here? Is it due to the monster-repellent magic powder, isn't it? I won't beat around the bush. Asfi's expression grew cold. Njord, are you part of Evelus or not? A standoff between a god and three mortals began. Notes. Chapter 269, Investigating Melon End. /swoosh, / splat, / huff. Disgusting monsters. Aisha said out loud as she slashed a Velas in half with her cleaver. /splat, / bam, / pierce, / While Silver finished his fight with Evelus, the Hermes Familia continued to clear out the mess around Melon, saving as many people as they could while also clearing out debris from roads and extinguishing fires. Together, they pierced through the chaos, bringing down all monsters in their path, and there was little they could do to stop them. It's been silent for a while now. Volta said as he raised his head, looking at the horizon. Most of the members of the Hermes Familia remained silent at his words, thinking deeply about what was happening out there. Even though they were fully focused on their current task, all of them without exception were paying attention to the horizon, trying to follow the distant sounds of Silver's fight against Evelus forces. It was hard not to, as from time to time, tremors would shake the city, as such was the might of first-class adventurers when they clashed. This was a fight no one was there to witness. Aside from a certain blonde god who watched it from time to time from the ceiling of the houses nearby. At the end of the day, the gods would always be there to witness a mortal's folly. Gee, you guys really think something would happen to that man? Aisha said on the side as she swung her cleaver onto the ground, cleaning it from the blood of the Velas. Even if the situation got serious and he got hurt, he would still be able to flee regardless. He's the last one we should be worrying about. You're right. A voice came from the side. Humph. Taking a step from within a nearby alley, Silver walked into the light of the day, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Aisha on the other hand just exhaled lightly as she closed her eyes. Eerily enough, he looked completely fine, as if he was leaving a bar instead of a fight. It was hard to say just how much he had actually suffered, how many injuries he had taken. Maybe it was for the best, as this way their conscience would lighten up. Perhaps this was exactly why he cleaned himself. "It's done," Silver said in a low tone as he stopped walking. Silver kun. Hermes exclaimed from above as he jumped down from a house nearby. Grab, slash. But instead of holding him, Silver locked him in the air, causing him to awkwardly remain there as he looked around with a helpless expression. "There you are, you troublesome guy," Silver said as he slowly lowered Hermes to the ground. "Annoying bastard, was he watching me? I hate this. The way gods watch everything. Is everything just a performance stage for you?" Sigh, whatever, there's no point in trying to squabble with the gods' morals. They'll usually come on top anyway. What can a two-dimensional drawing on a piece of paper understand about everyday life in a three-dimensional world? "If you're here it means things are done on your end," Lolian asked as she breathed heavily, a bit tired from running around. She sat down on a box nearby as she tried to recover her stamina, something many from the Hermes Familia began doing. They needed this moment of respite. Silver turned his head to meet them, and upon seeing their expressions, he exhaled lightly before relaxing a bit. "Mostly, I have detained them all but I'm unsure of their identity, so I would like if you could do that for me," Silver said as he crossed his arms. "Way to go, man," Pak said on the side as he raised his hands high. "It seems you got yourself a fan," Pot said with an amusing smile as she looked at her brother. "Sis." Silver chuckled while the brother and sister duo fought on the side. "In any case, it's mostly over now. Let me handle the rest, we can talk later," Silver said as his eyes sharpened. "What are you?" Jump, slash. Whoosh, slash. He jumped to the skies with a burst of wind from his foot, looking at the city from a bird's perspective, his arms crossed. With a quick glance, he saw that most of the Velas had been taken care of, either through direct extermination or capture, as even now, the members of the Njord Familia were working on the streets, holding some of the beasts down with harpoons tied to thick ropes used to bind ships down. Even if it took 40 men to tie down one tired Velas. Silver couldn't see any rampaging around anymore, but he knew there was some hiding in the flames. He could feel the presence of their magic stones. In a sense, the damage was smaller than expected, most likely thanks to the fact the Velas were different from ordinary monsters as their priority was the gathering of magic stones. Because of this, many instinctively gathered in the docks and around warehouses where magic dust and magic stones were stored. Nonetheless, the death toll was likely still in the dozens to hundreds. Snap, slash. Having made his decision, with a snap of his fingers, the broken stone around him started to gather in the air into the shape of multiple thorns. Flash, slash. Then, with a swing of his arm, all of the stone thorns fell into melon-like comets in the sky, penetrating into the bodies of all remaining Velas, either killing or pinning them to the ground as they pierced through the rubble and buildings in its path. Next. Following that, he clapped his hand, and the fires burning around Melon slowly converged to him, as if they were being pulled away, leaving behind only cinders, ash, and half-burnt materials. Drip, slash. Sweat falling from his face from the rather wide range use of his plasmids, Silver eventually closed his palm, extinguishing the ball of flames on his hand as he descended back onto the ground. "I overdid myself a little. But this is good. Because I'm still awake. My strength is slowly recovering and I can already affect an entire town. Not yet at the level I was before but more than good enough for this world. For now at least. The dungeon holds many surprises still, I've yet to go beyond the 37th floor, much less double that depth. There's much space for growth still. I have yet to plateau. They say all adventurers have a limit, maybe I have one as well. A time when my skill begins to lose effectiveness. But so far, it has only grown stronger, thud, slash. In a rather cool way, Silver stepped back on the earth in front of the Hermes Familia, everyone in awe and agape at his actions. Perhaps a bit too much. Approach, slash. Oi. You can't do something like that. I won't be able to hold myself if you act this mainly, Aisha said seductively as she approached Silver, touching his chest and shoulder. Several of the boys rolled their eyes while the girls were either too ashamed to intervene or their faces were completely blank. It seemed this was a usual sight for the Hermes Familia. Can we not? Now's not the time to play around. Silver replied as he pushed her away. Seems she's in good enough shape to hold those thoughts. Good, I'm a bit too tired to tie broken bones back together and stitch flesh. In any case, how do they even tolerate her? In fact, how did she even join them? Is fate truly that strong or was it inevitable given the circumstances? Aisha vanished after that incident. And since she's here, I assumed Hermes is the reason why she was out of the radar for a few weeks. Did he give her shelter with the condition of her joining him for a while? I can see that being a possibility. Maybe he fished her out as he saw the fall of the Ishtar Familia on the horizon. I can definitely see that if he knew what was coming. Though, at the same time, it's not within her personality to just accept. But what can she gain from Hermes? Would she still steal things from him just to help Haruheim? I mean, I would be happy for her if she did, but not that I need. It would just be me giving bullets for Hermes to nag at me in the future. Sigh, whatever, too tired to think. While he thought about her, Aisha said. Foo-foo. I've done rougher, but beating up these monsters has pushed me past the realm of comfort. I'm more interested in a bath and a meal than anything. She said as she closed her eyes in silent agreement. Taking this chance while everyone was silent, Fulgur took a step forward, acting as the captain of the Familia once more. Sorry to ask any more of you, but can you also pinpoint the location of the injured and survivors within the rubble? Yes, I can, rather easily at that. Silver said as he tapped his right foot on the ground. This much is easy, the problem is the scope. And my headache was already strong enough as it was. My powers are growing beyond what my brain can process. Using a combination of many plasmids, he started by identifying all injured, and then he manifested their locations for the people around to be able to find them. He did so by creating a rather visible pillar of light above their location, and albeit the fire didn't burn for long nor did it spread everywhere, there were still dozens of lights all around. They were all people that had been buried by the rubble or were trapped within the ruins of their homes. And every second, those lights increased as Silver slowly scanned across the entire city, trying to pinpoint as many people as he could without missing anyone in the process. Excellent work, everyone. We can discuss the rest later. For now, let's move. Hermes exclaimed as he started running in front. Although none said anything, they all thought the same thing. What a shameless god. Silver, on the other hand, furrowed his eyebrows as he looked at Hermes, but in the end, he did not raise the issue, opting to let things flow as there were still people to save. It didn't matter if it was now or later, Hermes would have to talk or face an ass-kicking like none before. Still, there wasn't a point in blaming all of this on Hermes when the ones that burned and attacked Melon were Evolus. He may have contributed by effectively provoking them into this, but Silver wasn't naive, he knew this would happen regardless of his actions. Because Evolus wouldn't allow their source of supplies to be thwarted that easily. This was a cold war, one the guild wasn't willing to let it blow, and neither was Evolus. They were mostly shooting at each other, with Evolus being more proactive due to being cornered and also because they knew the guild had no one but themselves to call for backup, because otherwise, things would quickly escalate out of control. And Evolus knew that, so they're making full use of the guild's censorship to run wild. That is, until the time comes. The time to throw the world into darkness. As for the guild, they need to keep things under wraps as they know Evolus thrives when chaos runs wild, as it would signify the return of the Dark Age. Of course, the Loki Familia is there to prevent it from happening, and so is Freya's, but counting on the latter for anything was beyond foolish. As for Silver, he was trying to play in the middle, because while he wished for the disappearance of Evolus for a variety of reasons, he did not wish to push them too far. Because it was not time yet. People severely underestimate what they can do, and if they decide to just blow themselves up, even now, they may be able to accomplish their goals. Of course, their leader aimed for a cold, brutal victory, so until all pieces fell together. He would keep playing this game. One Silver knew he was bound to lose unless he kept pushing forward, because there was only one thing a mortal could do to win against the divine. And that was surpassing their expectations. Later. Atop the ceiling of one of the houses nearby. Silver stood silent as he watched over the city, his arms crossed like before. Beneath him on the street, he could see the Hermes Familia talking and discussing with one another, mostly due to the fact Asfi had just returned with Njord in tow. By now, a great conversation should be ensuing inside. He could hear the whispers of their arguments as they threw words at each other. And of course, he was very much interested in being part of it. The problem was, he had someone to see first. I know you're there. I stood here for a while just for that. It's rather chilly up here, so don't keep me waiting. Silver suddenly mumbled out loud without moving his head around. Whoosh. Shwa, slash. The shadows on the side of the ceiling slowly moved, taking the shape of a hooded figure. Fells. As perspective as ever, Adventurer Silver. You praise me too much. Then, shall we begin? Foo. I apologize if this may come as an affront, because I know how the guild must be feeling and struggling about this issue. But do tell me, how much of this was planned? He asked as he looked at the smoke rising in the distance. Everything. Then why is the city burning and people crying? He asked deeply as he turned his head to the side. The air seemingly grew heavy. You said you planned this. You're sloppy. You're better than this. Silver added as he turned back to look at the city. You think you'll win by making sacrifices? Did you forget this is exactly what they want? Evolus is composed of people that lost everything, desperate men and women who were led astray by gods that whisper sweet things into their ears. By creating chaos you develop the perfect scenario for them to recruit more forces, and today many families will eat dinner without one or multiple members. You know that, don't you? Why did you agree with Hermes? Or was this Aurena's orders? Just tell me that. He said deeply as he closed his eyes. Originally we. Sigh. You don't have to explain, I know. Just treat it as if I'm talking to myself. Silver replied with a grunt as he shook his head. It's impossible for a plan to always succeed, variables can lead to disasters more often than not, besides, Hermes is no dog, he can think and act by himself, and I'm sure he has his own excuses for what happened today. I can see it in his face, Hermes is coping with this situation silently, taking in the blame and cries of the people silently, mourning for the people who lost their loved ones without letting the others know. The blame is not his to carry alone, in fact, it's even possible to say he avoided a direct and more brutal confrontation with what he did today, minimizing the number of casualties and injuries despite the chaos all around. I can't tell how many died today, likely not many, but each death is meaningful. But definitely, less had Evolus been able to fully develop whatever they had in mind for this place. Regardless, more would have died were he not to have acted as bait. Nevertheless, that's why you never stick to a sole plan, you create plan B and C, yet, even then, only a capable person can pick on the traces of all plans and the unpredicted variables to create something new. And only gods can see beyond that. I imagine this was why Hermes participated so intently this time. Instead of sticking to the sidelines, he was trying to figure out the enemy's way of thinking while also minimizing the dangers from variables, taking control of his familia directly. A shrewd god, the worst kind to deal with, right behind Loki, but at least she's easy to please. I didn't see anything strange with the enemy's movements this time, but who knows what Hermes managed to deduce by watching from the shadows. He might have even done an entire side investigation while the city was in chaos, trying to pick up traces of the invisible higher hand controlling everything. But honestly, I can't see it yet. I know it exists, but I can't see it moving here, everything I can think of are just assumptions from knowing the greater board. I can't say it counts. Let's forget about all of that for now, I'm not that petty nor honorable enough to throw bullets at you for something I would probably do as well. Silver said as he turned around. Instead, let's talk about the results, the consequences of these actions. What is the guild? Aurena's planning to do now that this has happened? With Fel's orbs, she could instantly communicate with Aurena's if she wished. Silver was 100% sure she did so throughout the entirety of this event, if not coordinating with his forces in the sewers between Orario and Melon. Just thinking about it gave Silver a headache. Trying to figure out the thinking process of multiple gods at the same time was more than tiring, it was a waste of his time and neurons. Nevertheless, Fel's silence was everything he needed to hear. By now, you should have figured out what happened, care to share? He asked as he sat at the edge of the ceiling. Silver already knew the dynamic between the powers of Melon, however, he thought it would be best to confirm it rather than rely on information he wrote in a diary years ago. The future was made by the present, if he kept relying on information he gathered in the past, he would eventually come across a roadblock or incident not so easily solvable. Thus, Silver was always collecting information, to perfect his thinking as much as possible. I don't know much more than what you already knew. Whatever darkness is left in this incident will likely be cleared by God and Jord's words. Fels replied slowly as she took a step forward, standing next to him as she looked at the guild branch below. But the dynamic between the guild and the ruling power of Melon has already been revealed. Then, I'll hear that directly from them. Silver said as he turned his head to look at the guild branch again. Very well, nevertheless, I'll send you a report if you wish. I appreciate it. He said as he got up. Although this issue ends today, remaining ignorant is never wise. Then, what about the members of Evolus? Silver asked as he turned his attention back to Fels. There was something odd about them, I never thought them to have such forces. He pointed out as he scratched his chin. You're correct, that's because they don't have them. Fels replied as she touched her own neck. They're being affected by magic, curses to be more precise. A curse I've never seen before, something that can greatly enhance their physical abilities beyond the limit of their levels. However, for such an increase, it's definite that they'll have to pay an equally severe drawback, if not greater. Fels said as she recounted what she found out after inspecting one of the unconscious bodies of the people Silver captured. The curse manifests in the form of a string of black tattoos throughout one's body, starting from the neck and down into random body parts, taking the shape of strange strings and abstract forms, sometimes taking more coherent shapes like objects and animals, but those were rare. From what I could tell, the tattoo will spread to areas associated with one's area of expertise, but that's hard to confirm without getting the answer directly from the cursor. That's all I found out so far. It's one of the strongest curses I have ever seen, having increased the potential of a level 2 adventurer to the high ends of a level 3, high enough to make them somewhat of an opponent to a level 4 adventurer. Although, the degree of strengthening varies, and how much so is hard to say. Some of the captured cultists were adventurers reported missing for years, so it's hard to say how much they actually grew before being cursed. It would be up to you to tell me that by comparing what you experienced with their actual strength. Although I only have so much status thief to spare. Then, none of them are. None, they're all long missing people. There are a few who still need confirmation, but if they're taking this long to confirm it, there's little to fear in that regard. There are none who could have been possibly charmed. Well, they certainly weren't forcibly pulled from their original familias as you worried. Fells replied as she cut Silver. Although it's hard to say how some of them made the conversation between familias, although at the same time, some of them still belong to other familias, so their status is likely being updated rather than renewed. They could be spies, and we're paying close attention to all of those possibilities. You'll be the first one I'll be contacting if someone goes missing or we find something odd. So I was overthinking. But better that than accidentally killing a member of the Ganesha familia, as an example. That's it for today. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Loki. She's already onto the existence of the Xenos. Exclamation point. How did it come to this? Fells asked in a mix of worry and surprise, clearly taken aback. It seems Ace and her party met with a certain minotaur in the deep floors. You better check up with them later and confirm the story from their own mouths. Silver replied as he crossed his arms. Before something worse happens. For some reason, Loki called me a day ago to see if I knew anything about this talkative monster. I can't fully say if it's because she trusts me or because she finds me suspicious. Part of me would prefer to be taken as a trustworthy person, but then again, I don't know if Loki can trust anyone aside from the people within her own familia. A bit harsh but justifiable, it's goddess Loki we're talking about. In fact, this makes some sense now. Your surprised face always amuses me. Fells said with a chuckle as she raised her hand to her mask. Go on. Cough. Today, before I left after you, I heard goddess Loki went in for a surprise visit with god Uranus. I was unsure what she could possibly want, but now that you mentioned this, it seems there'll be quite some discussion once I'm back. Didn't Uranus talk with you about it through the orb? While in the field, Uranus-sama will avoid talking about unrelated issues to the mission at hand to avoid distractions and interruptions. Truly an old man. Please don't say it like that, have some respect. Fells said as she raised her hand in front of her mask again before turning around. I'll be taking my leave now. Once again, thank you for lending us your hand during this issue. I can't exactly imagine what might have happened otherwise. Worst case scenario, I may have been forced to intervene to save the Hermes familia. True. Fells is Aurina's most important asset. If she is revealed ahead of time, it could lead to a mountain of issues. By herself, Fells may not look like much, but she's a sage with deeper magic knowledge than Reveria. If only her level were a bit higher, Aurina's might have not been as helpless as he usually is. Anyway, until we meet again. She said as she vanished into the shadows. Until. Once she completely vanished, Silver turned around, jumping from the ceiling. It was time to wrap up this issue once and for all and move on with the day. He still had a lot to do outside of Orario. Notes. Finally, this arc is done, which means it's the start of the next arc. Also, I'll be dropping the side chapter, the beach episode soon, which is the direct follow-up to this one. It's one of the more complex chapters one wrote merely due to the extreme number of characters that appear in it. It serves as a way to end these last few arcs for good and as a way for Silver to say goodbye to the others before he goes on his way. There will be characters from the Hestia, Mayak, Takamikazuchi, Leto, Kichijoten Familia, and more, together with other side characters who were all invited to attend this beach party. I don't quite remember what I did with the chapter, but I didn't go too hard with it, and it's completely skippable as far as I was aware. But it's supposed to enrich the story. There are still many other side chapter ideas left for me to execute, such as the birthday of many characters, including Silver's, the return of Lloyd's brother and his wife for part 2 of Babysitter Silver, and so on. This chapter was already rather long and by now you're likely pretty tired, so I'll stop here. Thank you for reading it all, peace. Chapter 270, Leaving Orario. / later that day, / whoop. Crack, / Back at Orario, after parting ways with the Hermes familia in Melon, Silver made his way back home, somewhat tired and worn out. Phew. It's done. He said with a sigh as he took in a deep breath. Let's see. I woke up in the morning, met up with the Hermes familia, and was beaten up by them before being almost harassed by Aisha. At least now I know where she is. Then I went on a slight investigation adventure with Hermes, saw the remains of the Leviathan, shed light into the corruption of the guild branch, and unveiled the truth about the monster repellent powder before Melon itself was attacked by a few dozen Velas and a group composed of the remnants of the Ikelos Familia's attack force and a few other unidentified members of Evelis. After fighting them off and figuring out why they were so strong, Njord's name as a member of Evelis was cleared after a meeting in the guild's branch, and to a certain extent, Melon can be said to be safe for now. What a rough day. In short, around 3 to 4 years ago Njord coincidentally had an encounter with Evelys after one of their Velas escaped the sewers, contacting a strange sickly-looking man who I can only imagine to be Dix's brother. This eventually led to everything that happened today. By now, neither the guild nor Hermes is aware of who Dix's brother is and his significance in this entire plot. Still, I wouldn't be surprised if Evelys purportedly let one of the Velas escape just so they could meet like that. In this meeting, the men proposed something to Njord. He would give him the solution to his problems, and in exchange, he would take care of one of theirs. Obviously, Njord is smart enough to consider a deal with a strange-looking guy he found on the sewer, much less one that controlled an unregistered monster. As for the reason he accepted it, well, seeing how his children were constantly dying out at the sea to feed their families, Njord made his choice. It would be more accurate to say he had none. A deal with the men to help raise the Velas in the lake in exchange for their protection and the extermination of the monsters at the lake. And from time, to turn a blind eye to their smuggling operations, together with hiding everything of course, since if they were found out, Njord would be punished accordingly also. The rest was the involvement of the other two powers at Melon. The governing force acted as the front, introducing this miraculous powder and taking away the attention from the Njord familia, while the guild was the supplier and the one in charge of keeping news and rumors contained so they did not reach Orario. And that was mostly how things went. Despite how things ended today, I'm still somewhat fearful of what the future has to offer. We're already in a cold war of sorts. With the power they have at hand, it wouldn't be impossible for them to make moves in the dark, and with Ishtar in their ranks. In any case, following the meeting at the guild branch, for the next few hours, I helped the Hermes familia in the reconstruction of Melon and treated the injured while also finishing the investigation and building a full timeline of events of what happened. I needed to understand as much as possible from all sides so that I wouldn't be too late with what was going on. Information is something I'm in dire need of. The more I know, the more I can make use of what I already know and achieve a more coercive and satisfying ending. Moving on, after all of this happened, the guild moved to completely seal Melon, and the Ganesha familia was summoned to see if they could tame some of the remaining caged Velas in the hopes of maintaining the use of the powder so the fishermen could safely work. And also to protect its citizens. It's definitely possible, but taking on the very nature of the Velas as not being monsters created by the dungeon, it's to be seen if they can be properly tamed. If not, it's left to someone else to develop a magic item that can forcefully override their senses, and with it in hand, the fishermen can return to what they did best without even knowing what's underneath the waves. Though I wouldn't be surprised if Asfi created such an item on her own. As for the other two powers, the mayor has been put on probation, but he should be out of jail soon and resume his office since his actions, albeit illegal, were directed towards the betterment of Melon and its citizens. It's as if nothing ever happened to begin with. Can't say the same for Rubato, the guild branch manager. Ex-manager. As I expected, he's now in jail, and soon enough his punishment will be decided, albeit it shouldn't be that bad. Silver shook his head. A talented man's future was destroyed by his greed, a classic tale sung across time. Soon enough Melon should stabilize and normalcy will return to its streets. Until then, the guild has completely and utterly locked down the city and is now conducting investigations to try and figure out the merchants and smugglers that did, were, and are actively working with Evelys. However, that will be tricky to deal with. The guild's power doesn't extend that far into the continent, and I'm pretty sure most of Evelys' clientele are nobles from the many kingdoms deep down the lands. They're not the sort of people the guild can touch. At least, not without causing a war or some annoying issue. It's not a matter of power, since the guild could probably thwart a kingdom by sending one level 5 adventurer or a group of them to fight. However, Arenas will likely track down everyone through Hermes and make sure to use their actions against them, likely blackmail them. Though knowing Arenas, he'll likely only want to keep an eye on them. Hermes will be the bastard to threaten them and blackmail them. Still, it's not right to call him a bastard either. As for the attack itself, not many died but a few did. Those were the people I was completely and utterly unable to resuscitate. I can't pull a soul from heaven, but as long as it has yet to make its way there, I can fix their body, at least to a state where they can wake up. Unless they're completely out of commission. I also can't bring back lost memories or their personality if their brain rots or is damaged considerably. That is too difficult. It may even lead to a vegetative state. Death is a better option in those conditions. Either way, likely by now, Hermes should be knocked out after being pummeled by everyone for his actions. Even if not, Asfi will have done so. His actions of enticing an attack led to this, and as I said before, even if he cannot be held responsible for the brutality of a terrorist organization, he is also a god and should thus act as such. Amidst his godly brain, there had to be a plan and way of conduct better than this, where things did not have to end with the city in flames. Yet he turned an entire town into a battlefield. Whatever his reasons may be, neither I nor many will wish to hear them, and he likely knows that. But what he does with such information only he knows. The gods and their ways of looking at the mortal world. Silver crossed his arms, thinking deeply before he let out another sigh, taking a step onto the streets as he scratched his head. Nonetheless, I can safely say that things have come to an end. I can relax now, maybe visit some old friends and catch up before leaving Orario for a while. Since I don't plan on returning anytime soon. I should also warn the others and the people I invited about the beach party. Tomorrow is likely too soon, but after tomorrow is the weekend, so I think it'll be the perfect day to relax. URG. Is it a bit much to act as if nothing happened despite having just killed a few people and burned a city? It certainly is hypocrisy. Well, I can't let such things hinder or pull me back. But I can never forget. At least not that quickly. Step. With those thoughts on his mind, Silver kept walking on the street, whistling calmly as he vanished amidst the crowd. Now, just as he said, there was nothing else on his schedule, it was time to relax and take it easy. Who knew when such an opportunity would reappear again? Maybe I should invite a few more people. He thought out loud as he passed down a restaurant. Growl. And after thinking for a while, he decided to make a quick stop. After all, how long had it been since he had some time for himself to just sit and eat at his own pace? Not counting the dungeon, he couldn't relax there. He wouldn't be getting another chance like this for the next few months, that's for sure. And maybe with all the people around him. For the rest of his life. Not that he minded, he loved to eat with company. But each company had their own table manners. Sometimes, there was nothing better than eating with your thoughts. This would be the part where the side chapter will take place. I'll post it soon, but since I can't quite this chapter, I'll just leave it here. A few days later, schwa. The world is truly beautiful. Hestia exclaimed out loud as she opened her arms wide, letting the sun fall on her body and the wind to move between her fingers and hair. It sure is. Artemis replied calmly as she looked at the horizon. Standing at the summit of Orario's northern walls, Silver, Artemis, and Hestia could be seen staring at the horizon, smiling brightly as the sun took over the skies, the wind blowing their long hairs away. They had already properly notified everyone of their departure, and while only their executives were aware of where they were going, the others were under the impression Silver was bringing Hestia to an important mission outside of Orario. While those of the Artemis Familia knew she was going on a trip with him, and despite her worries, they all encouraged her to go do something else apart from training all day long. The guild was also backing them off, just in the situation trouble brewed within the city while they were away. Everything from what they were planning to do to where they were going was being kept tightly under wraps. Not only for the safety of the city, but also for the safety of their familias. Because the news of Silver and two goddesses leaving the city would without a doubt shake some things, mostly due to him, that was how notorious he was right now. Aurena's already thought of him as a level 6 adventurer with his ability, if not more in some specific scenarios. Him leaving the city would severely alter its stability. After all, how many first-class adventurers were there to begin with? The only reason Silver wasn't being pushed so far with propaganda like Finn and other adventurers of his level was that Silver himself was still level 4. Even if Oranos and the guild testified for his ability, there would still be many who wouldn't accept him to be placed amidst such legends, and to not cause division within the populace, it was best to remain put. Something he did not mind at all. Silver. What are you thinking about? Artemis asked as she turned to look at him. I'm a bit excited, that's all. He replied calmly as he closed his eyes. It's been so long since I left for this journey. Despite everything I did to be here, it is somewhat overwhelming in its own right to look back like this. Don't be like that. Smile. I bet you're still tired from the party. Let's rest on our way there. Hestia said with a large smile as she patted his back. Right. He said with a laugh as he looked at the distance. I'm not the only one excited, it seems. So, where are we going first? Despite leaving Orario many times in the past, I don't know much of the outside. Artemis said awkwardly as she looked at the distant mountains. Right, Artemis wasn't always a familia based around Orario. They used to work outside at the edges of Orario's territory and beyond, protecting the people from monsters, always seeking new adventures. That was how most of her members leveled up despite being on the surface. She chose to come to Orario after the fall of the Astria Familia and the rumors of the tense atmosphere and the city's dark age. And even when outside, she must have focused solely on protecting the people and not indulging in any sort of pleasantries at all. Because she was someone super serious. She still is, but she won't refuse to spend time buying cute clothes anymore and enjoying eating nice food by a park. Artemis really needs a hobby, and although training can be one, it's not easy to talk with someone about it as, let's say, gardening and cooking. Take would certainly love to talk with her about it, but he's a dunce in his own right. I'm also not too happy with leaving any girl next to him and Mayak. She still trains just as much as before, if not more, but due to that, poor Ritusa has her hands full with how much time Artemis spends on anything other than managing her familia. So in a sense, her absence won't be that severe, as long as it's not for long. I organized a training event between the familia so they can interact while we're away. This should be enough to occupy them while we're away. And since the recruits are still in their 1-month training schedule, there should be no dungeon dives for now. I've talked with Daphne about this before. No use thinking about it now. I don't really have a route, I was just planning on backtracking. Silver replied as he rested his arms by the wall. But you do have a destination, right? Hestia asked as she sat next to him. Several. He replied with a smile as his gaze went beyond the mountains. Then what are we waiting for? Without saying anything much, Silver raised his hand to hold Hestia's and Artemis. And without a single sound or speck of dust, they vanished. Meanwhile. Staring from atop Babel within her luxurious room, Freya watched with a serious and somewhat displeased gaze as Silver vanished from atop the wall. Initially, she wasn't intending to keep an eye on him, but by luck, she saw him. And what she saw plunged her otherwise happy mood down to the ends of the earth. Otter, have you ever thought about touring the outside? Freya asked gently as she placed her hand on the window. No, goddess. He replied sternly. Sigh, there she goes again. Shall we then? You mustn't. I didn't even finish. Freya replied, somewhat upset. You were about to do it again, say it was time to go after your destiny. Otter said as his expression turned somewhat awkward. She's having one of her fits again, I can tell. Otter, the one she's fated to be with one day, she's been relentlessly searching for said person, to go on an aimless journey once more to find them, whenever they are. Otter, where did you learn how to speak with me like that? That is not how I would usually speak in such a tone with you, goddess, however, I always keep your best interests and desires in mind. As your vassal, it is necessary in my job to admonish you if necessary, for your own safety. Freya didn't reply at first, looking at the far distance before she turned to Otter, even more displeased than before. I wasn't going to suggest that, Otter. This time. I only. Her words were suddenly disrupted by her own eyes as they shined in faint light. It seems it's time for me to go to work, Otter, forget I ever brought this subject up. She said as she turned to the side, moving to a cabinet. As per your will. He said as he bowed slightly before walking to the door, already knowing she was about to change. He did not hesitate even for a moment, and until he left the room, he said nothing nor did he stop. But as soon as he left the room, his expression changed slightly as he began to think. Something is plaguing the goddess's mind and it's causing her great distress. Something I'm unaware of. I failed to not understand and help her in her time of need. Reflecting silently, Otter waited in the dark. Notes. Next chapter will be the side chapter, it's best we deal with it first before the next arc since it's quite packed with events. Where do you think Silver will go to? Where would you want him to go? Either way, once this is over, there will literally be nothing standing in his way to prevent Silver from descending deeper into the dungeon. There should be a major time skip again, maybe one leading directly to winter and the new year, which is Silver's birthday, before we resume. The number of original plots is coming to an end and I'm also beginning to create plots of my own creation based on what I know of the characters, and I've been recently seeing all Memoria Freeze events to make things even better. I've recently finished the Winter Festival and 80s Vesta, which together add to about 22-ish hours of content. It was rough. Anyway, thank you for reading so far. I hope this work continues to entertain you. Peace. Chapter 271, The Usual Beach Episode Part 1, SC 17 and 18 and 19. I sure took my sweet time with this one, but here it is. In the end, for the sake of releasing something after 3 weeks of silence, I'll post the first part before posting the second part. 10k words. I had to cut the chapter into 2 because it was just too horrendously massive. I just kept writing as since I had no limit of words, ideas, or what I actually wanted to do, I did as I felt was right and wrote to my heart's content. Even if the chapter became a bit distracted. Anyway, this isn't a main storyline chapter so I don't really care. In case you don't understand, this is a side chapter, this means you don't need to read it to see the rest of the story, you can ignore and still appreciate the story as it is. Thank you, that was all, the rest will be uploaded likely the day after tomorrow since I have some things left to do. Peace. / the day after Melon's nightmare, / chirp chirp, / chatter, / yawn. Tired and worn out from dungeon delving and the recent mess that befell Melon, Silver woke up to the chattering and hustling noises from the people walking and talking downstairs. Usually, he would have grown somewhat upset about the noise pollution, but as he turned to the clock, he saw that it was already past 9 a.m., way over the ordinary, quiet hours of the manor. Everyone was likely already up and running by now, and soon enough, even their smithy would begin to flare. It was considerably far away from the manor deeper down in its land, but with his hearing, he could still hear it easily, and it's not like he could unfocus while in deep sleep. For him and some demi-humans as well, an afternoon nap was an impossibility. At least until the construction improvements to the forge came into being. Until then. Time to work. Silver said out loud as he entered the bathroom, taking a simple but fulfilling shower before leaving his room on the 3rd floor, making his way down as he greeted everyone on the way. Today, he had no plans, literally none. Well, it depends on what one defines as a plan. No commissions pending, no prior arrangements, and no dungeon diving, unfortunately. Today, tomorrow, and maybe even the day after as well were free days, time for him to prepare for his event he brought up on a whim just a while ago. So in that sense, those weren't free days. Instead, he would be preparing everything so he could give everyone a good time. Some of them really needed a rest. Including him. Sit. Sigh. Papers. Silver said with a tired gaze as he looked at the piles of papers in front of him. That was why, after meeting with a girl carrying a large pile of documents as she went to Daphne's office, Silver did as he promised her and took the work upon himself, shaving some of the burden off her shoulders. Nevertheless, seeing the pile nicked his spirits. What is even all of this? Construction details. Contracts. Bank receipts. Okay, this much is understandable. Still. There was no need for him to organize the papers as it seemed someone had already done so. Still, Silver went through them all and sorted them out into several smaller piles. In the end, all of the important piles were still less than half of the entire load. Okay, what is all of this? He asked out loud with some disdain. I don't really intend to stay here for long, but neither do I wish to send the message I'm lazy with my work. I'll do this thoroughly, but... Is this a darned love letter? Why is it in the Familia's document pile? Silver said out loud as his forehead tensed. The pink love letter was as conspicuous as it could get. Cute was written all throughout it. We have 3 mailboxes, one for Familia members, one for the Familia itself, and one special mailbox for urgent/important matters. The last one is private, so not many know of its existence. So why was this one in the Familia mailbox? There is no signature in this. Neither is there a recipient, but I think I can infer who this was written for from the description of the person in question from the letter. There are only so many men in the Familia. Silver thought for a minute to confirm his suspicions before shaking his head in embarrassment. The letter was a bit too cheesy for him and he was a little sorry he opened it. Still, better than reading it out loud to find who it belonged to. Whatever, this isn't for my eyes to see. Not that I can forget it. It seems one of the boys has an admirer, good for them. But why send it to the Familia mail? I can only imagine how Daphne would have felt to act as a cupid for this girl if she were to see this on her desk. Wait, now that's my job. This is troublesome, not for the issue itself, it is simple to solve, but for what it signifies. Did the sender commit a blunder and send it to the wrong address, or are our mailboxes not properly disclosed? Wait. Was it on purpose? What if the sender is from the Familia but decided to send the letter due to being embarrassed? Ho. That would be interesting. It wouldn't be hard for Silver to track the sender, but he abided by his previous words. It was none of his business. 1 done. 100 more pending. Silver said with a sigh as he pulled the next one. Later. Time passed and the clock spun once as Silver pulled one letter after the other, quickly sorting through them as he pressed his brain for every ounce of its power. To go through them faster, he created 2 clones to sit down next to him, letting them go through the simple texts that required just a signature to be completed, although they did read the text to confirm its contents. Daphne would usually sign the papers herself as the vice captain, but in the end, many papers befell Silver to sign, or Hestia, but funny enough, Hestia did not know how to sign, and even if she did, Silver would not let her out of fear of her accepting something like a construction project of a statue of him. He was 85% certain she would accept on the spot. As he worked, he was visited by several people, mostly the executives, which made him realize it was time to update their numbers. It had been around a month since the recruitment began and they received several new level 2 adventurers to their ranks. As such, there was the need for an update in their hierarch system, especially since they now had over 100 members. In the next few months, many of them would likely level up, and it would be too much to give them executive status. Most of them didn't even want such responsibilities. Cassandra was one such example. She was an executive in name only, something along the lines of a chief healer, although what was the point of that when she was the only one was debatable. Still, she did her job pretty well, training daily as she tried to master the techniques Silver requested of her when she first joined, many months ago. From concurrent chanting to chant quickening, everything to make her less of a viability while in the field. Aside from the executives, Silver was also visited by a few other individuals as they wished to have an audience with him. Despite how close he tried to act with every member, Silver was somewhat elusive, and sometimes, he would come and go before anyone had the time to share their troubles and requests with him. This was something Hestia and Daphne had told him more than once to tone down a little, but it was hard to. At least according to him. Their requests were nothing special, some were requests, others were suggestions, and a few were merely there to ask for permission to try something, such as a girl who wanted to expand the garden a little and add new flowers to it, which he let her do it as long as she first raised a garden in the back near the forest. Transferring any flowers or plants would be easy then. That was only one of the many problems he had to attend to as he balanced out the people's wishes and priorities. Some complained about sound insulation between the rooms because some slept too loudly, others went to report mishaps such as a training sword breaking and so on. There were too many small problems and Silver could not solve them all unless he wished to give up some of his well-deserved rest time, so needed to find a way to have people solve their own problems but not sow mayhem in the process. A problem for another time. Maybe he could ask Finn and some other familiar captains he knew for some pointers. It wasn't like he didn't know how to manage things, but at the same time, managing an army of superhumans with particularly unusual problems was something else entirely. This is tiring. I knew it was a bore but Daphne deserves more praise. Thank the gods I'm having this beach party, huh? Silver thought with a smirk as he got up from his table, his job here done. He pushed all of the papers onto his pocket space before leaving the room of his office, closing and locking the door behind him and lifting a sign so that everyone knew he wasn't there anymore before going to Daphne's office and putting all of the papers there with a small message from him that read, "If anything else pops up, just throw it at my table, door's locked so use the spare key. Also, thank you for your hard work." At the end of the message Silver drew a hand doing a thumbs up and he also left a glorious cake piece atop the letter. She would definitely enjoy it. Or maybe, she would frown in her usual manner before getting annoyed at Silver for his antics. Which wasn't unlikely. Step. As he walked around the manor, ready to leave, Silver saw Hestia sitting around next to a group of around 40 as she told them stories of the past. They all sat around her like children around a campfire, which wasn't exactly far from reality given they were sitting next to one, and the fact they were somewhat young. Most of their members beneath the age of 17 were here, which was quite a considerable number. Many would begin working and pursuing their dreams around that age, since by 14, most people were already seen as adults. Not that Silver agreed, that was why he banned alcohol consumption within the manor grounds for anyone underneath 16, and even that was a hard fight from Hestia and the others who thought he was being too harsh. A goddess, huh? The sight of Hestia in a long white-blue robe sitting in a large chair as she recounted tales with a warm smile was enough to make anyone realize she was, in fact, a goddess. It didn't matter if her listeners were children or not, all could appreciate her stories one way or another. But of course, this was Hestia. Whatever illusion she had created was bound to broken sooner or later. And then, Silver teleported behind him and said, "You are already dead." Before snapping his fingers, like this. Hestia said dramatically as she did an exaggerated pose. "Whoa." Her listeners said in awe as they heard her. From afar, Silver heard it all, and it baffled him. Really? I mean, mortals take the gods very seriously and all, but why are they believing her? It wasn't like that. I never posed like that. And those words are highly distorted. Although he wished to correct her, he wasn't there to ruin the mood, so he let his goddess act like one for a little longer. Because even if she was a bit silly with her antics, she was still his dear goddess, and he wouldn't exchange her for anything. She could play all she wanted for all he cared. Silver. Nevertheless, as Silver tried to sneak away from the side, Hestia easily caught him, because no matter how much he tried to hide from her, she could always feel his blessing, which was by far the strongest out of everyone in the vicinity. Like a shining beacon in the night, Silver's presence revealed itself to her so ever strongly. In fact, that mattered little. Hestia could easily differentiate the blessings of every single one of her children, including even the triplets, whom she could always address perfectly without ever mixing them by mistake. She also memorized all of their names and was already aware of their antics and individual personalities, something even Silver seemed to struggle a little to keep up with. Even though she was terrible at it, Silver never won even a single match of chess against her, aside from when she was still learning the rules. Such were gods. Turn. With Hestia's words, everyone turned their heads in sync, looking at Silver as he thought about what to do next. His plan of leaving quietly burst like a soap bubble, so he approached her, knowing full well what she was about to ask of him. "Good morning everyone, I didn't mean to intrude," he said with a smile as he approached them. "It's almost noon. Where have you been all this time?" Hestia asked as she got up from her seat, somewhat upset as she tried to take the high ground, prove to all she was their goddess by reprimanding the captain. Silver, however, wasn't interested in being played. "I was in the office doing paperwork," he replied with a tired expression, giving her a light pat in the head in the process. "I could say I overslept, but I didn't go to the dungeon yesterday and no one knows I went to Melon. It would be best to avoid having them question that." "Gee, good work, it must be tiring," Hestia replied awkwardly as she pushed his hand away, reluctantly. "I can tell just by looking at poor Daphne," she added with a sigh as she thought of her vice-captain. You should help her more, you know. Instead of vanishing who knows where every day. She said with a pout as she tapped his shoulders, going on the offensive once more. But I do help. Silver replied in protest as Hestia began dragging him back to the center of the group. Here. Sit with us for a moment, I was telling them some stories as we waited for lunch to be made. Is it time already? Silver asked as he pulled a chair for himself. To promote an environment where everyone could grow closer to each other, Hestia decided that everyone needed to have their meals together. From breakfast to dinner. It was similar to how Loki did it. She had a large lunchroom where food would be served to whomever wished, like a school cafeteria. Silver liked the idea, but decided to change things a little, especially since they had only one table in their living room, an extensive rectangular table, an upgrade from the previous one. Due to the layout of the manor, it would be hard to construct a cafeteria unless he demolished some rooms, something he was unwilling to do, so he improvised around it. This, of course, created some problems, especially around some of their shy members, so to help them, anyone could fetch a tray of food and eat anywhere as long as they cleaned afterward, and if they stained anything, it would be up to them to clean it. As for the food itself, before, cooking for 36 people was more than manageable as long as a small group got together 2 to 3 hours before every meal. Silver himself would usually do most of the work for breakfast, giving everyone a chance to wake up to a nice meal. However, now that they had a few times that many members, Hestia was finally forced to accept his previous idea, they needed maids. Before, Haruheim would clean certain areas on a cyclical schedule, but no matter how efficient she was, she couldn't take care of the manor and train at the same time, so to make up for it, Hestia asked some of her godly friends around and she found a maid rental service that would do the work they needed. For 300,000 valis a month, they would have a whole dedicated team of maids who would do everything from cleaning to cooking daily, even on the weekends, albeit then they wouldn't clean. They were pretty efficient and their work made life in the Hearth Manor so comfortable, and that was why everyone was pretty okay with giving part of their earnings back to the Familia. To some degree they even felt it was too little. Life in the manor was pretty decent. There was a lack of privacy to some degree as you would be sharing your room with 2 others, sometimes 3, but you had 3 high-quality meals every day, together with the protection of a pretty decent Familia and access to all of the establishments within. If you were to consider the cut the Familia took as the price of living in the manor, the rent for such a luxurious place was reasonably small. Of course, all of the contracted workers were female maids, much to the older boys' approval and some girls' disappointment. However, no matter how much they complained, Hestia's and Silver's wills were unbendable. There was no way they would allow boys to enter the Familia like that, no matter how well-behaved and trained they were. Of course, it is incorrect to believe there aren't troublemaking girls out there. Silver knew quite a few, but overall, the chances of one of the girls fooling around with one of the boys was lower than the contrary. Though of course, there were still regulations in place to prevent mishaps from happening, from both males and females, given that all maids were just ordinary people. The details of such are far too numerous for Silver to remember right now. Nonetheless, since that's the case, don't mind me, Silver said with a smile as he pulled a seat and sat down. I am quite hungry and I'm sure Daphne can wait a bit longer. He also had to deliver the letter, he couldn't forget that either. Anyway, what were you talking about? I heard it a bit as I came downstairs but... Hee. I was telling them some of your old stories. Hestia said with a smile as she looked at him with a smirk. Stare. As he turned to the side, he noticed how everyone was looking at him expectantly. What? You guys want a story too? He asked as he raised his right eyebrow. Nod. Captain. Tell us about one of your adventures. Someone exclaimed from the crowd, a young man no older than. It was a little amusing how a boy his age referred to him as if he was a decade or 2 older. Though at the same time, Silver always acted as if he was many years older than he was, nor did he dress the part. If Silver let his beard grow, he could easily pass as being in his late 20s to early 30s, maybe that was part of his charm. An adventure? I have a few. He said with a pensive expression as he scratched his chin. I need a simple tale, but wouldn't that be boring? Most of my stories are bad examples though. Oh. How about your level-up feat? Someone else exclaimed in the back, a young, elven girl with red hair. That one he knew, it was one of the executives of the Familia, level 2 adventurer, Fernan. Like always, she claimed to be 21, but Silver always doubted it. Unfortunately, aside from Hestia and a few other girls, no one else knew if that was the case or not. No matter how much he asked, no one would ever say the truth, not even her arch-nemesis, the Amazon she was constantly quarreling with. Ignoring her strange presence in this gathering, Silver replied in a somewhat worried tone. My level-up feat. Which one? I have 4. Stop bragging. Tell us your first feat. Yeah. I've heard of it but you never shared it with us. She replied with a smile of her own as she retreated back to the safety of the crowd, unwilling to enter a staring contest with her captain. That's because the story is a bit heavy. But as he talked, Hestia patted his shoulder, saying it was okay. Silver had multiple reasons to avoid sharing such stories, one being because they were terrible examples to set for the newbies who knew no better. One thing was sharing it with high-level adventurers who already went through many experiences and wouldn't give in to their emotions so easily, and another was showing it to a bunch of newcomers who only saw kobolds on the surface and goblins with flimsy knives and swords. However, Hestia seemed to believe it was okay, so Silver agreed to it in the end. Fine, I guess there's nothing wrong with showing it once. Yay. They cheered. Is there something wrong with the story? Someone else asked as they raised their hand. This time, it was a somewhat timid-looking girl, another girl Silver talked with quite frequently, Emma. Emma had grown quite considerably ever since she joined, and despite her short stay, she had already become one of the strongest level 1s of the Familia, not solely due to her skill, but her actual combat ability and willingness to learn and improve herself. Something wrong? Hey, depends on who you ask. He replied with a smirk as he looked out through the window. The opponent I faced as my level-up feat is likely not going to be what each of you will face for your own achievement, and I don't want to put up a precedent for what one and must not do. It isn't unusual for it to be an orc or a wyvern, sometimes it can even be a group of weaker upper floors monsters. But don't assume yours will be the same, it can come anytime, anywhere, you'll have to be ready for it and face it head-on, be it to flee or defeat the foe you've been pushed against. You won't gain special powers by defeating stronger monsters, that's not how it goes, so don't jump into danger. You're one to talk. You say they're supposed to be ready, but weren't you the one who kept disobeying me and seeking out trouble in the dungeon? Hestia asked out loud as she kept poking his chest. Ahem. Those were controlled instances. Silver said weakly as he looked away, smiling slightly as he had the urge to laugh. Was your level-up feat one such controlled instance? No matter, enough with the boring talk, everyone here already knows that. You keep repeating every single time. Hestia said out loud as she pinched Silver's arm. Nod. They all nodded. Was he really like that? Ouch. I was just being considerate. You've done that enough times, now on with your story. Sigh, very well. My level-up feat was a minotaur. Silver said plainly. Chatter. Everyone began to chatter with each other, their reactions varied. That's simpler than I thought. Fernan said as she touched her chin. Not that it isn't impressive, I mean, a minotaur isn't something a level 1 can face, it's just. I wasn't done talking. Silver said as he interrupted the elf. Silence. They all waited, eager for details. My level-up feat wasn't just a minotaur, it was an irregular, enhanced species minotaur. One that I created due to an experiment as I tried to see what would happen if I fed a monster too many magic stones. As you can imagine, it did pretty well. It didn't. Chatter. No shot. Someone exclaimed in the crowd. Feeding magical stones. Isn't that illegal? So cool. Who said it's cool? Hestia exclaimed once more as she looked around, her eyes narrowed. Ahem. I was also ambushed by rogue adventurers, one of which was level 3, ordinary stuff. As if. Hestia said out loud as her forehead tensed. Gasp. After facing them off and defeating their leader, I was charged at by the Minotaur, who just massacred their remaining members, and we both fell down a shaft, falling a few floors somewhere underneath Rivera where we had our showdown. I emerged victorious, pretty cool huh? Stop bragging. Hestia and Fermin said at the same time as they looked at Silver. What? Their reactions were all pretty similar, shock and disbelief was written on their faces, some even felt chills in their stomach. To an ordinary adventurer, what Silver did was no short of monstrous, like the descent of a nightmare. Although to some, it was like a story straight out of a heroic tale. Now you're all surprised. Sit down then, I'll tell you all what happened, just don't go telling others about it, I like to be the one to share my own stories. Nod. They nodded with great zeal, sitting down silently as they waited for Silver to start his narration. Let's see, where should I start? For the next hour or so, Silver shared his story with everyone, taking out some details such as the people he killed that day, albeit still keeping some of the details so the story would be closer to what happened. He did say he defeated the level 3 adventurer, but left the rest of the details out of the story as he didn't wish to imprint fear into the minds of the younger ones. At the same time, he did not use his plasmids to depict the story as he wished to do it naturally, and everyone seemed to enjoy it regardless. Towards the end of his story, bell chimes were heard coming from within the manor, so everyone got up. It was time for lunch. Nothing especial happened during the lunch. Silver sat down beside Hestia while everyone began to enjoy the food prepared by the maids and cooks. Following that, he discussed some more with Daphne regarding the beach party and took the time to see how everyone was progressing with their respective trainings, especially Haruheim, who now had a lot of time in her hands. He didn't stay for long. As soon enough, he left through the front door of the manor, stepping onto the streets outside. Later. In the street right in front of the manor, Silver looked around as he thought about what to do next. The street itself had changed greatly since he moved here, with many of the buildings closed for reforms and maintenance. As he discussed with Daphne before, Silver bought most of the land of the street. It wasn't the sole street that led to their manor, but it was the one that led to its entrance. Many of the houses and shops were being refurbished and remodeled into all kinds of facilities, warehouses, potion workshops, smiths, and even dormitories. And not only those, but the street itself was undergoing reforms as well. As the stone was smoothed out, the sidewalks were decorated, the street lamps were changed to fit a certain theme that Hestia was used to, the Olympian architectural style of preference. It was quite the mess right now, but within a few months, everything would quieten down and things would resume their usual pace. Although until then, Silver had to figure out what to do with the multiple empty buildings he would have by then. For once, he was thinking of leasing them off until the Familia expanded further, but that wasn't exactly that profitable, not that money was his priority. Silver paid for most of these out of his own pockets by going to the dungeon, killing everything within a floor before selling the loot on the surface every day. He was very efficient as well. He dreamed that one day, he could buy several streets and make his own little community in a similar way Hephaestus and Ishtar did with their surroundings. Although that was a dream far too distant. Hup. All right. Everything's done. He said out loud as he stretched his back. I gave the letter to the guy and I talked with Daphne. The beach party will be the day after tomorrow, a bit earlier than I expected, so it's time to get some things ready. I'll be leaving Orario the day after that, so anything that's pending needs to be cleaned up, especially now that it's sooner than I expected. With the conclusion of Melon's investigation, I would say I don't have anything major on my agenda left, so that's one. First, I think I'll visit some people, tell them I'll be unable to visit for a while. Silver thought of the Xenos. He tends to visit them every few days to train and talk whenever he is in the dungeon. It's hard to find monsters as strong as them, as usually, only boss monsters would have their strength, aside from the rare irregular or enhanced species. Their strength comes mostly from their intelligence, as it makes them wise enough to create tactics and master combat techniques. Aside from them, he didn't have anyone left to inform. Loiju was already aware he was leaving Orario, and although he wished to keep it a secret for the most part, he knew there would be many who would be worried if he did not visit after a few days, so he could extend it to others he knew as well. Aside from all that, it's a good time to start inviting people to the party too, isn't it? Silver took a piece of parchment from his pockets before writing several names in it. Hestia already invited some people out of her own volition, so I should keep track of who she's calling. Would be a bit awkward to call gods in opposing terms to the same party. Let's go from top to bottom, shall we? /schwa/. With that, Silver vanished on the spot. Around an hour or so later, /bam/. /bam/. Step back, Huff. Great, you're doing great. Takamikazuchi said as he blocked one of Silver's blows. Phew. Keep up this momentum and you'll become a master. He praised as he rested, standing in a stance as he recovered his stamina. That'll likely take a few more decades though. But thanks for the incentive. Silver added as he breathed heavily. I still can't land a blow on him. Not if I limit my strength to his level. He can easily read my moves if I slow down. It's not wrong to say he can predict them. Better put, he pushes me towards a position I'm forced to either do what he wishes or lose, all of that combined and more, and you have what it feels like to face him. Decades, you say? That's already pretty good. Many train for longer, sometimes their entire lives, without achieving such status. In your case, I can see a glimpse of such a possibility in a not-so-distant future. If the god of war says so, then it must be true. Silver said with a smile as he wiped his hands of dirt and sweat. Like always, Silver passed by Takamikazuchi's rented home to train in martial arts, a process he was already far too used to. It was a way for him to grow closer to his familia while also spending some time with the god, who was more than happy to teach someone willing to learn with both sweat and blood, maybe someone too eager. It was also a form of meditation for him. Training with Take helped Silver calm and soothe his mind. It was especially effective given how stressed he was after the war game, and in a certain sense, were it not for his advice, Silver might have gone after Emma's pursuers with blood in his eyes. In the end, he controlled himself, taking a more passive stance as he observed them from afar. But don't take it as submission. Silver would take care of them once he was back. It's just that they aren't an issue for now. Being too humble can oftentimes pass by as arrogance. Take said as he smiled slightly. Still, I stand for what I said before. Your foundation is good enough. You know how to fight, maybe too well. Your too violent and fighting style is not yet defined, one being the consequence for the other. Because of your unique ability, your realm of influence is far too great to be fully explored. Most swordsmen will stay sharp so they can cut their foe before they are cut. They will sharpen their senses for decades, centuries on end to achieve even a slight advantage. But you don't need to fear blades, as you can heal from said injuries. If a swordsman cuts and he is faster than you, then you can push through it and slash back with little repercussion. However, for as big of an advantage as that is, it isn't all powerful. Negligence sprung from overconfidence will drill a hole in your ability, and one day, that hole will collapse your foundation when pressure from unexpected sources arise. You can learn anything and add on to it, but given how hard it is to master a technique and weapon, just when will you master them all? I'm aware that my abilities can lead to negligence. It isn't something I'm new to. That is why I often limit what to use within the dungeon, albeit that also falls onto what you said before. I can't master it all, and in this scenario, I'm giving up my ability for the sake of training my body and senses. I aim to strike a balance between two, that in their combined efforts, I can achieve a degree of power beyond what both could ever achieve alone. As for whether or not I can master it all, I never thought I could. I just want to learn everything to a certain degree. It counts as good physical exercise either way. Nonetheless, I can't say much about my fighting style. Silver said in a pensive tone as he touched the back of his head. It can be complicated to reach a realm of individuality. Still, however hard it may be, never give up pursuing it, even if it may lead you back to the very beginning. Take said with a small smile as he rested his hands on his hips. Right, I never thought about giving up. He replied with a smile of his own as he conjured some water to wash his face with. For a moment, both of them remained silent, resting before Take opened his mouth to ask. Regardless, what was that you wanted to ask me? You've been somewhat distracted today, I've noticed it from the beginning. Oh yeah, it's nothing really impressive. Silver replied with a chuckle as he stretched his neck. Soon enough, I'll be leaving Orario to visit my hometown and family. And since it's been around a month since the recruitment ceremony and all of that, I thought it would be a good idea to throw a party between friends. Homeland. That's good, a familia's bond can be strong but not as thick as one's blood. Take said with slow nods as he thought of the Far East and what he was here to do. I love both either way. Silver replied as he shook his head. But I really need to visit them. It's been almost a year for once. My mother will kill me if I take any longer to visit her. I bet. It has always been like this. The love a mother. Take was initially happy, but his expression turned solemn rather quickly before returning to normal. It wasn't hard to understand why. He was the head god of a shrine whose main purpose was to shelter orphans. He must understand what being a parent is more than many other gods, but at the same time, he is sad for the fact those children do not possess what so many others take for granted. It's as they say, all children deserve loving parents. I won't take long. My hometown is just a few days on foot from Orario, a village to the north. So I'll have to skip a few classes. I hope you won't mind that. Silver said with a smile as he moved to the side, grabbing a shirt and putting it on. As always, both Silver and Take trained without their shirts on, much to Mikoto and the other girls' bother, although their captain and the other boys said it was pretty manly. There was a certain fantasy in seeing a god of war train a warrior in such rustic manner within a field of sand next to an oriental-style building. No worries, just make sure to never skip morning practice. No matter one's talent, daily exercise can do wonders for one's goals. It's always important to walk, no matter how slow it may be, even if you have to crawl. Take said as he shook his head. Don't worry, I will. Oh, as for the party I mentioned, I plan on having a beach meetup on Lalag Lake 2 days from now, so I wanted to ask if you'd be interested, your children included of course. A beach party? Take asked as he touched his chin. Correct, it's nothing fancy, merely something I thought about doing to give everyone some rest so they can relax. You can't be working all the time, can you? Cough. Although it'll likely get quite crowded, the space we have is pretty big so it won't be an issue. I think it's a great idea, although, in the end, it's up to Mikoto and the others to decide. I'll follow their decision. Take said with a nod as he crossed his arms. But ahem. Our situation is. You don't need to worry much about that, just get a pair of trunks and your golden, and swimsuits for the girls of course. The rest we can provide. If you don't have one I can give you a spare. I have a few, too many even, a result from going shopping with Hestia from time to time. Still, it would be too much to freeload you. I'm inviting you to a party I'm scheduling, you aren't freeloading. Silver retorted with a laugh as he waved Take away. If you wish, you can bring some food and some drinks, although they'll likely vanish in the wave of people that'll go. But I would suggest you bring some sunscreen and a pair of slippers since the sand will likely be pretty hot, maybe some beach toys as well. Your choice really. That much I can do. Still, it's on them. But who else is going? His question made Silver think of his list, so he began going through it out loud. Well, from those I know, aside from the Familia, there will be Artemis, Letos, and Kichijodens. I was thinking of inviting Mayak as well, although he has a shop to look after, so I'm not too confident on that. Take was quite surprised, those were quite a few gods. Also, did he just heard Kichikatan's name? Was she in Orario as well? What a surprise, to find another Far East god here. Maybe he should visit her if possible, it had been ages since they last saw each other. In fact, wasn't this just the chance to catch up? Maybe Demeter will go too. She's pretty busy since winter is right around the corner, but still. Hephaestus will likely refuse since she has her issues to take care of, so she'll likely refuse. There's Gia too, she's a friend of Hestia if you're unaware. I'm uncertain if she has any more though. Hermes. Loki. Between the both of us, I'm not too keen on inviting perverts to a party where most of the participants are girls. Still, maybe some of their members will go too. I also invited some other people that don't belong to a Familia either. Anyone else? I don't know, maybe there will be more. But the likely estimation of people is around 200, with over half being from my Familia of course. Quite a few people will crowd a section of the beach, that's for sure. You know quite some people, don't you? Takamikazuchi said as a bead of sweat fell from his forehead. That's how it usually goes, I met quite a few people over the days. Silver replied awkwardly as he looked away. Ahem. Still, 2 days from now is a bit close but manageable. However, how do you plan on getting there? Melon is quite far from here. I've not gone there myself, but I heard about it a little. Yes, Melon is half a day on foot from Orario. You can get there within 2 or 3 hours if you ride a wagon, but distance is not a problem. Not a problem. Yup, here, let me show you. He said as he raised his right hand, stretching it towards the air. Slash grab. Pull, slash. In a somewhat exaggerated motion, Silver pulled the air, stretching it before ripping it apart, revealing a long, beautiful beach of golden sand. Here, that's how I'll lead everyone there. Silver said with a sly smile as he took a step through the hole he just made. He was really showing off now, going out of his way to look cool. Impressive, your abilities never cease to amaze me. Take said as he followed Silver inside the portal, stepping onto a beach for the very first time ever since he descended. There, he saw many things, a wooden house on the side with a rather wide counter, together with dozens of beach chairs with wide umbrellas, and more. Although it seemed some places were still under construction, the place seemed rather cozy. Did you make all of this? Take asked in awe as he looked around. Yes, it's nothing impressive, just your run-of-the-mill beach kiosk. The house itself was simple to make, the chairs Oswell, while the umbrellas were bought from several stores throughout Orario, you know, since shops don't usually have large stocks of them. Still, it's quite neat since now we have several colorful umbrellas decorating the beach. Silver pointed to the side where a large expanse of nothing stood. I'm currently planning on installing a bathroom there and there, but I'll leave those for later once I spend some time thinking about how to make it work. After we're done, I plan on leaving these things here so we can use them whenever we want. It's not against the law either since I got permission not long ago, and as long as we don't litter and take proper care of the beach, I don't see the problem. Silver said with a cheeky smile as he looked around. Melon could easily develop itself into a tourist attraction, a beach city right next to Orario. It could easily bloom into something. If they can solve the issue of the monsters in the lake, that is. Although we may have a solution for that. This is incredible, you're as capable with construction as you are with fighting. Take praised once more as he nodded. Come on, it's not really that complicated, a wooden hut and some chairs, anyone could have done it with some time. But few do, that's what matters. Take interjected as he shook his head. I'll talk with the others and try to convince them to come, this is a great opportunity for them to socialize a bit more. I'm afraid I've been too harsh on them recently with their training, neglecting the due private time they all rightfully deserve. Take said as he looked down, somewhat disgruntled. Together with their responsibilities, I fear they may be worse than they show, they need a rest, as you said. Maybe, although I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't, their mentality is strong, far stronger than your ordinary adventurers. I'll be waiting for the good news then. Silver said as he turned back, stepping through the portal, Take right in tow. Close, Once they stepped out and put on their clothes again, Silver said his goodbyes to Take before continuing on his journey. There was still much to do and many people to talk to. It was a shame Take's children weren't there to say what they thought about it, but it wasn't like the world stopped moving just because he went on a vacation. They were down in the dungeon, working hard as always. And that was exactly why they did deserve a rest. Following his visit to Takamikazuchi, Silver passed by Hephaestus' workshops, inviting her and her captain to the beach party as he planned previously. Unfortunately, as to be expected, both flat out refused. Hephaestus really had no time in her hands. That week alone she had 2 commissions left to fulfill, which made Silver wonder who had so much money in their hands to have her work like that. Still, Orario wasn't short of rich individuals. As for her captain, Tsubaki, she was literally interested in nothing aside from her work, something she made clear every time they met. She was so adamant and laser-focused on continuing her work she could barely even name the streets surrounding her workshop. So unless Silver gave her a reason to follow him, such as he going on an adventure and needing her assistance, she would remain in her forge as per usual, sharpening her craft so she could one day surpass her goddess. The reason she was still single and would remain as such. At the very least, Hephaestus promised to participate next time, knowing full well Hestia would annoy the shit out of her if she refused twice. If he worked a little hard, maybe he could create an excuse to pull Tsubaki into it as well, but that was something for the future. A little disgruntled, Silver understood their position and accepted their emotions before moving on to his next target, Mayak. There wasn't much to say about the alchemist. As always, Mayak was hands deep in his experiments inside his laboratory. Somewhat unexpectedly, Mayak accepted going without thinking too deeply about it. However, due to the fact he needed to keep his shop going, since even a single day outside of business could lead to his rival, Dien Sect taking a larger share of the market, he would only be bringing Naza and another girl, a recent alchemist that joined their familia to the party as she showed interested in going to the sea once before. And as the gigolo he was, Mayak remembered it all too clearly. After explaining the details very much like he did with Take, he moved on to invite his next target. Stop. Here it is. Silver said out loud as he looked up. In front of him, a few stories tall building rose from amidst the rows of houses. It looked average in every way, but it was unique in its own way. Looking like a mix of a postal office and an inn, and for good reason. Next to a wooden door was a plaque. It read, "Travelers in." This seemingly unassuming place was the home of a familia, one with a very troublesome and mischievous god. Push. Silver pushed the door open, entering the inn. Din. Inside, he was met with the usual appearance every other inn in the city had, with the twist it was extremely empty. Honestly, this place didn't look like an inn as it looked more like the reception of the guild than of the first. Even if it were, the emblem of the familia hanging on the wall gave away what this place truly was. Just a minute. A voice echoed from within. As he waited for the voice to arrive, Silver approached the empty counter, stretching his arms as he looked around more. Phew. Hi, how may I? Oh. It's you. The girl who arrived was a cat girl with short dark hair. He met her before during Melon's investigation. Image. I didn't expect you to visit already. Most of us are still sleeping after that tiresome day, Naya. She said with a sigh as she looked around. Different from some other catgirls he knew, her distinctive catgirl speech was a relatively tame. Almost forceful even, as if she lost all of the energy she once had. Compared to Anya, who loved screaming Naya every minute, her slow, methodical, almost robotic way of saying it felt odd and wrong. Why aren't you also? Humph, someone has to wait for customers, you know how it is, I'm being paid extra to stay awake, I'm used to it already. She said as she moved her right hand around. She didn't look tired, but the faint dark circles around her eyes hinted at the fate she would soon experience. Meanwhile, as she said that, she rested her elbows on the counter, looking at Silver with curious yet lazy eyes. Anyway, how may I help you? Are you here for a commission? We do many things, though officially, we mostly handle transporting duties to whatever isn't related to the dungeon. Need a pair of eyes? A pair of ears? Maybe a mouth to leak some words? A pair of hands to fetch something important? A pair of pockets to hide something? What about a pair of feet to step where they do not belong? Naya, she asked slowly as she inspected Silver's expression. It did not change, but it wasn't like she was paying much attention to it regardless, it was more of a instinctual reflex than anything. Silver was amidst some of the few she could trust, but then again, trust was a hard-earned luxury in her line of her work, and for someone like Silver, one could never drop their guard. It's nothing like that, it's simpler you see. Silver said as he began explaining his idea. Oh. A beach party. Now that's a plan I enjoy. She said with a chuckle as she took a step back. After going all the way to Melon only to walk around a port that stinks of fish and sweaty sailors, together with a bucket of too much salt, I can't help but say I'm disappointed, Naya. Still, I don't think we have the time to play around, not after what happened. She said in a deeper tone as she looked to the side. Silver could understand her emotions. After seeing people die and burn in a fire, it was likely too much to enjoy a party right beside their now scorched homes. It made him awkward, maybe he was the weird one here. It wasn't like he felt nothing, but what he felt wasn't too significant either. Somewhere along the way of his journey, he had grown a tidy too unsympathetic. That's okay, I guess now is not the time. No, you misunderstood me. Tabitha said as she shook her head. We've experienced our fair share of trouble and unfortunate circumstances, in a sense, that's how most of us even joined this little corner of the world. So if we were to mourn a day for every tragedy we've experienced over the years, we would have no time to rest. When you work in this field, it's just like that. She said in a deeper tone as her tail reached the ground. Still, we can't keep being gloomy all the time, the dead wouldn't want us to feel that way. And if they did, fuck them Naya. Chuckle. It seems even you can lose your composure from time to time. She said with a light smile as her tail began to wail around. We're up to our necks in commissions, so taking a rest now would only make things worse. We did spend close to a few days outside of Horario after all, if we include the days we took to prepare and now the time to handle the aftermath. We may be a bit lazy, but we still have appearances to keep, and if we don't want others sniffing around because their commissions got late, then we ought to work. There's just too much left pending. If we rest now, we'll only have to work more later, maybe even some issues to resolve. Just your usual day of overwork, that is the motto of the Hermes Familia. Just don't tell Hermes-sama I said that, he'll start nitpicking at me again, Naya. I see, either way, if you guys feel like coming, just send me a letter. You can also pass by the Hearth Manor and I'll take you guys there. If it's an inconvenience for you guys to approach us in the open, once again, just send in a letter and I'll come fetch you all up. Even if you can't stay for long, you can still enjoy the morning sun with a good drink, that should lift your spirits, even if little. Silver said as he waved his hand to Tabitha. Send my regards to Hermes and the others, see ya, I hope you guys can make it. Silver said as he turned around, leaving the inn. Bye-bye, thank you for the invite, Naya. Alright, you guys can come out now. She said in a serious tone after a while. Thud. Hey. You sure he isn't around anymore? What if he noticed we were there? Keeks asked as he pushed a blonde Palom aside. Get your greasy hands off my hair, Keeks. Besides, of course he would notice you with your wide-ass nose sucking in all of the oxygen in the street. Pock exclaimed as he slapped Keeks' hand away. What did you say, punk? How about you grow a few inches down there first before you speak to me like that? Bae. The only inches I need is how deep I can shove my fist on your face. He replied as he got ready to punch Keeks. Rolls eyes, Sigh. If even I knew you two were there, do they think he didn't know either? I'm glad he didn't point it out, it would have hurt their egos. And if there's one thing worse than dealing with that guy is tending to these guys' antics. Everything went back to normal, just another day for the Hermes Familia. Another hour later, Following his visit to the Hermes Familia, Silver went around Horario buying large quantities of supplies such as meat and vegetables to be grilled at the party before stopping by his last spot for the day. A large European castle stood in the middle of a large plaza, the home of the Loki Familia. Just a few minutes later, I'll be frank, you guys want to go to the beach? Silver asked as he looked at Loki and company. Inside Finn's office, Silver sat on a couch in front of Loki and Finn while Gareth and Riveria stood nearby, equally perplexed by the nature and abruptness of his request. When Silver visited them, they were already somewhat surprised. When he said he had a preposition, they got curious, and now, they were stunned, not for the nature of his request, but for how out of nowhere it came. It's not every time you hear something like that, especially for someone in their position. This may have been their first time ever being invited into a beach party. It wasn't that surprising Silver was the one who gave the idea, his way of acting was similar to the gods in some ways. He always came up with an absurd idea from seemingly nowhere, only a god would decide to organize a beach party or to drink poison as a way to train in the dungeon. At least, in a non-fatal way. Did I say something wrong? No. We're just surprised, that's all. Finn replied as he smiled slightly. So what do you guys think? I do think it's a nice idea, a good way to release some steam before our next expedition. Gareth voiced as he scratched his beard. I think so too, but I imagine you didn't come here to invite all of us, did you? Finn asked as he looked at Silver. Well, I wouldn't mind having a bigger party somewhere in the future. But yes, I came here to invite you guys, since I know you better, Ace Group too of course, if they're interested. Tisk. From the side, Silver heard Loki tisk quietly as she looked away, thinking deeply as she remained still. That's understandable, thank you for the consideration and the invitation, but as you just heard, we're preparing for an expedition and I have no time to fool around. Finn replied as he shook his head. No problem, I can see you all share the same feelings, that I can understand. A party is not enjoyable if your friends aren't there to enjoy it with you. Silver said as he looked at both Gareth and Riveria. It's a shame but it's okay. If you ever feel the need to explore the sea, give me a call. Silver said as he turned to Loki. Anyway, since I'm here, was the wine any good? One of my Familia members borrowed those bottles from the warehouse, causing quite the ruckus as they went around drunk in the manor. It's quite the strong liquor. He said with a thin smile. Haa. Don't make me remember, I don't think I can forget its taste. Loki said dramatically as she touched her forehead. It was excellent, been a while since I had such a good one. Thank you, it was a nice gift. Gareth added on the side as he gave Silver a nod. I'm glad, for a moment I was afraid. Don't tell me. Sigh, what do you think? She got so drunk she went around groping everybody, especially some of our younger female members who were powerless to stop her, so she had to be detained in her room for an entire day and night before we felt it was okay to release her. Riveria said as she looked at Silver. I already apologized, okay. Loki said weakly as she looked away, pouting as she pushed her fingers against each other. So that's why she's been so silent, she's feeling guilty. And a bit fearful. Riveria must have been really mad. Do you want some more? He asked with an honest smile as he looked at Loki. Yes please. No, thank you. Riveria replied with an icy frown as she pulled Loki's shoulders back. Ah Riveria, you're hurting me. Loki whispered in a low tone as she felt Riveria's tyrannical grasp. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, those were my last ones, to get some more you'll have to go pester Soma, but I don't think he'll give in easily. Maybe not, he's too lazy to refuse. Silver said with a chuckle before going pensive. Well, if you guys do reconsider spending a morning on the beach, send me a letter and I'll take care of the rest. He added as he got up from the couch. That was quick. Loki said as she touched her shoulders, trying to ease the pain as she massaged them. I've already taken much of your time already, next time we can talk more. Once Ace and the others come back from the dungeon, tell them I said hi. See you guys next time. Everyone exchanged their goodbyes, and like the wind, Silver left through the office's door as quickly as he came, leaving Loki and the others alone with their thoughts. See, what a shame, a little party by the beach with some pretty girls and good wine seems like such a good idea. Exactly what I need. Loki said out loud as she rested her head on her couch. Do you think anyone will accept going to the beach with you after what you did? Riveria asked as she looked at Loki. I already said I'm sorry. Notes.